Other travelers have transmigrated to ancient eras, subjugating the locals with advanced technology and profound knowledge. Yet I have been cast into an interstellar era millennia after a technological explosion. Does it make sense? And now I'm expected to repair it as if I were nothing more than a primitive caveman. What could I possibly know? Lin Yang shivered uncontrollably in the extreme cold. Gazing at the cluster of luminous components beneath the control panel, he felt utterly overwhelmed. It had all begun just moments ago. After a midday nap, he suddenly found himself transmigrated, not into an ancient era of primitive technology and limited insight, but into a high-tech world already embarked on an interstellar odyssey. He discovered that he was trapped inside a malfunctioning shuttle. Looking out through the observation window, it appeared that a space battle had just erupted with countless wrecked warships drifting in the void. In the cramped confines of a 10-meter shuttle, he was entirely alone. The main engine was damaged beyond flight, and the life support system was severely compromised. Faced with weightlessness, frigid temperatures, and a depleting oxygen supply, he muttered, "I'm done. This transmigration is simply too maddening." "A system," he exclaimed. In that very moment, he experienced the exhilarating sensation of being rescued from the edge of oblivion. "System, hurry. Deploy the grand gift package, divine techniques, holy pills, and peerless artifacts. Spare nothing, for I am your host." With a sigh of relief, he added, "A beginner's package will do, then open it." A sudden buzzing sound resonated in his mind as Lin Yang's consciousness seemed to separate, merging with the shuttle in an uncanny union. After the sound faded, his consciousness returned to his body. "System, damn you," he exclaimed in exasperation. "Is this what you call a beginner's package? What a ripoff. This shuttle is on the verge of being condemned. A gift from a higher dimensional divine civilization." He mused. "I take back my words," he declared. Once his composure returned, Lin Yang found the shuttle no longer foreign, as if he had come to understand the intricate design of his own body. The control units beneath the console clearly revealed their purposes. He removed the damaged gravity recirculation valve, the temperature regulation fuse, and the air circulation component. Retrieving replacements from the spare parts box, he installed them, and almost immediately he descended gradually from weightlessness onto his seat. As the temperature swiftly rose and fresh air circulated, the clamorous alarms in the cabin fell silent. Lin Yang left his seat and moved to the rear, where he located the engine control panel. Upon disassembly, he discovered several transparent card-shaped components had been burned out. He replaced them with identical parts from the spare box. In the next moment, the shuttle's engine roared back to life. Splendid, he marveled at the efficiency of his repairs. Unexpectedly, after merging his consciousness with the shuttle, repairing it had become almost effortless. He then prepared to study its navigational controls further. A wave of weariness and helplessness gradually overwhelmed him. "I'm so tired, I could sleep. What is happening? System, you're such a ripoff." He retorted, his frustration unmistakable. "How do I evolve it?" he inquired. My voice was too loud just now. "Please tell me, system, how do I evolve it? How do I recruit crew members, and how can I return to the human base?" After a brief silence, the system presented a text panel. The system merely presented the tasks, offering no guidance on how to accomplish them. Lin Yang had no choice but to figure it out on his own. Fortuitously, after merging his consciousness with the shuttle, he gained a detailed understanding of its workings. He tapped the control panel screen to bring up the star navigation map. He then clicked on coordinate recognition and discovered that he was adrift in the vast expanse between Jupiter and the asteroid belt. At the shuttle's speed, it would take 15 days to return. Time was not the issue. The problem was the lack of food. Lin Yang activated the radar and gently piloted the shuttle as he scanned amidst the debris of shattered warships. Hoping to find sustenance, he embarked on his maiden flight through space. It felt as if he were gracefully swimming in water. After merging with the shuttle, it became like a second body to him. He even felt as if he were a fish gliding effortlessly through water. Damaged energy modules, malfunctioning anti-gravity generators, partially operational shield engines. The displayed results made Lin Yang shake his head in dismay. Suddenly, a line of text caught his eye. Qingting-type missile. In an interstellar era, and yet there are still missiles. He mused. Shouldn't laser beams fill the skies instead? The system promptly dispelled Lin Yang's doubts. Evolve after scavenging. Wouldn't that complete the mission? A surge of joy filled Lin Yang's heart, and he immediately piloted the shuttle toward the salvage target. Soon he detected a set of Yinjing Shi-type ion pulse cannon. After retrieving them all with his mechanical arm, an evolution option emerged on the screen. The system recognized evolution-compatible materials, the Qingting-type missile and the Yinjing Shi-type ion pulse cannon, and he tapped the evolution button. He discovered that the ion pulse cannon required 20 evolution points in 20 minutes, while his available points sufficed only for the Qingting missile. The combat module was evolving, taking 10 minutes and consuming 10 evolution points. During those 10 minutes, Lin Yang kept himself busy. He even managed to scan for food. Upon retrieval, he found a battered plastic container bearing a large hole. Inside there were only 10 ration packages, just enough for 10 days if consumed sparingly. Before he could inspect them further, a light warship suddenly approached. When it was merely 500 meters away, a traction beam suddenly flashed, a beam that locked onto the shuttle. Almost immediately, a video of a ferocious man appeared on the screen. "Stop your engines immediately or face fire. You have been captured. Henceforth you shall be my slave with your very soul bound to me." Lin Yang was taken aback. He never imagined that in this technologically advanced era of interstellar exploration, remnants of an archaic slave system could still persist. Evolution complete. The Qingting-type missile was now in position. "It seems I can now tackle another challenge task." Rather than shutting down the engines, Lin Yang immediately pressed the missile launch button. How outrageous! How can a shuttlecraft launch missiles? The unsuspecting crew aboard the enemy light warship was caught completely off guard. The Qingting-type missile travels at a staggering speed of 100 Mach, exceeding 120 kilometers per hour. Coupled with the warship's tethering beam, the shuttle's speed was further amplified. The enemy had no time to react. With a resounding boom, a burst of dazzling light flashed by. The shuttle was violently hurled backwards by the explosion's energy wave. In the vacuum, though sound cannot travel, the dispersing energy mimicked a shock wave. After the shuttle's violent jolt, Lin Yang indirectly experienced the full force of the explosion. Minutes later, he managed to steady the tumbling shuttle. Lin Yang analyzed the tasks at hand. Beyond offensive firepower, he needed to evolve defensive shields to complete his combat evolution. At that moment, no evolution materials remained amidst the battlefield wreckage. With no food in sight, he had no choice but to open the evolution mall in search of opportunity. The mall interface displayed 10 slots, and the goods within were refreshingly novel. The Liebau-type pulse engine, the Hike-Sinew-type shield generator, and the Quantarfuel-type radar. Each of these components was indispensable for the shuttle's evolution. He noticed that various components were named after blue star animals, their inherent traits and habits reflecting the functions of the parts. Moreover, the later the model letter, the higher the version and the better the performance. For instance, the Hike-Sinew-type shield generator produces less power than the type. The evolution mall refreshed every 30 days, or could be refreshed for 500 evolution points with the first refresh free. After some thought, Lin Yang decided to take a daring gamble. Transform my ride. Make it as powerful as a motorcycle, something formidable. Refresh. Hey. Ha ha, is fortune smiling upon you. A golden product appeared in the mall. The Qilin-type pulse engine, a conventional power engine suited for small and medium-sized ships, boasting a maximum speed of 200 Mach 2450 kilometers per hour and achieving 1000 kilometer acceleration in 2.5 seconds. Whoa, faster than a missile. I could be back to Gus Henstar in just 3 days. That's better than nothing. He'll take it. Needing to return swiftly to the Gus Henstar base in the asteroid belt, Lin Yang immediately spent 200 evolution points to purchase the Qilin X small pulse engine. Then, after a 50-minute evolution process costing 50 evolution points, Lin Yang set the course for Gus Henstar. Upon reaching maximum speed, he shut down the engine and coasted by inertia. After further evolving the engine for another 50 minutes, Lin Yang reviewed up-to-date information about human society when a prompt sound resonated in his mind. Beep. Evolution successful. The Qilin X small pulse engine has been installed and is now compatible, boasting a maximum speed of 200 Mach and 1000 kilometer acceleration in 2.5 seconds, though with insufficient energy, the maximum speed was limited to 20 Mach. Lin Yang then accelerated to the maximum. At this pace, he could return to Gus Henstar in 10 days. Finally, he would no longer worry about food. He then reopened the mall for another look. The discarded engine was valued at 20 evolution points. He immediately recycled it, and the reclaimed points were just enough to evolve the Yanjing-type ion pulse cannon. 10 days later, a famished and parched Lin Yang was dozing in his pilot's chair when suddenly his communicator sprang to life with a sound. Kangsha-class modified shuttle, please state your identity and origins or be denied entry into the Gus Henstar defense perimeter. Refugee Lin Yang. My Zuotujin-class transport vessel was destroyed by interstellar pirates. I barely made it back on scant provisions. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Yang had finally returned to the base. In those 10 days, he had familiarized himself with the structure and level of civilization in this world. From the navigation briefing, he learned that the space ruin he emerged from was a destroyed minor transport ship. After a brief pause, the voice on the other end asked, "How did you modify the shuttle to look like this?" "This is a pirate's maneuverable frigate, which I commandeered." "Were you originally a miner?" "Yes. I was never registered with the Tri-Party, but now I have my own warship. I am a free man, no longer an anonymous miner. No one will seize your shuttle. Please dock at B7 to register as a drifter." In this world, the miner identity was looked down upon. They were not protected by the regimes of Blue Star Mars or the asteroid belt. Even the Human Alliance records made no mention of them. Yet whether miner or slave, once one owned a personal spacecraft, they could become a free man, even if at the lowest echelon a drifter. As a free man, one could freely enter bases on Mars and in the asteroid belt, while the unregistered would have no state protection and could be captured or sold as slaves. Lin Yang lamented the cruelty of this world, yet he was relieved that his arrival under such circumstances spared him many of the hassles of investigation. The asteroid belt regime registered his shuttle and issued him a free man identity card. Soon a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Kid, you're really lucky. From now on, you won't be a miner anymore. How about it? Are you interested in joining the transport team? Well, split the earnings 50-50. Thanks, but I don't need it for now. Gusen Star is a dwarf planet in the asteroid belt with a diameter of only 950 kilometers. Mining is the primary source of local economy, and most transport tasks involve shipping or. Lin Yang then left the registration area. He headed straight for the mercenary pier. Upon arrival, he grabbed a sheet of paper and quickly scribbled a recruitment notice urgently seeking a chief officer for the warship. Offering generous benefits and limitless prospects, the captain personally invited candidates to join. After some time, many people came and went. Yet no one paid him any attention. With hunger and thirst gnawing at him, he had no choice but to squat on the ground. Hey, are you still recruiting? Yes, we're recruiting. We've been waiting for you. Lin Yang looked up to see a young woman in her 20s, stunning beyond words, with eyes as lively as the Milky Way. Dressed with utmost elegance and exuding a touch of aloofness, she appeared nothing like a warrior. Rather, she resembled a refined young lady raised in comfort. What? Am I not qualified enough? Not at all. Welcome aboard. May I have your name, age, and your expected salary? Lin Yang thought to himself that it was fortunate someone was willing to apply. No need to be picky. What's the use of asking for more? Otherwise my stomach might protest. Huang Yueshi, age, confidential, salary, doesn't matter. As long as I have a place to rest and can eat well. Well, that's not a low demand at all. What? Nothing much. Let's go eat first. May I ask, Chief Officer Miss Huang Yueshi, do you have any money on you? What? Joining your warship means you have to treat me to a meal. Then you must be dreaming. Eating together is meant to strengthen our bond and foster understanding. A gurgling sound followed as Huang Yunxin glanced at Lin Yang's stomach. A feeling of deception washed over him, and a flash of cold determination flickered in his eyes. No more words, let's go. I hope you truly have a warship. Otherwise, this will be your last meal. During one meal, the two consumed enough for 5 people. Lin Yang ate 3 portions. Huang Yueshi had 2. It was evident that they were both hungry. Lin Yang also understood the deeper meaning behind Huang Yueshi saying this was the last meal. Huang Yueshi was out of money, having spent the last 50-star coins she had. Captain, you ate enough for 3 people and still look so weak. Isn't that a bit excessive? Yueshi, am not pretending I've been on a 10-day journey and lack sleep. Actually, the shuttle was consuming his life energy. No matter how much he ate, it couldn't alleviate his fatigue. Alright, let's just say that's the case. Why is there only you on the battleship? Where are the original crew members? There was originally only me as the captain. You are the first crew member I recruited. Look, the ship equipped with a Cobra-type ion pulse cannon at the dock is our battleship. Huang Yueshi suddenly stopped in her tracks, her fists clenching. That's a small shuttle. You call that a battleship? A vessel capable of combat is a battleship, isn't it? Hey, don't get angry. I used it to destroy a Riptid-class fighter. Huang Yueshi was speechless. She had no money and no stable place to stay except for Lin Yang's pirate ship. She had nowhere else to go. Continuing to wander at the dock could easily lead to being caught by bounty hunters and sold to a mine. What bad luck. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Yang sighed in relief. He had managed to stall for time. The main task had to be completed first. Now he had nothing, only the ability to bluff. After entering the shuttle, Lin Yang opened the control panel. I haven't named the battleship yet. Yueshi, do you have a good name? No, I'm not interested. Then we'll talk about it later. Let's register your genetic information to unlock your first officer privileges. Huang Yueshi placed her index finger on the gene registrar. After extracting the genetic chain from her epidermal cells, Lin Yang hurriedly added her name to the first officer section. Congratulations, host, you have completed the main quest. 2 first officer evolution points, 100 current evolution points, 150 successfully recruited crew member, 1 life energy, permanently 10, current energy, 110 in an instant. Lin Yang felt a surge of mysterious energy flowing into his body, sweeping away his prior exhaustion. The dark circles under his eyes vanished, his sunken cheeks plumped up, and his bent back straightened in an instant. This feeling. So, what are you doing? Huang Yueshi looked at him in surprise, recalling how he had just been half dead. Suddenly, he seemed full of energy. It's nothing new. I suddenly feel optimistic about the future. We should head to the dock and find some work, preferably recruit more crew members. Main Quest 3 The Path of Survival. Go to the labor or bounty dock to take on a level commission task, and complete it to earn labor fees or rewards evolution points 200. Lin Yang couldn't wait to check out the dock. Huang Yueshi shook her head speechlessly. We can't even scrape together a star coin between the two of us. Besides me, no one wants to join. By the way, I have something to say. Go ahead. After you die, this little shuttle will belong to me, right? Cough, huh? Lin Yang frowned slightly. Firstly, this is a galaxy-class battleship, not a small shuttle. Secondly, you're not my wife yet, so you can't inherit my assets. He noticed Huang Yuexi's icy glare. Lin Yang scoffed. Can't you tell a joke? If I die, you're definitely the first heir as the first officer. I'm just giving you a reminder, not asking for your opinion. Captain your galaxy-class battleship, actually. Just as Huang Yueshi was about to mock him, she inadvertently opened the shuttle schematic. Upon seeing Qilin X's small pulse engine on the screen, her heart jolted. This is the engine of the legendary human Qilin fleet. It's a medium-small type, but don't get too excited. Lin Yang said with pride. Even a medium-small one can trade for 10 Riptid-class light fighters. Besides, this is the high-version X-type, the stuff of legends. Oh, it's that precious. This kind of engine is in high demand within scouting teams or exploration circles. So this is your hidden card. I have many hidden cards, you'll learn them slowly. Just like you also have cards you haven't revealed. Lin Yang had long seen that Huang Yueshi was not simple. A seemingly weak and beautiful girl with no weapons could wander around the dock unharmed. Instead of applying for a position on a large battleship, she had come here to hide. Moreover, she knew so much about the legendary Qilin fleet's engine. Her background was undoubtedly mysterious, and she wasn't that different from him. Huang Yueshi smiled calmly. Let's go, Captain, to the bounty dock. See, that's why you're my first officer, we both think alike. Working is out of the question, let's be bounty hunters. The labor dock only posts labor or recruitment notices. All bounty-related tasks are posted at the bounty dock. The highest is SS level with generous rewards, but extreme danger. The lowest is a level involving tasks such as escorting defense or clearing space debris. After registering the battleship, Lin Yang took on a task to escort spinach to a space farm. From Gusen Star to Zhaojian Star, the transport team would take care of food and energy battery consumption. The journey would take 20 days with a reward of 5,000 star coins. When the transport team leader saw it was a shuttle, he couldn't help but complain. Are you kidding? With this firepower and modification style, do you want to make the interstellar pirates laugh to death? Lin Yang replied, whether I make you laugh to death, get angry, or beat you, isn't it enough to guarantee your safe round trip? I won't pick on you, you shouldn't pick on me either. End this joke quickly, you should withdraw from the mission. We need to change people. You're only offering 5,000 star coins for a round trip of 20 days. The task has been posted for 7 days, and no one has taken it. Are you planning to continue delaying? If you delay any longer, your farm might go bankrupt. Just don't blame us if you die on the way. Let's go. One last question, does anyone want to join me? Joining now is like getting in on the ground floor. I still have vacancies for the Chief Engineer, Security Officer, and Communications Officer. Does your little shuttle even have an engine room? Shut up, brother, I'm embarrassed for you. Huang Yueshi hurriedly tugged at Lin Yang's shirt. Stop talking, it's indeed a bit shameful. TCH. Lin Yang felt no fluctuation in his heart. Soon the transport team and the shuttle left the port. 5 Riptid-class light fighters from the bounty dock then set off, following their route. Peter, are you sure that Shuttle is the murderer of Cure? No doubt about it. Cure went scavenging on that battlefield boasting that he had captured a slave, and the video shows this shuttle only with an added ion cannon. Once we leave the Gusen Star field, send a message to the transport team. We only target that shuttle, not pirates. Understood. Half an hour later, the transport team left the current star field. Suddenly 5 light fighters chased after them. Captain, we've been targeted. The other party sent a video communication. Upon connecting, a fierce bounty hunter appeared on the screen. Kid, let me make it clear, Cure, whom you killed earlier, was a member of the Vulture hunting group. Dare to offend us, and you won't leave the asteroid belt alive. Pew pew pew. Several ion cannons fired at them. Lin Yang maneuvered the shuttle, quickly rolling to dodge. Meanwhile, Huang Yueshi in the co-pilot seat launched a counterattack using the Cobra-type ion pulse cannon. Pew. The ion energy projectile rapidly expanded after being fired. It became larger than the shuttle itself. With just one shot, it pierced through the shields of the enemy's battleship. Boom. A flash of light erupted. The foremost fighter exploded, and the shockwave rushed toward them. My God, the pulse cannon is that powerful. Host, the power of the Cobra-type ion cannon isn't this great. Currently, the energy projectile has been amplified by more than 10-fold, and the reason lies with the first officer, Huang Yueshi. Oh my treasure first officer is glowing in front of her chest. What are you looking at? Huang Yuexi's cheeks flushed. You're glowing, am not blind, how can I help? But look, just focus on piloting your warship, leave the fighting to me. Huang Yueshi quickly pulled a necklace from inside her clothes. It was an oval-shaped, coin-sized blue and white pendant radiating a pulse with every ionic cannon blast. The pendant on her chest emitted a dazzling white light. The ionic energy burst from the cannon instantly intensified by several times. This pendant is my trump card. I will explain it to you when the time is right. Boom. The shuttle shook violently. Another enemy fighter was destroyed outside. A flash of white light followed. Another shuttle exploded. Congratulations, host. Challenge Task 2 completed. Cooperative combat. Evolution points 200. Destroy 3 Razor-class light fighters. Gain evolution points 300. Current evolution points 650. Challenge Task updated 3. Root out the problem. Annihilate the entire Vulture Hunter group and make a name for yourself. Evolution points 1000. Did they run away? The remaining 2 fighter jets fled in panic. Captain, there are 96 members of the Vulture Hunter group, 25 warships. Their leader is nicknamed Vulture, real name Joyce, a disciple of the legendary Martian hunter Gus. They have a poor reputation in the asteroid belt, but are backed by the high-level Gus hunting group, making them a formidable enemy. Ueshi, how do you know so much? Don't you surf the web? It's hard to find such insider information online. Well, I stumbled upon it. I hope you often stumble upon some insider news. Lin Yang saw through her, without pointing it out. He then sent a message to the transport team. Crisis averted. If you notice any abnormalities next time, please inform the captain promptly. You know my radar range is limited. It can't compare to your transport ship. Mr. Lin, I misunderstood. I was playing cards in the rear cabin just now and truly didn't notice the warships approaching. After this mission, how about a bonus of 3,000 star coins? After witnessing the terrifying combat power of the shuttle, the transport team no longer looked down on them. They were afraid Lin Yang would blame them for not informing him about the Vulture Hunter group. They hurriedly offered extra money. Good, I like to work with straightforward people. Let's continue at full speed. Lin Yang closed the communication. He closed his eyes and laid back in the pilot's seat. He opened the evolution mall and began browsing. Black Rhino type, shield generator, wild buffalo type, boost energy, wide-eared battle type radar, and a water otter type steam shower room. Considering the evolution costs, that should be just enough. That's all. What are you mumbling about? Huang Yueshi looked at Lin Yang in surprise. You'll find out soon. Aren't you going to tell me about the origin of your necklace? You'd better not pry how it's for your own good. Knowing too much can be dangerous. Its secret could affect all of humanity. Let's not pry into each other's secrets. I set it to autopilot. Once the battle is over, let's take a break. They both leaned back in their seats and closed their eyes to rest. Beep. Evolution completed. Water otter type steam shower room installed. Incompatible black rhino type shield installed. Incompatible hamster type shield recycled. Evolution points 20. Wild buffalo type boost energy installed. Incompatible hamster type energy adapter recycled. Evolution points 20. Wide-eared battle type radar installed. Incompatible hamster type radar recycled. Evolution points 20. Congratulations, host. Growth task 2 completed. Comprehensive evolution points 100. Current evolution points 160. Growth task updated 3. Rebirth, evolve the shuttle's hull into a light fighter. Evolution points 500. 2 hours later. A notification sound echoed in Lin Yang's mind. The upcoming evolution would be somewhat challenging. He had yet to find a hull skeleton in the evolution mall. It seemed he needed to gather evolution points to refresh them all. Hiss. Huang Yueshi in the co-pilot seat suddenly gasped. She was awakened by the slight shake of the shuttle. When she opened the control screen to check the ship's details, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. The basic shield, which could only withstand space debris or small rocks, had transformed into a combat-grade Black Rhino shield. The power of the energy adapter had doubled. The Kirin engine, which could previously utilize only 10 of its power, could now operate at 20. The maximum speed reached 40 Mach or 49000 kilometers per hour. The radar had also been upgraded to battleship level. Most surprisingly, a steam shower room had appeared in the cabin. Huang Yueshi looked at Lin Yang in shock. What is his trump card? No wonder the heart of the galaxy guided me to him. It seems I've found the right person. Haha. Lin Yang yawned and got up. He smiled, saying, besides eating, drinking, and other necessities, we don't need to board the transport team's ship anymore. We can shower on the sun and moon. Sun and moon. Yes, it's named after the yang in my name and the you in yours. The sun and moon is the name of this galaxy giant ship. A smile appeared on Huang Yuex's face. That name is lovely. Thank you for considering me a friend, Lin Yang. Did you just realize that? From the first meeting, I regarded you as a friend. 7 days passed in a flash. They had completed 70 of the route. One day, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi were discussing the unique challenge customs of the serious people when suddenly 7 bright spots appeared on the radar interface. 3 curved blade-class medium fighters and 4 razor-class light fighters are heading our way. Let's keep it low-key. The transport team doesn't know our radar has been upgraded. Let's see if they'll inform us this time. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the captain of the transport team sent a voice message. Mr. Lin, 7 warships are flying towards us. They belong to the Vulture Hunter Group. They say they won't rob cargo, just seeking revenge. Could you please keep your distance while engaging? Thank you for the heads up. Don't worry, we won't involve you. Whoosh. The shuttle suddenly accelerated to a speed of 40 Mach. It surpassed the transport team and flew straight towards the Vulture Hunter Group, leaving the transport captain dumbfounded. Is it that fast? Is this the speed a shuttle should have? Captain, the firepower isn't what a shuttle should possess either. It seems we've encountered a capable person. Let's find him for the next mission. The Razor-class light fighter was about 30 meters long. One person could pilot it. The curved blade medium fighter was 50 meters long. At least 5 people were needed to operate it perfectly. Their firepower and shields were quite terrifying. This time the Vulture Hunter Group dispatched 3 medium ships and 4 light ships. It was clear they didn't plan on letting Lin Yang and his companion survive a second longer. However, as soon as both sides entered firing range, 2 light fighters were destroyed. One medium fighter had its shield pierced. Lin Yang synchronized his consciousness with the shuttle. Closing his eyes and entering deep symbiotic mode, it felt as if he and the ship were one. The shuttle moved like a fish in water, incredibly agile. While easily dodging attacks, Huang Yueshi initiated counterattacks. Each shot from the ionic cannon was enhanced by several times in power. The shields of the Vulture Hunter Group's fighters could not withstand it. A single shot pierced through the light fighter and 2 shots caused an explosion. The medium fighter couldn't endure 3 ionic blasts either. Meanwhile, the Sun and Moon shuttle's energy shields and propulsion had all been upgraded to the level of light or medium fighters. Moreover, being smaller in size made it harder to lock onto. The advantages were even more apparent. In just a few seconds, the battle concluded. You have destroyed Razor-class light fighters 4.0 evolution points 400, curved blade-class medium fighters 3.8 evolution points 600, current evolution points 1160 USC. Scan the battlefield and salvage any valuable wreckage. I'll take a nap. Are you really that weak? You want to rest after just a few seconds of fighting? USC, if you can't chat properly, don't force it. Lin Yang was quite annoyed. He wasn't weak at all. Saying he wanted to rest was actually a way to refresh the evolution mall quickly. Refresh, hurry up and refresh. It's driving me crazy. Congratulations. The host has exceptionally good luck. A legendary item has appeared. After spending 500 evolution points to refresh the shop, 10 new items appeared in the marketplace. Among them, a golden light fighter-shaped vessel caught his attention. Trident Spike-class light fighter. Hull frame legendary tier fighter, the pinnacle of Blue Star humanity's technological achievement. In length 30 meters, width 10 meters, height 5 meters. Dual deck interior layout. Currently, an unrefined skeletal frame with no compartmentalization. In hull material adamantine type, titanium alloy, observation window material hard crystal, E-type, tempered aluminum. In weapon hardpoints, 8 laser emplacements, vacant 4 missile launchers, vacant 2 shield projectors, vacant 1 tractor beam emitter, vacant. In Lin Yang urgently needed a hull frame. He hadn't expected a legendary tier vessel to appear outright, yet its price was prohibitively high, 100 evolution points. He currently had only 660. He resolved to swiftly escort the transport convoy through its round-trip mission to accumulate more evolution points. The next 3 days passed uneventfully, though he wondered what counterstrike the Vulture Mercenary Corps might be preparing. Soon they arrived at Vesta, a dwarf planet slightly smaller than Ceres. Before even unloading cargo, the transport captain transferred 80 stellas into his account. Captain, the return leg hasn't begun yet. Why settle the full payment so readily? Mr. Lin, I had no idea your feud with the Vultures ran this deep. I dare not ask you to escort us again. Consider this mission completed ahead of schedule. We'll gladly collaborate again under better circumstances. Congratulations, host. You have completed main quest 3, The Way of Survival. 200 evolution points. Current total 860. In main quest updated 4, S-class contract. In complete 1 S-class assignment at a labor or bounty terminal. Reward 500 evolution points. In the transport fleet vanished in a blur. They'd paid the full amount in advance and added an extra 300 stellas. Lin Yang truly had no grounds for complaint. Beside him, Huang Yueshi remarked coolly, unless we eradicate the Vultures entirely, no one will dare accept missions with us. Let's use this money first to acquire weapons and energy cells. Let's eat first, then head to the labor terminal to post recruitment notices. We need at least 5 crew members, and no applicants. I mean, if the Vultures remain unvanquished, no one will join us. Fine. Then let's eat first, purchase weapons at the shipyard, and finally issue our challenge to the Vultures. After the meal, they proceeded to the trade terminal and sold salvaged wreckage components recovered from the battlefield, earning 200 stellas. Combined with their payment, their account now held 100 stellas. They purchased 2 crates of Stellar Citizen ration packs, enough sustenance for 2 people for 1 month, as well as 2 phase pistols, and one phase assault rifle. At the shipyard, they acquired 10 sets of energy batteries, 10 Dragonfly-class missiles, and 5 batches of Mosquito-class jamming missiles, leaving just 200 Stellas remaining from their 100. The shuttle's interior brimmed with supplies. Only then did they proceed to the bounty terminal, where Lin Yang, through Terminal Administrator Galava, formally issued a declaration of combat to the Vulture Mercenary Corps. The battlefield was set midway between Vesta and Ceres. Joyce the Vulture accepted the challenge without hesitation, and the bounty terminal immediately launched a betting pool. Yueshi, what are our odds? And in 100 to 1. In a golden opportunity, placed the entire 200 Stellas. Moments later, Huang Yueshi returned to the shuttle, a faint smile playing on her lips. And you seemed cheerful. Did you just pick up money? And almost. When those bettors saw our shuttle and learned our ages, the odds skyrocketed. How much? In 1,000 to 1. Excellent. Let's launch. And just imagine, 200 Stellas would soon be theirs. Lin Yang's grin was harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Huang Yueshi smiled too, and immediately fastened her safety harness. 2.5 days later, the shuttle arrived at the designated arena, traveling at 40 Mach. The Vultures had yet to arrive. And the Razor-class light fighter tops out at 35 Mach, the Cutlass-class medium fighter at 30. Those obsolete near-orbit warships discarded by Blue Star's fleet 50 years ago couldn't possibly outrun us. Yueshi, you're truly an encyclopedia, and don't praise me yet. After these vessels entered backward asteroid belts, most were heavily modified. Some may match our speed. Hardly had she spoken when the radar bloomed with clusters of luminous blips. Distance 10,000 kilometers. 1 Broadblade-class heavy fighter, 5 Cutlass-class medium fighters, 8 Razor-class light fighters. Adding the 11 previously destroyed, that makes 25 vessels. The Vultures have committed their entire force. Excellent. Spares us the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Let's greet them with a thunderous opening salvo. And the shuttle surged forward at full thrust. So too did the violence-obsessed Vultures. Boy, you're as good as dead. Your execution will be live-streamed across the asteroid belt. And, oh my grandson's even doing my publicity. Such filial devotion. Grandfather shall grant you a swift end. And don't get cocky. You won't even have time to weep. In crushing a few stinking insects. I'm no Guanyin Bodhisattva. Why should I weep? Damn you. May your strength match your tongue. And then your grandson may be sorely disappointed. Grandfather's combat prowess far exceeds his rhetoric. From the co-pilot seat, Huang Yueshi shot Lin Yang a look laced with mild disdain. And can we cease trading barbs with the Vultures? It appears they really are broadcasting us live. Mind your image. It affects crew recruitment. Oh, understood. And ahem. Huh. And Lin Yang cleared his throat. And good morning, asteroid belt. Last time, the warship blast guessing game yielded exactly 11 confirmed kills. Thanks to the Vultures' relentless vendetta, I destroyed 10 of their ships en route, triggered when their subordinates attempted to enslave me. I treated them to a fireworks display. Joyce couldn't swallow that humiliation, and I'm more than happy to ensure he never swallows anything again. Many of you still don't know me. That's fine. I am Captain Lin Yang. Beside me stands First Officer Huang Yueshi, whose beauty, intellect, and combat mastery are peerless. Do you yearn to sail the starry seas, to carve your path with vengeance and valor? Then join me and chase dreams across the Milky Way. And beside him, Huang Yueshi struggled to contain her smile and gave Lin Yang a thumbs up. And brilliant. Joyce, enraged, cut the broadcast. Appetizer concluded. It's time for the main course. Let's make the Vultures wish they'd never been born. And whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And the Vultures launched 10 Dragonfly K missiles first. Lin Yang piloted the shuttle with evasive grace. Huang Yueshi handled defense and counterattack, first launching a volley of mosquito jamming missiles. Dozens of micro-missiles scattered wildly, intercepting for incoming projectiles. Next came the ion pulse cannon. A radiant flash emanated from the galaxy heart embedded in the shuttle's prow, amplifying the laser pulse output over a dozenfold. Just 2 shots obliterated an enemy Razor-class light fighter. And whoosh. And Huang Yueshi locked onto a Cutlass-class medium fighter. She fired a Dragonfly K missile. Then, before it cleared the launch tube, unleashed 3 rapid ion pulses, piercing the target's shield just as the missile struck home. A blinding flash erupted. Another enemy medium fighter vanished. Joyce the Vulture recoiled in shock. 2 vessels lost within seconds of opening fire. And yet his foes were merely piloting a shuttle. Most terrifying of all was that ion pulse cannon, its destructive power surpassing even the lasers mounted on his own heavy fighter. Boy, what is that weapon? And die ignorant, asked Death himself. And chirp chirp chirp. And whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Yang closed rapidly on Joyce's heavy fighter. Huang Yueshi seized her chance. 7 ion pulses shattered its shield, 3 Dragonfly missiles reduced the 80-meter warship to glittering debris. With Joyce dead, the surviving vultures instantly collapsed into chaos, then were methodically hunted down and annihilated by Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Within an hour, every last soul perished in the infinite void of space. You have destroyed 1 Broadblade-class heavy fighter 400 evolution points, 5 Cutlass-class medium fighters 100 evolution points, 8 Razor-class light fighters 800 evolution points. And in congratulations, host, you have completed Challenge Quest 3 Eradicate the Root. 1000 evolution points. Current total 4060. And in hull exterior evolution in progress legendary tier Trident Spike Light Fighter. Duration 8 hours 20 minutes. Cost 500 evolution points. And in Yueshi, plot a return course to Vesta. Engage maximum speed autonomous cruise. That 2000 stellar bounty, huh? Just thinking about it makes me giddy. Lin Yang did a quick calculation. To complete this mission, he still needed to destroy 75 more warships, a formidable challenge indeed. He currently had 2,560 evolution points remaining. Before the 10-meter shuttle could evolve into a 30-meter light interceptor, every available space aboard was already occupied. The return journey thus unfolded in quiet monotony, fortunately softened by Huang Yueshi's presence, casual conversation, sipping tea, and several rounds of strategic board games. 8 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. A crisp chime sounded. Skeletal frame evolution complete. Transition from shuttle to light interceptor underway. Congratulations, host, on completing Growth Mission 3 Rebirth and Reforging. 500 evolution points awarded. Current total 3060. Growth Mission updated 4 legendary class warship. Elevate the Sanlingxi Light Interceptor to its destined legendary status. 2000 evolution points. A deep rumble shook the vessel. Huang Yueshi, who had been meditating with eyes closed, snapped them open instantly. What's happening? Stay calm. We've just upgraded from musket to cannon, Lin Yang replied with a lazy stretch as he rose from the pilot's seat. A phenomenon akin to spatial decompression unfolded. The cabin, originally over 2 meters wide and just over 1 meter high, swelled rapidly to nearly 10 meters in width. The floor rose like an ascending elevator. The ceiling soared from 1 meter to 5, dividing the interior into 2 distinct levels. The 10-meter shuttle elongated steadily until it settled at precisely 30 meters in length. From the outside, the shuttle appeared to pass through an ethereal spatial filter, entering as a modest craft, emerging as a sleek 30-meter light interceptor. Its exterior radiated raw combat power and unyielding resilience. Even the hull material had undergone profound transformation. Come on, first officer, let's tour our new light interceptor. Huang Yueshi stood speechless, stunned beyond words. This technology, I've never heard of anything like it, not even back where I came from. Want to learn more? Then consider whether your secrets are ready for the light of day. She shook her head slowly. If my true identity were revealed, all of human civilization might perish alongside me. You've sheltered me. I won't endanger you. Lin Yang smiled dismissively. You hold only one identity, my first officer. What comes next? Who can say? For now, let's acquaint ourselves with the Ryu. Is this the legendary Sanlingxi Light Interceptor? You know of it? Yes, the pinnacle of Blue Star Fleet engineering. Its maneuverability and firepower defensive synergy dwarf those of the older double-blade heavy interceptors. Yet right now we possess only the skeletal frame. Our armaments and shielding remain underdeveloped. The Sanlingxi employs humanity's most advanced grade adamantium titanium for its hull. Even without active shielding, this alloy withstands direct ion cannon fire. Yueshi, you truly are my living encyclopedia. From now on, I'll pilot, while you command the weapons. The original pulse cannon had already been mounted at the primary battery position. All purchased missiles had been expended in battle. The interceptor now stood vast and hollow, not only externally but internally as well. The lower deck lay completely empty, no compartments, no rooms. The upper deck housed only a restroom and a steam shower chamber, back when it was still a shuttle. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi had simply reclined their pilot seats to sleep. Now that interior volume had expanded dramatically, it was time to add proper quarters. Within the evolution marketplace, only one functional item was available: the Black Rhinoceros Class C shield generator. Lin Yang purchased it immediately and initiated evolution. The Sanlingxi earned its legendary status largely due to its dual shield architecture. After spending 500 evolution points to refresh the marketplace, a usable Cobra Class D ion pulse cannon appeared. Lin Yang acquired it and added it to the evolution queue, then spent another 500 points to refresh again. Finally, hull-integrated modules surfaced: Bamboo Grove bird-typed living quarters, Type E, living quarters, and Type F, living quarters. 3 options appeared at once. Having refreshed multiple times just to see living quarters appear, Lin Yang bought all 3, saving future evolution points when recruiting additional crew. 1 shield generator, 1 pulse cannon, 3 living quarters, another several hours consumed in evolutionary refinement. When the final phase completed, Huang Yueshi had long since reached a state of numb awe. Even if you suddenly conjured an alien species before me, I wouldn't bat an eyelash. You truly carry more hidden cards than anyone I've ever known. Choose. One of these 3 quarters is yours. The largest Type F naturally belongs to you, Captain. Type E suits me perfectly. We'll leave Type vacant, for now. Once we recruit a full crew, it'll serve as communal barracks. These living quarters were fully furnished, not mere shells. Each contained a bed, wardrobe, water dispenser, washing machine, and an in-suit bathroom with steam shower. Linens, bedding, and an intelligent climate control air circulation system were all included. A reinforced aluminum viewport offered a panoramic view of the starfield beyond the hull. With genuine rest quarters now available, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi began rotating piloting duties. A day later, they re-entered the Vesta system. This is the Vesta Patrol Fleet. Identify your vessel and declare your origin interceptor. Lin Yang, independent asteroid belt bounty hunter, returning to claim my reward. Lin Yang, by the stars, it is you. Where's your shuttle? Won a battle. Surely one deserves a larger warship, doesn't one? The shuttle's skeletal frame had already been recycled in the evolution marketplace. After all upgrades, only 50 evolution points remained. Please land at the bounty dock for official vessel re-registration, and to receive the glory rightfully earned by you both. The bounty dock teemed with people. Word had spread across the asteroid belt, 2 young newcomers piloting nothing but a shuttle had annihilated the entire Vulture Hunter syndicate. For 2 days straight, headlines across the belt had featured only them. Bounty hunters' revered strength, and over 10,000 had gathered to witness their arrival. Applause, whistles, and roaring chants filled the air. Thank you. Thank you all. Oh my, this feels incredible. Is anyone interested in joining? The Ryu needs crew. Don't hesitate. Anyone? Lin Yang froze mid-sentence, his invitation hanging unfinished in the air. The bustling dock fell abruptly silent. Those who'd shouted loudest moments earlier offered awkward smiles. The rest watched him wordlessly. How utterly strange. Why does mentioning recruitment make everyone go mute? Welcome home, Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang. You've already become legends of the bounty world. Pay them no mind. They simply prefer not to draw fire, do they? Galava the dockmaster approached with a broad, practiced smile. The vultures were disciples of Gus, the Martian legend himself. By wiping them out entirely, you've deeply insulted Gus's honor. Though too prestigious to act personally, he's issued an A-rank bounty on you from Mars. Damn it. How audacious. Anger solves nothing. Think instead how to respond. I mean, how is it only A-rank? I obliterated the entire Vulture syndicate. At minimum, this should be S-rank. Does A-rank seriously underestimate me? Galava found himself momentarily speechless. He thought to himself, young minds truly operate differently. No wonder they caught the vultures off guard. Calm down. Mars hosts the Interstellar Grand Port, complete with quantum transit gates. It's nothing like our remote asteroid belt. There an A-rank bounty pays far more than our local S-rank. That makes sense, at least. Pity I can't collect the bounty on myself. Never mind. Where's my wager payout? 200 credits. Returned to you untouched. What? Wasn't it 200,000? Why only 200? Thanks to your fiery pre-battle speech, many bettors switched sides at the last moment. 1 second before firing, odds dropped to 1-1. I waived all fees, as a personal favor. What? Who runs a betting market with real-time fluctuating odds? Well, such wagers aren't officially sanctioned. Odds could swing from 10001 to 11 in the final seconds. If unsatisfied, you may even post a bounty on the bookmaker here at the dock. Forget it. I haven't got credits to spare for bounties. Honestly, who are these people? Sigh. Looks like I'll be skipping meals again. What a blunder. How could I possibly make such a catastrophic move? Lin Yang grumbled as he returned to the warship. Huang Yueshi stood nearby, suppressing a smile while offering quiet comfort. Look on the bright side, Captain. Though we eliminated the Vulture mercenary band, we've drawn Mars bounty notice. Though your speech was masterful, no one joined us. Though we broke even, our betting odds were 1,000 to 1. Yueshi, who taught you to console people like this? My grandmother. She must possess extraordinary wisdom. Surely she risks a beating with such backhanded encouragement. You'd best keep your distance from her in future. She passed away a month ago. I'm sorry. No apology needed. I said it deliberately in reverse. Think again, though Mars issued a bounty against us, we did eliminate the Vulture mercenary band, didn't we? There's merit in that. Lin Yang relaxed and said, let's try our luck at the labor dock. Perhaps we'll find work there. Didn't you swear you'd never take a menial job in this lifetime? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Even noble steeds must graze on regrown grass. Shall I let you starve beside me, tightening your belt till your ribs show? You spent every credit you had on me the moment we met. So from now on, I shall be the one to provide for you. Huang Yueshi tilted her lips into a wry silent smile. Owing to the bounty issued by the legendary Martian hunter, no one dared entrust them with missions. No one dared join their warship. Their account held only 200 stellas. If they failed to earn credits, soon their warship wouldn't even lift off. The bounty dock offered no commissions. They had no choice but to descend to the labor dock in search of odd jobs. Remarkably, they found an employer ignorant of current affairs, unconnected to the net, oblivious to headlines. Clearing an abandoned mining asteroid. 24-hour shifts per day, pay 100 stellas. The employer would supply food and warship energy cells. Upon accepting the contract and arriving on-site, Lin Yang froze. I knew it. We're trending across every headline. How could anyone not recognize us? That wily old fox Trolf truly knows how to squeeze every last drop. Before them sprawled the ruins of what had once been a 50-kilometer diameter asteroid. It had teemed with titanium magnesium ore. After 2.5 years of relentless excavation, the deposits were exhausted. Later, a new interstellar route was charted through this sector. Yet the demolition of the abandoned mine failed catastrophically, shattering the asteroid into a debris field over 500 kilometers wide. To clear the path for the new corridor, the series polity issued a cleanup mandate. With its paltry daily wage of 200 stellas, progress stalled. Ultimately, the contract was awarded to Trolf's Deep Space Sanitation Corporation. Yet upon subcontracting, Trolf slashed wages further, down to 150 stellas per day. Minutes before Lin Yang arrived at the labor market, he cut it again to 100 stellas daily. While Lin Yang seethed, Huang Yueshi remained unshaken, calm, even optimistic. At least they cover energy and rations. Let's save every credit. Then buy a full complement of Dragonfly-class missiles and ideally a high-output laser cannon to face down the Martian bounty hunters. Once we repel those hunters and upgrade the ship, I'll bleed Trolf dry. He's far too green to exploit me. I fully support you. They divided duties, 12-hour shifts each. Crew rested, but the ship never slept. First priority, earn enough for the Dragonfly-K missiles. 7 days passed in a blur. Finally, their first payment arrived. Lin Yang immediately set course for the series shipyards to purchase missiles. 1,000 kilometers beyond the derelict mine, a rapid-moving blip flared on the radar. Huang Yueshi's brow furrowed. Speed 50 Mach. Teal-class light interceptor, Sirius Technologies. It's coming straight for us. Bounty hunters. Likely so. Raise dual shields. Engage combat posture. Lin Yang instantly fastened all 3 safety restraints. He closed his eyes, leaned back, and slipped into deep symbiosis with the vessel. Against a faster adversary, absolute focus was non-negotiable. Huang Yueshi clasped the Galaxy Heart pendant in her palm and whispered a quiet blessing. Instantly, the coin-sized amulet blazed with white radiance. Captain, cluster missile inbound. Take evasive action. Return fire at full intensity. Don't hold back for my sake. Boom, 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 boom. An enemy missile screamed toward them at 300 Mach. At 1 kilometer from the Ryu, its warhead detonated, fragmenting into 100 micro-warheads. Velocity unchanged. Destructive coverage multiplied 100-fold. Coupled with the munitions' innate agility and homing capability, the Ryu's position grew perilous. Multiple warheads detonated in proximity to the hull. Only the dual-layered shields barely absorbed the onslaught. Zizizaki, 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 Zizizaki. Huang Yueshi unleashed 4 ion pulse cannons in rapid succession. Both pulse cannons fired simultaneously, yet the Galaxy Heart's amplification effect remained undiminished. Its radiant energy sphere swelled more than 10-fold. The enemy vessel veered sharply, evading the luminous sphere which vanished into the infinite void. Meanwhile, Lin Yang danced through the storm of cluster munitions, weaving deftly amid the lethal hail. He dodged while accelerating full throttle toward the enemy ship. Shaking off the missiles proved impossible, so he chose to drag his foe into the maelstrom. When less than 1 kilometer remained between them, a crimson beam erupted ahead. Scree. The enemy vessel had deployed a high-yield phase cannon, a directed energy weapon of pure coherent light. Firing at near-light speed, its destructive power was immense, its sole limitation being short effective range. Such armaments were typically mounted only aboard heavy interceptors or strategic bombers. Yet at this distance, with less than 1/10 of a second to react, Lin Yang executed a flawless evasion, his consciousness perfectly synchronized with the Ryu, achieving true man-vessel unity. The phase beam grazed the Ryu's hull, missing by millimeters. Simultaneously, Huang Yueshi loosed 10 consecutive ion pulse rounds. The enemy pilot lacked Lin Yang's mastery. 7 of the 10 energy projectiles struck true. Their shield buckled and collapsed. Without hesitation, Huang Yueshi launched another 10 amplified ion pulses, each magnified over a dozen times in potency. Boom! A searing flash tore through the void. The enemy ship shattered into incandescent fragments. The shockwave struck, jolting the Ryu violently. Crash. Suddenly, a colossal figure slammed against the observation viewport, startling both Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. Upon closer inspection, their jaws dropped in disbelief. There pressed against the glass loomed a three-meter-tall tiger-headed humanoid, grinning foolishly at them. In one massive paw, he clutched a metal plate upon which his claws had scratched 3 words, "I surrender." What stunned Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi most was this: after being hurled from the exploding vessel, the Tiger Man had survived minutes in vacuum, near absolute zero, without protection, still grinning idiotically, as if utterly unbothered. Seeing their dumbfounded silence, he grew anxious. Frantically, he scraped fresh characters onto the metal plate with his hardened claws. "I am Karuja, Tiger Clan of Sirius. Born to revere strength. I accepted Gus's commission solely to meet you. Wealth means nothing to me. You have defeated Karuja, you have passed the trial. Now mighty Karuja petitions to join your crew." Then he fished a comm unit from his pocket, tapped the screen a few times, and turned it toward them, displaying. "You have paid 500 stellas in breach of contract penalties to the Mars Bounty Exchange. You have paid 500 stellas in breach of contract penalties to Gus. Due to malicious default, you are now blacklisted by the Mars Bounty Exchange. Yueshi, what do you think?" "Captain, I'll observe from the co-pilot seat." "Unnecessary question. Then I'll take the main seat." They sat quietly in their command chairs, watching in silence. Though the Sirius Tiger Clan possessed prodigious physical resilience, even they could not endure unprotected exposure to deep space for long. 5 minutes passed. Karuja's foolish grin faded into a grimace of agony. Frost crystallized across his skin. His limbs stiffened. His desperate gaze dimmed. Then with a final sigh of defiance, his eyes closed forever. His 3-meter frame detached from the viewport and drifted rigid and lifeless into the abyss. At once, one of them deactivated the shields and opened the airlock hatch. The other deployed a mechanical grappling arm, reeling Karuja into the pressurized recovery bay. Lin Yang seized an assault-grade phase laser rifle and coiled a heavy-duty restraint cable. "Let's bind this tiger first. 23 days without recruiting a single crew member. We'll sign him up now. If he fails the trial, we'll stew his tendons into medicinal wine." Huang Yueshi pulled the tiger-headed man into the pressure chamber. Lin Yang closed the outer hatch and repressurized the air. Once the air pressure in the chamber stabilized, he opened the hatch between the pressure chamber and the ship's cabin. The tiger-headed man was thus captured aboard the warship. It was the first time he saw a 3-meter-tall tiger-headed man. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. "Damn, this claw is bigger than my face. Captain, this tiger has quite a few weapons on him, and he's even equipped with a set of high-tech battle armor. Remove the armor. Remove the armor. Yueshi, keep your phase gun ready. If he wakes up and attacks me suddenly, I'll need a headshot." "Understood." Lin Yang hurriedly disassembled the tiger-headed man's gear. On his back was a tumtor-long high-powered energy cannon. Across his chest was slung a high-explosive armor-piercing energy shell with over 30 rounds. He also had a belt of high-energy explosive grenades, also over 30 rounds. Additionally, there were 2 high-energy phase pistols on his legs. The tiger-headed man's pistols were surprisingly similar in size to the assault phase guns equipped by Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi, aside from the thermal weapons. Each of his armors had a set of high-strength alloy claws. Each side had 3 claws that extended over a meter long. It was as if he were armed with 6 alloy steel blades. "This is almost armed to the teeth. You are already a strong and fierce tiger. Is this really necessary?" Lin Yang couldn't help but complain. After removing all the weapons, he took off the high-tech armor. After a flurry of work, the tiger-headed man's frozen limbs slowly regained movement, and he began to breathe again. The two quickly collaborated. Soon they had bound the tiger-headed man, securely wrapping him from head to toe like a zongzi. Then they stood by with their phase guns at the ready. At this point, Lin Yang finally had time to check the system. After just destroying the enemy ship, he had gained 100 evolution points, leaving him with a total of 150 points. Unfortunately, the items in the shop were all over 200 points. He couldn't buy anything for now. The vitality of the Sirius tiger was indeed tenacious. A few minutes later, the tiger man, Karuja, opened his eyes. "Hissa, so cold. Are you willing to accept my joining?" "Yueshi, give me the gene registration device." Gene authorization certification was a standard personnel management method for the fleet. No matter which warship, crew information was identified through genetic recognition. "Karuja, right. Are you willing to join my team?" "I am willing. I came specifically for you. You used a shuttle to eliminate 25 fighter ships from the Vulture Hunter group, which is simply unbelievable. I thought it was an exaggerated rumor, but now I believe it. Great with your physique and strength, you are the perfect fit for my security officer. Whether it works or not, let's recruit him first." Lin Yang pulled out a hair from Karuja. He immediately extracted the genetic chain information and added Karuja's name to the warship's security officer list. "You have recruited a new crew member, life energy permanently 10, Current energy, 120. Suddenly a surge of energy flowed into Lin Yang's body. He felt invigorated, his body brimming with strength. After recruiting Huang Yueshi, Lin Yang finally shook off the constant fatigue and weakness. However, when hungry or fatigued, he still felt weaker than usual. Now with the increase in life energy, all his bodily functions surpassed those of ordinary people. Even when hungry and exhausted, he wouldn't feel weak. Lin Yang twisted his neck and clenched his fists. All the bones in his body cracked. It felt as if his strength was about to burst forth. Oh, this feeling is so comfortable. Huang Yueshi looked at him in astonishment, thinking to herself, why is he suddenly so energized? Cough at him. Lin Yang cleared his throat. Security Officer Karuja, this is not directed at you, but when Ms. Deputy Huang Yueshi joined, she emptied her account, and joining the warship means no private property. What about the money in your account? Hurry and transfer it to the account. Captain, I have no money left. I spent it all at the Mars bounty dock and on the client Gus. What? You? Say that again. Lin Yang clenched his jaw tightly. Huang Yueshi quickly picked up Karuja's communicator. She opened it and flipped through. Instantly her eyes revealed a murderous look. Captain, this tiger really has no money. He still owes 2 star coins to Mars Bank for a loan. Throw him out. Hurry and throw him out. Aren't you going to drink tiger whip wine? Drink chicken feathers. Mars Bank will come to collect debts from us. Ding. Captain, you have a new message. A notification sound rang in the cabin. Lin Yang hurriedly ran to the control room to check the screen. This is Mars Bank, pleased to contact you, esteemed Mr. Lin Yang. Our client, the serious tiger man Karuja, has joined your warship. You will share the burden of a 2 star coin loan with Karuja. Please remember to make payments by the 10th of each month with a minimum payment amount. Don't throw him out yet, Yueshi. It's a message from Mars Bank. Lin Yang hurriedly ran back to the rear cabin. Huang Yueshi wore a serious expression exuding a murderous aura. Her phase gun was aimed at Karuja's eye. As soon as she fired, it would be a headshot. Karuja was scared stiff, not expecting the seemingly weak human woman to be so ruthless. Captain, he told the bank before the war that he would join us. The 2 star coin loan is just enough to cover the interest we earn in a day. If it weren't for the employer providing meals, we would starve to death. Killing him won't help, but we can sell him to the black mine or ask around in the black market if any biological company wants an alien test subject, or sell him to the interstellar circus. No, Captain, I can earn money. Let's head to the bounty dock to take in Shrank mission. Oh, we'll be able to. Bang, bang. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi each kicked Karuja. You aren't allowed to interrupt while we're talking. If we could take bounty missions, would we need to come here to move stones? We barely earn 100 star coins a day, just enough to cover your loan interest. Bang. Angry Huang Yueshi slammed her gun into Karuja's face. Lin Yang frowned tightly. After a long pause, he finally said, why not just stop paying and become pirates? No way. Oh, our firepower can't withstand the asteroid belt fleet siege, and the asteroid belt is poor and backward with no profits to be made. Mars and Blue Star are rich, but their patrol fleets are tougher. Unless we join a pirate group, but going in without a referral will only get us slaughtered as sheep. Goodness, Yueshi, you're also considering becoming a pirate. This research result is astonishing. Even if we don't become pirates, if we default on the loan, we won't be able to dock at the dock. So we've been taken advantage of by this tiger. Yes, unless we can squeeze some economic value out of him. The expressions of the two turned sinister, smirking as they scrutinized the tiger-headed man. Karuja felt a shiver run down his spine. Captain Officer, what are you planning to do? We are a team. I am your security officer. Shut up. Speak only when asked. Karuja lowered his head, trying to curl up as much as possible. Contact your family and transfer 1 million star coins to my account, or I'll let you know how popular tiger bone wine and tiger whip wine are in human society. Captain, I can contact my family, but you better not regret it. I'm not scared. Hurry up. Lin Yang put the communicator in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, Karuja obediently began to speak. Send a message to the serious royal family's shrine. Father, I am your son Karuja. I have joined the asteroid belt bounty hunter Lin Yang's warship and now need 1 million star coins, or I'll be turned into medicinal wine. Lin Yang was taken aback. Wait a minute, what are you? A prince? Yes, according to our serious tiger people's tradition, males must challenge and kill their fathers after the age of 8. I don't want to challenge, father. I just want to challenge the ignorant tradition. Say that again. How old are you? 8 years old. Is this really 8 years old? The captain said, in a family of the tiger clan, only one male baby is born. When the male baby reaches the age of 8, he will duel with his tiger father, and only after one party dies will the family bear the next male tiger baby. The number of female babies is not bound by tradition. So, does that mean most of the serious people are female tigers? Your perspective is rather unique. Indeed, male serious are scarce, but hold important positions. What about the strength of the serious people in the Milky Way? They are a level 2. 6 stellar civilization far superior to humanity's level 2. Without the constraints of the Galactic Alliance, humanity would have been annihilated long ago. The standard for a level 1 planetary civilization is the ability to fully develop and control their home planet, and to exploit resources from orbital satellites or nearby planetary bodies. This allows for space travel within the star system. Superluminal travel marks the threshold for a level 2 stellar civilization. Whether through warp speed hyperspace travel, spatial jumps, or quantum sliding, as long as one can leave their star system at superluminal speeds, they would be considered a level 2 civilization. Humanity has just reached this level, while Sirius has already attained level 2. 6, with technology at least tens of thousands of years ahead of humanity. After the shock, Lin Yang immediately donned a smile. Big Kitty, let's discuss this. Can you send another message saying it was a prank like you just did? After all, our father is very busy, and as juniors we shouldn't add to his troubles, right? Quantum communication is used in interstellar communication. Due to the peculiar nature of quantum entanglement, this communication is not bound by space and time. This means that the message sent by Karugia just now has already reached Sirius 8. 6 light years away. Goo goo goo. Karugia became proud. Of course, Captain, does this mean you accept me? What are you saying? I must accept you. You are already a part of my team. Great. Communication, send another message to the royal palace of Sirius. Father, I was just joking with you like when I was a child. Your Karugia is fine. No one dares to provoke the prince of the Tiger clan while I'm in the Orion arm. I have made new friends, although the process was quite tortuous. I like it here. Moments later, the communicator received a furious roar. Coward. You are no longer worthy to consider yourself the prince of the Sirius Tiger clan. You have been exiled, sick cat. Do not let my fleet discover you, or they will surely turn you to dust. A new prince embryo has already been grown, and he will inherit the glory of the Tiger clan in the future. Karugia felt lost, staring blankly at the communicator, his eyes hiding a hint of grievance. Ding. Captain, you have new messages. Leave Karugia alone for a moment, Yueshi. Let's go. Hey, Captain Commander, aren't you going to untie me? Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi pretended not to hear. They returned to the cockpit to check the messages. Your account has received a transfer of 1 million star coins. Money. Their eyes instantly lit up. It was from an Interstellar Trust company, accompanied by a note. Please take good care of him, thank you. Hiss. This. Captain, it seems everything Karugia said is true. Slap. Lin Yang regretted hitting his forehead. Damn my peasant thinking. If I had known, I would have asked for 100 million star coins. Huang Yueshi smiled. Captain, I believe Karugia has value to keep. Although the Sirius royal family seems to have abandoned him, they secretly sent money. With Karugia, the prince of the Tiger clan, we will receive the secret protection of the Tiger Emperor, and Karugia's combatability is not low. He is a good helper. Since he has paid the entry fee, he must stay. Lin Yang went to the aft cabin and untied Karugia. How many people know your identity as the prince of the Tiger clan? After escaping from Sirius, I only told you, and the first officer. Captain. Did you really think you escaped by your own ability? What else? Karugia is very strong. Your father let you go on purpose. Wake up, my great prince. He transferred 1 million star coins to me to take care of you. In a sense, I am now just like your father. Whatever you do in the future, you must listen to me. Father. He understands me. Karugia lowered his head in emotion. Captain, thank you for accepting me and for being willing to accompany me to achieve my ultimate goal in life. What goal, eh? To challenge the Elder Council of Sirius, to lead the Tiger Clan civilization and abolish the ignorant traditions that have harmed the Tiger Clan for thousands of years. That's quite a grand ambition. I didn't agree to it. It's okay as long as we are a whole, just like the loan I applied for on Mars. We will repay it together. You have the nerve to talk about loans. Who told you to voluntarily compensate the Martian bounty doc? It would be fine if you only compensated the doc, but why did you also compensate Gus? I did that to join quickly and gain your trust. Great intellect, now I trust you. Come on, let's check the cockpit. Karugia immediately donned the high-tech armor, equipping weapons and ammunition, while following into the cockpit, noticing the peculiar gazes of Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. He hurriedly explained with a silly smile, the Tiger Clan honors strength and power, so even while sleeping I have to carry these weapons and ammunition. I don't mind if you take them into the shower, just don't disturb our normal rest. Rest assured, Captain, I won't disturb you and First Officer Huang during your mating and reproductive activities. The Tiger Clan does not. Shut up. Lin Yang had a black line on his forehead, tilting his head in bewilderment at Karugia, truly unsure whether this tiger was straightforward or just silly. Huang Yueshi blushed fiercely, her ears nearly smoking. Gritting her teeth, she silently unbuckled her seatbelt and pulled out a necklace. She clenched the oval galaxy hard in her fist, her eyes seeming to blaze with fire as she stared at Karugia stepping closer. This aura was so overwhelming it made one struggle to breathe. Lin Yang could not help but swallow hard, quickly retreating against the wall. Yueshi, I didn't teach this tiger anything, he said it himself. Bang! Huang Yueshi threw a punch, the force far exceeding that of a professional human boxer empowered by the galaxy heart. One punch unleashed several tons of force, sending Karugia doubling over and falling to the ground, clutching his stomach. A roar. Thud. The Tiger Man was very tall and had originally been bent over in the cockpit. After taking that punch, he simply lay down and didn't get up. Why? Captain, I don't understand. You both exude the scent of hormones, which indicates that you have long been mutually attracted and have such thoughts. Why can't I say something so obvious? Thud. Before he could finish speaking, Karugia took another punch on the head from Huang Yueshi, seeing stars, as he hurriedly pretended to faint. Well, actually what Karugia said isn't without reason, I think. Shut up. Received. Lin Yang hurriedly raised his hand, not wanting to provoke the female tiger, especially the humanoid female tiger, in a state of embarrassment and rage. Captain, let's first pay off the loan from the Mars Bank, then terminate the labor contract with Trav, and finally go to the dock to buy weapons. What do you think? It would be best to have a video call with the Martian bounty hunter Gus to discuss properly. Huang Yuex's face gradually shifted from cloudy to clear. She smiled slightly. Captain, your thoughts are very thorough. Perhaps Galawa from the bounty dock can help contact Gus. Looking at Huang Yuex's gentle smile, Lin Yang became a bit distracted, comparing the earlier moment of holding the galaxy heart and beating up the tiger Karugia. The tenderness at this moment felt truly comforting. Paying off early incurs a penalty of 5000 star coins. Curse capital. Huang Yueshi instantly radiated murderous intent. Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. It's better than mortgage payments. Let's pay it all at once. After paying 250,000 star coins, Huang Yuex's fist tightened again. The Trav Space Cleaning Company says we've breached the labor contract and demands a compensation of 100 star coins. What? That old fox. We didn't go looking for him to bleed, and instead, he came to find us. Tiger, get up and get to work. Originally, Lin Yang had signed a labor contract with Trelov that stipulated payments every 7 days. After completing the work in 7 days, he could easily renew the contract. If he didn't want to continue, he could just terminate the contract with a single click without any penalty for breach. Lin Yang had examined the contract carefully at the time of signing. Now Trelov claimed he was in violation and demanded a compensation of 100 star coins. It was clear that the contract had been tampered with, a cunning scheme at play. Go to the dock and buy equipment. Let Trelov see what a legendary class fighter jet looks like. The warship of Karugia had been destroyed. There were no valuable wrecks detected at the scene. They immediately returned to God of Firestar. With only 150 evolution points left, Lin Yang needed to spend star coins at the dock to enhance his warship's combat capabilities. To deal with Trelov's Space Cleaning Company, he had to fully arm the warship. Add 6 more ion pulse cannons, 3 missile launchers, 30 high-compression energy modules, and load the Dragonfly missiles, fill them up. I can't help it, having money is just so extravagant. Lin Yang looked at the 750 star coins in his account, unable to resist the urge to splurge. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but you cannot spend on God of Firestar at this time. We regret that we cannot serve you. What? I must have misheard. No, Mr. Lin, Trelov's Space Cleaning Company has filed a lawsuit against you, and the Asteroid Belt's joint government has restricted your spending. No investigation, just a judgment. Sorry, Mr. Lin, the dock is not fully aware of the situation. After closing the communication, a layer of frost covered Lin Yang's face. It's time to show my fangs. Huang Yueshi silently removed her necklace and wrapped it around her wrist. Holding the heart of the galaxy in hand, Karugia inspected his high-power explosive energy gun and large-phase pistol one by one. The Sun and Moon warship changed direction. Heading from the dock to the labor terminal after docking, the 3 fully armed individuals exited the warship. Lin Yang held an assault-type phase gun with a phase pistol holstered at his waist. On the left was the first mate Huang Yueshi, also wielding a phase gun, white light shining through her fingers. On the right was the 3-meter-tall beastman Karugia. He held a tumter-long explosive energy gun. In the eyes of humans, that couldn't even be called a gun, it should be termed a laser explosive cannon. The 3 men approached Trelov's Space Cleaning Company with an air of menace. Lin Yang was not worried about being ambushed by bounty hunters, because in this world, bounty tasks had already been monopolized by the bounty dock. Those who did not take on tasks at the bounty dock could not earn a single penny even if they killed their targets. After Karugia's mission failed, no one from the Mars bounty dock had taken on the task. For now, he was quite safe. Is that Lin Yang? He wasn't killed by the bounty hunters on Mars. That beastman can't be a bounty hunter, can he? Who knows? Let's keep our distance. They don't seem to want to take prisoners. The pedestrians on the road hurriedly avoided them, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Dong dong dong. Lin Yang knocked on Trelov's office door. Come in. Oh, The rising star of the bounty world here to compensate me for your breach of contract. The overweight Trelov puffed on a cigar, his 5 fingers adorned with gemstone rings. Even upon seeing the 3-meter-tall beastman Karuja, he did not show much surprise. Trelov, are you trying to con me? Is this extortion? Trelov smiled cunningly. Correct. If you don't pay me 1000 star coins, don't think you can spend a single coin in the asteroid belt. The contract was modified illegally by you later. I advise you to withdraw your lawsuit and apologize to me. You're quite the idealist. It seems I need to give you a lesson in the laws of reality. Oh really? I want to see just how absurd this reality is. Lin Yang took out his communicator and sent a message to the god of Firestar Court. I am the bounty hunter Lin Yang. Trelov's accusations against me are false. The contract was modified by him later. I hope the court can reconsider and revoke my spending restrictions in the asteroid belt. Soon the court responded. Maintain the original ruling. The defendant is to compensate Trelov's company for the breach of contract. Nice, this is the end of it. Lin Yang closed the communication, a hint of murderous intent surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Do they really think I am naive? I was giving you and the law a chance. Since you don't cherish it, I will resolve this my own way. Oh ho ho, are you going to resort to violence? I should be terrified, but unfortunately I anticipated this. Virum. Trelov pressed the button in front of him. Immediately a force field barrier appeared in front of the desk, blocking Lin Yang and his 2 companions outside. At the same time, dozens of fully armed personnel rushed in from outside the office. Did you really think I cared about your 1000 star coins in compensation? I intentionally lured you into this trap. A legendary class Trident fighter jet is worth much more than $1 million. I also accepted a 500 bounty task from the Mars bounty dock. That's the real money. Trelov extinguished his cigar and waved his hand at several subordinates. Deal with them. Whoosh. Boom. Before those men could act, Karuja struck first. A shot from his explosive energy gun hit the force field shield. The high-energy beam was deflected by the shield, blasting a large hole in the wall. The power of this explosive energy gun was comparable to that of the laser cannons on ordinary light fighter jets. Bang! Huang Yueshi threw a punch enhanced by the heart of the galaxy, sending the man charging at her flying. He spat blood and died upon hitting the ground. Then the phase gun fired. The power of an ordinary laser gun was amplified several times, comparable to Karuja's laser explosive cannon. Wherever the laser went, severed limbs and broken arms flew everywhere. The walls were penetrated. Zing, zing, zing. Lin Yang dodged while counterattacking with the phase gun. He was astonished to find that his accuracy had improved several times compared to before. Every shot hit its mark, consistently taking down enemies. Yet the enemy's laser weapons failed to harm him. Just as he was puzzled, a person equipped with a personal shield charged at him. Lin Yang's 2 shots from the phase gun did not penetrate the shield. The opponent had already pounced in front of him. Get lost. Bang. He kicked out with all his might. The man was kicked over 20 meters away, crashing through the hole in the wall. Lin Yang was taken aback, then quickly understood. Although the gravity on God of Firestar was less than that on Mars, and much less than on Blue Star, he should not be able to kick an adult over 20 meters. There was only one explanation: his life energy of 120 far exceeded that of normal humans. Trelov's subordinates were not true desperados. They were all bullies who feared the strong. They thought that relying on their numbers would intimidate Lin Yang and his companions, but unexpectedly, it was they who were frightened. In less than 3 seconds of combat, over 20 of them had died. Some had gaping holes in their chests, while others had half their heads blown off. Some were blown to pieces by the explosive energy gun, each death more gruesome than the last. I only earn a few thousand star coins a month. Oh, why risk my life? A man turned and ran. The remaining few also withdrew. In the blink of an eye, only Trelov remained in the office. Wait, don't run. Trelov dared not leave the force field shield, fearing a single shot would blow his head off. He trembled, hiding behind the desk, sweating profusely. Mr. Lin, there is a misunderstanding. Please calm down. Oh, I am willing to agree to any of your requests. I still prefer your arrogant demeanor. Come on, continue to send people to attack us. I wouldn't dare. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I will retract the charges right now. Too late. I gave you a chance. Lin Yang turned and waved his hand. Yueshi enhanced Karuja's explosive cannon's firepower and see just how strong Trelov's shield really is. Kalugia set the explosive energy gun to maximum power and the energy chamber began charging. The fist-sized muzzle aimed at Tylov. A white light began to emerge from Huang Yuex's fingers. Tylov, frightened, quickly raised both hands. Although he did not know the origin of the white light, he had witnessed Huang Yueshi amplify the power of the phase gun by over 10 times. If the power of the explosive energy gun was truly enhanced, it wouldn't even need to be by 10 times. Even a slight increase would be enough to penetrate the shield. I'll go bankrupt. Bankrupt. The company will compensate you all. Zoo. Boom. Kalugia's high-powered explosive energy gun already had the power of a light warship's laser cannon. After being enhanced by Huang Yueshi with the heart of the galaxy, it boasted firepower that only heavy warships possessed. Tylov's force field shield could not withstand it at all. The shield was immediately pierced. The person evaporated in an instant. The room was blasted open with a huge hole. The massive recoil jolted Kalugia, who looked at Huang Yueshi in shock. "Commander, is this the kind of power you use to destroy my warship? Impressive." Bang. Bang. Ouch. Why are you hitting me? Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi gritted their teeth in anger, their eyes blazing with fury as they stepped closer to Kalugia, fists clenched. Cold sweat broke out on the large tiger's forehead as he stepped back in panic. What did I do wrong this time? Bang. Bang. The two struck Kalugia with another 2 punches. "You bumbling fool, can't you have a bit of coordination? Didn't you hear him say he would compensate the company? Could you at least say something before firing? Do you know how much we lost?" Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi each voiced their grievances. Kalugia was reprimanded until he staggered backward. Thud! The shaking wall was rammed by Kalugia's tiger back. The entire building was on the verge of collapsing, and the three hurriedly ran out. "Captain Commander, I am the Prince of Sirius, and I have never been interested in money since I was a child. I didn't understand what extortion was until now. I will cooperate well with you next time." "Who is extorting?" "Kalugia, don't misstate things. I was giving Tylov a chance to repent just now. Stop covering for the captain. We were planning to extort, but unfortunately this bumbling tiger messed it up." Yueshi, is it really necessary to be so direct?" Boom. The building behind them collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. A group of soldiers chased from a distance. "Drop your weapons and surrender." Lin Yang, give up the resistance immediately. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Various energy beams flew through the dust. "Captain, it's the patrol squad. Retreat. Back to the warship." The three retaliated while withdrawing to the docking bay. Suddenly, a 3-meter-high explosion-proof mecha blocked the entrance of the dock. Without a word, it fired 3 electrically charged chains toward the rapidly approaching trio. Upon seeing the 3-meter-high mecha, Kalugia suddenly became excited. He placed the explosive energy gun on his back, and with a swift motion 2 steel claws shot out from his arms. The 6 steel claws resembled 6 steel blades. He dashed forward in a flash, twisting his body, and with a snap, 3 alloy chains were severed. Kalugia's figure flickered, and he appeared before the mecha. Crack. Bang. Crackle. The steel claws pierced into the mecha, causing a shower of sparks. The 3-meter-high mecha was instantly incapacitated. Kalugia picked it up and threw it behind him. Boom. The mecha landed and exploded, blocking the pursuing soldiers. The mecha, a single soldier land combat ace, was destroyed in less than 3 seconds. The three managed to enter the dock and return to the warship. "Yueshi, you were right. Kalugia's combat power is indeed strong. He is a great help to us." Kalugia proudly said, "Captain, my mind is actually quite strong too, but I have had too little social experience. Next time, whether it's extortion or blackmail, I won't mess it up again." "Just shut up. We are the good guys preparing for air combat." "Okay, Captain, I am responsible for missile launch." We don't have missiles. What can I help with?" "Just shutting up is a help." "Yes." Due to the ruckus at the labor dock, the Zhaoshan Star Patrol Squad had already listed them as dangerous criminals. A patrol fleet consisting of 2 heavy, 5 medium, and 13 light fighter ships was flying toward them. Lin Yang immediately entered deep symbiotic mode. He transferred his consciousness to the Trident light fighter. "Captain, the opponent has refused our communication. Then let's take out this fleet and make the Zhaoshan Star government contact us proactively." The Trident light fighter had dual shields. Although it only had 2 ion pulse cannons, Huang Yueshi could amplify their power by over 10 times. It was equipped with the Qilin-type pulse engine and the Wild Buffalo-type booster energy adapter, allowing it to reach a maximum speed of 40 Mach. Under Lin Yang's command, its agility surpassed that of a fish in water. The Zhaoshan Star Patrol fleet was quite sizable. However, the warships they piloted were outdated models retired from the Blue Star or Mars fleets. In terms of combat coordination, the patrol squad spent their days drinking tea, chatting, and going through the motions before clocking out. They hadn't left the Zhaoshan Star space region in over a decade and had never encountered space pirates, resulting in a lack of practical combat experience. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi had experienced several life-and-death battles. Their tacit understanding had reached a point where they knew what the other wanted to do without needing to speak. Thus, in comparison, the 20 warships were merely live targets. In just 5 minutes, the Trident light fighter broke through the encirclement. "You have destroyed 2 double-handed sword heavy fighter ships evolution points, 805 scimitar medium fighter ships evolution points, 1000, 13 razor light fighter ships evolution points, 1300, current evolution points, 3250. Challenge task minor achievements completion 46, you have gained evolution points." Lin Yang immediately refreshed the evolution mall. Host luck is off the charts, refreshing to a legendary level item. Fire Dragon X-type particle cannon priced at 2,000 evolution points. Evolution cost 500 evolution points. Time required 50 minutes, so damn expensive. System, don't take advantage of the situation. Rest assured, host, the store prices have long been set by a higher dimensional divine civilization. If this system could intervene, I would definitely let you get it for free. The particle cannon is a long-range energy weapon that only heavy bombers or large escort ships can equip. The Fire Dragon X-type is even a legend among cannons. Considering the battles they might face next, Lin Yang gritted his teeth and directly purchased and evolved it. He installed the particle cannon in the main cannon position while the original ion pulse cannon was placed in the auxiliary position. After the evolution was complete, the warship would possess 1 main and 2 auxiliary 3 energy cannons. Captain, they indeed sent a message. We just contacted them proactively to clarify the situation and resolve the misunderstanding, but they didn't give us a chance and wanted to kill us right away. Now that they realize they can't, they want to reach out to us. Let's ignore them for a while. Huang Yueshi immediately rejected the communication. Seconds later, another message was sent and also rejected. A third communication request arrived. Only then did Huang Yueshi open the communication. On the other side was a middle-aged man dressed in a fleet officer's uniform. He was Major General Nelson, commander of the Zhaoshan Star Fleet. His anger was barely contained, his face dark and eyes wide in fury. Lin Yang, you have violated the laws of the asteroid belt. Surrender immediately, hand over the fighter jet you are piloting, and pay a fine of 20 million star coins, or you will be listed as a level wanted criminal in the asteroid belt. Those who wrong me know better than I do how wronged I am. You know the cause of this conflict, but only consider the prestige of the Zhaoshan Star government without taking the fairness of the law into account. Regrettably, we cannot comply, Commander. Think carefully. If you return to serve and pay the fine now, you can still strive for a reduced sentence. If you persist in your stubbornness, you will face the siege of the asteroid belt joint fleet unless you never return to the asteroid belt. I couldn't recruit crew members in the asteroid belt anyway, nor could I accept bounty missions. Do you think I have any attachment to this poor place? Bye-bye. Just as he closed the communication and prepared to leave, Huang Yueshi received another message. Captain, it's an encrypted voice message. Open it and listen. Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang, Mr. Tiger, I am Ni Ziwen, a doctor of the Miners Resistance. I have an S-level bounty mission I would like to entrust to you. Captain, should we accept it? Ask her about the mission's specific coordinates and timing. If it really is an S-level mission, we must accept it. Lin Yang was preparing to leave the asteroid belt. The underlying reason was not the fear of the joint fleet's encirclement, but rather the inability to reach and Shrank bounty mission. Without it, he could not complete the 4th part of the main quest, the Shrank commission. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, he was naturally intrigued. Huang Yueshi, what mission? Ni Ziwen, intercept the transport fleet in the asteroid belt and seize 3,000 oxygen machines. Huang Yueshi, what's the reward? Coordinates and time. Ni Ziwen, after completion, I will pay 1 million star coins. The interception coordinates are Y3690, Y1124, X7055, and the time is 47 hours later. Huang Yueshi, how can you prove your authenticity? Ni Ziwen, just come to coordinates Y3499, Y1001, AX6211, and you will see. Don't worry, our combat power is not even comparable to the patrol team. We pose no threat to you. The captain said the coordinates she provided are not on the route. There are no records of asteroids or space stations there. It's a barren area, an hour's journey from us. Lin Yang pondered. In an hour, the legendary Fire Dragon type particle cannon would be fully evolved. Even if there were an ambush by the Zao God fleet there, he could still engage in a fierce battle and return victorious. There was nothing to worry about. It would be best if there truly was a protective fleet of the Zao God. It would allow him to quickly destroy 100 warships and complete the challenge task with some achievements. Go at maximum speed to take a look. Karuja, keep an eye on the radar. The sun and moon immediately changed direction, heading towards the coordinates at a maximum speed of 40 Mach. 50 minutes later, a sudden burst of white light emitted from the battleship's exterior. This startled the Tiger Man. Karuja. Enemy detected. How did the radar not pick it up? Captain, the enemy is attacking, be careful. However, Lin Yang leisurely stretched. Huang Yueshi glanced at Karuja lightly. It's rare to see someone so surprised. Our combat power has stepped up another level. What do you mean? Just look at the control panel. Karuja opened the control panel screen and his eyes widened in shock. What's going on? The Fire Dragon type particle cannon. It seems to be a legendary main battle cannon of the human fleet, a close combat weapon with immense power. Captain, how could it be here? We humans have an old saying, it's rare to be confused. You should just know that the combat power of the sun and moon has increased. Don't ask so much. Knowing too much is not good. It will lead to disaster. Karuja tilted his head and thought for a moment, fully agreeing with Lin Yang and Huang Yuex's words. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Indeed, the sun and moon under the captain and the galaxy heart of the first officer both hide great secrets. If this information leaks out, it will surely attract the plunder of other civilizations. We three all have secrets, and maintaining a suitable distance is the way to coexist." After a moment, Karuja suddenly started to complain. "Wait a minute, you both know my secret. As a prince of the Tiger Man tribe from Sirius, I was exiled for challenging a tradition that has lasted for 20,000 years. I might have already been hunted by the elders of Sirius. I have no secrets in front of you two, yet you both do. This is unfair. Stretch out your claws," Lin Yang said lightly. "I've stretched them out, Captain. What do you want to do? Let's see if your 5 fingers are of equal length. They are not the same. Some are long and some are short. My claws evolved like this because of the needs of life. Isn't that just right?" Lin Yang smiled slightly and walked in front of Karuja. "If you want absolute fairness, then all 5 fingers should be of the same length. But if you want to live normally, then they will be of different lengths. Now I ask you, do you want life or fairness?" "Fairness," Karuja asked tentatively. "Yueshi, throw him out." "Life. The captain wants me to live." Karuja hurriedly raised both hands. "I want to live and have friends. I've realized, Captain, that humans understand philosophy the best. Haha, I like you smart, big golden tabby cats. When the time is right, all secrets will be shared with you." Captain, I won't complain anymore." Huang Yueshi, the first officer, found it amusing. This Lin Yang really had the big tiger under control. A few minutes later, Karuja detected an anomaly on the radar. "Captain, there is a slight gravitational distortion phenomenon 50 kilometers ahead, but the radar did not scan any objects. There is likely a concealment phenomenon." Yueshi sent a message to Nizuan. "If there's no reply, lock the particle cannon onto the gravitational distortion area 50 kilometers away." As soon as he finished speaking, the communicator beeped. "Captain," she sent a message voluntarily. "Connect." On the other end of the video was a woman in her 30s. She had a graceful demeanor and an upright appearance, giving off a warm feeling. "Welcome to your arrival. I am Nizuan. Please continue sailing to the coordinates and enter the resistance base as directed by the cursor." "This is the resistance base." "Yes, we have shielded a 30-kilometer diameter asteroid. See you at the dock, Mr. Lin." Upon reaching the point of slight gravitational distortion, they indeed discovered a few weak white markers. Following the markers' guidance, Lin Yang piloted the battleship into a force field barrier. Suddenly, an asteroid appeared before them, hollowed out and transformed into a space station with a diameter of 30 kilometers. Around the space station, there were 8 shield generators concealing this place. After the battleship docked, Lin Yang and the others saw Nizuan coming to greet them. Following her were a few individuals whose physical conditions seemed quite abnormal. Upon seeing them clearly after exiting the battleship, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Nizuan was a woman of dignified appearance, but the people behind her were all deformed. Some had underdeveloped arms and were awkwardly tilted. Some had distorted features with cleft lips and ears leaning on crutches. Others tilted their heads hunched over with a large bulge protruding from their backs. "Mr. Lin, I'm so glad to see you. These are the leaders of the resistance. Let me introduce you to everyone." Through Nizuan's introduction, Lin Yang and the others learned that underground in the asteroids of Vestazeo, Wisdom and Marriage live the descendants of pioneer miners. The population numbers in the millions, all of whom without exception have varying degrees of deformities. The pioneer miners came to the asteroid belt 500 years ago to mine, contributing their lives to the development of human civilization. However, their descendants now live underground with insufficient oxygen. After hundreds of years of propagation, the hypoxic environment has led to increasingly severe deformities. The United Asteroid Government controls the distribution of oxygen underground. Recently, Lin Yang has become a hot figure in the asteroid belt. The resistance learned of his rebellion at the labor dock, where he annihilated a patrol team and thus sought his help to intercept the transport fleet and seize the oxygen machines. After obtaining the oxygen machines, the resistance could secretly transport them to the underground living areas of various asteroids, thereby improving the living environment. Nizuan is not from the asteroid belt. She hails from the highly developed blue star. However, to save the descendants of the miners in the asteroid belt, she joined the resistance 5 years ago and has been dedicated to treating the descendants of miners. After hearing these accounts and viewing various materials within the base, upon encountering one deformed miner descendant after another, Lin Yang's heart was already ablaze. He had never liked the United Asteroid Government. Now he found it even more intolerable. "Dr. Ni, is your information about the transport fleet reliable?" "The transport company has our undercover agents. The information is very reliable. 3 Camel-class medium cargo ships, 5 Scimitar-class medium fighter jets, and 15 Razor-class light fighters are providing escort. The 3,000 oxygen machines were originally meant to be sold at a high price to the underground miners. Do the underground miners have the money to buy them? No, they will be deducted from their wages. Once these oxygen machines are put into use, the miners will have no time to rest for the next 30 years. Then aren't you worried about being discovered while secretly transporting them? War is inevitable. We cannot give up resistance out of fear of punishment. The miners have nothing left to lose. This interception of the cargo ship is our voice of protest. Well said. We accept this strength commission. If one dares not resist out of fear of punishment, then one shall remain forever the fish upon the chopping block. Having confirmed the authenticity of this class assignment, the next step was preparation for battle. The resistance base possessed only a dozen or so warships, converted from mining vessels and freighters. They stood no chance against the asteroid belt combined fleet. Moreover, the base held no stockpile of missile-based weaponry. The only resources that could aid Lin Yang were energy cells and food supplies. Our energy reserves are sufficient. Send more rations instead. I've got a voracious eater aboard. Karuja consumed 10 times the daily ration of an ordinary human. Their existing provisions were nearly exhausted. The base immediately delivered 20 crates of stellar citizen rations, 50 packets per crate. Enough to last them a full month. Before departure, Lin Yang teased, "Anyone willing to join my warship? I'm desperately short on crew. I'm afraid we must disappoint you for now, Mr. Lin. The resistance is stretched impossibly thin. Then we'll speak again upon our return. Await our victory." A 7-hour voyage brought them near the designated freighter ambush zone. There they concealed themselves behind a 100-meter asteroid 50 kilometers away. Engines and primary systems were powered down. Only radar communications and life support remained active. What followed was a rotating watch, waiting. One crew member stood watch while the others rested in their quarters. 3 compact living compartments aboard the vessel accommodated the trio perfectly. Time slipped by unnoticed. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi were jolted awake by Karuja. "Captain, transport fleet detected. Size matches DR. NIZU's description. Distance 10,000 kilometers. We're en route to the bridge. Karuja, prepare for combat." 20 outdated warships posed no challenge whatsoever to Lin Yang. The engagement concluded within 5 minutes. 3 transport vessels froze in place, paralyzed with terror. Wreckage scattered wildly across the void. You have destroyed 5 Quandao medium interceptors, 200 evolution points, and 15 Razor Light interceptors, 300 evolution points. Current evolution points, 5250. Challenge mission modest, victory completion 66. Yueshi, order the freighters to lower shields. Scan cargo and energy modules. 3,000 oxygen generators remain intact. According to my calculations, their energy modules exceed what's needed to unload cargo and return to Vesta by 200 units. Why calculate surplus energy? Huang Yueshi cast Lin Yang a calm, knowing glance. Must I spell it out for you, Captain? As you'd say, its thieves never leave empty-handed. All surplus energy modules belong to us. No need to phrase it so harshly. I merely granted them a merciful reprieve, a chance to part with wealth rather than lives. Call it what you like. 200 energy units will cover a round trip to Mars. 10 minutes later, 3 freighters obediently ejected 200 high-compression energy modules at the cargo bay hatch. Huang Yueshi maneuvered the mechanical arm to retrieve them into the hold. Karuja hauled each unit into the energy chamber. Lin Yang reclined leisurely in the command chair. Eyes closed, he browsed the evolution marketplace. Oxen B-class, Tractor Beam, Porcupine D-class, Missile Launch Platform, Bamboo Grove, Bird D-class, Dual Array. Huang Yueshi had long grown accustomed to his quiet mutterings. Pressed for time, they scavenged no wreckage. Once the 200 energy units were secured, they transmitted an unloading coordinate to the freighters. The freighters were ordered to accelerate at maximum thrust. The coordinate pointed not to the resistance base, but to a designated drop zone. A 4-hour voyage lay ahead. Lin Yang set the warship to auto-evolve en route. He programmed the course and maintained surveillance over the freighters. Vesta Combined Fleet Command. Commander, the oxygen generator convoy has been hijacked, the entire escort force annihilated. Which pirate syndicate carried this out? Not a syndicate, Lin Yang. The same man who escaped 2 days ago. Has he joined a pirate faction? No. Pirates pay bonds to operate within the asteroid belt. They're pragmatic. None would risk sheltering Lin Yang. The escort's final transmission showed only a single warship on site. Slam. Commander Nelson slammed his fist onto the table. The authority of the asteroid belt combined fleet cannot be defied. If Lin Yang lives, pirates will emulate his defiance. Dispatch Vesta's main fleet. Hunt him down. Leave no survivors. At that moment, a message flashed onto the command console. Commander, the Resistance has sent us a communique. They claim responsibility for the convoy raid and demand improved welfare conditions for subterranean miners plus An aging officer waved dismissively at the junior officer relaying the report. Ignore it. Minor uprisings are historical internal contradictions. Lower atmospheric oxygen by another 0.5%, they'll fall silent. Our priority remains eliminating Lin Yang and his cohort. Their defiance threatens the very legitimacy of our regime. 3 hours later, Karuja flagged an anomaly on the radar display. Captain, a fleet approaches from Vesta. Flagship Orca-class strategic escort. Accompanying vessels 10 Mountain Cleaver heavy bombers, 22 Edged Sword heavy interceptors, 50 Quandao medium interceptors, and 80 Razor light interceptors. Distance 10,000 kilometers. They're certainly investing heavily. Over 3,000 oxygen generators, or over us. Huang Yueshi replied coolly. If it were only about the generators, the original convoy escort wouldn't have been limited to just 20 ships. Looks like we've become celebrities of the asteroid belt. For decades, we're the only ones bold enough to engage the combined fleet Heaton. Perhaps they deem regime prestige worth more than oxygen generators. Then let's trample that fragile pride beneath our feet. Yueshi, Karuja, prepare for battle. Huang Yueshi glanced at Lin Yang. She'd almost suggested retreat. But when Lin Yang declared his intent to meet the enemy Heaton, she offered no further protest. Instead, she bowed, her head hand pressed gently over the galaxy heart embedded in her chest, offering silent prayers. Learning they faced a colossal armada of 161 warships, including the Orca-class strategic escort, a starfaring Leviathan over 500 meters long, whose firepower and armor dwarfed any short-range light warship. Karuja's tiger-like eyes blazed with fierce, radiant light. Ha ha ha. Captain, this is precisely why I swore allegiance to you. To fight overwhelming odds, to defy superior strength without flinching. This is the highest creed of our tiger folk. Battle, honor, and glorious death. Ah, roar. Only battle and honor. Death belongs to them. Let the hunt begin. Lin Yang fastened his restraints and closed his eyes. Instantly, he sank into deep consciousness symbiosis, the seamless unity of pilot and vessel. The Ryu, a Sanlingxi-class light interceptor, swung about and surged toward the Vesta main fleet. Within moments of engagement, 2 Razor light interceptors exploded. The Ryu in turn absorbed a direct hit from an ion cannon. Fortunately, its dual-layer shield held firm, no hull damage incurred. Captain, this fleet differs markedly from patrol vessels. Their combat proficiency is exceptional. I see it clearly. These are seasoned soldiers. Stay sharp. Don't forget, we still hold our trump card. G. Boom. Boom. Beams of raw energy pulse lasers and missiles crisscrossed the void. The eternal blackness of space erupted in violent strobing illumination, warships detonating one after another. The Ryu found itself encircled by over 100 warships. Even with consciousness symbiosis, pilot and vessel as one, it could not withstand such saturation assault. Soon it sustained repeated hits. Captain, shields at 30%. Should we fire the main battery? No, reserve it for the strategic escort. How long until firing range? 500 kilometers. Good. Destroy 12 more vessels, then close in on the flagship. Let them witness the particle cannon, enhanced over a dozenfold in destructive yield. Congratulations, host. You have completed challenge task 4 modest victories. Evolution points 5000. Challenge task V has been updated. Press the advantage. Destroy the main fleet of Zaoshan Star. Evolution points 8000. Current evolution points 13800. Exceeding the threshold of 500, enabling 10 consecutive refreshes of the evolution marketplace, guaranteeing 1 legendary tier item. System, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Optimal progression requires strategic synergy between standard and high-tier upgrades. Relying solely on elite evolutions, without transitional components like low-grade ion pulse cannons and energy adapters, would leave you piloting nothing more than a small shuttle even now. After 12 enemy vessels exploded, Lin Yang had finally destroyed 100 warships in total. The Ryu itself sustained damage. Captain, the port shield is offline. Starboard shield stands at only 15%. One more hit, and our shielding will collapse entirely. Karuja reported battle damage while repairing the engine reflux valve. Karuja, keep repairing. Yushi, prepare the particle cannon. The Ryu darted through space like an eel slipping through silt, accelerating full throttle toward the heavy frigate. Inside the bridge of the Orca-class strategic frigate fleet, Commander Derek's face flushed in ashen purple with rage. Incompetence. A pack of drunken fools who'd rather drown their days in barrooms than command a ship. General, Admiral Nelson demands a live feed of the battle. Inform the Admiral that communications are severely degraded. Live transmission is impossible. If this footage leaks, the entire fleet leadership will be purged. General, Lin Yang is charging straight toward us. Admirable courage, but lamentable intellect. Lock target with the phase cannon. Fire the moment he enters range. Derek settled back into his command chair with studied nonchalance, lifted a cup of blue planet-sourced black tea to his lips, and gazed with undisguised contempt. His eyes fixed upon the tri-blade light interceptor, dodging and weaving across the main view screen. As a cold, mocking smile curled his lips, he sneered inwardly. To believe a legendary tier interceptor grants invincibility, ignorant of the chasm between interstellar capital ships and near-orbit fighters, is sheer naivety. Were he my subordinate, his future would gleam bright. Alas, he shall vanish into the void, a fleeting spark extinguished before dawn. The scene shifted. Huang Yushi's galactic heart pendant blazed with incandescent white light. Captain, the frigate's phase cannon has locked onto us. We're within firing range. Fire the particle cannon. Full yield. Maximum impact. Pew. Boom. The Orca-class strategic frigate unleashed its main battery, a crimson phase beam 10 meters in diameter searing through vacuum. Simultaneously, the reused tri-blade interceptor discharged its own weapon, a colossal sphere of high-energy particles 100 meters wide, blazing with golden radiance. Its brilliance flooded the battlefield for hundreds of kilometers. Its velocity approached light speed, leaving no time for reaction. The particle beam collided head-on with the phase cannon's energy stream and annihilated it utterly. Unchecked, it slammed into the Orca-class frigate. Crack, crack, crack. Thud. The 500-meter vessel tumbled violently mid-orbit, flipping halfway over. Hundreds of crewmen were hurled from their stations, unable to rise. Explosions erupted throughout the hull. Fire and thick, acrid smoke billowed down corridors. General Derek plummeted from his command chair, crashing hard onto the helmsman's console. Scalding tea splashed across his face. Stunned, he froze, mind blank, senses reeling. General, the shields are breached. Engine integrity at 80%. Hull damage at 15%. Multiple decks are ablaze. Initiate warp evasion, now. Sir, you've forgotten the warp drive was stripped by the Martian polity during procurement. We possess only conventional pulse engines. Get out of my way. Enraged, Derek shoved the helmsman aside and seized the controls himself, frantically maneuvering the crippled frigate away from the battlefield. The smoking flagship fled. The remaining 100-odd vessels abandoned combat without hesitation, following suit in panicked retreat. Lin Yang did not pursue. Not out of mercy, but mutual fear, two frail reeds trembling before each other. I'm on a tight delivery schedule. Today I'll spare your lives. But if we meet again, expect no quarter. Return to the asteroid belt polity and tell them plainly this was their doing, not mine. Having delivered his ultimatum, Lin Yang exhaled deeply. Karugia, how long until power is restored? The particle cannon overcharged the energy adapter. Repairs will take 5 hours. Let the Resistance dispatch personnel here to collect the cargo. We're immobile for that duration. And the shields, once the deflector frequency modulator is replaced, full restoration will require 20 minutes. Prioritize shield repair. I'll handle power systems. You should contact DR, an eye of the Resistance. Have them prepare for unloading. Having issued all orders, Lin Yang reclined into his pilot's seat, closed his eyes, and opened the system marketplace. Captain, aren't you going to lend a hand? My frame is simply too large to squeeze into those access conduits, Huang Yushi replied wryly. You know well enough how battle-fatigued our captain becomes. Don't you recall last night? Yushi, don't mock me like that. You think I'm that weak? Last night. Silence. Yes, ma'am, right away. Lin Yang flashed a strained apologetic grin. Congratulations. Your extraordinary fortune has yielded a legendary tier acquisition. Even you call it extraordinary fortune. Please, this was a 10-pull expenditure of 5000 evolution points. Other transmigrators receive starter gift packs, including free 10 pulls. And you, just one word, stingy. Host, technically that was 2 characters. In this highly advanced era of interstellar exploration, your knowledge base remains critically deficient, your cognition outdated, and your numeracy questionable. This system has already extended maximum support. Cease complaining and evolve your vessel. The newly acquired legendary tier item was the wide-eared Bat Z-series radar, the pinnacle iteration of its lineage. Scanning range expanded from 10,000 to 100,000 kilometers. Resolution improved manifold, though its power draw surged several-fold beyond the L-series counterpart. This? Lin Yang hesitated, then gritted his teeth and purchased it immediately. System, I'm pulling another 10 pull. If no legendary tier energy core appears, we both face oblivion. The Zao Shin Star fleet will return. Congratulations. Your extraordinary fortune has yielded a legendary tier energy core. So much for your innocent system. Got caught red-handed, haven't you? Cheating scoundrel. Damn you. The system remained implacably silent, neither defending nor responding. Fortunately, the Qilin X-series energy adapter offered modest solace. Its storage capacity exceeded that of the Wild Water Buffalo D series by 50-fold. It could accommodate 500 high-density energy modules simultaneously. Power output increased tenfold and sustained 150 overload capacity for 48 hours. Upon purchase, Lin Yang's evolution points dwindled to 50, insufficient for further upgrades. He instantly recycled the damaged Wild Water Buffalo D-Series energy adapter and the wide-eared Bat L-Series radar. He barely scraped together 100 evolution points. We'll regain propulsion in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Captain, where's our radar? It'll come back online 20 minutes after propulsion resumes. Huang Yushi's brow furrowed faintly. Captain, I won't pry into your hidden reserves, but you must plan ahead. Don't leave us three staring helplessly into the abyss waiting to die. Rest assured, I estimate the Zhao Shinstar fleet won't reappear within 2 hours. At Zhao Shinstar's fleet command, a disheveled General Derek delivered his battle report via holographic link. A particle cannon of such magnitude, neither Mars nor Blue Planet possesses the technology to mount it on a light interceptor. Only Sirius-derived tech, deployed by the wolf-human race, could achieve this. Bang! Admiral Nelson slammed his fist onto the command table. File an immediate formal protest with the Galactic Interstellar Alliance, a high civilization entity. The Sirius wolf-human clan has violated interstellar law by interfering in the internal affairs of a lower-tier civilization, the human polities of the solar system. Demand accountability now. Congratulations, host. Main quest for S-ranked commission completed. Evolution points 500. Current evolution points 500. Main quest updated VC it through to the end. Collaborate with the minor resistance to deliver 3,000 oxygen generators into the underground miners' residential zone and ensure their stable operation. Evolution points 2,000. Dr. Ni Ziwin personally leads the resistance fleet to rendezvous. Transfer the 3,000 oxygen generators onto the mining vessels. 3 cargo ships depart in profound gratitude. Lin Yang has now completed part 4 of the main quest. He then initiates a comlink with Dr. Ni Ziwin. Dr. Ni, my portion of the S-ranked commission is complete. Where is the on a million star credit payment? Thank you all for your extraordinary efforts, Mr. Lin, Miss Huang, and Mr. Karuja the Tiger Man. Please dock your warship with the lead mining vessel. I shall deliver the payment immediately. My warship's propulsion remains under repair. Auxiliary power sustains only life support systems. Docking is impossible. Please transfer the funds electronically. Then please open your airlock. I'll deliver the payment in my EVA suit. Yushi, open the airlock. Dr. Ni is surely bringing the stellar banking encryption key. The airlock opens. Hundreds of meters away, the mining vessel also depressurizes its hatch. Dr. Ni Ziwin, clad in an extravehicular activity suit, gently adjusts her jet thrusters and glides slowly toward the Ryu. Behind her, over a dozen mining vessels withdraw from the vicinity. Why are the mining vessels leaving? What does Dr. Ni intend to do? Let's receive it first. This doesn't appear to be the encryption key. Let's see precisely how she intends to pay 1 million star credits. A moment later, Dr. Ni enters the fighter's airlock chamber. The outer hatch seals shut, the atmospheric pressure is restored. Once equilibrium is achieved, the inner hatch opens. Dr. Ni Ziwin steps out of the airlock. Removing her helmet, she smiles calmly. Mr. Lin, I am the payment. I am an S-ranked fugitive under warrant by the Blue Planet government. There's no need to collect bounties at mercenary ports. You simply return me to Blue Planet or Mars and hand me over to the military. That single act secures your on a million star credit reward. This isn't quite honorable, Dr. Ni. Why didn't you disclose this earlier? I apologize, Mr. Lin. The minor resistance possesses no funds. I am its sole valuable asset, a fugitive whose capture yields immense bounty. I regret concealing this from you beforehand. Why has the Blue Planet government placed a bounty on you? I was once a bioscientist, head of the Gene Optimization Division for the New Humanity Project. Shortly after the project commenced, I discovered that artificial gene optimization entailed far greater perils than benefits. I voiced dissent before the High Council and published a paper declaring the New Humanity Project a fatal poison, a slow suicide. Before arrest, I fled Blue Planet. Your paper likely never saw publication. Correct. Every network suppressed it. I was branded humanity's enemy, the foe of collective evolution, and spent 5 years in exile before reaching the asteroid belt. The so-called New Humanity Project was jointly proposed 10 years ago by the Blue Planet and Mars governments to rapidly close the gap with advanced civilizations, Sirius, Rigel, and Pegasus. Human civilization resolved to employ genetic screening and optimization to cultivate flawlessly engineered offspring. These theoretically perfect beings are designated the New Humanity. By contrast, baseline humans and all subsequent generations born naturally, without genetic optimization, are collectively termed the Old Humanity. The new humanity bears the future of civilization. It represents the solar system's most ambitious genetic endeavor. Lin Yang could never have imagined that Dr. Ni Ziwen stood at the helm of the Gene Optimization Division, undisputedly among the finest bioscientists alive. He shared her profound skepticism regarding artificial gene intervention disrupting natural evolution. Ni Ziwen had repeatedly risked her life rescuing wretched miners. For years, she operated clandestine clinics across multiple sectors, saving countless lives. Now she surrendered herself utterly to honor her word. Such unwavering fidelity struck Lin Yang as priceless, a treasure he would not relinquish. Dr. Ni, having voluntarily entered my warship as a captive, your fate now rests entirely in my hands. As you wish, Mr. Lin, no moral burden need weigh upon you. Should you fear my escape, merely execute me and deliver my body. The reward remains intact. Very well, I shall accept without hesitation. Lin Yang turns and strides toward the bridge. Karuja panics and lunges forward, arm outstretched to block him. No, Captain. Dr. Ni is visionary and noble. 2 millennia ago, Sirius performed identical gene interventions, a catastrophic error that poisoned generations. Step aside, you fool. What's all this fuss about? Captain, it's just 1 million star credits. Let Dr. Ni go. I'll cover it. Oh, you can pay a. Huang Yueshi, who'd been observing idly, now leans in with interest. Karuja, can your father still fund such sums? This time, 10 million star credits. Lin Yang's eyes blaze with sudden brilliance. Yes, 10 million. Or else I'll brew you into medicinal wine. 10 million. I'll repay it gradually, over 3 centuries if necessary. Do you think I'll live 3 centuries? Humans aren't long-lived like tiger folk. Enough. You're wasting time. Lin Yang nearly draws his sidearm in exasperation. Huang Yueshi interjects coolly, begin with 1 million. 10 million is excessive. Your emperor may lack the means. He won't pay even the 1 million. My father has already implanted new royal embryos. I mean, I'd work off the debt myself, slowly over time. Silence. You truly obstruct progress. Clang. Lin Yang leaps up and raps Karuja sharply on the skull. He then retrieves a genetic registry device from the bridge. Witnessing this, Karuja exhales deeply in relief. He chuckles nervously. Scared me half to death. I knew it. Though decisive against enemies, captain and first officer never harm allies. Foolish tiger, your synchronicity needs refinement. Train until you anticipate his intent from a single glance. I'll strive for it. Dr. Ni Ziwen, awaiting her fate, stands bewildered. What exactly are you doing? You belong to me now. Lin Yang grins wickedly, grasps her hand, and presses it firmly onto the genetic registry. After data extraction, he adds her name to the ship's medical officer roster. Boom. Lin Yang feels a surge of energy flood his body. His limbs and meridians brim with vitality. His hearing and vision sharpen instantly. His stamina surges. New crew member recruited, life force permanently increased by 10. Current life force 130. Welcome aboard, Dr. Ni Ziwen. From this moment onward, you are a member of the Ryu. Well done. Lin Yang murmurs, his aura now deeper, more commanding. Dr. Ni Ziwen stands frozen, stunned. Mr. Lin Yu. Big sister and I. Miss Huang seizes Dr. Ni's arm. At last, I have a female companion. We have 2 vacant staterooms. Choose whichever pleases you. But tonight, let's share quarters, shall we? Truly, you won't claim the 1 million. You. Lin Yang waves his hand, lightly smiling. A peerless biogeneticist, devoted to 1 million suffering miners, willing to sacrifice herself to uphold her word. Such a person is worth infinitely more than 1 million, or even 1 billion. I would never trade her away. Dr. Ni, our identities are all extraordinary, each more astonishing than the last. I am an exiled prince of the Sirius tiger folk. Captain and first officer hail from unknown origins, yet dare challenge the asteroid belt regime, and you, an S-rank fugitive of solar system civilization. What a legendary crew we are. Crew, not gang. In human parlance, gang carries pejorative connotations. Yes, Captain, we are a legendary criminal crew. Fine, say what you like. Ziwen, let Yueshi escort you to choose your quarters. Dr. Ni Ziwen's eyes glisten. Tears spill down her cheeks. Captain, thank you. No thanks needed. We're family now. I should have confessed sooner. It's not too late. I'll send word to the miners shortly. Lin Yang always sees things through, from beginning to end. Those 3,000 oxygen generators will be deployed, and they will function flawlessly. Ni Ziwen was stunned by Lin Yang's commanding presence. After a moment of silence, she bowed deeply. Captain, on behalf of over 7 million miners, I thank you for your aid. Please contact the resistance immediately. Their leaders plan a suicide assault against the asteroid polity upon my departure. Hurry. You should send the message to the resistance. Lin Yang couldn't help but mutter. Those leaders are utterly reckless. What happens to the resistance if they're all dead? They have only a few years left to live. Born with congenital deformities and having spent their entire lives underground in chronically oxygen-deprived environments, their average lifespan does not exceed 40. So they'd choose to die alongside you. We had no idea your character was so noble. That's truly disheartening, Ziwen. Do I really look like a remorseless killer? Indeed. Karuja nodded eagerly beside him. Thud. Lin Yang punched Karuja square in the jaw. N.I. Ziwen offered a faint apologetic smile. Captain, you strike us as decisive and unflinching. Lin Yang then opened the comms channel. Cancel the suicide operation. DR. And I will not die. When the leaders saw N.I. Ziwen, unharmed and unscathed, their faces lit up with astonishment. Mr. Lin, what exactly has transpired? Will you return DR? And I to us? Firstly, DR, N.I. Ziwen is now my ship physician, not yours. Secondly, we will assist in deploying oxygen generators. And thirdly, discard your petty schemes. Piloting obsolete mining vessels into a suicide assault against the asteroid polity is nothing short of senile self-immolation. You won't even reach the asteroid belt before being obliterated into cosmic dust. This we, N.I. Ziwen smiled gently. Gentlemen, my captain has pledged full support for oxygen generator deployment, and I am in no danger. There is no need for any of you to sacrifice yourselves. Yes, Doctor, you're right. But without delivering a decisive blow to the asteroid polity miners, living conditions will never improve. The oxygen generators may well be confiscated within days. Indeed, Doctor, we've long been living on borrowed time. For millions of our fellow miners, we willingly embrace death. N.I. Ziwen shook her head. Listen to what my captain says. I forbid your martyrdom. Your so-called decisive blow would barely register as an itch to the asteroid belt concordance. Cease this interference. I am now pursuing the Vesta main fleet. I expect you to distribute the oxygen generators immediately. Do not delay my return for deployment. This is an order. Do you understand? Ah, yes. Mr. Lin, we'll begin distribution at once. The transmission ended. N.I. Ziwen gazed at Lin Yang with quiet reverence. It seems the asteroid miners have finally found their true leader. Captain, when will the new power source be ready? If we delay much longer, the Vesta fleet may already have returned to base. 5. What? 4. Huh. 3, 2, 1. Lin Yang counted down with calm amusement. Chiling's class energy core is now online. Karuja, proceed to the power chamber and load it. The Ryu warship shuddered slightly. The Chilinx energy adapter had completed its evolutionary integration, fully compatible and flawlessly optimized. When Karuja entered the power chamber, he froze in disbelief. The former Yushwiniad class adapter had been a cylindrical unit, 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter tall. The Chilinx adapter now measured 5 meters in both diameter and height. It could hold 500 high-compression energy modules at once. The original power chamber occupied only the lower deck. The new core pierced straight through both upper and lower decks. The chamber itself had been transformed, a soaring 9-meter-high cavernous space. Karuja circled the Chilinx core, inspecting it from every angle. He murmured in awe. Did it materialize from nothing? Is this quantum four-dimensional printing, or hyperspatial teleportation? Could it even be reality rewriting, bypassing physical law itself? Not even Sirius possesses such technology. My captain is truly extraordinary. In the bridge, Huang Yueshi and N.I. Ziwen stood equally stunned. Captain, the new power output is tenfold the original. At last the engines can operate at full 100 capacity. Our velocity has reached 200 Mach, 68 kilometers per second or 24500 kilometers per hour. Not only has top speed been achieved, but so long as Karuja keeps pace in the power chamber, our Longhu X particle cannons can fire continuously. No more single-shot depletion followed by crippling immobility. Karuja chuckled over the comm line. Captain, during combat I'll keep loading modules in the power chamber. Am I not like an ancient boiler stoker? Ancient? Lin Yang paused, startled. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Damn it. To them a boiler stoker was ancient history. Yet why did it feel so close, so vivid to him? My uncle worked as a boiler stoker. Sigh. A sudden, inexplicable weariness settled upon him. Who am I? Just a primitive relic from a bygone age. Do not despair, host. Your genome is the purest and most natural among all humanity. It is precisely this purity that enables deep symbiosis with the vessel, a capability no contemporary human possesses. System, does that mean no modern human retains an unaltered genome? After 2 millennia of advanced biotechnology, even infants born naturally, without direct gene editing, have undergone prenatal genetic screening. Or their parents did. None are products of unguided natural evolution. Thus, none can achieve consciousness-level symbiosis with the vessel. Now I see why you brought me from the past. This system possesses no temporal traversal or candidate selection capability. It was your arrival that activated me. Understood. So I'm... Lin Yang's eyes snapped wide open. His fists clenched tight. A torrent of immense energy surged into his body, as though boundless strength coursed through his veins. Every joint, every sinew, every crevice of bone thrummed with raw vitality. This sensation was nothing short of transcendent. Congratulations, host. The Chilean X energy core is fully operational. The reuse energy reserves have reached overflow status and are now converting surplus energy into life force, which flows back into you. Sustain the vessel's energy saturation and your life force will become inexhaustible. What is my current life force level? Still 130% above baseline human capacity. Only recruiting crew members can raise this ceiling. The vessel provides endless life force replenishment, but cannot elevate the upper limit. Understood. Captain, stop muttering to yourself and zoning out. Which direction do we pursue? I do talk to myself, but I'm neither delusional nor disoriented. Please stop implying otherwise. Full speed ahead, toward Vesta. Once again, the vessel surged forward, accelerating from 40 to 200 Mach. Its shield layer flickered incessantly with pinpoint flashes, each marking a collision with interstellar dust and debris. These sparks danced across the shield like raindrops striking a car windshield. And for a fleeting moment, Lin Yang felt himself slipping back to the world before his crossing. Beep Quinea Fuzzy radar evolution complete, installed and compatible. Captain, the radar is live. Ziwin, assume radar command. Initiate maximum range, scan 100,000 kilometers. Locate the Vesta main fleet. Target acquired, 53000 kilometers. Estimated intercept in 20 minutes. Karuja, maintain optimal power supply. Ziwin, monitor the radar. Yushi, prepare the galaxy heart. Engage battle. The Zhuishan Star main fleet was retreating at full speed toward its base. Commander Derek was drafting a list of officers to be punished. They had suffered a crushing defeat. Scapegoats would inevitably be selected to bear the blame. Squadrons 7, 5, and 3, none shall escape accountability. And those heavy bombers that kept falling back. General, sir, urgent report. The aide rushed breathlessly into the captain's office. Lin Yang has caught up with us. What? Isn't he delivering cargo? Perhaps he's already delivered it. Damn him. He treats us with utter contempt. Order all warships to prepare for battle. Frigates will hold position at the rear as overseers. Any vessel attempting retreat is to be obliterated on sight. General, this time. Speak. This time Lin Yang's warship is moving faster, 200 Mach. What did you say? It's confirmed, 200 Mach. Our fleet's maximum velocity is only 50 Mach. There is no comparison. Escape is impossible then. We stand and fight. This is our final decisive battle. Give everything you have. Excluding one massive frigate, the fleet retained 117 warships of varying sizes. Upon receiving the order, they immediately formed a defensive square formation, 1,000 kilometers wide and deep, like an immense shield suspended in the void bracing against Lin Yang's onslaught. The massive frigate remained concealed behind the formation, overseeing the engagement. Soon both forces entered weapons range. All 118 vessels opened fire simultaneously. Beams of laser fire and guided munitions blazed across the vacuum. From afar, they coalesced into a colossal luminous column over 100 kilometers in diameter. Within that searing beam, Lin Yang's Ryu warship darted and weaved with uncanny grace, shattering the defensive line in moments. Its velocity had surged to 200 Mach, and its maneuverability had multiplied several-fold. After absorbing life energy feedback from the warship, Lin Yang's symbiotic consciousness grew ever more seamless. He felt no distinction between himself and the vessel. It was his second body, and he its living will. In the blink of an eye, he plunged deep into the defensive square, as though entering an empty expanse. Dense lances of laser fire streaked past him on all sides, not even grazing his shields. Guided munitions traveled at roughly 100 Mach, slower than his own flight speed. With such overwhelming velocity and agility, victory was already assured. First Officer Huang Yueshi's coordination was flawless. 2 ion pulse cannons fired without pause. Each ion burst carried greater destructive force than the main batteries of enemy heavy bombers, capable of swiftly eliminating warships ahead. Having just pierced the defensive square formed by 117 vessels, the particle cannon locked onto the massive frigate and discharged. Pew, pew, pew. 3 consecutive shots. A blinding radiance erupted in the void. The 500-meter-long Orca-class strategic frigate detonated. Its incandescence flooded the surrounding darkness. A cataclysmic shockwave bloomed outward, instantly hurling nearby light warships aside like chaff. Shrapnel and wreckage exploded outward in all directions. flying like artillery shells through the black expanse. Seconds later, the flash reached Zhuoshan Star, over 1 million kilometers away. Admiral Nelson stared at the sudden point of light blazing beyond the dome. His heart froze mid-beat. Escort fleet, move now. Evacuate my entire family to Ceres for sanctuary. Chaos erupted across Zhuoshan Star. Factions seized the moment to plunder. Meanwhile, 1 million kilometers away, a relentless pursuit unfolded across the battlefield. Destroying a light fighter yielded 100 evolution points. A heavy bomber granted 600. Lin Yang would not let a single one escape. Even without evolution points or system-assigned objectives, he would never spare his enemies. Mercy toward foes on the battlefield was cruelty toward oneself. These indolent soldiers, pampered, privileged, and utterly inept, deserved eradication. The so-called Zhuoshan Star main fleet was in truth composed of obsolete warships retired from Mars or Earth, hopelessly outmatched by a legendary class vessel whose propulsion systems were fully optimized. 1 hour later, the battle concluded. Lin Yang felt no fatigue. He immediately altered course, heading straight for Zhuoshan Star. Congratulations, host, you have destroyed the Zhuoshan Star main fleet, completing challenge task V, pursue and crush. 8000 evolution points. Updated challenge task 6, decisive victory. Defeat the asteroid belt joint fleet. 15000 evolution points. You have destroyed Orca-class frigate 11500 Kaishan Axe-class bomber 10, 600 Shuangshou, Jin-class heavy fighter 2800 Wandea-class medium fighter 42, 800 Tadea-class light fighter 45, 4500. Current evolution points 36400. Yueshi, send a message to the resistance. Have them deliver the oxygen generators to Zhuoshan Star immediately. Phew, got it sending now. You're winded. I simply hadn't expected that a single light fighter could annihilate over 100 warships. The sheer scale still leaves me breathless. That's nothing extraordinary. This was merely a mid-sized fleet built from antiquated vessels. With our superior mobility and firepower, anything less than victory would be astonishing. No, you're still winded. Even nervousness counts as being winded. As if I'm as winded as your captain. You're about to close your eyes and rest again, aren't you? Understood, after all you're winded. Yueshi, wait for me tonight. Lin Yang closed his eyes, reclining in the command chair as he browsed the evolution shop. First, a 10 pull. Host's luck is extraordinary. Legendary tier item unlocked. Xian Gui X-class medium shield 200 evolution points. Acceptable. Purchased. Next, 10 pull. Host's fortune is divine. The shop yields another legendary tier item. Huafeng X-class sublight cluster missile. Only 1 unit. Also 2000 evolution points. I'll take it. Seeing over 20,000 evolution points remaining in his account, Lin Yang could not resist the urge to spend. He initiated yet another 10 pull. Host strikes gold. Legendary tier item appears once more. Enough banter, system. This cost me 5,000 evolution points. Don't call it luck. If I truly had luck, an epic tier item would have appeared. Looking at the Xian Gui X-class medium shield appearing again, Lin Yang smiled faintly. Still excellent. Dual shields complete. 10 pull. Post-battle evolution points overflowed, making restraint impossible. Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations, host. Your fortune defies heaven. Epic tier item revealed. Inyang Fish Y-class mirror generator. Novel technology, no manual provided. Price 1000 evolution points. Fine. So this is how it is. Purchased. Zhuoshan Star. Those with foresight and spacecraft had already fled. Only the underclass and descendants of subterranean miners remained. What lingered were criminal syndicates driven solely by short-term gain. Turf wars erupted across the surface. Looting spread unchecked. Every orbital station descended into flames. Numerous gangs, and even individuals, seized civilians amid the chaos. Once dragged aboard a vessel, captives became slaves, freely traded and sold. The political order that had endured for centuries on Zhuoshan Star collapsed utterly. Without resistance, without ceremony. 1 hour later, the Ryu warship docked at Zhuoshan Star spaceport. Its dual shield array had been fully upgraded. The new Xian Gui X-class shield operated at 10 times the output of the original Haixinyu C-class shield. Dr. Ni Ziwen en route finally witnessed what true miracles entailed. Compared to Lin Yang's warship, Huang Yueshi's Galaxy Heart, and Kaluja's Origins, her status as an S-class fugitive within the solar system suddenly seemed insignificant. Captain, the resistance leaders have arrived. Ziwen, handle negotiations with them. I must first stabilize order on Zhuoshan Star, then deploy the oxygen generators. Right away. At that moment, a Camel-class transport vessel lifted off in the distance. Ni Ziwen frowned. Captain, I've scanned it. 2,355 people, bound and packed inside. Yueshi, Target its engines. Standard fire. Pew. Pew. Two unenhanced ion pulse blasts crippled the transport instantly. Well, if it isn't Major Galeva from the bounty port, what brings you to human trafficking? The transport vessel possessed no combat capability. Its pilot was Galava, head of the bounty dock. After sustaining 2 ion cannon hits, it immediately transmitted a surrender signal. Captain, don't fire. It's me. You. Lin Yang smiled coldly. Galeva, why abandon your legitimate bounty dock to traffic slaves? No, I swear. I'm delivering them to Ceres Station. Fearing unrest en route, I had each one restrained. No explanations needed. I require your services now. The matter can wait. Land immediately. Mr. Lin, your barrage destroyed my transport's engines. No matter. I'll tow you down with a tractor beam. 5 minutes later, the transport settled beside the Ryu. Over 2,000 people disembarked in orderly rows. All women and children. Galava's face paled. He offered an awkward, strained smile. Lin Yang smiled coldly once more and struck Galava's shoulder with a sharp, deliberate slap, making him flinch violently. Mr. Lin Yu, accompany me to the Fleet Command Center. Broadcast an official announcement to every resident of Vesta. The former regime has fled. Vesta is liberated. The minor resistance now governs this world. Above ground or underground, all humans are henceforth free. Yes. Galeva instantly raised his thumb high. Sir Lin, you are humanity's savior. Vesta's fortune lies in your presence. Humph. Lin Yang cast him a glacial glance, so piercing it sent chills deep into Galava's bones. Once the broadcast aired, Vesta's chaos gradually subsided. Underground miners ceased their labor and began ascending toward the surface, while the resistance coordinated their registration as free citizens with disciplined precision. 800 oxygen generators, pre-allocated by population, were swiftly lowered into the subterranean levels. Surface oxygen units and dome habitats remained intact. The planetary shield had not been breached. Systems resumed full operation within hours. All in all, this transition of power spared countless civilians, remarkably smooth and bloodless. Lin Yang ordered Galeva to assemble the remaining faction leaders across Vesta and summoned key resistance commanders and department heads. A provisional governance assembly convened at the Fleet Command Center. Gentlemen, I care not for your past affiliations or vested interests. You remain on Vesta, therefore you shall abide by our new statutes. Henceforth, the minor organization is Vesta's sole legitimate governing body. I urge you not to court ruin by following in the footsteps of Nielsen and Derek. The Supreme Commander fled with his entire family. His flagship and senior officers perished in a catastrophic detonation. That outcome alone sufficed to quell even the boldest minor factions. A dozen leaders stood trembling, nodding fervently, eyes downcast. Before Lin Yang, they dared not lift their heads. By then, he had already become legend. His deeds destined to echo across the asteroid belt for centuries. I ask only that you conduct yourselves honorably in trade. Vesta will flourish, and your cooperation is neither demanded nor required, only your restraint. Yes, Mr. Lin, we will cause no trouble. Vesta is my home. I vow to help build it well. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we stayed precisely because we refused allegiance to the old regime. Lin Yang exchanged a quiet, knowing smile with an Aizoan. Very well. We must attend to the shipyard. The rest falls to Master Shirtsong. The eldest resistance commander rose to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, though Mr. Lin did not originate from our ranks, he remains our honorary supreme commander in perpetuity. We pledge to govern Vesta in accordance with his principles. Next, the remainder of the meeting was left unfinished by Lin Yang and his 3 companions. Their work done, they departed without fanfare, bound for the shipyard to overhaul their warship. 5 energy cannons remain unfitted, 2 pulse cannons, 2 refractor cannons, and 1 magnetic pulse cannon. Add 3 missile launchers. What's this, Dragonfly K? Install the latest Zeres, fully loaded. 1,000 energy modules. Do I fit them? That's irrelevant. There's no floor space left, and that's none of your concern. Provisions must include meat. I've got a carnivorous feline aboard who refuses vegetarian fare. Fully loaded. Yes, absolutely. No cost involved, so why hold back? At the shipyard, Lin Yang moved like Tian Boguang storming into the Grand View Garden, crowded with beauties. He showed no hesitation, no restraint. The old regime had collapsed. Commander Nielsen had fled in disgrace. The new government owed its existence entirely to Lin Yang's intervention. Naturally, the shipyard's resources were his for the taking, and he was neither courteous nor modest, nor acquainted with shame. He nearly wished to dismantle the entire facility and cart it away. A sales clerk trailed nervously behind the 4 of them, dreading retribution for past refusals to sell. Mr. Lin, workers are loading cargo now. Weapons retrofitting will take 3 hours. Might I escort you and your companions to the VIP lounge? We serve rare blue planet green tea. Excellent. Notify Galeva of the bounty dock. Have him bring his comms unit to the VIP lounge. Yes, sir. Please wait there while I fetch him immediately. 20 minutes later, Galeva entered the shipyard's VIP lounge wearing a servile, ingratiating grin. Mr. Lin, how may I serve you? Contact Gus of Mars, the legendary bounty hunter. Yes. As it happens, I can reach him directly. It is my highest honor to assist you, Mr. Lin. The hololink activated. On screen appeared a wiry elderly man, face deeply lined, 3 wisps of white beard sparse and delicate hair short, stiff, and snow-white. His lips curled in a frost-laced smile. 2 glacial beams shot forth from his eyes. Truly, heroes rise young. Once a despised outcast, you have now toppled Vesta's regime and shaken the very foundations of the asteroid belt. It seems the vulture met his end at your hands, a fitting honor for him. Oh, so you bear no grudge over my slaying of your apprentice the vulture? Huh. Had you been some nameless wretch who'd merely stumbled upon victory, I'd have crushed you like an ant daring to challenge authority. But now, you are a force to reckon with. The vulture's death brings no dishonor, merely the fate of a dog. I do not mourn him. A true legend. You understand full well that if you refrain from acting, the asteroid belt coalition will still hunt me relentlessly. You weigh risks with masterful precision. Let us hope our paths never cross in open conflict. My compliments. And here's a favor in return. The Belt's governments have lodged formal protest with the Galactic Star Alliance, accusing the Sirius Tigerfolk of unlawful interference in low-tier civilizations' internal affairs. Your companion, the Great Tiger, he faces grave peril. The Sirius Saber-Tooth enforcers are already en route to execute him. Another crisis erupts before the last has settled. After severing the transmission, Lin Yang shook his head in weary resignation. Even if we insist this bears no relation to Sirius Tech, they won't believe us. Of course not. Huang Yueshi spoke calmly. Bengu is already an exiled fugitive. Another saber-tooth pursuit changes nothing. Yet revealing our hand would invite far worse. Not just human civilizations, but extragalactic powers might intervene. Kalugia chuckled darkly. Saber-tooths are no mere individuals. They are Sirius's ancient penal order, unfeeling absolute, authorized to kill, without question. Their arrival pleases me. I have much to say to them. And Ziwen looked astonished. You feel no fear at all. Huh. Tigers know no such weakness. I relish the thrill of being hunted. Galeva ventured hesitantly. Mr. Lin, Ms. Huang, what in the void is happening here? Galeva, I ask again, where exactly were those 2,000 souls bound? Truly to Ceres Station. They're not slaves there. Click. Lin Yang pressed his phase pistol to Galeva's temple. If your information proves useless, you cease to be useful. You've remained alive thus far for precisely 4 reasons: to issue official announcements and stabilize the situation, to convene leaders of all factions, to contact the Martian hunter Gus, and to account for the enslaved individuals. Lin Yang rapped the side of Gialawa's skull with his phase pistol. If you fail to meet my expectations, what purpose would you still serve? Captain, I'll tell you everything. I swear. And I have a 5th use. Spare my life, and you'll find me worth far more than you imagine. Oh, elaborate. Those slaves were Commander Nelson's private property. He ordered me to transport them there. Had I known you upheld justice so fiercely, I'd never have headed for Ceres. I'd have stayed on Vesta to welcome you in person. Did you personally capture those people? No, not at all. They were already enslaved long before routinely sold to gladiatorial arenas or private owners. You may verify this yourself. They were detained in Sector F, and it was you who restored their status as free citizens. How many gladiatorial arenas exist across the asteroid belt? 4. Ceres hosts the largest. Vesta Palace and Juno follow in scale. Are female slaves also assigned to the arenas? You wouldn't know. Some nobles possess deeply twisted psyches. Then why did your transport carry no male slaves? The vessel carrying male slaves launched an hour ago. Women and children move slower. I was delayed accordingly. State your 5th utility, concisely. Don't waste my time. Gialawa swallowed hard, his throat dry. Cold sweat beaded on his palms. He knew. His survival hinged entirely on what came next. Captain, once Vesta is liberated, order will gradually return. And as you said, prosperity will flourish anew. The bounty dock, therefore, must inevitably reopen. Get to the point. Yes, sir. I bring 20 years' experience managing bounty docks and extensive connections across the bounty hunting world. I can operate the dock for you, generating wealth without cease. Lin Yang sneered coldly. Don't forget, you were Nelson's man. Quantum monitoring microbomb. Implanted in my cervical spine. If I betray you, you may detonate my head at any moment. Such a microbomb proposal was indeed brutally straightforward. It operated via quantum entanglement communication, ensuring Lin Yang could monitor Gialawa from any corner of the cosmos. It also featured integrated biometric surveillance, blood pressure, heart rate, body temperature, and respiration frequency. Any sign of treachery would trigger immediate execution. Upon implantation, it fused directly with the spinal nerves and would self-detonate instantly if the neural link severed. This method was commonplace among the elite for subjugating slaves. Frankly, Lin Yang held such electronic shackles in contempt. By nature, he either trusted unreservedly or ended things with a single shot. Yet aside from Jialawa, no other candidate capable of managing the bounty dock presented itself. He would not simply hand the dock over to the miners' coalition. Having toppled the former regime on their behalf, the bounty dock was rightfully his due. Accepting this lucrative market aligned with the ancient principle, a noble person loves wealth, but acquires it only through righteous means. Very well, Jialawa, you're shrewd. See that you remain so. Thank you, Captain. Jialawa is henceforth your devoted servant. Indeed, the man was clever, placing himself at the precipice of death to forge a path back to life. No artifice, no pretense. He had reduced himself starkly and irrevocably to a useful slave. 10 minutes later, a dock engineer implanted the micro-controlled bomb into Jialawa. The remote detonator rested securely in Lin Yang's hand. Jialawa, locate Stone Song, the miner's leader, and transfer control of the bounty dock. Recruit personnel immediately. Launch operations swiftly. I demand results, not methodology. But remember one thing, do not tarnish my name. Understood. Rest assured, Captain. The bounty dock will be fully operational within 24 hours. After Jialawa departed, Lin Yang smiled. From now on, we'll never lack funds. Huang Yueshi replied coolly, Captain, wake up. Don't dream. So long as the Asteroid Belt Alliance remains intact, Vesta's bounty dock will attract no business. Which brings me to my next objective. Once Vesta's order is restored and its defenses go online, we strike first. I'm curious, Captain. About what? You used to ask everyone you met whether they'd join your crew. Now opportunity knocks. Just one command and legions would rush to enlist. Even Jialawa just offered himself. Why didn't you invite him aboard? I prefer quality over quantity. Our fifth crew member must be no mere opportunist like Jialawa. Lin Yang had recruited Huang Yueshi, a mysterious figure possessing the galaxy heart. Kaluja, prince of the Sirius civilization's Wolfkin race, and Ni Ziwin, a top-tier biogeneticist, Ins-class fugitive. His next crewmate would not be plucked randomly from the streets. At minimum, they needed strength rivaling the first three. Soon Stone Song, the miner's leader, sent a message, Mr. Lin, order on Vesta has stabilized, but defensive infrastructure remains incomplete. We respectfully request you remain longer. One day, if no fleet from the Asteroid Belt Alliance attacks, by tomorrow we proceed to Juno, the nearest celestial body. With Vesta's main fleet destroyed and its patrol forces fled, the Resistance assumed control of the 525-kilometer diameter asteroid with remarkable ease. Ordinary residents and underground miners were formally re-registered as free citizens. Order returned, yet major corporations, Mars Bank, Earth Bank, labor agencies, transport firms, and orbital farms had all abandoned Vesta. Their assets lay abandoned. Following Lin Yang's counsel, the Resistance preserved them intact, awaiting the corporation's eventual return to reinvest and resume operations. Only capital investment could restore Vesta's prosperity. The labor dock, trade dock, and transport port, formerly under the Vesta government, were seized by the Resistance. The bounty dock, however, was granted exclusively to Lin Yang, making it the sole bounty market in the solar system owned not by any state, but by an individual. Jialawa soon transmitted another message. Captain Nelson embezzled all funds from the bounty dock's original account. The bank collapsed, and none of the governing bodies recognized the Resistance's legitimacy. We cannot open a new account. For now, I'll operate the dock using my personal account. Your prior salary under Nelson remains unchanged. Once the corporate account is established, we'll settle all outstanding balances. Perform well. Yes, sir. Until dock revenues match their former levels, I won't raise concerns about compensation. Good. Shrewd people seldom suffer losses. I enjoy working with the intelligent. Captain, ours is not a partnership. It is master and servant. I am your devoted servant. Enough. Flattery loses its luster when overused. Get to work. As you command. The moment the transmission ended, Stone Song's urgent message arrived. Mr. Lin, disaster. The oxygen generator installation team was ambushed underground by gladiatorial monsters genetically engineered by Nelson. 15 of them. They've slaughtered numerous miners and are surging toward the surface. It seems that completing the main quest from beginning to end is not as easy as it appears, Lin Yang mused. He had thought he could leisurely sip tea in the VIP room of the dock. He could just leave the responsibility of deploying the oxygen machines to the miners. Little did he expect that there would be trouble underground. He truly needed to visit personally. System were the main quest growth and challenge tasks predetermined. Can you reveal some information about the future? The three types of tasks are temporarily drafted by this system based on the host's current situation and will only take effect after approval. If this system knew the future direction, it would have already conspired with the host on how to dominate the universe. Is it a high-dimensional divine civilization? It is a set of original laws in the basic code of this system. Since you activated it, this system has not encountered any high-dimensional divine civilization. It seems you also have things you don't understand. Since that's the case, let's encourage each other from now on. Karugia, come with me. Let's see what kind of monster Nelson has created. Great. My bones have been itching all over. Huang Yueshi quickly stood up. I want to go too. And I, Ziwang added, and I. You too. Lin Yang wanted to say that both of you ladies could just rest. But upon a moment's thought, these two women were not delicate flowers. They were strong and capable, able to handle both space and ground combat. They could stand on their own. All right, let's go together. The four of them immediately left the dock fully armed, heading towards the incident site. The god of Firestar is not like Blue Star, which has an atmosphere suitable for human habitation. It is also not like Mars, which after modification has an atmosphere meeting human survival conditions. All the bases on the surface of the god of Firestar are protected by domes and shields. The bases are connected by underground passages. The four of them sped through the underground tunnel in a base vehicle. Soon they arrived at the main base of the governing body of the god of Firestar. A large crowd was fleeing. The already deformed underground miners were running slowly. They either died from being trampled or were caught and killed by monsters. The rebel guards were firing energy guns or phase guns at the monsters. However, the monsters seemed to have shields. They were immune to the damage from energy-based firearms. Lin Yang and his companions immediately jumped out of the vehicle, rushing into the fleeing crowd. Upon seeing the appearance of the monsters, all four felt a wave of nausea. 15 heads of creatures that could barely be called carbon-based life forms. There was a giant ape over 3 meters tall with twisted poisonous snakes covering its head, 4 thick arms, and a tail with poisonous spikes. There was a 5-meter-long, 3-headed wolf covered with a dozen hard, spiny, poisonous vines. There was also a giant bear over 3 meters tall, its body covered in hard armor. These monsters were hybrids made from the genes of blue star beasts and alien organisms designed specifically as killing machines for the arena. They were inherently vicious and bloodthirsty. Now equipped with personal shields, they slaughtered the crowd even more brutally. The rebels were truly helpless against these monsters. The warships were docked and couldn't enter the dome. There were mechs inside the base, but either they were malfunctioning or locked. The passwords had not been cracked, leaving them anxiously watching. Without powerful artillery, they couldn't harm these monsters at all. That's why Leader Shirtsong asked Lin Yang for help. Mr. Lin, these monsters were intentionally left by Nelson to slaughter the underground miners. When they were discovered, all 5000 people in the E9 mining area were already dead. Why are we only finding out now? The E9 mining area is remote and lacks communication devices. People couldn't escape, so. Roar. Shikong's words were cut off. The 15 monsters suddenly roared like madmen. They then abandoned the crowd and charged towards Lin Yang and his companions. Do these monsters recognize us? Captain, I suspect Nelson is secretly commanding them. It's possible. Shoot. Ji. Huang Yueshi fired her phase gun. Its power was amplified by her galaxy heart, by over 10 times similar to the phase cannons equipped on ordinary warships. The personal shields could not withstand it at all. One of the 3 turtle spiders in the front had its shield penetrated. With another shot from the phase gun, it was immediately pierced by a high-energy beam, creating a hole over 1 meter in diameter. Boom. Karugia fired his large energy cannon. After loading an armor-piercing high-explosive energy shell, it instantly pierced through the shield. After penetrating the giant bear's body, it exploded immediately. Flesh and blood burst open, staining the surrounding streets red. There was no need for Lin Yang and Inai Zhuang to intervene. In just a few seconds, Huang Yueshi and Karugia eliminated 5 monsters. The remaining 10 monsters turned and fled towards the underground entrance. Ziwang, stay and help the injured. We're going to chase. Hundreds of people were injured at the scene and couldn't leave without Dr. And the 3 of them went to pursue the monsters. The underground mine tunnels were complex. After half an hour of pursuit, Huang Yueshi could no longer keep up. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she stuffed the necklace into Lin Yang's hand. I can't keep chasing. My endurance is limited. Running quickly in the winding underground tunnels for half an hour is more tiring than running 30 kilometers outside. Is my first mate exhausted? Say what you want. I'm going back to the surface. The galaxy heart can track the monsters. You take it. You? Haven't you always wanted to understand it? Here, take it. Return it to me after we eliminate the monsters. Huang Yueshi placed her hands on her hips, leaning against the tunnel wall as she walked towards a nearby exit. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yang felt a pang of pity in his heart. She handed over her trump card so easily. I really don't know what difficulties she has encountered wandering alone to the desolate asteroid belt, joining me when I had nothing but a shuttle. If I let her down. Captain, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Karugia called out loudly ahead. By now they had killed 2 more monsters. 8 remained underground, with miners continuously being killed by the monsters along the way. They truly couldn't afford to delay. Chase. Lin Yang tightened his grip on the Galaxy Heart. He immediately felt a pulse in the left front of his fist. Just ahead was a fork in the road. He and Karugia immediately chased to the left. 2 hours later, Karugia was panting heavily. He waved his hands repeatedly. It's not that my endurance is lacking, Captain. The monsters are running separately. Our pursuit distance has already exceeded theirs by several times, and this underground mine is torturous. I'm too big to turn easily. There are still 6 left. You can pursue them. It seems you still can't keep up, old tiger. Give me the energy cannon and armor-piercing shells. Captain, humans do have enduring stamina, but you shouldn't be this ridiculous. Your heart rate, breathing, and blood pressure haven't fluctuated much. I understand now, it's the Galaxy Heart helping you. The Galaxy Heart is indeed miraculous, but it cannot replenish stamina, or Yueshi wouldn't have dropped out early. True. It's so amazing. I mean, you are too amazing, Captain. How come? Karugia's words were left unfinished as Lin Yang had already disappeared around the corner of the mine. With the life energy from the sun and moon, no matter how far Lin Yang was from the warship, he could obtain a continuous source of energy, as long as the sun and moon's energy remained full. He possessed an inexhaustible source of life energy, whether it was in terms of hearing, vision, willpower, strength, endurance, or self-healing. He remained in a state of full vitality. On the other hand, the genetically modified monsters did not possess such enduring stamina. 3 hours later, guided by the Galaxy Heart, Lin Yang had killed all but the last monster cornered in an abandoned mine tunnel. Just as he was about to fire, the 3-meter turtle giant ape suddenly spoke. Lin Yang, what exactly is your origin? Are you human? Former Commander Nelson. That's right, it's me. Human civilization is transitioning from the old humans to the new humans. These miners are at best substandard products, not even qualifying as old humans. Both Blue Star and Mars do not recognize the legitimacy of miner organizations. The Allied fleet has already assembled. I advise you not to meddle. If you insist on resisting, the entire God of Firestar will be destroyed. Bang! Lin Yang retaliated against Nelson with a penetrating high-explosive energy shell. The giant ape was blown into fragments. I am an old human, too outdated to be any more outdated. The monster was completely annihilated. The fire on the cooking god star was extinguished. All 800 oxygen machines were deployed and operated successfully. Upon returning to the surface, they arrived at the location of the bounty dock. This dome base with a diameter of 1 kilometer was his property on the cooking god star. First Officer Huang Yueshi, Safety Officer Karuja Ship, Dr. Ni Ziwin, and Galawa, the person in charge of the bounty dock, were already waiting for him. Additionally, there were some rebel leaders led by Shirtsong. Captain, aren't you tired? I'm fine, thank you for the Galaxy Heart. It would be great if I could use it to enhance my power. Lin Yang reached out to place the Galaxy Heart necklace around her neck. A hint of tenderness appeared in Huang Yuex's eyes. Only I can unleash its power, just as only you can deeply control the warship. I was just saying that casually. Do you really want to share the Galaxy Heart with me? If possible, why not? Cough, huh? Karuja coughed from the side. Captain Leader Shirtsong said that the asteroid belt United Fleet is gathering towards us. How should we respond? What's the panic? Are you afraid? Lin Yang threw the large energy cannon over. Karuja caught it with his hand. In the language of our tiger people, there is no concept of fear. Shirtsong expressed his concern. Mr. Lin, with the current strength of the rebels, we cannot resist the United Fleet. Moreover, the miners of the cooking god star have gone to the surface registered as free people. If they are once again ruled by the original regime, they will be executed in large numbers. Ni Ziwin commented. As the ancient saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. This war is likely to harm innocent residents. Lin Yang pondered and replied, currently, there is only one way to deal with this. You say, and we rebels will certainly cooperate fully. Let all civilians take refuge underground to avoid the flames of war, and then all rebels will leave on the mining ships, informing the United Fleet that you have all retreated. Shirtsong nodded. If that is the case, the United Fleet will not waste firepower attacking an unoccupied cooking god star. No matter who comes to rule, the miners will be safe. Don't be so optimistic. If we don't severely damage the main fleet, once they control the cooking god star, they will still execute the miners en masse. Why? Just because the miners supported the rebels. That's just on the surface. A hint of gloom flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. The human elite has abandoned the old humans, leading the entire race towards the new humans. The miners, with a mutation rate of 100, are not even comparable to old humans. If not for their reliance on the minerals from the asteroid belt, the elite would have wiped out the miners long ago. Yes, the miners don't even have the right to register their identities. Mr. Lin, I heard that you used to be an undocumented miner. Where did you? Enough. Let's split up and confront the main fleet. Lin Yang interrupted Shikong's inquiry. He didn't want to reveal too many of his secrets. He immediately led 3 companions to the dock. Shurtsong led the rebels to act according to plan. Only Galawa, the person in charge of the bounty dock, stood there in a daze. He touched the miniature high-explosive bomb implanted in the back of his neck. His mood was quite complicated. I hope I didn't bet on the wrong treasure. There's no point in regretting. At that time, he was almost out of options and had to proceed like this. Lin Yang was definitely not an ordinary person. I couldn't possibly bet on the wrong treasure. Captain, you must win. The exterior of the Sun and Moon battleship was fully equipped with 8 energy cannon positions, 4 missile positions, and 1 tractor beam. The interior of the battleship was also packed tight. The main cannon was a legendary Fire Dragon-type particle cannon. The 2 secondary cannons were all Cobra-type ion pulse cannons. The left and right turrets were equipped with 2 Red Spider E-type laser refractor cannons. The high-energy laser beams could refract between nearby enemy ships or guided weapons. It was a melee weapon that could attack and defend. The lower hull's turret was equipped with a Mantis Shrimp-type magnetic explosion cannon, a type of electromagnetic cannon. The upper hull had 4 missile launch pads, 16 Dragonflies-type missiles, and 357 Dragonfly-type missiles. Lin Yang had emptied the missile storage of the dock. In addition, there was a legendary Fire Phoenix-type sublight speed cluster missile and an epic Enyang Fish E-type mirror generator. The current Sun and Moon fighter could be said to be armed to the teeth. The 4th growth task legendary warship required the evolution of the triangular Stablight fighter to the appropriate level. Now the firepower, and defense have far exceeded expectations. The internal supporting facilities have reached the original level. Task completed gained 2,000 evolution points. The 5th part of the growth task has been updated. Second evolution evolved the light fighter's hull skeleton into a medium fighter, 5,000 evolution points. Now, there is a curved blade class medium fighter skeleton in the system mall. It was automatically refreshed after 30 days. Lin Yang was not impressed. After all, he had destroyed no less than 180 curved blade medium fighters. He would rather save the evolution points to 5,000 for 10 consecutive draws, rather than using outdated models eliminated by the Blue Star or Mars fleets for evolution tasks. After boarding the ship, Lin Yang was in the pilot seat, Huang Yueshi was the co-pilot, and Ni Ziwen was at the radar table. Tiger Man Karuja was in the energy room ready to load the energy module at any time. Prepare, this is going to be a tough battle. Captain, the rebel mining fleet has left the Cooking God Star and sent a retreat message to the United Fleet. Ni Ziwen promptly reported the movements of the rebels. Has the United Fleet responded? No, I estimate they will at least split into 2 groups, one to pursue the rebels and the other to take over the Cooking God Star. Huang Yueshi frowned and said, perhaps 3 groups. In the eyes of the asteroid belt regime, we are the source of disaster. Can we ascertain the scale of the opposing fleet? If calculated by the officially published data, the main fleet of Ceres has 300 warships of various sizes, 150 for Pallas and 100 for Juno, not including the patrol fleet in the star domain. Huang Yueshi glanced at Lin Yang. I'm afraid we won't be able to annihilate all enemy ships this time. Even if we had that firepower configuration, we can't chase down scattered enemy ships in the vastness of space. Lin Yang smiled slightly. I don't intend to annihilate them all, though defeating the main fleet is sufficient. Let's not worry about Pallas and Juno for now. To capture the chief criminal, we should confront the largest Ceres fleet. Ceres, Cooking God Star, Pallas, and Juno. They are the 4 largest asteroids scattered in the asteroid belt. The largest Ceres has a diameter of 940 kilometers, which is only 150 of the volume of the Moon. Cooking God Star and Pallas are similar in size, both with a diameter of over 500 kilometers. The smallest Juno has a diameter of only 230 kilometers. As a mining area of the solar system, the military strength here is not strong. The fleet mainly consists of warships eliminated by Blue Star and Mars. Therefore, Lin Yang, piloting a legendary fighter with legendary power and firepower, was not afraid. He charged directly toward the largest fleet. After flying at full speed for an hour, Ni Ziwen, who was monitoring the radar, suddenly became tense. Not good. I detected traces of spatial warp. It's a warp warship, Captain. It should be forces from Mars or Blue Star intervening. Warp drive is one of the 4 current methods of interstellar travel in the cosmos. Most civilizations employ warp flight powered by warp engines that compress and distort spacetime, propelling spacecraft to light speed or beyond by squeezing the fabric of space itself. Consequently, a transient spatial compression trail lingers briefly in the void after warp transit, a trace undetectable by standard short-range warship radar systems. The Ryu warship, however, is equipped with the legendary wide-eared Bat Z-class radar, the pinnacle of short-range detection technology exceedingly rare even aboard Earth or Mars fleet vessels. At a distance of 100,000 kilometers, Lin Yang already detected the enemy vessel's warp signature on her scanner. Her words had barely left her lips when the hostile ship dropped out of warp 500 kilometers away. Orca-class strategic frigate warp factor 1.0, equipped with dual Orca-W conventional pulse engines and controllable thermonuclear fusion power. Captain, this is the Martian fleet's Yanglu. We are locked on. Initiate open channel communication. Talk to them. Communication denied. They've launched 5 Ghoul-class missiles. Ghoul missiles are long-range, high-velocity, guided weapons deployed in deep space. Each carries a nuclear warhead equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT traveling at Mach 300, 102 kilometers per second, far surpassing the Ryu's capabilities as a light interceptor. In the span of a single breath, all 5 nuclear warheads detonated near the warship. A blinding conflagration erupted. The interceptor's observation viewport instantly switched to blackout mode to shield against the searing glare. The shockwave hurled the Ryu violently through space, sending it spinning like a gyroscope. Left shield down 30%, right shield down 50%. Report damage status. As Lin Yang relayed the assessment, Huang USE had already fired 4 Dragonfly Z missiles toward the Yanglu frigate. Though unarmed with nuclear payloads, the latest Dragonfly Z variant also achieves Mach 300, reaching the Yanglu in mere seconds. Yet in the blink of an eye, the over 500-meter-long Yanglu strategic frigate vanished from the Ryu's main display. The 4 Dragonfly Z missiles lost their target and streaked into the endless void, scheduled to self-destruct 1 minute later. Beside the radar console, Lin Yang urgently reported, the Yanglu has re-entered warp at Factor 1.0, now positioned 500 kilometers behind us, and launched 5 more Ghoul missiles. Warp Factor 1.0 equals light speed 300,000 kilometers per second, the foundational tier of warp capability. Even this entry-level threshold grants overwhelming superiority over short-range vessels like the Ryu. For the first time, Lin Yang felt utterly powerless. Just as he stabilized the tumbling warship, the 5 Ghoul nuclear warheads detonated nearby, and the blast flung the Ryu skyward, once more hurling it into violent somersaults through the void. Left shield at 10% capacity, a right shield offline. We cannot withstand another assault. USE, activate the mirror generator. This legendary weapon had been reserved for the assault on the series fleet, but now cornered Lin Yang had no choice. With a sharp whoosh, a tumtor-long device shot forth. 1 second later, space-time rippled like disturbed water. An identical Ryu-class warship materialized, bursting at Mach 200 from the 100-kilometer-wide nuclear fireball. It surged straight toward the Yanglu strategic frigate, unleashing particle cannons, ion pulse batteries, magnetic pulse artillery, and every guided ordnance aboard. Even energy-based weaponry was amplified over a dozen times in destructive yield. Witnessing this spectacle, all 4 crew members stood stunned. System, was that mirror drawn from a parallel universe? How does it possess the Galaxy Heart's enhancement capability? The mirror is a subtle temporal echo within this universe's timeline, stable for 60 seconds. So long as the original remains intact, the mirror cannot be destroyed. You may interpret it as a macroscopic quantum superposition temporarily projected outward. I don't understand. Put simply, as long as I survive, the mirror is invincible, correct? That interpretation suffices, though its duration remains strictly 60 seconds. That's enough. At that moment, the Martian Yanglu ceased evasive warp maneuvers, and instead targeted the Ryu's image with phase cannons and photon torpedoes. Boom, boom, boom. Their weapons passed harmlessly through the Ryu as though shining a flashlight through a holographic projection. In the commander's stunned hesitation, the massively amplified particle cannons, ion pulse batteries, and magnetic pulse artillery struck true, slashing the frigate's shields by 80% in an instant. Simultaneously, another Ryu burst from the nuclear inferno, the original vessel, racing toward the frigate at Mach 200, unleashing shipboard lasers, focused particle beams, pulsating energy orbs, and every guided weapon in its arsenal. In that instant, the strategic frigate found itself caught between 2 Ryus, its shields collapsing rapidly. The Yanglu's commander stared, eyes wide with disbelief. He barked frantic evasion orders. Engage warp factor 1.0. Any vector, immediately retreat. Whoosh. Boom. 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 1 second before the frigate entered warp, Huang USE launched a Hwafeng X subliminal cluster missile, striking the Yanglu head-in from the port-forward quadrant at 250,000 kilometers per second. And the Ryu mirror launched a second Hwafeng X missile, legendary guided ordnance, each carrying a nuclear warhead. The twin legendary cluster munitions detonated, generating a dense nuclear blast zone 500 kilometers in diameter, chain explosions erupting in rapid succession. The enemy's already faltering shields collapsed entirely, forcing immediate warp disengagement before stabilization could occur, with no time to counterattack. Both Ryus closed in relentlessly. Under the barrage of concentrated firepower, the Martian Yanglu strategic frigate detonated violently, shattering into a radiant, celestial firework across the starfield. Warp engine confirmed. Detached, but intact, no explosion occurred. Structural integrity at 89%. Salvageable. Excellent, Zewin. Retrieve the engine. The Ryu moved to recover the drifting warp core. The mirror warship flickered past them, gone in an instant. Captain, the mirror has dissipated. 60 seconds of invincibility. Truly an epic tier weapon. USE, you're our living encyclopedia. How much do you know about such devices? I've heard rumors that Sol system civilizations were researching mirror weapons, but specifics remain classified. Never imagined you'd wield one so effortlessly. Huh. Perhaps more await us ahead. Let's install that warp engine. Time to savor the thrill of light speed. Mars. Martian Space Fleet Command. Supreme Commander Arif sat grim-faced, eyes fixed unblinking on the final transmission from the doomed Yanglu. Chief of Staff Pierce murmured anxiously, "Marshal, the analysis indicates 99% certainty it was a mirror weapon. Yet our own mirror weapon program remains in experimental phase. Martian top secret, unknown even to Earth's governing bodies. How then did Lin Yang acquire it? Could the green carbon being have leaked it? Impossible. Though that drunken gambler delights in chaos, his honor is beyond reproach. If he intended betrayal, he would not have remained on Mars for 5 centuries. Then is there a traitor within Mars itself? Contact the Martian Senate immediately. I demand an urgent comprehensive briefing on this matter. What of Lin Yang himself? Let minors and fringe outcasts squabble among themselves. Issue a formal warning to the asteroid polities. Lin Yang must be captured alive. Whoever kills him to silence him becomes Mars' sworn enemy. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points 1500. Current evolution points 3500. Detected evolvable component version 1. 0 warp drive. Evolution requires 500 evolution points and 6 hours 20 minutes. Proceed with evolution. Asteria, have we detected the Ceres fleet yet? Captain, based on the official speed previously announced by the Ceres authorities, their fleet will not reach Vesta for at least 5 days. They are still far beyond our radar's detection range. At our current velocity of 200 Mach, how long until engagement? At least 6.5 hours. Very well, Yushi. Set course for Ceres and engage maximum speed inertial cruise. After issuing the orders, Lin Yang closed his eyes and summoned the system interface. He selected warp drive evolution. A prompt chimed. Beep. This vessel is a light interceptor. Insufficient internal space exists to install dual engines. The host must replace the legendary Chilinx-class conventional pulse engine. Please optimize engine configuration carefully to avoid compromised maneuverability in close-range operations. Lin Yang paused in thought. He resolved to defeat the asteroid belt combined fleet with a bold, unorthodox strike and firmly confirmed the evolution. The 4 crew members finally exhaled in relief. And Zewin immediately began assessing each other's injuries. Captain, you clearly struck your forehead against the console moments ago, leaving a wound. How has it vanished? Lin Yang's injury had already been healed by an unceasing flow of life energy. He smiled faintly. Perhaps it's because I stood close to Yushi. Her galaxy heart healed us both. Huang Yushi touched her wrist. Possibly. My wrist nearly dislocated, and the galaxy heart healed it. Still, I'm curious, Captain. Why didn't the galaxy heart heal Sister Zewin? She was just as close to me. You'll need to ask your galaxy heart that. And Zewin said. In any case, it's fortunate your wounds have healed. No need to dwell on why. I only suffered minor abrasions. Nothing serious. Let me check on Karuja. Unnecessary. That great tiger possesses thick hide and dense muscle. Unarmored, yet capable of surviving 5 minutes in open space. Captain, come on. This isn't fair. Even if I'm uninjured, I'm utterly exhausted. You fix the shields. Huff, huff. Lin Yang slumped into the pilot's chair and instantly fell asleep, snoring softly. Zewin smiled wryly, then raised the cockpit temperature by 2 degrees. You should go rest. You've earned it. I'll monitor the radar. Sister Zewin, how are your injuries? Nothing serious, just superficial scrapes. Don't worry. Ceres fleet. Commander Theodore sat stunned after receiving Mars' official communique. Mars has abandoned us. Exiled Admiral Nelson wore a troubled expression. The Ocean Current-class frigate carried a warp drive with firepower and shielding several times stronger than the flagship of the asteroid fleet, yet it was still destroyed. Regrettably, no battle footage was recovered. We cannot determine whether serious intervention occurred. Theodore frowned. Perhaps Mars fears pressure from the Sirius civilization, and thus discarded the asteroid belt altogether. What shall we do, Commander? Shall we still reclaim Vesta? Yes, we must. If we do not, the resistance will grow bolder, next seizing Juno Palace and even Ceres itself. Better to reduce all 3 asteroids to rubble than surrender them to lowborn miners. But what of Lin Yang? Marshal Arif of Mars stated plainly, so long as he remains alive, any method of capture is acceptable. As for Sirius, they pose no immediate concern. The Sirius civilization currently rejects interference in the internal affairs of lower-tier civilizations and has dispatched an execution squad to pursue the rogue Tiger Man. Understood. So long as Lin Yang lives, Mars will remain indifferent to how we resolve the asteroid belt crisis. Precisely, Nelson. I can almost sense Marshal Arif's silent wish that we erase every last one of those contemptible miners. The Asteroid Belt United Polity was not descended from miners, but rather a joint administrative council dispatched by Mars and Blue Earth with Martians comprising 80% of its leadership. Thus, the asteroid belt functioned effectively as a vassal entity under Martian authority. When confronting the resistance, it remained bound to follow Mars directives. As Theodore convened Nelson and senior officers in the war room to draft operational plans, the comms officer transmitted an urgent voice report, General, establishing a comm link with a Tri-Blade-class light interceptor. It may be Lin Yang. Shall we accept the connection? Accepted. Route the feed to the war room display. The main screen flickered and resolved into the cockpit of the Ryu interceptor. Lin Yang sat at the helm, Huang Yushi beside him as first officer. Behind them stood Ni Ziwen and Karuja. Admiral Theodore, pleased to make your acquaintance. Oh, is that exiled General Nelson of Vestas standing beside you? So you're Lin Yang. Impressive. If I'm not mistaken, the Tiger Man behind you hails from Sirius, and the other woman. S-class fugitive Ni Ziwen, the archenemy of human evolution. 5 years ago, we nearly apprehended her on Ceres. Never imagined she'd resurface here in the asteroid belt. You'll find there's much more you haven't imagined, such as how within hours I'll reduce both you and Nelson to exiled commanderless ghosts. Huh, what arrogance. Don't presume Sirius technology grants you impunity. Does the Galactic Stellar Alliance exist only in name? An investigative task force is already deployed. Even the Supreme Tiger Sovereign of Sirius cannot shield you. Sirius technology. Lin Yang glanced back at Karuja and couldn't help but smile. Say what you like, Admiral Theodore. I contacted you to discuss the peaceful transition of the asteroid belt polity. If you wish to avoid exile, or worse, cooperate with the minor collective. Ensure oxygen generators are deployed underground without delay. Outrageous. Theodore slammed his fist onto the table and rose, pointing furiously at Lin Yang's image on screen. A mere first-tier outcast, a black market nobody, lucky enough to stumble upon Sirius tech, now dares play savior and challenge the asteroid polity. Delusional. I would rather reduce all 4 asteroids to cosmic dust than hand them over to inferior miners. Then negotiation is futile. Very well, I won't grant you or Nelson a second chance. When you ignored my first offer, then came crawling back once you realized you were outmatched, I had no patience left. Neither will I now. After severing the transmission, Theodore clenched his fists tightly. For 30 years he had served as Supreme Commander of the asteroid belt. Never before had he been so openly scorned, especially by a young minor-born outcast. His dignity felt assaulted. Were it not for fear of Mars' reprisal, he would have ordered Lin Yang's immediate execution. Since Mars demands Lin Yang alive, we shall slaughter everyone else on Vesta. Traitors who have already defected no longer deserve to draw breath. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and his crew remained in high spirits, chatting idly in the cockpit, and even exchanged brief messages with the resistance. No sign of the Juno or Pallas fleets had yet emerged. Without warp drives, even at peak velocity, contact between the two forces would take several days. 6.5 hours later, a system chime roused Lin Yang from sleep. Beep. Evolution complete. Warp drive V1. 0 successfully installed and fully compatible. Lin Yang shot upright in bed and urgently pressed the comm panel beside him. Ziwen, how far are we from the Ceres fleet? Ni Ziwen, on watch in the cockpit, replied instantly, 50,000 kilometers. At our combined velocities, we'll enter weapons range in 10 minutes. No need to wait. Report enemy composition. Our warp drive is upgraded. All hands prepare for combat. 2 Tiger Whale-class strategic frigates, but both have had their warp engines dismantled by the Martian government. Lin Yang buttoned his shirt while walking towards the cockpit. Huang Yueshi, just waking up, followed behind him with her hair casually tied up in a high ponytail. Additionally, there are 50 mountain-cutting axe-class heavy bombers, 80 double-handed sword-class heavy fighters, 120 scimitar-class medium fighters, and 150 razor-class light fighters. In total, there are 402 warships. It seems that not only the main fleet is involved, but perhaps even the patrol fleet. That's right, Captain. Adding the numbers from the official reports of the Ceres and Vesta patrol fleets minus the 20 patrol ships you previously destroyed, it adds up perfectly. A smile immediately spread across Lin Yang's face. All units mobilize. The rear is vulnerable. Haha, it seems my ambush plan can proceed smoothly. Ambush. Going to series. Of course, but not right now. First, let's stir things up with the main fleet. If we can destroy those 2 frigates and decapitate Theodore, that would be ideal. Perugia has filled all 500 compartments of the Chelan-type energy supply. There are also piles of high-compression energy modules waiting to be loaded, ready to provide sufficient energy for the warp engine at any moment. Lin Yang sat in the driver's seat, closed his eyes, and entered a deep symbiotic state. When piloting the conventional pulse engine, he felt like a fish quickly swimming through water. But piloting the warp engine for the first time brought Lin Yang a completely new sensation. After setting the course and entering warp speed 1.0, he felt the surrounding space stretch instantly, and the distant stars' bright points transformed into streaks of light rapidly retreating behind. His body seemed to be instantly compressed. His soul raced forward. In just a moment, he hadn't even had time to feel it thoroughly. He had already arrived at the end of the course and exited warp speed 1.0. For the first time, he flew at light speed in the universe. He felt a little dazed, feeling dizzy as if his brain was being stirred by a stick. Fortunately, the Sun-Moon ship timely replenished life energy, allowing him to recover his spirits instantly. Outside the ship, fire had already broken out. As the Sun-Moon ship exited warp speed, the Fire Dragon-type particle cannon opened fire. Originally a legendary high-powered directional high-energy particle flow weapon, it had been enhanced by Huang Yueshi using the heart of the galaxy, increasing its power several times. The diameter of the high-energy particle beam was larger than that of a light fighter. It struck precisely at the bridge section of the Tiger Whale-class strategic frigate. In an instant, it knocked out 30 of the enemy ship's shield. The enemy ship had not yet reacted to what was happening. 4 ion pulse cannons and magnetic explosion cannons fired simultaneously. All hit the enemy ship. Only then did the enemy fleet's 402 warships react. They simultaneously locked onto the Sun-Moon ship and launched guided tracking weapons. However, all were low-version missiles with extremely low power. Some missiles even veered off course mid-flight, heading into deep space, as if afraid that too many missiles would destroy Lin Yang's ship. Huang Yueshi had no time to ponder the anomaly. She immediately controlled 2 laser refractor cannons to fire. 2 beams of light appeared on either side of the Sun-Moon ship. The laser had been enhanced several times, refracting back and forth among the hundreds of guided weapons, instantly intercepting all missiles. At the same time, she launched 4 Dragonflies-type missiles. The Tiger Whale-class strategic frigate was hit by a series of attacks. The shield was down to only 5. 2 missiles destroyed the remaining shield value, while the other 2 directly hit the hull. Suddenly, a violent explosion illuminated the air. The 500-meter-long strategic frigate was destroyed. The enemy fleet's second wave of counterattack followed. This time, even guided weapons were absent. Only some energy cannons and various tractor beams remained. What are they doing? Do they still want to capture someone alive? Lin Yang frowned. Huang Yueshi, Ni Ziwen, and Perugia were equally puzzled. Having destroyed one of their main warships, what were they doing? Aren't they awake yet? Just as the Sun-Moon ship was about to be struck, the surrounding space flickered violently. Lin Yang piloted the Sun-Moon ship into warp and vanished. In less than 0.1 seconds, he reappeared 500 kilometers in the opposite direction. As soon as he emerged, the particle cannon, ion pulse cannon, magnetic explosion cannon, and Dragonflies-type missiles all opened fire. They poured out towards another Tiger Whale-class strategic frigate. The commander aboard the frigate was none other than General Theodore, the overall commander of the asteroid belt's joint forces. At this moment, he was already scared silly. The nearby exiled General Nelson was trembling violently. Theodore incessantly clicked on the communication interface. We surrender. Surrender. The entire army surrenders. Boom. A violent explosion suddenly erupted inside the warship. Flames surged towards the bridge. Theodore and Nelson were engulfed by the flames, dying on the spot, their severed limbs blasted into space. After destroying 2 main frigates, the Sun-Moon ship immediately flew at warp speed 1.0 towards Ceres. You have destroyed 2 Tiger Whale-class strategic frigates. Evolution points 3,000, current evolution points 6,000. Phew, that was close. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In the recent skirmish, he and Huang Yueshi had teamed up to unexpectedly destroy the main fleet's flagship. They eliminated the overall commander Theodore and the exiled General Nelson of Vesta. Logically, he should accept the surrender and incorporate the remaining 400 warships. However, his ship had nearly failed to enter warp. Earlier, he had upgraded the warp engine, replacing the conventional pulse engine of the Chelan-type. If he couldn't enter warp, it would mean being paralyzed in place. No matter how strong the shield, it couldn't withstand the concentrated fire of 400 warships. The reason he nearly became paralyzed was that Perugia's speed in loading energy modules couldn't keep up with the consumption. The warp engine consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, Huang Yuex's full fire had instantly emptied the 500 energy modules in the energy chamber. Despite Karujia's strength and speed, he barely managed to load enough for 2 warp jumps and 2 full power attacks. Not only was loading unable to keep up, but the stock of energy modules was also running low. Although he couldn't understand why the enemy fleet wasn't launching a full counterattack and was still foolishly trying to capture someone alive, Lin Yang didn't plan to linger any longer. To avoid any unnecessary complications after disengaging from combat, he opened the evolution shop and immediately attempted a 10 draw. I hope for a legendary medium fighter chassis. Sometimes what you wish for doesn't come true. Congratulations to the host, a legendary item has appeared in the shop. My, damn it system. Life support module. What do I need this for now? I would prefer a medium fighter chassis or even a thermal nuclear energy source. Captain, without loading thermal fusion or antimatter energy, we can't truly fly at warp speed. No amount of energy modules will suffice for the warp engine's consumption. Did you hear that, system? Karugia is already complaining. Host, please note that the legendary Natural Island Stipe Life Support Module possesses multiple functions, including gravity, temperature, humidity, air circulation, radiation, shielding, light protection, simulated air combat sounds, and crew health monitoring, and can operate on medium to large fighters, meeting the needs of hundreds of people. System, have you switched to sales? Captain, stop mumbling. Karugia is trying to talk to you. Huang Yueshi, the co-pilot, looked at him with a hint of disdain. Lin Yang helplessly pursed his lips. Yueshi, please don't look at me like I'm crazy. So you know, huh? Cough, ha. Karugia, today is a special situation. Try your best. Once we reach Ceres, there will be energy available. The current energy stockpile won't allow us to move an inch after we reach Ceres. I'm afraid we won't be able to engage in a satisfying battle then. Ni Ziwin said with a hint of worry. Captain, what if Ceres resists fiercely once we arrive? Lin Yang smiled slightly. The reuse energy reserves had been exhausted. With no external power supply, the warship began once more to draw upon Lin Yang's life energy. Once Lin Yang finished issuing his orders, he felt a sudden weariness. Yet he felt no anxiety. His confidence in the web he had woven was absolute. The 3-meter Tiger Man Ka Lujia carried with him a Tumberlong heavy burst energy rifle for the light interceptors that prowled the asteroid belt. Such a weapon already equaled the class of a shipboard laser cannon. Strengthened by Huang Yueshi with the Galaxy Heart by more than tenfold, a single shot outstripped the main gun of a heavy interceptor. Karuja opened the outer hatch of the pressurized chamber and without any protective cover aimed at the dock and fired. The reinforced energy sphere measured nearly 3 meters across. It detonated on the surface of the berth in an instant. A second later, the warship received the dock's surrender transmission. Ni Ziwin announced with delight, Captain, the dock surrenders. They implore you not to attack. Not only the dock, the trade pier, the labor pier, the bounty dock, the ore loading pier, and the on-duty officials have all surrendered as well. A faint smile curved Lin Yang's lips. He waved his hand lightly. Have the dock send over 1,500 sets of energy modules by shuttle and instruct the heads of each unit to pilot shuttles over for transfer. We will not land. Warp drive is a kind of dimensional trump card in the asteroid belt. Because of Mars' technological blockade, the asteroid belt fleet had no warp capability. Lin Yang had used warp to crush the flagship of their main fleet, annihilating several members of the leadership, Xiaodua among them. At that moment, Gushingxing's defenses were hollow, and its governing echelon even emptier. The only vessels remaining were a few off-duty ships manned by bounty dock personnel. Those bounty hunters never involved themselves in political struggles. They sought only to live untroubled. The bounty hunters would not take up arms. Gushingxing thus had no means of resistance. Moreover, no one knew that Lin Yang's ship had been drained of its energy. No one was willing to risk being blown apart to avenge Xiaodua. So it was. Lin Yang drained himself to reach Gushingxing, fired a single burst energy cannon, and the entire world of Gushingxing was brought under his banner. A minute later, the exhaustion and helplessness evaporated. A steady stream of life energy began flowing back into his body. By the time Ka Lujia had loaded the energy modules, Lin Yang had been fully restored. Have the heads of Gushingxing all arrived? Huang Yueshi replied coolly, they've come. Though only 15 shuttles are fully loaded. Another 20 are still en route. There are far more officials than workers. Gushingxing is teeming with leaders, and our light warship cannot accommodate that many people. No wonder Gushingxing has lagged behind economically. The leadership consumes everything. Tell only a few peer heads and government officials to come. The total must not exceed 10. The rest can stay where they are. 5 minutes later, Lin Yang received the 10 highest leaders of Gushingxing in a lower-tier cabin. One by one, they were corpulent, puffed-faced, and dressed in impeccable suits. Their faces, once pockmarked with malice, forced out strange smiles. They had learned that Admiral Xiaodua had been destroyed and that the main fleet was in retreat. Yet the main fleet had not caught Lin Yang in warp. Confronted with imminent death, their former arrogance drained away. They kowtowed with servile flattery. No need for such formality. I have but a few instructions. Speak, Mr. Lin. We will obey in full. Don't hope the main fleet will save you. I will intercept them shortly. Oh. The assembled leaders trembled as if struck. They nearly fainted on the spot. The resistance will soon take over Gushingsing. If you wish to continue living here hand power over peacefully, I guarantee you will not regret it. If you flee with slaves or assets, I doubt your ships are faster than my warp drive. No, we will not flee. We will follow Mr. Lin's orders and cooperate with the resistance. Rather cooperate with the miners' organization to transfer authority. Very good. Those who do as you say are wise. The miners' organization will lead the asteroid belt, and it still needs administrators like you. If you hand things over peacefully, you may even keep your former posts. How the miners' organization would actually govern the belt was not Lin Yang's concern. One thing he was certain of: the resistance would not continue to tolerate these parasites. For now, he was merely dangling prospects. Whether they would be realized depended on these people's fortunes. First, stabilize the situation, the rest could wait. That is all I have to say. There will be no cruel reprisals. Return and prepare the transfer. I must go intercept the fleeing fleet. What? You? Worried I will annihilate the fleet? Understandable, many of your relatives serve aboard them. After all, those who join fleets are not poor. Rest assured, if they cooperate, they will live. We are eternally grateful, Mr. Lin. We will immediately notify friends and kin in the fleet to surrender where they stand and await your incorporation. After the 10 leaders departed, the 1,500 energy modules had been hauled aboard. Lin Yang set the course and engaged Warp 1.0. In a flash, the ship vanished from the Gushingsing system. Each departmental head wiped cold sweat from their brows. None had expected to board Lin Yang's warship and walk away alive. They hurriedly transmitted orders to the fleeing fleet: surrender where you are and await incorporation. Do not resist. A few minutes later, Lin Yang dropped out of warp. 100 kilometers ahead, 400 warships of varying sizes had formed a square formation stretching 100 kilometers. All engines were dead and shields were down, waiting to be absorbed. By the stars. Someone muttered that a master had given them counsel were they to fire a single pulse cannon. Lin Yang would have excuse to annihilate them all. The idea of ships powering down engines and shields. It grated against Lin Yang's nature. At once he felt that wholesale slaughter would be almost dull. Kaluja said, "Our tiger people challenge only the strong. Attacking the weak is an act of impotence, and striking those who have already surrendered is a shame." Huang Yueshi snapped, "Kaluja, perhaps your tiger traditions need revision. If those ships were useless, I would rather suffer boredom than spare them. Obliterate them one by one." Her gaze chilled to ice. "If you do not root out the weeds, they will rise again with the spring." And Ziwen looked between them in surprise. She thought to herself that no wonder Lin Yang and Yueshi had fought so harmoniously. Both were equally decisive and bloodless. "Captain, you are leaving these ships for the resistance to use." "Exactly. Without ships to defend them, the resistance would rule the asteroid belt for only a few days. We will voyage to the distant stars eventually. We cannot remain in the belt forever. Acting as babysitters, can we?" "Indeed, your vision is far-sighted." "Huh. Don't flatter me so. He'll grow proud." "Ziwen, don't praise him so much. Look how smug he looks." Yueshi, after such a sweeping victory, must you deny me a moment of pride? I order you to notify the fleet at once, reverse course for Zaishingsing, and have the resistance return to Zaishingsing to incorporate the main fleet." "Yes, captain of mine." Lin Yang piloted the sun and moon into hyperspace, heading towards the god of Firestar. 400 warships immediately changed course, flying towards the god of Firestar. Upon receiving the news, the rebel forces quickly returned as planned. Lin Yang's team of 4 became the key to the future of the asteroid belt. In less than 10 minutes, Hyperspace 1.0 reached the god of Firestar, preparing to land at the bounty dock when the warship received a message from the Jishin Star Fleet. It was a video connection request. Upon connection, they saw Lieutenant General Liu Yuanshan, the commander of the Jishin Star Fleet. "Hello, Mr. Lin Yang. On behalf of the 150 warships of the main fleet of Jishin Star and 3 million residents, I surrender to you and the miners' organization, hoping the senseless war will not continue and that peace will return to the asteroid belt." 3 million residents. General Liu, you must be including the underground miners, right? "Yes, since the Martian government has abandoned us along with the miners are part of the residents of Jishin Star." "General Liu, I thank you on behalf of the ordinary people for your correct choice. Please return to Jishin Star. Once Gusen Star and the god of Firestar are back on track, we will go to Jishin Star for the handover. You did not follow the dark path of Theodore and Nelson. Your future is not bleak or doomed." "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for giving Jishin Star a peaceful transition opportunity. I will lead the leadership of Jishin Star to await your arrival with the miners' organization." You defeated the United Fleet of the Asteroid Belt and completed Challenge Task 6, a complete victory. Evolution points 15,000, current evolution points 16,000. Challenge Task updated 7, Rising Fame, cumulatively destroyed 10 interstellar strategic frigates. Evolution points 50,000. Did the challenge task get completed? Lin Yang's heart stirred, and he quickly asked Ni Ziwen to confirm with the rebel forces. The Jishin Star fleet has surrendered, but there is still no word from the 100 warships of the Marriage Star. Ziwen sent a message to the rebel forces to inquire about the situation. A moment later, Ni Ziwen reported happily. Leader Shirtsong said that the commander of the Marriage Star fleet, Major General Zhou Mingyuan, was picked up by a hyperspace warship from Mars. The Marriage Star fleet disbanded on the spot, and the captain of the 3rd Squadron sent out a message of surrender, while the remaining warships scattered and fled, likely turning into interstellar pirates. This was surprisingly easy. Haha, great. Lin Yang was overjoyed, not expecting that with the hyperspace engine and after destroying the main ship of Gushen, Star Victory would come so easily. However, he turned and noticed that the first officer Huang Yueshi had a slight frown, seemingly troubled. Yueshi, we easily won the war and became legends of the asteroid belt. Why do you seem troubled? Huang Yueshi expressed her concern. I wonder why the Martian government did not rescue Theodore Nelson and Lieutenant General Liu Yuanshan, but only came to save the weakest commander of the Marriage Star fleet, Zhou Mingyuan. Perhaps this Zhou has relatives in the upper echelons of Mars. Maybe so. Huang Yueshi smiled gently. By the way, before joining you, I spent some time on Marriage Star. Oh, you rarely talk about your past, Yueshi. What did you do on Marriage Star? Not much. Marriage Star is very small. Oh, I worked as a drifter with my grandmother. That particular grandmother who is very good at advising people to think positively. Yes. Huang Yueshi lowered her head and said, Captain, I'm a bit tired. Ooh, I would like to apply for rest. You are being too formal. Feel free to rest. Do you want me to accompany you? No. All right then. Mars Space Fleet Command. Commander Elif and Martian Speaker Peters sat in front of the large screen listening to the report from the commander of the Marriage Star Fleet, Major General Zhou Mingyuan. Martial Speaker, although the intelligence I provided cannot be proven, it is all true. That girl can enhance the firepower of the phase gun by several times. When we captured her, it caused significant losses to the Marriage Star patrol team. Lin Yang's warship's energy cannon is extraordinarily powerful, not derived from serious technology, but from that seemingly weak, yet unfathomable girl. What is the background of that girl? Not much is known. She came to Marriage Star with an old lady. If it weren't for someone trying to capture her as a slave, we wouldn't even know about their existence. What happened afterwards? The one who wanted to capture her as a slave was killed on the spot, and the patrol team was also repelled by the two of them. Later, the old lady self-destructed at the dock to cover her escape, causing many casualties while she sneaked away on a cargo ship. How long ago was that? More than 2 months ago. Why are you only saying this now? Why didn't you report it to Mars earlier? At that time, I was afraid it would affect my political performance and also worried about damaging the authority and image of the Marriage Star government. Aside from that, what else do you know? That's all. It's all the information I know. Speaker Peters closed his eyes in disappointment and waved his hand gently. Marshal Elif's expression was cold. A barren and backward marginal mining area, a group of rabble forming a drifter government. Zhou Mingyuan, what authority and image do you have? You have no political performance at all. With a flick of his sleeve, Elif was furious. The captain on the other side of the video immediately pulled out a phase gun. Zing! A beam of phase energy vaporized the fleeing commander, Zhou Mingyuan of the Marriage Star fleet, on the spot. Marshal, please give the next instructions. Elif waved his hand. Stand by, prepare to establish diplomatic relations with the new government of the asteroid belt. Lin Yang's original 6,000 evolution points quickly consumed 5,000. He rolled out a legendary grade life support module that he wasn't particularly keen on buying. He had left it in the market without purchasing it. Now his evolution points had risen to 16,000. He unhesitatingly spent 2,000 to purchase the life support module. Then he immediately did a 10 consecutive draws. The host's luck is off the charts. Rolled out a legendary grade item Nomad class medium fighter hull skeleton priced at 8,000 evolution points. Hey, just enough to leave 1,000 evolution points. Lin Yang bought the hull skeleton and then spent another 1,000 evolution points to initiate evolution. Hull skeleton is evolving, taking 16 hours and 40 minutes. The hull began to evolve. Lin Yang sent a message to the dock at the God of Firestar asking them to transport 1,000 sets of energy modules to the bounty dock during the time Karuja was supervising the unloading. Lin Yang ordered Gushen Star, Jishin Star, and Marriage Star to assist the rebels in deploying oxygen generators to the underground miners' living areas. 15 hours later, the miners' rebel forces returned to the God of Firestar. The Gushen Star fleet was still far away and would take another day to arrive. To avoid attracting too much attention during the evolution of the Sun and Moon's hull, Lin Yang briefly exchanged a few words with the rebel leader Shuttle before piloting the warship away from the god of Firestar, heading towards Jupiter in hyperspace. After flying to an open area, he exited hyperspace, quietly waiting for the hull evolution to complete. Suddenly a prompt sound echoed in the cockpit. Ding! You have received a transfer of 100 million star coins from the Jishan star government of the asteroid belt. Money. Lin Yang and Huang Yuex's eyes widened instantly. They hurriedly opened the screen in front of them. Wow! Lieutenant General Liu Yuanshan from Jishan Star is really on the ball. Lin Yang couldn't help but grin widely. 100 million star coins is no small amount. This time, he struck it rich. Huang Yueshi asked with a smile, Captain, this money might be the blood and sweat of the miners. Will you accept it? Of course. I defeated the United Government on behalf of millions of miners. If I don't accept it, the miners would be ungrateful wolves. This money is well-deserved. I wouldn't mind another 100 million. So we are on the same page, right, Lin Yang? What about the funds for the Gushin Star, Zaoshin Star, and Hunshin Star? Indeed, Chief Shuttle mentioned that he investigated the accounts of the three bases, and at the moment of defeat the money was transferred to the name of the Martian regime. Liu Yuanshan from Jishan Star didn't take the money and even sent us funds. It seems he doesn't intend to return to Mars. Lin Yueshi said it's also possible he wants to return but finds it more suitable to give up his assets and stay on Jishan Star. Regardless, since he is being cooperative, I won't let the rebels kill him. Ziwan tell Shuttle that if Liu Yuanshan can be of use, we should leave him a way out. Okay, I will inform Chief Shuttle right away. An hour later, the system notification sounded again. You have evolved the light-class ship into a medium-class fighter, completing the growth task 5 secondary advancement evolution points 5,000. Growth task updated 6 golden legend. Evolve the legendary Mo Dao medium-class fighter to the proper level, achieving all components at the golden legendary level evolution points 10,000. Suddenly, the sun and moon ship began to shake as it drifted slowly in space. A wall of white light appeared from the bow, moving slowly toward the ship's tail. As the warship passed through the light wall, changes occurred to both the exterior and internal structure of the ship. The cockpit expanded from over 5 meters wide to 8 meters. For operational positions appeared with Lin Yang controlling the main cockpit. The co-pilot seat was occupied by Huang Yueshi, who could assist in piloting as well as control the ship's firepower. Radar and communication were handled by NIZ-1, positioned to the right rear of the co-pilot. Behind the main cockpit, there were controls for the ship's hull shields, energy and life support modules, along with manipulation beams and space robotic arms. Naturally, this became Karujia's position. The height of the cockpit increased from less than 3 meters to over 4 meters. Karujia, who is 3 meters tall, could now enter the cockpit without having to bend down. From the outside, the bow of the ship expanded from 10 meters wide to 20 meters wide. On both sides of the cockpit, 2 additional small vacant rooms appeared. Lin Yang intended to use them as a temporary meeting room and lounge. The height rose from 5 meters to 12 meters, with the cockpit area remaining a double-deck structure. The rear cabin transformed into 3 levels, each about 3 meters high. Thus, the thickness of the hull was evident. The outer hull had a thickness of over 1 meter, completely made from the latest human-grade diamond-type titanium. The overall toughness increased another notch. Originally, the light-class fighter had a length of 30 meters. Once completely through the light wall, the new ship's skeleton expanded to 50 meters long. The additional 20 meters of length could be used to install dual engines. It could also be used to evolve an even larger energy room. This would allow for an increase in living quarters and the recruitment of new crew members. The cargo capacity was significantly enhanced. This scene left NIZ-1 and Karujia dumbfounded. It was their first time experiencing and witnessing such a situation. A miracle. I've never seen or heard of such technology. Although Huang Yueshi had experienced an evolution of a light-class fighter once, seeing the evolution of a medium-class fighter again left her unable to calm her excited heart. This is a Mo Dao-class medium fighter with 12 energy turrets, 6 missile launchers, dual engines, dual shields, and dual energy sources. It's the ace among Blue Star's flagship warships, a legendary ship that even the Martian fleet does not possess. Yueshi, how do you know so much? NIZ-1 asked curiously. Before Huang Yueshi could answer, Lin Yang smiled and said, the first officer is my encyclopedia. No, she's our encyclopedia. Karujia the Tigerman curiously looked around and suddenly grinned, saying, Captain, this kind of technology isn't even heard of on Sirius, which is a level 2/6 stellar civilization. Not to mention the phototropic people of the 3-0 star system, it may not even exist there. I want to pursue the principles, but can you evolve a weapon manufacturing room for me? What do you need that for? Don't you know? The Tigerman tribe of Sirius is famous for being weapon manufacturers in the Milky Way, and I am one of the best among them. Look at this equipment. Ooh, I made it all myself. Lin Yang asked curiously, what about the explosive energy guns and the two types of enhanced energy projectiles? Of course, as long as there is a fully functional weapon manufacturing room and enough raw materials, I can produce many weapons. All right, once the time is right, I will arrange one for you. And Z1 hurriedly said, Captain, I want a medical laboratory. That's a must. Z1, once the conditions are met, I will arrange it immediately. Yueshi, do you have any requests? Huang Yueshi smiled slightly and shook her head. My request is just a place to settle down. As long as I can have enough food, that's fine. Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. I mentioned that your request was not low, haha. I still remember how I was almost starving when I recruited you on Gushin Star. Those 50 star coins, though not much, are all I had. If you're someone who scams for food and drink after that meal, we will only be left to be slaves or miners to eat. NIZ1 suddenly became interested and immediately pulled Huang Yueshi to ask about the incident. Lin Yang helplessly spread his hands. He took Karugia to explore the new warship. The obsolete, three-edged light-class ship skeleton had been reclaimed. Unfortunately, it was bought for 2,000, but sold for only 200. With 5,200 evolution points, he evolved the Chilan-Stipe pulse engine in the evolution mall again. An hour later, the Sun and Moon medium-class fighter now had dual engines. One was a Warp 1, Zero engine, and the other was a conventional pulse engine. The warship then returned to Zaoshan Star. The residents of Zaoshan Star were left stunned. They began to discuss among themselves. Mr. Lin went out for a while, and how come he changed warships? Isn't that a medium-class fighter that only Blue Star and the Martian fleet possess? It seems much more formidable than the curved blade class that was retired decades ago. Look closely, the waist knife class doesn't have that many turrets, nor is it that large. So what class is this? Could it be even more powerful than the waist knife class? It's probably the legendary Mo Dao class. Mo Dao class. Is that the legendary warship that almost caused a fallout between Blue Star and Mars? It can't be wrong. God, Mr. Lin and his team are truly mysterious. Who is helping him? Is it the rumored Sirius civilization? Shoo, don't say anything indiscriminately. Just know that Mr. Lin is helping us, that's enough. The leaders of the resistance were also astonished, their mouths agape. But as long as Lin Yang didn't take the initiative to speak, they maintained their silence. A day later, the fleet of 400 ships from Gushin Star arrived at Zaoshan Star. They accepted the incorporation of the resistance. The resistance was officially renamed the Asteroid Belt Miners Alliance. Shirtsong served as the first leader. The fleets from Jishin Star and Hunshin Star that surrendered also accepted a second redistribution via remote communication. The Miners Alliance replaced 80 of the fleet members. After gathering the original fleets, they mixed them up again. They were divided into 4 fleets of varying sizes according to the population of the asteroid residents. Then they were assigned to various bases for protection. Oxygen generators were also being deployed in an orderly manner. 3 days later, a notification sound echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Ding. You assisted the miners in deploying 3,000 oxygen generators, improving their living environment, completing the main task 5 start, to finish evolution points 2,000, current evolution points 7,100. Main task updated 6 bounty tycoon. Monopolize the 4 bounty markets in the asteroid belt and officially operate them, evolution points 10,000. The system, I must say, your task this time is quite impressive. Lin Yang was very satisfied. Having defeated the original regime, it's not just the bounty port, I can even take control of the entire asteroid belt. Isn't monopolizing the bounty port as easy as pie? This system will strive to secure the greatest benefits for the host and provide strategies through macro analysis of the future. Leading the remote and backward asteroid belt will only drag you into a quagmire affecting your conquest of the star sea, hence the task of monopolizing the bounty port was proposed. You're right, on the surface you're giving the asteroid belt to the rebels, but in reality it is yours. The rebels have become your vassals, and manipulating behind the scenes is much safer than stepping into the limelight to contend with the Blue Star and Mars. After sending messages to the god of agriculture star, the god of wisdom star, and the god of marriage star, the leadership of the minor organization immediately allocated the bounty port to Lin Yang. They also dispatched soldiers to patrol the market for security. Galava, you've been promoted and received a raise. Lin Yang arrived at the bounty port on the god of Firestar with 3 crew members. Galava came running out to greet him. Captain, it's truly a privilege to serve you, such a rare honor. I have received messages from the bounty ports of the god of agriculture star, the god of wisdom star, and the god of marriage star. Galava will never forget your kindness. Your brilliance shines like the sun. Stop flattering and get to work. I require you to ensure that all 4 bounty ports are officially operational within a day. Yes, Captain. As long as you arrange the personnel appointments for the 4 ports, I guarantee they will be in operation within 10 minutes. Tell them that the original managers and leadership remain unchanged and you are the overall supervisor. Just submit the accounts to me monthly. Understood. I'll arrange that right away. I'll please take a rest in the office. Is there tea? Yes. Green tea from the Blue Star. We also have black tea, pure tea, floral tea, and aged white tea. Huang Yueshi asked, do you have women's clothing? Yes. We have casual styles and sweatpants, over a dozen brand new sets, all different, specially prepared for you and Doctor and I. The Tiger Man Karugia asked, is there meat? Yes, we bought fresh refrigerated Blue Star goat meat from the trade port. Ha ha ha, great. I want to eat 200 pounds. Dr. Ni Ziwang hadn't even spoken yet. Galeva continued, all medical instruments and medicines for the hospital on the God of Firestar are ready. Dr. Ni, once you make your selections, he'll send someone to install them on the battleship immediately. Lin Yang and the others exchanged smiles. Having capable subordinates brings peace of mind. Galeva made the right choice. He is a smart person. Even if they wanted to dismiss him, now he wouldn't leave. This person knows how to get things done, arranging supplies on the battleship meticulously. Originally, Lin Yang and his team were eating ordinary Star Citizen rations. Galeva sought out the Minor Alliance to prepare a dining combination that only the fleet's upper echelon could enjoy. A variety of foods, both meat and vegetarian. Simply extravagant. 10 minutes later, Lin Yang, resting in the office, heard the system alert. The 4 bounty ports in the asteroid belt have been officially acquired and are in operation, completing main mission 6 bounty tycoon evolution points, 10,000 current evolution points, 17100. Main mission updated 7 journey to Mars. After assisting the minor organization in restoring order to the asteroid belt, embark on the journey to Mars. Successfully arriving at the Mars Space Trade Station will grant evolution points 20,000. Looking at the taskbar in the system panel, Lin Yang lay back on the sofa, closing his eyes to analyze. The challenge task is to destroy 10 escort ships. They have only destroyed 4 so far. This task is somewhat challenging, so it needs to be postponed. The growth task is the Golden Legend, to upgrade all the supporting facilities of the battleship to legendary level. Each 10 consecutive attempts guarantees at least 1 legendary level, but the evolution points are insufficient, so it also needs to be postponed. Only the main mission is relatively easier. Once the asteroid belt restores its former order, they can set sail. With warp speed 1.0, it takes over 20 minutes to arrive, as long as prior negotiations are made. This is the simplest task. This one shall do. Lin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, realizing Huang Yueshi was quietly watching him. What's up? Yueshi, do you have something? Nothing, but I know you have something to discuss now. Go ahead, we're all ears. Let the minor organization hurry to restore order. Issues left over from the previous regime, like gladiator slaves and modified monsters, should be closed down if they need to be, and released if they should be. If we can help maintain order, just let us know. Kill them. Kill them. Yes, tell Shirtsong that modified monsters are bloodthirsty and brutal, not normal carbon-based life forms. They should be executed directly. Alright, I'll tell him right away. Dr. Ni Ziwang opened her portable communicator to relay Lin Yang's arrangements. She soon received a reply. Captain Shirtsong has issued orders as you requested, but he said he received news from the Mars regime that the Warm Current strategic escort ship is about to arrive. What are they coming for? They say it's for diplomatic relations, but in reality, it's a negotiation regarding the legitimacy of the Minor Alliance. Tell Shirtsong to negotiate however he sees fit without regard for us. We will soon be leaving the asteroid belt. Yes, in 10 minutes, the Warm Current escort ship will arrive at the God of Firestar at warp speed 1.0. Shirtsong wants to invite you to participate in the negotiations. Lin Yang shook his head and smiled. We are the backstage manipulators. There's no need to step into the spotlight. Understood, I'll inform him right away. Lin Yang closed his eyes again and reclined back on the sofa. 10 draws. Congratulations. The host has incredible luck. An epic-level item has appeared in the shop. Time Reverser, an epic-level guided weapon that once detonated sends all objects within 100 kilometers back 1 minute. Price, 10,000 evolution points. Buy. Although he didn't know when it would be useful, Lin Yang would never miss an epic item when it appeared. The last epic-level mirror generator had saved his life. Captain, all supplies have been transported, and you can start your journey to inspect your 4 bounty ports at any time. Galeva reported with a beaming smile in the office. Galava, you are now the overall supervisor with a 50 raise. Make sure to operate the 4 bounty ports well. Yes, Captain. I will report last week's accounts every Monday. How much is currently in the account? The combined balance of the 4 ports is 2037680 star coins. Due to the order not being restored, bounty hunters are on holiday, and our market is still in a state of loss, but I guarantee we will turn a profit within a month. Alright, I don't care how you do it, as long as the results are there. Remember, don't tarnish my reputation. Rest assured, Captain Galeva will never do anything foolish. With the battleship's supplies fully loaded, the new legendary life support module is also online. Lin Yang and the others then left the bounty port. They went to check on the situation aboard the battleship. Half an hour later, minor organization Shuttle sent a communication. Mr. Lin, Mars and Blue Star have recognized the legitimacy of the minor organization. Indeed, the Martian regime is impressive. Their political maneuvering surpasses that of the backward asteroid belt. Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Shikong's tone grew resolute. Mr. Lin, the United Asteroid Belt regime was defeated by you. Without your involvement, we would still be the underground resistance hidden from the light. I cannot agree to the demands of the Martian regime, nor can the entire resistance. We must support you as our leader to contend with Mars and the Blue Star. Hey, calm down. Don't bestow me with a yellow robe. Lin Yang hurriedly intervened. It's all just a title. There's no need to worry. Accept their demands, and let us be classified as class interstellar pirates. How? How is that possible? I can't do it. Don't be agitated, listen to me. The accounts of the 4 bounty docks are currently under Galowa's name, right? Yes, your account has been frozen by the Martian and Blue Star alliances and the 107. 5 million star coins inside cannot be spent. That's fine. On the surface, the bounty docks belong to Galowa, but in truth, they are still mine. Publicly, the miners' organization has severed ties with us and labeled us as pirates, but privately, we can still communicate. I can still direct the overall planning and future direction of the asteroid belt, right? Of course, but the Martian regime has stated they will send a supervisory committee to monitor any exchanges between us. As long as this supervisory committee lacks real power, they cannot hinder our communication. Just assign them tasks to hunt for pirates to keep them occupied. But they also demand that all your information be locked away, causing millions of miners to forget about you. The more they try, the more legendary we become among the people. Don't worry about it, agree to their demands, and let them quickly resume various investments, but you must remember, military economy and people's livelihoods must not involve them at all, not even a bit. By then the supervisory committee will just be a facade. Then Mr. Lin, what about you? Once order is restored in the asteroid belt, we shall set sail. The boundless sea of stars awaits us. I believe that Mars and the Blue Star's demands are not to obstruct your life in the asteroid belt, but to prevent you from reaching Mars or the Blue Star with a normal identity. Exactly, Shuttle, as long as you understand this. For major matters concerning the asteroid belt, consult me. For minor matters you can discuss among yourselves. Yes, Mr. Lin, we will always support you. You are the soul of the asteroid belt. This game of strategy saw Lin Yang appear to relinquish the fruits of victory and retreat into the depths of space. In truth, he had given up nothing. This decisive abandonment of gain earned him the respect of millions of residents in the asteroid belt. As long as he wished, he could lead the entire asteroid belt at any time. Yet he prepared to set off for Mars to carve out his own destiny. The asteroid belt would become his backing, continuously providing various resources. The subsequent negotiations proceeded smoothly. The Martian regime got what they wanted, believing Lin Yang did not take the position of leader in the asteroid belt, while the entire team still operated under the guise of interstellar pirates in the solar system. It would be difficult to approach Mars openly. The banks of Mars and Blue Star, along with major companies, securities firms and factories, returned to the asteroid belt. The Martian regime dispatched a supervisory committee composed of 30 members to oversee the functioning of the new regime. New mining laws and miners' rights began to be implemented. The revenue of the asteroid belt surged, growing increasingly prosperous. 3 days later, Shuttle sent an encrypted message. Order has been restored among the 4 asteroids and major mines. A total of 86 million miners and 1200 slaves have been granted free citizen status. 4 main fleets have officially commenced patrols and all docks are operating normally. The transition of the asteroid belt's regime is officially complete. Upon hearing this report, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. We should set sail. Our destination is Mars. Captain, we've received another encrypted communication. Connected. After An Yuan opened it, she looked somewhat surprised. It's General Liu Yuanshan, the former commander of the intelligence star fleet. Due to a timely surrender, he also provided Lin Yang with 100 million star coins. After the transfer of power, Lieutenant General Liu Yuanshan was appointed as the head of the Asteroid Fleet Academy. It was essentially a nominal position for him to retire. One would expect that after a safe landing, he would enjoy a low-key life. However, he took the risk of being discovered by the Martian Supervisory Committee to send Lin Yang an encrypted message. General Liu, it's been a while. You still have your charm. What pressing matter brings you to use encrypted communication? Mr. Lin, I heard you were preparing to set sail for Mars. Yes, do you have anything to convey? Aren't you classified as an interstellar pirate with your account frozen by the Martian regime? That's what I'm worried about. The Martian Trade Dock District F No. 66 is the Martian branch of the Star Alliance Bank. You should find someone named Yaofan, a three-eyed person from Orion who has connections with me. He can upgrade your account from the secondary regional version to the primary global version usable throughout the entire Star Alliance. By then the freeze by Mars and Blue Star will be ineffective. Oh, General Liu, you are incredibly timely, thank you. No need for thanks, you provided my family and me with a chance for a new life. I once thought of escaping back to Mars, but Major Zhou Mingyuan from Wedding Star had important information and was abandoned halfway. If you had not shown mercy, my family would share the same fate as Theodore and Nelson. You are a wise and far-sighted person, we will meet again in the future. Is there anything else you want me to convey to Yaofan? Nothing more, just mention my name and he will understand. Oh, there is one more thing. Speak. I heard that the Tiger penalty team from Sirius is about to enter the solar system, coming for your companion, Mr. Tiger. Be cautious in your dealings, goodbye. After closing the communication, Lin Yang noticed that Karugia was no longer as carefree as before. His tiger eyes were narrowed with some worry. Meanwhile, Huang Yueshi in the co-pilot seat also frowned slightly, appearing to have something on her mind. Clap, clap. Lin Yang clapped his hands. Cheer up, it's time to set off. What's wrong, big cat? Are you scared? Tigers are never afraid. Ew, I just miss my mother and father as well as my several royal sisters. Alright, Yueshi, what about you? You seem to have something on your mind too. Huang Yueshi smiled lightly. Not much, I'm a bit hungry. What about you all? I'm hungry too. Then he'll go prepare the meal. Huang Yueshi left the cockpit like a gust of wind. After watching her leave, Ai Ziwang walked over to Lin Yang. She whispered, the last time Yueshi suddenly seemed troubled was when she learned that Zhou Mingyuan from Wedding Star was taken by the Martian regime. Now she looks troubled again, likely due to hearing news about Zhou Mingyuan. Captain Yueshi mentioned that she stayed on Wedding Star for some time. I wonder if it has anything to do with that. I'm worried. I've asked her privately, but she said nothing, so I didn't press further. Sister Ziwang, some things are easier for you girls to discuss. Could you find an opportunity to ask her? Alright, I'll go help her prepare the meal. Ai Ziwang headed to the temporary dining area in the aft cabin. Upon reaching the door, she heard Huang Yueshi saying something. Let them go, I'll return with you. Return where, Yueshi? Sister Ziwang. I didn't say anything. I was just preparing the meal. What do you want to eat this time? Ai Ziwang smiled tenderly and gently took Huang Yueshi's hand. Yueshi, my dear sister, these past days together have been the happiest I've known in my 10 years of exile. Tell me, how do you see me? Huang Yueshi blinked in surprise, then laughed. Sister Ziwang, why so solemn all of a sudden? Come on, what did you eat? Chicken meal or fish meal? I eat nothing, Yueshi. I only wish to ask, have you encountered any difficulties lately? No, not at all. Yueshi, Lin Yang says we are one team, one family. Surely you wouldn't keep your troubles to yourself? If it's awkward to speak with him, tell me instead. After all, I am a woman too. No, truly sister, you're overthinking. I was merely remembering Granny who once wandered with me in exile. Seeing she could draw no further answer, Ai Ziwang let the matter drop and joined Huang Yueshi in preparing the meal. At dinner, Lin Yang cast her a silent, questioning glance. Ai Ziwang gave a gentle shake of her head. Lin Yang then smiled. After this meal, we depart for Mars. If anyone has unfinished business, speak now. Once we launch, we won't return to the asteroid belt easily. Huang Yueshi placed a large chicken leg into his meal container. Eat up, Captain. Surely one leg won't silence you. Then here's another. Hey, Yueshi, are you dieting? You don't look underweight. Then give it to me. I'm still hungry. Karuja snatched Lin Yang's meal container away. He opened his mouth wide as a basin and poured the contents in. With a few loud crunches, it vanished. Seeing the three frozen in astonishment, he seized Ai Ziwang's and Huang Yueshi's containers as well. Starving, his maw gaped wide again, and down it all went. Captain, I'm only 30% full. Hungry. You damn it. Lin Yang's brow darkened with exasperation. Didn't you say 10 servings would suffice? Now you've devoured 13, and claim you're only 30% full. Yueshi said coolly, tell your father Emperor to wire funds, immediately. 100 million star credits for food expenses. Ai Ziwang sighed helplessly. Karuja, in battle you throw yourself before bullets to shield us. Yet at the table you seize food like a bandit. From your human perspective, I'm still an 80-year-old child. Surely you wouldn't let a child go hungry. Lin Yang clenched his fist and punched him lightly. Who the hell isn't a child? From your tigerkin's viewpoint, the average lifespan is 3 centuries. So a 20-year-old human is but an infant. Enough, Captain. Departure awaits. Let Karuja eat his fill just once. Ai Ziwang interceded with a smile. Eat. Eat freely. Let's see how much you can truly consume. Karuja unbuttoned his tunic and devoured 50 servings in one sitting. Enough to make Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, and Ai Ziwang all frown in disbelief. He uttered no word of satiety, only that he'd grown weary and wished to rest. Back in his quarters, he stretched out upon the floor and fell fast asleep. Lin Yang chuckled wryly. The lower decks remained too cramped. The stored rations barely last Karuja a month. A Blue Earth Siberian tiger consumes over 20 kilograms in one meal, and Karuja eats even more. We must avoid extended voyages whenever possible. Enough, let the well-fed tiger rest. Now we launch for Mars. The medium-class fighter vessel Ryu lifted from Bounty Dock. Galeva led all dock personnel onto the pier watching the warship ascend. Together they waved farewell. USE. Engage conventional propulsion until we clear Vesta's sphere of influence, then shift to warp mode. During non-combat operations, Lin Yang typically delegated piloting duties to his deputy, Huang USE, while he relaxed in the command seat, gazing out at the passing void. Vesta Supervisory Council. The electronic gate suddenly failed, refusing to open. The Martian-appointed supervisor remained trapped inside. Even alerts to the Minor Alliance yielded no aid. Several technicians fumbled at the door for hours, unable to breach it. Enraged, the supervisor began shouting from within. Where is Counselor Shirtsong? We demand immediate contact with Shirtsong, the leader of the Asteroid Belt Miner Organization. Apologies, Supervisor. Counselor Shirtsong is inspecting underground mining operations and will return in 1 hour. Open this door now. Who launched from Bounty Dock? Why has the entire base gathered in the plaza? We sincerely apologize. Please wait patiently. We aim to restore access within the hour. I repeat, who launched? We're unsure. Please wait briefly. We'll investigate immediately. Clank. The technician added yet another lock and activated a force field barrier, then turned and sprinted toward the central plaza. The plaza teemed with people, hundreds of thousands packed shoulder to shoulder, spilling across every surface. All craned their necks upward, gazing beyond the dome. Lin Yang's Ryu ascended slowly into the sky. Tens of thousands raised their hands in unison, a vast silent farewell. Witnessing it, Ni Ziwen's eyes brimmed with tears. After all these years in the asteroid belt, I can finally depart without fear. To see everyone living ordinary, peaceful lives. Thank you, Captain. This moment makes every struggle worthwhile. They've all come to see us off. Lin Yang smiled warmly. Not just here, look farther. Trade docks, labor docks, transport harbors, shipyards. All thronged with crowds. Let's go. We'll return, given the chance. The vessel accelerated, leaving Vesta behind as it raced sunward toward Mars. 5 minutes into flight, Ni Ziwen smiled. Shirtsong and his fleet await us ahead. Radar confirmed 100 warships aligned in perfect formation, 5,000 kilometers distant. Chief Shirtsong transmitted a message. General Lin, we stand ready for your inspection and honor you with our escort. Oh, how did I become a general? In our hearts, you are the sole general of the asteroid belt. Always, we obey your command. Minutes later, the Ryu reached the fleet. 100 vessels formed 2 parallel lines, 50 per side, all Kaishinfa-class medium bombers. They stretched 10 kilometers end-to-end, each illuminating the path with powerful forward beams, flooding a 1 kilometer wide corridor with brilliant light. They had forged for Lin Yang a luminous avenue through the stars. Huang USE reduced speed to 30 kilometers per hour and guided the Ryu serenely down the center. Within every vessel, crew stood rigid and upright before observation windows, eyes fixed, saluting the Ryu with unwavering reverence. As the Ryu glided slowly through the passage and emerged beyond, Lin Yang completed his ceremonial review of the asteroid belt's main fleet. Instantly, the vessel surged forward. Vanishing into the infinite black at 200 Mach, Lin Yang sent no final instructions to Shirtsong. The cleaner the departure, the heavier the unsaid words. The harder one tries to linger in farewell, the deeper the trust required to simply leave. Captain, we have exited Ceres' sphere of influence. Plot course for Mars. Set final waypoint 15,000 kilometers outside Mars' sphere of influence. Since we're now pirates, we must hijack a vessel to mask our entry into the Interstellar Trade Station. Upon Huang USE's input, the ship engaged warp mode 1.0, projected arrival time 22 minutes. 10 minutes into warp flight, Ni Ziwen detected an anomaly on radar. Captain, a Sirius Technologies heavy fighter blocks our warp trajectory. Its laser weapons are charging. Interception imminent. Incoming transmission. Drop out of warp. Open comms. Enter combat readiness. The video channel established. Opposite stood a tiger man, his face scarred, one ear severed by a laser weapon. His visage was fiercely intimidating. A tuft of grizzled whiskers framed his chin. His once golden fur, striped with black, now bore streaks of silver gray. Given the tigerman's average lifespan of 300 years, he was certainly over 150. You are Lin Yang, the solar system human commander of this fighter vessel. I am. Why do you block my course? I am Gara, a pursuit officer of the Sirius Sabertooth Tribunal. Surrender your shields immediately, and hand over the fugitive Karuja to my warship. Huang Yueshi and Inai Ziwen both frowned. Lin Yang, however, smiled calmly. Karuja serves as my ship's security officer, a vital combat asset. Mr. One Ear, how could he possibly be a fugitive? He violated the saber-tooth tradition, handed down for 20,000 years, by refusing to face his father in ritual combat. Such cowardice shames the Tiger Men. Yet he has already been exiled for that transgression. So long as he never returns to Sirius, he is no criminal. True, he commits no crime so long as he brings no trouble to Sirius civilization. But he leaked saber-tooth technology to the solar system, interfering with political reform across the asteroid belt. The Stellar Alliance launched an investigation pressuring Sirius, and that pressure must be relieved by Karuja's death. Your logic collapses entirely. Karuja disclosed no saber-tooth technology. Even if he had the solar system's technological capacity, its manufacturing and engineering sophistication could not rapidly assimilate such knowledge, and certainly not aboard my short-range fighter. Guerra's brows knotted tightly. He seemed to grasp the flaw in his own reasoning. Yet fury flared anew. Guilt is not yours to declare. Only the ancient saber-tooth tribunal may render judgment. Backward human, I command you lower your shields and surrender Karuja immediately. Mr. One Ear, surely you won't wield superior technology and force to bully a less advanced species. That violates the core tenets of the Stellar Alliance. I have exercised remarkable restraint. Were it not for your repeated praise of my honor scar, I would have shattered your shields and remotely extracted the fugitive long ago. Guerra proudly traced the scar where his ear had been blasted away. This wound was earned 100 years ago, pursuing the class criminal Black Tiger Vidaka, when insectoid mercenaries ambushed me. It is my honor. I commend your courage, and deeply respect saber-tooth law and tradition. Yet I ask, Mr. One Ear, that you likewise honor humanity's customs. What customs? You wish to seize my crew member. Very well. You must first petition Earth's governing body, obtain its official seal, then secure Mars' formal approval. Only then may you present your application to the Asteroid Belt Miners Alliance. Without all three approvals, I cannot release him. Guerra's brow furrowed faintly. No wonder solar system humanity advances so slowly, burdened by such bureaucratic tedium. 1 minute passed. He transmitted a document. Earth and Mars have approved. The asteroid belt remains unratified, but historically its Miners Alliance falls under Martian sovereignty. Mars' endorsement suffices. Now will you release him? Damn it. Lin Yang cursed inwardly. His own applications took weeks, or even months, to process. Mars had even frozen his accounts. Yet a saber-tooth request received instant approval. Evidently stalling would not work. What must be faced, must be faced. He closed his eyes and reclined into the pilot's seat. Huang Yueshi and Inai Ziwen instantly understood deep piloting mode had begun. Combat was imminent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without warning, Huang Yueshi launched 3 Dragonfly K missiles. Simultaneously, 4 ion pulse cannons roared to life. Lin Yang rolled the warship sharply sideways to evade. Inai Ziwen cranked the radar to maximum power, scanning every ripple of disturbance within a 100,000-kilometer radius. Boom, boom, boom. All 3 Dragonfly missiles struck Guerra's heavy fighter, dead center. Yet their high-yield warheads only ignited 3 fleeting fireballs. 4 ion pulse cannons, enhanced over a dozenfold, blasted squarely into the enemy's shield. The barrier merely flickered 4 times. Inai Ziwen exclaimed, shield integrity dropped just 1% and regenerated in 0.1 seconds. Our attacks are ineffective. The saber-toothed Tiger Men are a class 2. 6 stellar civilization. This battle will not be easy. Retreat. Lin Yang inputted a random vector, then engaged warp 1.0. The ship lurched violently. A colossal beam of light descended from above. A luminous curtain enveloping the Ryu. Overwhelming gravity pinned the vessel, preventing warp entry. Alarms blared throughout the Ryu. Warning, warning. Warp initiation failed. Propulsion systems offline. Vessel ensnared by unknown gravitational field. 10 kilometers above the Ryu. A colossal mothership, 5 kilometers in length, materialized. Guerra's fighter had launched from within its cavernous hangar. With firepower of such magnitude, not even a 500-meter Orca-class strategic frigate could escape its tractor beam, let alone the Ryu at 50 meters. Captain, the saber-toothed Tigerman's interstellar cruiser. It's cloaked. We can't detect it on radar. Tigermen have no honor. Yueshi, prepare the epic tier chrono-retrograde weapon. At that moment, Karuja stumbled breathlessly into the cockpit, awakened from deep slumber and rushing here at once. His tiger eyes widened in shock upon seeing Guerra's heavy fighter through the observation viewport and the azure luminescent shroud encasing the Ryu. He rushed to the comms console. Release my friends. Karuja of the Tigerman petitions for sacred blood duel. You are no longer a lawful citizen of Sirius. You forfeit the right to petition. Cold reply from Gera. Thud. Karuja slammed his fists together in rage. Even were I a godless heretic, if tiger blood still flows in my veins, I hold the right to demand sacred blood duel. This tradition was ordained by the first Tiger Emperor 20 millennia ago. You claim reverence for tradition. Why then refuse my challenge? No reply came. Instead, the tractor beam intensified, dragging the Ryu ever downward. The 5-kilometer cruiser's docking bay doors yawned open. In 60 seconds, the Ryu would be hauled inside. Huang Yueshi fired more missiles and energy salvos, but they vanished like pebbles swallowed by the sea, inflicting no damage. Karuja clenched his fists and let loose a thunderous, sky-rending roar. Captain, lower the shields. Let them transport me across. Tigermen scorn attacking the weak. They'll harm none of you. As royalty, I won't be executed, only imprisoned. Were you napping, Tiger? Gera said your death must relieve the Stellar Alliance's pressure on Sirius. Death? A tiger fears no death. I only wish to die gloriously, in duel. Since they deny me that honor, then a dishonorable execution must suffice. Karuja spread his hands helplessly. Lower the shields, Captain. Commander Huang, Doctor and I. Knowing you has been the greatest joy of my 8 years. How I'd love to keep competing with you for meals, but I will not endanger my friends through cowardice. Farewell. Thud. Stop playing the martyr. Get back to engineering and fix the engines. Lin Yang leapt up and punched Karuja square in the jaw. He thought, almost fell for it. I'm the protagonist after all. But Karuja refused to leave, instead lunging toward the main console to slam his paw onto the shield control interface. Slap. Both Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi struck his massive tiger claw down simultaneously. Huang Yueshi's voice cut like ice. Do not overstep. This interface is beyond your clearance level, security officer. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Have you heard the ancient human saying, to accept a trust is to honor it with unwavering fidelity? Karuja shook his head, eyes glistening red. No, I have not. I swore fealty to the Tiger Emperor, to safeguard you. I will never abandon that vow. Not halfway, not as if you were a criminal. Lin Yang raised his index finger with quiet precision. Yueshi, it's time to test our new epic tier weapon. Let's see what it truly does. Whoosh. The time retriever flew out from the sun and moon ship. Its speed was slow, only 1 Mach. Such a slow speed made the Sirius Tigermen too lazy to intercept. On the contrary, they curiously watched this uniquely shaped guided weapon to see what kind of lethality it possessed. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. The time retriever exploded 30 kilometers away. A massive shockwave rapidly spread outward. Within the inner layer of the shockwave, more shockwaves emerged. They released outward in layers. The speed and power gradually increased. Boom. When the shockwave reached the sun and moon ship, the 50-meter-long medium-sized fighter shook violently. The 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser of the Sirius Tigermen also shook under the impact of the shockwave. In the next moment, the massive beam of the cruiser snapped. Driven by the shockwave, the medium-sized fighter of the sun and moon ship, the heavy fighter of the Tigerman Gala, and the 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser all retreated backward. This retreat was not just a spatial withdrawal. More precisely, it was a retreat in time. What is the effect of the new epic-level weapon we're testing, Sia? Lin Yang's previous words appeared in reverse order. Every action and word of everyone on the battleship was presented in a rewind phenomenon. The medium-sized fighter of the sun and moon ship retreated to the position it was in a minute ago. Except for the already exploded time retriever, everything returned to a minute ago. Tigerman Gala was still intercepting in the heavy fighter on the flight path. The 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser also returned to its stealth state. Hey, something feels off. Why do I feel like there's something very important I need to do related to our epic-level new weapons time retriever? Suddenly, Lin Yang, who was piloting the battleship at warp speed 1.0, felt unusual. I feel like I've experienced this scene of piloting the battleship before. Me too. Huang Yueshi quickly opened the weapon interface. Our time retriever has already exploded. Just a minute later, to be precise, a minute ago, we were ejected by the time bubble and retreated 1 minute. Why can't I understand, Yueshi? Look here, the battle log from the epic level generator has shielded the time retriever's rewind. And Zhuang said, perhaps it also helped us shield the time retriever on a conscious level, which is why we can perceive the anomaly. At this moment, the previously sleeping Karuja also woke up. He ran into the cockpit. Captain, something seems off. I vaguely feel like we just narrowly escaped annihilation. Prepare for battle. Your feeling is not wrong. The 4 of them took a quick glance at the battle log. In an instant, they recalled the scene of being on the verge of defeat, almost being annihilated. Buzz. Lin Yang immediately exited warp speed. Huang Yueshi opened the weapon interface. Karuja ran to the energy room to load the energy module. Ni Zhuang adjusted the radar power to the maximum. At a distance of 10,000 kilometers, there is a slight distortion of space appearing. Captain, you stopped just in time. If we had delayed exiting warp speed by 0.001 seconds, we would have crashed into Gala's battleship. We only scanned Gala's heavy fighter. The interstellar cruiser is still in stealth. Captain, should we send a message? No need to worry, wait for his message. Ueshi, prepare the particle cannon, even if it means emptying the energy. We need to deliver a heavy blow aiming directly at the cruiser's position. Huang Ueshi frowned. Increasing the power of the particle cannon by more than 10 times is indeed significant, but it probably won't pose a threat to the Sirius cruiser. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. With Sirius technology, even if we escape back to the asteroid, we would be caught. With our warp speed of 1.0, if we can't escape the solar system, we will be captured. For now, this is the only method we can use. Huang Ueshi immediately understood. Are you trying to tell the saber-toothed tiger that our technology was not taught by Karuja? Exactly, we cannot win, and the saber-toothed tiger won't listen to explanations. We can only present the facts before them. Some advanced civilizations in the galaxy have developed stealth technology for battleships. This technology evades radar scanning. It provides a crushing advantage in space battles. Thus, the Star Alliance has very strict management of battleship stealth technology. It can be said to be a monopoly. Only some advanced civilizations can possess it. Lower civilizations, let alone possessing it, cannot even conduct research on it without violating regulations. This is akin to several thousand years ago when Blue Star had not yet fully reached level 1 planetary civilization. The management system of nuclear weapons by the World Council was the same. Now, every advanced civilization in the galaxy has different stealth technologies for their battleships. It has always been the highest secret of civilization. A child of the Tiger clan like Karuja, who has not participated in military or political affairs, could not possibly have access to battleship stealth technology. Yet Lin Yang was able to see through the stealth and launch an attack, regardless of how he saw through it. It proves that Karuja did not impart serious technology to humanity. The Tiger Man Gala sent a communication as scheduled. He repeated the same words from a minute ago. You are the commander of the fighter, the human Lin Yang from the solar system. This time Lin Yang did not answer him. Instead, he pressed the buttons on all 4 missile launch pads. The Dragonfly-type missiles flew out in groups of 4. Groups of them rushed towards the stealthy 5-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser at a speed of 100 Mach. At the same time, Huang Ueshi operated the Fire Dragon-type particle cannon to fire. The originally 10-meter diameter golden high-energy beam, after enhancement, exceeded a diameter of 100 meters. Simultaneously, 4 ion pulse cannons and 1 magnetic explosion cannon also opened fire. Their power was increased by more than 10 times. Boom! A massive light appeared. The enhanced particle cannon first hit the stealthy interstellar cruiser. Then came the 4 ion pulse cannons and 1 magnetic explosion cannon. These 5 ship-mounted cannons were all pulse types, emitting high-energy light clusters. Fast, but with a short range. Fortunately, they were very close to the massive interstellar cruiser. Within just a few kilometers, the energy weapons hit. Finally came a series of Dragonfly-type missiles. Violent explosions erupted on the exterior of the interstellar cruiser. Huang Ueshi fired the particle cannon 3 more times. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The massive interstellar cruiser shook violently. The explosions blazed in succession. At this moment, Karuja shouted anxiously from the communication. Energy consumption is too fast. I can't keep up. There's enough energy for 1 more cannon fire. The next shot will take 2 minutes. Lin Yang said, Ueshi, keep firing. Chirp, boom. A flash of fire. The particle cannon struck Gala's heavy fighter. It instantly knocked off 30 of the shield. At the same time, hundreds of Dragonfly-type missiles also hit Gala's battleship. Boom, 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 boom. As the dense explosions subsided, Lin Yang and the others finally saw clearly. It turned out that Gala, piloting the heavy fighter, had blocked the last particle cannon shot and also intercepted hundreds of Dragonfly-type missiles. Captain, we detected a particle compression phenomenon inside the heavy fighter. Gala has been teleported away. The cruiser has warped away. Did we win? Just as Ni Zhuang and Huang Ueshi were astonished, the communication station received a message. After connecting, there were several gray-haired, older tiger men. Among them was Gala. The video feed showed the bridge billowing smoke with sparks falling everywhere. It was obvious. The surprise attack from the Sun and Moon ship had dealt significant damage to the cruiser. Lin Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did our previous attack injure your cruiser? Lin Yang slapped his forehead, using his hand to conceal the corners of his mouth that couldn't be suppressed. I'm a bit sorry. Oh, I really didn't know that the shields would lower once the cruiser entered stealth. Now you understand, Karuja didn't teach me any technology, right? The white-beard tiger man dressed as a military officer asked. If Karuja is not among the senior ranks of the Sirius military, how can you spy on our stealth technology? Scan the battlefield for traces of space and time. If your technology is up to par, you will know the truth. The scanning results are being calculated. Oh, we will find out. Karuja is the culprit and must be handed over. At this moment, Karuja stood up. I have already stated my intention. I request a sacred blood duel. If you are cowards who do not respect tradition, please return to Sirius. Otherwise, arrange for the sacred blood duel. When did you say that? A minute ago. No, it should be 2 minutes ago. At this moment, a tiger man hurriedly ran into the bridge. He handed the scanning report to Gala. Gala, after reading it, couldn't help but tremble and quickly handed the scanning report to the white-beard tiger man. He whispered, Elder, it seems to be a time weapon. We've been sent back 1 minute. The tiger man Elder was taken aback. The Sirius tiger race is a 2.6 level stellar civilization and has not yet mastered time weapons. Only races at the 3.0 level galactic civilization can peer into such matters. It is evident that Lin Yang received assistance from a more advanced race far beyond what Tiger Man Karuja could offer. The Tiger Man Elder helplessly set down the scanning report. Lin Yang, once the Tiger race's warships enter stealth mode, they can block all radar scans within the known Milky Way, but the cost is that they must lower their shields. Otherwise, your close-range fighter will not inflict any damage on the cruiser. Lin Yang replied, I merely stumbled upon the cruiser by chance. It was not my intention to cause harm to it. There is no need to be modest. You have defeated the interstellar cruiser of the Sirius Tiger race. This honor belongs to you four and cannot be taken away, but honor aside, we must provide an explanation to the Star Alliance. Lin Yang nodded. I understand, but I explained everything a minute ago. Karuja also requested a sacred blood duel, and you ignored it, insisting on capturing my warship, which led to this situation. Now you can explain the facts to the Star Alliance. The Tiger Man Elder picked up the scanning report again. Do you have any records from before the time weapon was activated? None. Even if there were, Lin Yang would not provide it. Those records were from the cockpit of the Sun and Moon, and he certainly wouldn't share them easily with outsiders. All right, the Tiger people are not unreasonable. I will submit the combat logs of the cruiser as a report to the Star Alliance, and will temporarily not investigate whether Karuja leaked secrets to a lower civilization. However, it's over. I dread hearing the word however. Lin Yang's brows furrowed. Go ahead, how do you plan to backtrack on this? It's not backtracking, it's that Karuja requested a sacred blood duel. Not to mention the time weapon incident, he just proposed a sacred blood duel, which we all heard. According to Sirius tradition, the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society must accept the challenge set for 48 hours from now at the Mars Arena. No, the misunderstanding has been resolved. There's no point in dueling again. The Sacred Blood Duel is the most significant event for the Tiger race, even more solemn than a father-son duel. Once proposed, it cannot be retracted. Even if you flee the Milky Way, the saber-toothed tiger will pursue you and arrange the duel. Flee. At warp speed 1.0, or I wouldn't even make it to Jupiter. Then we shall meet on Mars. Karuja, rest well and prepare for the duel. Wait a moment. Lin Yang hurriedly called out as the Tiger Man Elder prepared to leave. We are interstellar pirates and cannot enter Mars orbit. You must have a way, as the original course was to Mars. Gala's warship is right in front of you. That is your honors trophy. Don't make me teach you how to do it. After the communication was cut off, Karuja burst into laughter. The Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society's heavy fighter is fully functional. Haha, Captain, we struck gold this time. Bang. Lin Yang approached and punched him. I was negotiating with the Saber-Toothed Tiger. Why did you have to act like a big shot and propose a sacred blood duel? Off. What do you mean, huh? You're only 8 years old. How can you fight against someone over 100 years old? This duel could have been entirely avoided. No, Captain. The time reversal device only erased their memories, not mine. Once the sacred blood duel is proposed, it cannot be retracted. I must duel them. Beside them, Huang Yueshi shook her head helplessly. Forget it, Captain. This stubborn tiger won't change his mind once he's set on something. Karuja hastily nodded. That's right, this is my first battle against decaying traditions. Thank you for facing it with me. Don't drag me onto your pirate ship. I'm not participating in the duel. You never know. What do you mean you never know? I'm not a tiger-headed person. I don't have the blood of the tiger race in me. But we are one unit, right? I could throw you off at any moment. Do you believe that? I believe. Hee, but I know you would never throw me off, or else you wouldn't have started a war with the saber-toothed tiger. I can't deal with you. Facing the childishly naive Karuja, Lin Yang truly felt helpless. We're still some distance from Mars. Let's discuss how to get there. Huang Yueshi said, the original plan was to hijack a cargo ship nearby to transport us to Mars. Now we have a ready Sirius heavy fighter. No need to hijack a cargo ship anymore. And Izzy Wang said, I wonder if the Mars patrol fleet will question us. Lin Yang replied, at that time, let Karuja impersonate Gala, dye his fur gray and white, add a bit of a beard, and cut off one ear. That should work. Upon hearing this, Karuja hurriedly covered his ears. Captain, if I lose an ear in battle, that is my honor, but if I lose an ear impersonating someone else, that is my disgrace. And Zhuang laughed. Don't worry, Karuja, I'll help you disguise it with a microsurgery. Oh, we don't need to actually cut it off. Oh, I see. Oh, I thought the captain wanted to make a dish of tiger ears to drink with. Lin Yang said, stop joking around, go secure our spoils, and prepare to transfer over. Karuja immediately ran to the rear cabin, getting ready for a spacewalk to collect the spoils. Huang Yueshi asked, what about the sun and moon? Should we find a place to hide it, Captain? Should we return to the asteroid belt? No, that's too troublesome. How about this? I'll stay to guard the sun and moon. You activate the Star Alliance account, and after completing the Sacred Blood duel, come back with the heavy fighter, or send a message, and he'll come to pick you up. That's a good plan, but Mars is so bustling. Yueshi, don't you want to take a stroll? I still want to take you shopping. Wake up, Captain. Even if you successfully reach Mars port, you must hide low-key and cannot casually stroll in the streets. Here, take this for self-defense. Huang Yueshi took off the Heart of the Galaxy necklace from around her neck and placed it in Lin Yang's hand. Although you cannot utilize the Heart of the Galaxy to enhance weapon energy, it will vibrate when danger is nearby and can sometimes guide you. Such a valuable item, you're just giving it to me. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Humph. Huang Yueshi pouted and smiled. You better not run off. Lin Yang put the necklace around his neck and smiled. So the Heart of the Galaxy is your token of affection for me. Don't worry, I will keep it safe. This time Huang Yueshi did not glare at him with a blush, but instead looked down and laughed show off. And Zhuang said, Yueshi, you'll stay behind. You go to Mars with Lin Yang. No, Sister Zhuang, only I and the captain can pilot the sun and moon. If the sun and moon are needed for support, it's best for me to stay. Oh, let's keep in contact at all times. After discussing, Lin Yang took Karuja and Zhuang into the heavy fighter of Sirius Technology. Karuja disguised himself as Gala. They piloted the warship at full speed towards Mars orbit. Lin Yang and Zhuang rested in the rear cabin. After the warship left, Huang Yueshi sent a message to a stranger. Coordinates X4533, Y2177, Z5699. I will return with you. Please keep your promise and do not harm my friends. Although the heavy fighter ship of Sirius Technology is advanced, it lacks a warp engine, as it is merely a near-space fighter. It usually undertakes short-distance, small-scale missions. Even for interstellar travel, it is accomplished through interstellar portals or by being carried aboard a mothership. By eliminating the space-consuming and energy-intensive warp engine, the firepower and defense of the near-space warship can be significantly increased. This is also why it can withstand the bombardment of particle cannons. After flying for 45 hours at a maximum speed of 500 Mach, they finally arrived at Mars orbit. Although Mars has a diameter of 6,700 kilometers, which is only half that of Blue Star, it is still considered large compared to the 4 small asteroids in the asteroid belt. Moreover, it is closer to the Sun and appears much brighter. What surprised Lin Yang the most was that Mars was no longer the reddish-brown color from his memories. Instead, it resembled Blue Star with oceans visible through the atmosphere. In Mars orbit, there are dozens of space stations resembling a city in the sky, with 2 interstellar portals particularly prominent. The portals, each 100 meters in diameter, emit a faint blue glow and are only accessible to small near-space ships without faster-than light capabilities. From a distance, they look like 2 sea blue mirrors floating in Mars orbit with green light illuminating the edges of the portals as warships fly into the blue glow. They instantaneously arrive at another corner of space, and as red light illuminates the edges of the portal, the warships queue up at the entrance. Warships emerged from the blue glow coming from another corner of the universe to Mars, all being near-space vessels with a width and height of less than 100 meters. Large interstellar behemoths cannot pass through the portals and must rely on warp engines for interstellar travel, while the 2 portals continuously process warships. One portal connects Blue Star, while the other connects to Alpha Centauri's star system, known as the legendary home of the Trisolarans, the nearest star to the Sun at just 4.24 light-years away. Unfortunately, this world has no Trisolarans. Alpha Centauri was originally a transit port for the Galactic Alliance, also serving as an observation station for monitoring lower civilizations like humanity. 800 years ago, humanity created the first warp engine, reaching Mars at the speed of light 1.0, marking the threshold of human civilization entering the 2.0 stellar civilization era. The Galactic Alliance officially made contact with humanity and invited them to join the Galactic Interstellar Alliance to evolve together and explore the endless universe. Since then, humanity entered the age of interstellar voyages. Now, after 800 years, Mars has become humanity's second settlement with a population of 3 billion. In orbit, there are not only enormous trade stations, but also spaceship docks, space farms, ice water factories, fleet bases, and other structures. The colorful neon lights of the space city illuminate the cosmos. In contrast, Lin Yang finally understood why the asteroid belt was labeled as a backwater. Welcome, esteemed guests from Sirius back to Mars. If you encounter any issues on Mars, you can directly contact the Mars Patrol team. The Mars fleet is dedicated to serving you. We wish you a pleasant journey. There was no inspection at all. Upon discovering that the Sirius warship had arrived, the Mars Patrol team nearly bowed down in greeting. Captain, all my disguise was for nothing. Damn, I didn't expect them to be so submissive externally. Ni sighed. Human technology is at the bottom of the Galactic Alliance, and Mars is even more backward than Blue Star. It's no wonder they are so subservient when encountering a higher civilization. I'm just afraid they might do a complete 180 on their attitude towards human compatriots. Your concern is indeed valid, Captain. At least a decade ago, when I just escaped, they were like that. Damn it. Soon the warship docked at the trade port. Kaluga was still dressed in gala attire, while Lin Yang and Ni put on hoods and followed closely behind as they disembarked. All three naturally carried phase guns. As soon as Lin Yang set foot on the trade station, a notification sound echoed in his mind. You have successfully arrived at the Mars Orbit Trade Station, completing the main quest 7 Mars Journey Evolution Points 200 current evolution points 200 main quest updated 8 Holy Blood Duel. Lead Kaluga to participate in the Sirius Holy Blood Duel and completely defeat the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Association evolution points 300 participating. In the duel is simple. Completely defeating them is the challenge. Lin Yang hadn't thought of how to respond for now. He decided to first do 10 consecutive draws here. Congratulations, host, a legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall. Zhu Long Stipe Burst Pulse Cannon capable of emitting high compression energy, orbs that create explosive effects upon hitting a target. Single shot energy of 10 trillion joules, flight speed of 1000 Mach, firing rate of 300 rounds per minute, priced at 2000 evolution points. High energy pulse weapon, of course I will buy it. Let's continue with 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations. A legendary item has appeared in the Evolution Mall again. Ing Long Stipe Directional Phase Cannon capable of emitting high-energy directional particle beam streams carrying 50 trillion joules per second, exiting the barrel at 1.0 speed of light, priced at 2000 evolution points. Directional high-energy ray weapon, buy it. Let's do another 10 draws. Congratulations. The host has again drawn a legendary item. Another Zhu Long Pulse Cannon. That's fine, let's finish advancing the weapons first. After 3 sets of 10 draws, 3 legendary weapons were obtained. Lin Yang was very eager to see their power. The remaining evolution points were just enough for the evolution costs. After the warship upgraded from a light trident to a medium-sized unknown blade, there were still 4 positions for laser cannons and 2 for missile launchers available. Lin Yang directly accessed the system and remotely initiated the evolution. He placed 2 Zhu Long Stipe pulse cannons on either side of the ship and the Ying Long Stipe phase cannon at the rear of the ship. The evolution would be completed in 1 day. This would not delay his activities on Mars. F-Zone 66, the branch of the Galactic Alliance Bank established on Mars. Captain, we have arrived. Ni looked around and behind. No one is following. It's safe here. The 3 entered the bank and mentioned the name of the Orion, 3-eyed being Yao Ban. They were immediately taken to the VIP room. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a capable appearance entered the room. Aside from a vertical eye in the middle of his forehead, he was not much different from a human. Mr. Lin, thank you for waiting. I am Yao Ban, a 3-eyed being from the Orion constellation. Lin Yang and his companions stood up. Mr. Yao Ban, I apologize for the trouble this time. You were too polite. General Liu Yuanshan once saved me from interstellar pirates. Upgrading this account is my way of repaying a favor. May I ask if these 2 are Vice Officer Huang and Kaluga? This is Dr. Ni. Vice Officer Huang is not here. What a pity I didn't get to see the full glory of the legendary squad. I hope to have the chance to meet next time. As Yao Ban spoke, he operated something on his wrist projection computer and then handed a registration device to Lin Yang. Please input your fingerprint, iris, and genetic information to complete the account upgrade. After Lin Yang completed the steps, the 107 million star coins in his account were immediately unfrozen, upgrading to a level 1 account in the Galactic Alliance. The banks of Blue Star and Mars no longer had the authority to freeze it. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. You are now a golden VIP client of the Galactic Interstellar Alliance Orion Arm and the Galactic Union of the 7 Civilizations, enjoying free warship rescue and annual maintenance, a 30 discount on warship insurance, and a 50 reduction in interstellar portal tolls. Additionally, we will present you with 10 VIP travel vouchers for the 7 Sisters every year, covering accommodation and travel. Thank you. Please send me these discount details to my account. I will review them when I have time. We still have matters to attend to now. All right, Mr. Lin. Since you have transferred funds to the Seven Sisters Bank, you are now a golden VIP customer, enjoying free security services at space stations and on the ground. We will arrange 10 armed bodyguards shortly to ensure your safety until you leave Mars. After stepping out of the bank, Lin Yang sent a message to Huang Yueshi. We've just become instant millionaires. She chuckled. We can now commission bulk purchases at the Mars trade dock. Buy plenty of meat for Karuja to feast on, equip Sister Ziwin with a brand new medical facility, and you must indulge in whatever delights your heart. And you, Yueshi, what do you want? Name it. I'll bring it back for you. I need nothing at all, just your safe return. Still that same request. A humble roof and enough food to fill your belly. You remember, that's truly worthy of a captain. Stay safe. I'm off to rest. After severing the transmission, Lin Yang took a step forward, and 10 fully armed bodyguards followed in perfect unison, 2 from Blue Earth, 8 from Mars. Each held a phase rifle, wore radar-integrated eyewear, and bore comms units pinned to their chests, as if preparing for imminent battle. They scanned vigilantly left and right. Lin Yang's brow twitched. This is far too conspicuous. Gentlemen, please stand down and rest. Reporting. The Martian squad leader snapped upright. Protecting a gold VIP client is our solemn duty, one we will fulfill even at the cost of our lives. Otherwise your salaries get docked. All 10 nodded vigorously. They cared not whether Lin Yang was a pirate or fugitive employed by the Stellar Alliance Bank. They answered only to the Alliance. Lin Yang paused, then smiled. Here's a compromise. If you're unwilling to return to the bank, find a quiet place to wait nearby. Stay on standby. Should we require assistance, we'll summon you immediately. And upon leaving Mars, I'll award you a 5-star review. Yes, sir. We'll remain ready at all times. Having dismissed the conspicuously armored detail, Lin Yang received an immediate message through his comm channel from the Sirius Sabertooth Tribunal. Proceed to Zone G Dock 15 and board a shuttle bound for the arena of Xinlu City on the Martian surface. Rest assured, your pirate status remains undisclosed. You may not have disclosed it, but what if Martian intelligence already knows? Once we descend to the surface, how will we possibly escape? One may remain aboard the heavy fighter jet, standing by for immediate descent and extraction. Should the Martian government attack the Sirius warship, we will instantly join the counteroffensive. Then why not simply fly the warship down directly? Impossible. It would trigger diplomatic panic. Extraterrestrial warships entering planetary atmosphere constitute an act of war. Fine, discretion it is. N.I. Ziwin elected to remain aboard the heavy fighter jet, prepared for rapid response. Lin Yang then instructed the bank's security team to station themselves at the dock guarding N.I. Ziwin near the warship. Money truly changed everything. The bank's security force responded instantly to his call. Lin Yang and Karuja boarded a Martian shuttle piloted by the Tiger Man Jala. Detaching from orbit, the shuttle descended toward the Martian surface. Upon atmospheric entry, Lin Yang gazed out and froze in awe. Before him stretched oceans and continents, mountains and rivers. White clouds drifted across a cerulean sky beneath which flocks of birds soared freely. Shuttles and starcraft crisscrossed ceaselessly between the surface and space. Below gleamed sprawling ultramodern cities, utterly unlike the barren, desolate Mars he'd imagined. The scale of this engineering feat is staggering. Mars has actually been terraformed. Jala replied, by human technology alone, such transformation would be impossible. Mars' core has long since cooled. Without a magnetic field, its atmosphere was stripped away by solar winds, leaving only thin ice caps at the poles. This world we see today owes its rebirth to the Stellar Alliance's patronage of emerging civilizations. Gazing upon a Mars indistinguishable from Blue Earth in ecological richness, Lin Yang marveled at the sheer wonder of this undertaking. Jala continued, first Mars' core was reignited into a molten metallic state, generating a protective magnetosphere against solar winds. Then icebergs were harvested from the asteroid belt and Europa, delivering vital water. Finally, 500 colossal atmospheric factories were constructed. Must have taken centuries. Only 30 years. The planetary terraformation was completed 5 centuries ago, designed and built by M.O. Ban, the legendary engineer of the Stellar Alliance. Wait, you're not from the Sol system. You're unfamiliar with this history. I was an undocumented miner, barely clinging to life. How could I possibly access such knowledge? As humans say, you've truly leapt from gutter to glory. Not just me. I've lifted over 7,600,000 miners out of bondage. At those words, Jala instantly straightened, crossed his massive tiger paws over his chest, and declared, this honor is yours alone. I, Jala of the Tiger Clan, salute it. Karuja's decision to join you was profoundly wise. Thank you. I accept the honor, though it belongs equally to my crew. A compliment from a Tiger Man warmed Lin Yang's heart deeply. Mister Jala, might you enlighten me on the rights of the sacred blood duel? Jala cast Karuja a look of genuine surprise. You haven't informed your captain. No, I applied for the duel myself. He must not be drawn into this. Don't speak so rashly. Your captain strikes me as precisely the sort who cannot stand aside. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. What exactly is going on here? Jala sighed, offering a wry smile. Karuja will challenge all 2566 tiger men who participated in his arrest, in uninterrupted succession until the last drop of his blood is shed. That is the sacred blood duel. Preposterous. Lin Yang roared. Is this some cruel jest? Why not execute him outright? An unbroken gauntlet against 2566 warriors. This is sheer brutality. Don't tiger folk consider bullying the weak a disgrace? Indeed. Jala stood tall, his expression solemn and proud. To bully the weak is our deepest shame, but to challenge the strong is our highest honor. The greater the disparity between challenger and opponent, the greater the glory earned. Karuja's sacred blood duel shall echo through legend. This is absurd. How could he possibly prevail against 2566? Even if you held back, which you wouldn't, he couldn't win. We would never hold back. It would dishonor the challenger. In the sacred blood duel, giving one's absolute all is the greatest mark of respect. Wow, what kind of barbaric tradition is this? It defies all logic. Captain, Karuja cut Lin Yang off mid-protest. Only the sacred blood duel could save the others. My fate was sealed. Death by execution would be a stain upon my name, but death in the arena. That is honor incarnate. No, as your captain I forbid it. This tradition has endured for 20 millennia among the Tiger clan. Even the Stellar Alliance may not intervene. Yet since you and Karuja are a unified crew, you may jointly undertake the challenge, a weaker faction confronting a stronger one. Victory would bestow honor upon you both. There is no if, only certain defeat. Lin Yang seethed inwardly, convinced his primary mission was now irretrievably lost. Humans stand barely a meter tall, weighing scarcely over 100 kilograms. How can we contend with tiger men towering over 3 meters, weighing over 1,000? Your muscle density and skeletal strength exceed our several-fold, even more formidable than Blue Earth's Siberian tigers. Do you expect me to fight, or merely serve as toothpick fodder? Tiger kind values logic. Recognizing humanity's physical limitations, you may choose the contest domain, be it strength, speed, endurance, or unarmed combat, among other possibilities. Any domain I wish. Yes. Then I accept. Let us test endurance. I alone will face the entire saber-tooth tribunal. Lin Yang thought to himself, with the Sun-Moon warship continuously replenishing him with life energy. You will soon learn what a terrifying upright ape, rivaling even a perpetual motion machine, truly is. Jala scoffed and shook his head. We respect your courage to challenge the strong, but despise treating such a challenge as mere child's play. Child's play. You one-eared Jala. Do you take me for a jester? What else could it be? You dare challenge 2,566 tiger people alone. As a primate from Blue Planet, you cannot even match a tiger people infant. If I lose, execute Karuja on the spot. If I win, this farce ends. No more delays to our journey. Agreed. No, Captain. I wish to die in battle, not be executed like a coward. Silence. Silence. Lin Yang punched Karuja once. You won't die. Watch my eyes, and act accordingly. Jala the Tigerman curled his lip and glanced at Lin Yang. He couldn't help but sneer. I truly wonder how you ever stirred the political order of the asteroid belt. Was it through empty boasts? Let me offer an ancient human saying: the ocean's depth cannot be measured with a ladle. With eyes no larger than a dipper, you are simply incapable of grasping the ocean's boundless vastness. Now, I challenge the saber-toothed tiger tribunal. Refuse and Karuja's sacred blood duel is revoked. Jala's forehead muscles twitched violently with rage. He had caught the barb in Lin Yang's words. We accept your challenge, Lin Yang, but if you lose, you shall die without mercy, and Karuja's sacred blood duel shall proceed regardless. To fall in combat is the honor he deserves. Fine, then let it end upon my defeat. Agreed. Agreed. I'll report to the Elder Council immediately. Karuja tugged gently at Lin Yang's sleeve, whispering in protest. Captain, you've come to collect my corpse, not lie beside me in death. It's my sacred blood duel, not yours. Silence. If victory were certain, would I need to step forward and bear this burden? Then what? Victory is guaranteed. Rest easy. The skeletal and muscular density of serious tiger people vastly exceeds that of Blue Planet's northeast tigers. Under normal circumstances, humans stand no chance, no matter the contest. But Lin Yang was anything but ordinary. His life energy rating stood at 130, and every physical metric surpassed the limits of baseline humanity. Moreover, he drew endless life energy from the Sun-Moon warship, regardless of distance, flowing across a unique spatial conduit directly into his being. Thus exhaustion never touched him. So long as the Sun-Moon warship retained sufficient power, he required no rest. And endurance, therefore. made him peerless among all carbon-based life forms across the Milky Way. The Elder Council has approved your challenge, granting you a rare chance to earn honor. Do not treat honor as trivial. Should you fail, the 2 women aboard your vessel shall also face execution. Fearless and indifferent, we await your terms. How shall we test endurance? Weighted sprints. Proportionate to body mass, you carry 100 kilograms. Each tiger person carries 1,000. The first to collapse loses. Lin Yang smirked and shook his head. Too little. Mars' gravity is only 38% of blue planets, so 100 kilograms here equals merely 38 on Earth. To conclude this endurance trial swiftly, we double the load. I'll carry 200 kilograms, while you carry 2,000. Agreed. Think carefully. 200 kilograms here equals 76 on Earth, a human's absolute limit. Are you certain you wish to attempt it? Where's the challenge if there's no difficulty? Very well. Jala the Tigerman admires your courage, though I hope your words prove true. I'll consult the Elder Council immediately. Soon the saber-toothed tiger tribunal approved the doubled weights. The tiger people secured the Martian Colosseum and deliberately withheld from the Martian government the truth that this duel involved Lin Yang's crew. So long as the serious tiger people remained silent, the Martian authorities dared not inquire. They complied fully, evacuating the Colosseum, though common citizens were barred from attendance. Certain high-ranking officials, aristocrats, and defiant outliers still gained entry to observe. To this, the tiger people raised no objection. Had they not wished to conceal Lin Yang and Karuja's pirate identities, they might have broadcast the event live across the entire Stellar Alliance. For tiger people, combat and death have always embodied the highest honor. Every contest bears winners and losers. Every audience breeds speculation. The moment they entered the Colosseum, cheers erupted, not only from over 2,000 tiger people, but also from more than 1,000 elite spectators. Karuja, stand tall. Wave to the crowd. Karuja waved woodenly. Captain, why must you join me in certain death? Your kind doesn't revere dying in battle. Who said we don't? To be wrapped in horsehide upon the battlefield, that is the hero's final resting place. Besides, this victory is assured. Assured. Don't grow arrogant, Captain. You surpass ordinary humans, but against tiger people. Impossible. At that moment, a humanoid robot rushed over. Go on, give it everything you've got. Seeing the robot cheer for him, Lin Yang felt deeply moved and seized its hand. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I never imagined a machine would back me. You're mistaken. I'm a legendary engineer living on Mars. The robot is merely my proxy deployed while I skip work. Ah, I see. Still, my gratitude stands. Support. Nonsense. You must collapse within 10 seconds of the challenge's start. I've wagered everything on your 10-second failure. Hear me clearly, 10 seconds. No more, no less. Fall before the 10th second ticks. My fortune depends on it. I swear, I'd punch you senseless. Fine. I'll try. Satisfied. Thanks, little brother. I've wagered my entire fortune on your 10-second defeat. Wait, hold on. A sudden spark ignited in Lin Yang's mind. Shall we strike a wager? No way. The robot paused for several seconds, then tilted its head sharply. Speak up. Don't keep me waiting. If I win, if I exhaust all 2,566 tiger people, what do you forfeit? Impossible. That's precisely why I risked my entire fortune on your 10-second failure. Only the impossible makes gambling thrilling. So dare you accept? I dare, because victory is inevitable. Why wouldn't I? Excellent. How much will you owe me when you lose? Nothing remains. I'll be bankrupt, reduced to nothing but this wretched life. Ha ha ha. Lin Yang mused, this one's intriguing. A shameless rogue too. Right up his alley. Then stake that lone life. And when you lose, you obey my every command. Without question. Agreed, it's settled. Shouldn't we draft a contract, with fingerprints? Pa, men of honor need no parchment. Liars sign papers. They break them anyway. The robot waved jauntily and strode off. Karuja frowned, puzzled. Captain, why gamble with him? He's clearly a cheat. Pointless. A guaranteed win, just for amusement. Who could resist mocking someone who prays for my 10-second collapse? Were it not for fear of exposure and Martian authorities hunting us, I'd wager 100 million stellar credits. I see. You're just itching for action. Every inch of me itches, Karuja. Once I defeat the saber-toothed tiger tribunal, don't stubbornly insist on your duel. Learn to slip away, shamelessly. Win however you can. If they renege and demand combat, stall for time. Call your father, invoke diplomacy. Failing all else, let Yushi pilot the Sun Moon warship in at warp speed to unleash chaos. Karuja stared stunned. No, Captain. I'd rather die gloriously than live in disgrace. Better to live shamelessly than die nobly. I order you survive, unashamedly. It's unbearable. Living like that would be torment. Not at all. Just thicken your skin, nothing more. As they spoke, the two entered the arena. To facilitate the formal duel between Karuja and the Tigerman, the Saber-Tooth Punishment Tribunal decided to first conduct an endurance contest against Lin Yang. They assumed the farce would end in under a minute. Only the ensuing blood-soaked duel held any true significance. Except for the tribunal's leadership, over 2,000 Tigermen grumbled in protest. It is utterly humiliating to compete in endurance with a scrawny monkey from the solar system. Knowing full well this is merely human arrogance masquerading as cleverness, how could the elders possibly permit it? It defies comprehension. To race humans in endurance tarnishes my honor irreparably. The elders overestimate this backward species. They should have dismissed his challenge outright. To these Tigermen, competing with Lin Yang was a profound disgrace. Yet the moment the starting pistol cracked, they realized their miscalculation. Bearing 200 kilograms on Mars equated to 76 kilograms on Earth. That was humanity's limit, but not Lin Yang's. Once weighted with lead blocks, he ran effortlessly. Though his speed lagged behind the three-turtle Tigerman, it never wavered. The arena's perimeter featured a 500-meter circular track. Lin Yang and 2,566 Tigermen began the race simultaneously. The Tigermen had assumed that Lin Yang would collapse within 10 meters. They planned to hurl their lead blocks at him, crushing the arrogant, honor-defying upstart where he stood. Then they would engage Karuja in a bloody duel, tearing him limb from limb to restore the dignity of the Saber-Tooth Punishment Tribunal. Yet Lin Yang completed 100 meters without slowing. After one full lap, his pace did not falter, it quickened. This spectacle compelled the Tigermen to reassess him. Those who once deemed the contest a shame gradually shifted their stance. Excellent. My honor remains untarnished. For a slender primate, he is astonishingly formidable. He is worthy of competing with Tigermen. Karuja chose wisely. That he endured an entire lap speaks to a will worthy of Tigerman praise. May he run another lap. Even if he perishes upon the track, he shall earn his due honor. Spectators in the stands murmured among themselves, speculating on Lin Yang's origins, while a humanoid robot in the shadows bowed its head in despair, pounding its fists in anguish. Ruined. Utterly ruined. Must I serve another 5 centuries? And now I owe him yet another life. What am I to do? In the blink of an eye, 20 laps were complete. Lin Yang steadily overtook Tigermen beside him, towering 3-meter giants falling one by one behind his stride. No carbon-based life form can endure indefinitely, especially not while bearing 2,000 kilograms of lead. Even under Mars' reduced gravity, that weight equaled 760 kilograms on Blue Planet. After 20 laps, 10 kilometers, the Tigerman's speed visibly declined. Meanwhile, Lin Yang received a ceaseless influx of life energy. His warship Ryu, how a medium-class, saber-class fighter, continuously replenished him. Witnessing this, Karuja's eyes widened. He smacked his forehead hard. How could I forget? The captain pursued that artificial monstrosity through the underground tunnels of Vesta for over 1,000 kilometers without drawing breath. Victory is certain. Karuja beamed with elation. He leapt and danced, cheering Lin Yang wildly. Captain outstanding. Captain invincible. You shall be inscribed in history. Every spectator rose to their feet. Cheers and whistles erupted without pause. Another 20 laps vanished in an instant. Lin Yang sprinted with effortless grace, chatting casually with Tigermen beside him as he ran. Are Tigermen distant kin to Blue Planet's felines? Do you enjoy catnip? Say, do you carry toxoplasma? I hear Sirius boasts many formidable tigresses. Do you fear your wives? You? Thud. One Tigerman, overwhelmed by Lin Yang's relentless chatter, grew so unnerved his scalp prickled. Enraged, he clapped his hands over his ears, lost his footing, buckled at the knees, and collapsed. The first Tigerman had fallen, disqualified. Lin Yang joyfully spun midair. Out. Shift to quadrupedal form. We must not lose. Defeat by a human is a stain upon Tigerman honor. The Saber-Tooth Punishment Tribunal's elder roared the command. Instantly, over 2,000 Tigermen lunged forward, shifting into bestial four-limbed running mode. Their speed surged, leaving Lin Yang far behind. Yet he showed no concern. Now instead he smiled. Early humans were dubbed terrifying upright apes. They hunted prey to exhaustion through sheer persistence. Accelerate all you wish, you cannot outpace me. In the blink of an eye, 40 more laps passed. Lin Yang surged from the rear to the very front of the pack. Oh, isn't that Mr. Easy urge ya? 80 laps already, why not rest? You're no spring chicken, and you're hauling 2 tons. I'd rather die than stop. Lin Yang, are you even human? Sounds like an insult, but I'm an authentic, genetically verifiable human of the solar system. Did you take performance enhancers, eh? Don't blame the bed for childlessness, nor low gravity for constipation. If you fail, you simply fail. A loss is a loss. Whoa, calm down. Mind your footing. Let me remind you, if your speed drops below my walking pace, you forfeit. I won't waste time on idle chatter. A Tigerman would rather die than cheat and challenge. Then chase me harder. Stop boasting and start running. Lin Yang quickened his pace, swiftly leaving the Tiger Man throng behind. As they gazed upon his retreating back, it loomed like an insurmountable mountain. 3 more hours passed. They had already run over 300 kilometers, under heavy load, not light-foot jogging. Even Tigermen, though mighty, remained carbon-based life forms. Exhaustion mounted, more and more collapsed. Their pace slowed markedly. Lin Yang, however, rode alone at the apex, leaving the Tigermen far in his wake. Suddenly, over 1,000 Tigermen who had gritted their teeth and persisted came to a halt. They stood rooted, gasping for air. Lin Yang circled back to the elder's side and asked with a smile, "Have you decided to concede?" "Never. A Tigerman would sooner perish than yield." "Then why have you stopped?" "We suspect you are not human. Or perhaps you wear powered augmentation, or have ingested specialized pharmaceuticals." That's blatant cheating. You scanned me thoroughly before the match began. Those scans used Martian instruments, low-resolution, outdated technology. You must accompany us aboard our cruiser flagship for deep-spectrum Tigerman biometric analysis. Go to hell. When it comes to cheating, I'm the master. Crack. Lin Yang drove a sharp kick into the elder's jaw, sending him sprawling. He toppled backward. "Karuja, they're spent. I've worn them down. They're cheating to avoid defeat. Kill them now." "Ah, Ruhr." Karuja threw back his head and unleashed a thunderous roar. He had not shed his combat gear, still clad in lethal weaponry. With a violent swing of his arms, a sickening crack echoed. 6 reinforced steel claws snapped forth from both forearms, gigantic razor-edged talons. He launched himself into the Tigerman crowd. Spreading his arms wide, he spun violently. Blood and viscera exploded outward, severed limbs scattering like shrapnel. 7 Tigermen fell dead in an instant. Lin Yang vaulted beside Karuja, yanked the oversized phase pistol from his belt, and opened fire, blasting volleys into the Tigermen. To compete fairly in endurance, the saber-tooth punishment tribunal had stripped away all weapons, donning Tuthasan kilogram lead weights instead. Now with Lin Yang and Karuja launching sudden slaughter, they stood utterly defenseless, scores collapsing instantly. As Lin Yang fought, he transmitted urgent signals to Ni Ziwin and Huang Yueshi, immediate extraction to New Land City, Arena Mars surface, full firepower saturation. Chaos erupted instantly across the arena. Spectators in the stands scattered in panic. Fleeing in mass, Lin Yang shed the 200-kilogram lead weights strapped to his body. With a single leap, he soared over 20 meters, pursuing the Tigermen who had already been eliminated and regained their composure. Opening fire without mercy, not a single one escaped. Nor did any manage to transmit a distress signal. The saber-toothed Tiger Punishment Corps would pay dearly for their arrogance and negligence. They had assumed Lin Yang would fall in mere seconds, and that Karuja would be subdued within a minute. Yet they never imagined the situation would deteriorate so severely as to require reinforcements. When donning the weighted lead gear, they had removed all weapons, armor, and communication devices. Now regret gnawed at them until their very entrails turned green. But Lin Yang granted them no time to dwell upon it. The serious Tigermen, once honored guests from Mars, were now being slaughtered without quarter. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yang found the phase rifle's Oni at a time lethality too slow. He seized Karuja's massive energy blaster and loaded it with high-compression, wide-blast energy rounds. A single shot incinerated over a dozen Tigermen. Since the enemy had abandoned all honor, refusing to concede even in defeat, he could hardly be blamed for showing no mercy. Yet the Tigermen, renowned for raw combat prowess, after a brief moment of disarray, swiftly regrouped and adapted. Those who had clustered together rapidly dispersed, evading the wide-area devastation of the heavy blaster, and slowing Karuja's slaughter considerably. Over 400 Tigermen already lay dead on the arena floor. 2,000 more remained, and launched a counteroffensive without hesitation. Some charged Lin Yang, recklessly desperate to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. Lin Yang evaded with uncanny agility, still dispatching 1 Tigerman per shot. Meanwhile, Karuja's situation grew dire. Over 1,000 Tigermen surged toward him like a tidal wave. All were hardened warriors who glorified battle and death. Karuja was soon pinned at the center, barely able to move. His steel-clawed arms slashed ceaselessly. Tigermen fell one after another, yet he remained trapped. Lin Yang attempted to intervene, only to be blocked by 500 or 600 Tigermen. These Tigermen feared no death. When one fell, another snatched up the corpse and hurled it at Lin Yang, blinding him momentarily and halting his advance. SSSSH. 5 deep gashes tore across Karuja's face. Crack. With a violent swing of his right steel claw, he severed a Tigerman's arm. Instantly, his left claw lunged forward, piercing the Tigerman's torso with 3 gaping, translucent wounds. Yet as that foe collapsed, another lunged from behind. Dual claws raked 10 bleeding furrows across his back. A blood-drenched maw snapped shut on his shoulder. Arf! Karuja roared in agony. He bowed his head and flung himself forward, hurling the tiger man clinging to his back over his shoulders. Before it struck the ground, his steel claws swept sideways, severing the tiger's massive head clean off. Another tiger man seized Karuja's leg, tearing and biting savagely. The tiger men of the 2-6 class stellar civilization, deprived of starships and thermal weaponry, still waged war with primal ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Karuja was drenched crimson, his own blood mingling with that of his foes. From afar, Lin Yang watched and stamped his foot in frustration. Damn it! These tiger men ran 300 kilometers with me. How are they still this strong? His original plan had been to feign a test of endurance, to exhaust the saber-toothed tiger punishment corps completely. If they surrendered, so be it. If not, he would crush them effortlessly in open combat. He had not anticipated the tigermen's astonishing resilience. Even under overwhelming pressure, they fought on with desperate, unyielding tenacity. Whip! Lin Yang fired his phase rifle through a narrow gap between two tiger men, striking one besieging Karuja. But the collapse of a single peripheral foe meant nothing to the 1,000 others still pressing the assault. The hundreds of tiger men confronting Lin Yang saw he still had capacity to aid Karuja, and immediately charged him en masse, heedless of their lives. His phase rifle spat fire relentlessly. Within moments it overheated and overloaded, exploding midair and killing several tiger men. More rushed forward before the smoke cleared. He switched to the cumbersome heavy blaster firing while retreating and dodging. Karuja, besieged and battered, was now covered in wounds. Bones jutted from multiple lacerations. Pain ignited his senses, sending his pulse racing, his eyes blazing crimson. The more he killed, the fiercer he grew, as if some slumbering power stirred deep within his core. With a thunderous roar, Karuja swung both arms, cleaving two tiger men in half. Then he threw back his head and unleashed a deafening howl. An unknown energy erupted violently from within him. Boom! A shock wave blasted outward from his frame. His three-meter form swelled to 5 meters. His fur lengthened dramatically. His high-tech armor shattered and burst apart. Both steel claws clattered to the ground. His wounds sealed themselves at visible speed. His golden and black-striped pelt transformed into pure radiant gold. Golden arcs of lightning crackled across his body. His fangs and claws elongated, sharpening to lethal points. Crimson light burned fiercely in his eyes. Roar! The sound of Karuja's roar sent tremors through every tiger man present. A primordial fear rooted deep in their ancestral psyche. A race that had never known fear now tasted it for the first time. Tiger sovereign. Jayla's eyes widened in disbelief. The legendary rampaging slaughter sovereign, the ancient demon who nearly eradicated our kind 20 millennia ago. The elder staggered backward, trembling. Unending fury, growing stronger with every battle. This is the sealed genetic lineage from 20,000 years past. How is this possible? Our current tiger sovereign possesses no such power. Has Karuja undergone atavistic reversion? Retreat. Immediately board the cruiser and report the tiger sovereign's awakening to Sirius. Alert the Martian government. Initiate full planetary evacuation. Evacuate into orbit. Bang. The elder's words had barely left his lips when Karuja, now fully berserk, struck him down with a single palm strike. He died before hitting the ground. Crack. Jayla, caught off guard, was seized by Karuja's jaws and perished instantly. Swish. A tiger man snatched up Karuja's discarded steel claws. With all his strength, he brought them down upon Karuja's knee joint, leaving only 3 shallow gashes that sealed almost instantly. A second strike met the same fate. The claws rebounded harmlessly. Karuja's dermal resilience and tensile strength were surging exponentially. Crack! He seized both sets of claws and snapped them apart with brute force. 6 jagged shards flew free, hurled with devastating precision, each claiming a life. Roar! Karuja bellowed again, deafening triumphant. He charged through the massed tiger men, left and right unstoppable. Wherever he passed, tiger men fell dead. Blood stained the arena crimson. Limbs and torsos flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the tiger men were decimated. The stand stood empty. Spectators long fled. FWIP. Lin Yang dispatched the last fleeing tiger man with his blaster. Karuja, cease combat. It's over. Bang. Still sprinting at full velocity, Karuja roared and charged Lin Yang headlong. Lin Yang leapt aside just in time. Karuja slammed into the arena wall, shattering half-a-meter-thick reinforced concrete into a crater. Spinning instantly, he roared anew and charged Lin Yang once more. What the hell? Still berserk? VVVVRRR. The galaxy heart pendant around Lin Yang's neck vibrated sharply, warning him of imminent peril. FWIP. Lin Yang fired his blaster at Karuja's foot, blasting flesh and bone into bloody mist, exposing the tarsal bones. Within a second, the wound knitted itself whole. FWIP. A second shot landed, but now inflicted no damage whatsoever. At that moment, Ni Ziwin guided the Sirius Technology Heavy Interceptor slowly down to land. Captain, what's happening? Karuja has lost all reason. Fire a suppression round. Stun him. At ship-mounted cannon, yield he'll be vaporized. Trust me, he won't be. Fire now. Lin Yang shouted while sprinting. Ni Ziwin frowned, then locked her targeting system onto Karuja, now hurtling in relentless pursuit. FWIP. Boom. A searing ion energy blast hurled Karuja backward over 200 meters. Yet when the smoke cleared, he rose, his body charred, bones exposed in multiple places. Within moments, those wounds began sealing at astonishing speed. His golden-lit form swelled to 10 meters tall. Then with a thunderous crack, he shattered the sound barrier. Dozens of lightning bolts trailing behind, he barreled toward Lin Yang. VVVVRRR. The Galaxy Heart surged violently in his grasp. Lin Yang, activate the Galaxy Heart now. Huang Yuesher's voice echoed suddenly inside his mind. Without hesitation, Lin Yang executed a rapid roll, barely avoiding Karuja's collision. He seized the thick, rigid mane at Karuja's nape, yanked hard, vaulting onto his back, and gripped the pulsating Galaxy Heart with his other hand, then brought it down, hard, against Karuja's skull. After the Galaxy Core struck Karuja's skull, a vortex the size of a clenched fist abruptly materialized, sucking in his golden aura searing heat and crackling lightning. It resembled a microscopic black hole, spinning ever faster until in the blink of an eye Karuja's frenzied rage began to subside. His towering form shrank steadily, from 10 meters down to his original height of 3 meters, as the Galaxy Core's gravitational pull intensified. His once golden fur reemerged with bold black stripes, though still streaked with the blood of the tiger folk. Lin Yang, too, was drenched head to toe in tiger folk blood. "See, Captain, I'm sorry. I can't control." With a heavy thud, he collapsed. Karuja's eyes rolled shut, and he crumpled onto the floor. A chime echoed, ding. You and Karuja have eliminated members of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Tribunal. Main Quest 8 Sacred Blood Duel completed. Evolution points 30000. Main Quest updated 9 Breakthrough the Encirclement. Successfully evade Mars Fleet's blockade and rendezvous safely with the Ryu vessel. Evolution points 4000. At that moment, Ni Ziwin deployed a tractor beam, drawing both Lin Yang and Karuja back into the ship's airlock. Captain, the Mars Fleet is mobilizing. They've learned of the massacre at the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Tribunal. Full retreat now. Where is the Ryu vessel? Has it linked up with Yushi? It remains adrift at the separation coordinates. Yushi hasn't responded to my hails. Lin Yang lowered Karuja gently onto the cockpit floor. He had no time to change his blood-soaked garments, only to rush into the pilot's seat. Ni Ziwin slid into the co-pilot station to assist. The warship surged upward, tearing through Mars' atmosphere. She warned me telepathically to subdue Karuja with the Galaxy Core, but now she's gone silent again. I wonder why. Lin Yang tapped the comms interface several times, bewildered, when suddenly a connection request from the Mars fleet flashed across the screen. Ni Ziwin asked, "Shall we accept?" "No, evade immediately." The moment the call was rejected, hundreds of Dragonfly Z missiles streaked toward them. Yet even the latest Dragonfly missiles maxed out at 300 Mach, far too slow to catch the Sirius-class heavy interceptor. They failed to intercept, detonating harmlessly within the atmosphere. Once clear of Mars gravity, while Lin Yang accelerated the vessel to its maximum velocity, 500 Mach. Mars-guided weaponry held no terror for him. "Danger. Captain, a warp-capable warship is blocking our path." With so many Sirius tiger folk slaughtered on Martian soil, the planetary government panicked, terrified of accountability, incapable of bearing its consequences, and thus committed every last resource to intercepting Lin Yang. 20 large strategic frigates, each equipped with warp drives, formed a lethal cordon across their flight path, including 3 brand-new Orca-class strategic frigates, capable of warp-class 2.0. Their engines paled beside those of Sirius civilization, but more than sufficient to pursue and trap a sublight short-range interceptor. In addition, over 800 warships of varying sizes, none of them obsolete asteroid belt castoffs, filled the void, humanity's most advanced vessels, newly commissioned and battle-ready. Deployed across the vacuum, they spanned over 10,000 kilometers, so vast a formation that even a peanut-sized projectile would find escape impossible. Lin Yang clenched his fists. Though the Tigerfolk's heavy interceptor was technologically superior to him, it felt sluggish, less maneuverable than the Ryu vessel, its firepower dwarfed by Huang Yueshi's enhancements magnified over a dozenfold. The odds of breaking through were virtually nil. "This main quest grows harder with every iteration," he murmured inwardly. Ni Ziwin suddenly stiffened. An encrypted voice channel, buried within the Mars fleet's comms traffic. "Captain, could this be Yao Ban of the Rigelian Three-Eyed offering aid? Extract and patch it through." Upon connection, a slurred, halting voice emerged. I lost count of how many battles I've won. I reached out because a gentleman's word is absolute. No deceit, no retreat. So tell me, how shall I repay you? Who are you? And what's with the hiccup? Have you been drinking, brother? Can't you straighten your tongue? I am the legendary engineer. Don't you recognize me? Are you even human? I told you, you'd collapse in 10 seconds if you tried to challenge me, yet you insisted on winning the match. Well, brother, I simply lack the humility my strength permits. Fine, impressive. I respect power. Let's hope you're more reliable than the Martian administration, which cost me 5 centuries. I've placed my wager on you. Snore, snore, snore. Where did this drunkard come from? Did he fall asleep? And Ziwen frowned deeply. Lin Yang shook his head resigned. Before the duel, I met a robot-operating gambler who claimed to be a legendary engineer. Turns out he's just a lush. Ignore him. He's no engineer. If he were, I'd be a scientist. I am the engineer, legendary. Without me, Mars wouldn't exist today. Mars is unreliable. Says one thing, does another. I quit. But I owe you a life. Say it. How do I repay you? Lin Yang paused thoughtfully. Regardless of truth or fiction, he seized the moment and voiced a bold demand. A life is no trivial debt. First, break the Mars fleet's encirclement. Succeed, and I will contact you again. Child's play. Hardly worth mentioning. Brace yourself. Mars, is about to tremble. A thunderous boom shook the planet's surface. The entire world convulsed. A cataclysmic earthquake ripped across the crust. Cities buckled, towers collapsed, foundations shattered. Martian society collapsed instantly. Chancellor Pastor and Fleet Commander Arif scrambled to stabilize the crisis, issuing frantic orders to subordinate commanders. Lin Yang then opened a direct channel to the Mars fleet. Commander Arif, if you do not clear a passage, I will shake Mars once more. Even if it extinguishes the core and returns this world to its barren state 5 centuries past. It's you, Lin Yang. Arif snarled, teeth grinding. How dare you speak such arrogance? If you possessed such power, you wouldn't flee. You must answer for the slaughter of the Sirius tiger folk. You will not leave Martian orbit. Then prepare for the quake. Lin Yang snapped his fingers, and Mars trembled anew. This time, 60% of all major cities' structures crumbled. Communications severed. Surface and space fell utterly silent. The planet's core rotation slowed. Should it cease entirely, the molten metallic core would begin to solidify, reigniting the long-dormant extinction of Mars' geothermal heart. The colossal terraforming infrastructure suffered catastrophic failure, potentially irreversible. Witnessing the devastation, Fleet Commander Arif dared not gamble further. He ordered immediate clearance. Serious diplomacy could wait. Preserving Mars' biosphere came first. With a sonic shriek, Lin Yang piloted the Sirius Heavy Interceptor, still at 500 Mach, through the fractured blockade, hurtling toward the Ryu vessel awaiting him in deep space. Another encrypted transmission arrived. This time from the enigmatic engineer, I've caused grave trouble saving you. If you don't protect me, the Martian government will claim my life. I never asked you to trigger an earthquake. How in the void did you manage that? I'm the legendary engineer. I could dismantle this planet without breaking a sweat. They owe me everything. I admit, it exceeds all expectations. You possess rare merit, worthy of my patronage. Wait for me, legendary engineer. I will return. After Lin Yang piloted his warship away, General Arif of the Mars fleet immediately dispatched a space fleet to the planet's surface to retrieve surveillance footage from the new Lu City Coliseum. Without the on-site footage, he would have no way to account for the incident before the Sirius civilization. Yet upon landing, the fleet discovered the Coliseum had already collapsed. The surveillance recordings were lost. Investigators could only gather fragmented accounts from spectators in the stands, claiming Lin Yang, laden with heavy gear, had run over 300 kilometers and outpaced the tiger folk in a foot race. Others reported that Lin Yang, alongside the security officer Karuja, had slaughtered 2566 tiger folk, and that Karuja had undergone a transformation, manifesting as a golden figure crackling with lightning. Enraged, Arif lashed out at the investigators. Fools! Do you yourselves believe these absurd tales? Shall I present such inflated rumors to the tiger folk of Sirius as an official explanation? The investigators bowed their heads in silence. Continue searching for evidence. Do not return until you find it. And safeguard the remains of our Sirius dignitaries with utmost reverence and ceremonial honor. While orbital infrastructure remained unaffected by the seismic event, the Martian surface descended into paralysis. Arif directed wave after wave of warships down to conduct rescue operations. Upon learning of the crisis, the Blue Planet government immediately deployed relief forces. News also reached the asteroid belt mining collectives, and Shurtsong promptly dispatched 2 fleets. One fleet traveled openly 20 medium-class interceptors, delivering humanitarian aid to Mars. The other operated covertly. 40 heavy interceptors, each altering its transponder signature to pose as interstellar rangers or bounty hunters, carried vast supplies, and slipped silently toward Lin Yang's position to rendezvous and reinforce him. They stood ready to obey his every command, even to fight to the death. At Lin Yang's single order, those 40 vessels could instantly convert into colossal self-destruct charges. A top-tier SS-class bounty swiftly emerged across Martian society, not posted through any commercial bounty exchange, but issued directly by the Martian government itself. A reward of 300 million stellas was offered for Lin Yang, dead or alive. His entire crew was likewise placed under bounty. First officer Huang Yueshi received an S-class warrant worth 50 million stellas. She was to be taken alive. Security officer Karuja, also S-class, carried an identical 50 million stellar bounty, also strictly for capture, not elimination. Dr. Ni Ziwin retained her S-class designation, though her bounty rose to 10 million stellas, payable regardless of condition. As these warrants originated from the Martian government, they differed fundamentally from private bounties issued through exchanges, where only one hunter may claim a given contract. Instead, multiple hunters could accept the same warrant simultaneously. Even collaborative efforts would be fully compensated by the Martian government. Within hours, all 4 bounties spread across every major network in the solar system. Naturally, the news reached Lin Yang's interceptor. Dr. Ni Ziwin chuckled. My price just multiplied tenfold. I'll soon qualify as an S-class fugitive. I debuted at SS level. Impressive. You haven't disappointed me, Lin Yang replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Karuja lay weakly sprawled across the deck, still recovering. Why must Karuja and First Officer Huang be taken alive, while Captain Lin and Dr. Ni carry no such restriction? Karuja asked. Ni Ziwin replied, they dare not kill you, for fear of provoking this serious civilization. As for Huang Yueshi, I'm uncertain, but regarding myself and the captain, the Martian government clearly harbors no such reservations. Lin Yang gave a light, dismissive laugh. I'll let them post whatever bounties they like. We'll eliminate whoever comes. Ziwin set maximum cruise velocity and monitor closely. I'll rest for now. Wake me the moment we hear from Yueshi. 40+ hours remained until arrival at the Ryu, and with 30,000 evolution points at his disposal, Lin Yang refused to waste a single one. He entered the rest chamber, reclined, and closed his eyes. First, he initiated a 10-fold refresh sequence in the evolution market. Congratulations. A legendary tier item has appeared. Quafu X Series Warp Drive Maximum Warp Factor 2. 010. 079 times light speed. The latest Mars Tech iteration priced at 1500 evolution points. Warp level 1 equaled light speed. Level 2 exceeded 10-fold light speed. Lin Yang had no interest in complex scaling formulas, only in results. With Warp 2, 0 installed, crossing the solar system would take merely 1 hour. Reaching Proxima Centauri b would require only 6 months. Purchase it, then another 10-fold refresh. Congratulations. A legendary tier item has appeared. BCV Series Tractor Beam Effective Range 100 kilometers, Maximum Traction Force 100 metric tons, priced at 500 evolution points. After acquiring both items, his evolution points dropped to 0. Yet Lin Yang could operate the system remotely. He immediately initiated remote retrieval of the Ryu's outdated Huangyo B Tractor Beam and Warp 1. 0 drive. The reclaimed components yielded enough points to cover the upgrade cost, with 50 points remaining. New warp drive and tractor beam undergoing evolution. Estimated completion 34 hours 20 minutes. Lin Yang calculated carefully. To complete step 6 of his growth quest, the Golden Legend milestone, he needed to evolve every module and component of the Mosaic-class medium interceptor to legendary status. 8 energy cannons and 4 missile launchers remained at baseline specifications. 5 crew quarters awaited evolution, and 1 power core chamber remained entirely uninstalled. Relying solely on the evolution market's 10-fold refreshes, he doubted even 100 attempts would yield all required items. Fortunately, the Sirius heavy interceptor he currently rode aboard bristled with advanced weaponry. System: does Sirius technology qualify as legendary tier within human solar system standards? Absolutely. Take this very vessel, the TL Saber-Tooth Heavy Interceptor. As an example, both its shielding and firepower far surpass humanity's so-called legendary tier benchmarks. Then, if the Ryu assimilates this warship, will that fulfill the Golden Legend requirement? The system will evaluate compliance against its original protocols. Excluding crew quarters, firepower alone will unquestionably meet the threshold. Confirmed, this is the plan. We'll handle the quarters separately. 40 hours passed in a blink. The Ryu completed its remote evolution, but Huang Yueshi still sent no reply. Lin Yang, Ni Ziwin, and Karuja grew increasingly anxious. They accelerated full throttle toward the designated coordinates. The Ryu has entered radar range, Captain. The vessel remains in standby drift mode. quickly scanned for Yueshi's vital signs aboard the ship. N.I. Ziwen shook her head, her face ashen. Lin Yang's heart lurched violently. Nothing. No biological signatures whatsoever. Either the ship is empty or no living beings remain inside. Damn it. Prepare for combat. Lin Yang clenched the galaxy heart pendant at his chest, whispering a silent vow. Don't fail me, Yueshi. Don't you dare falter. Moments later, the heavy interceptor docked beside the Ryu. Once the airlock sealed, Lin Yang charged forward without hesitation. Karuja instantly stepped ahead. Caution. Trap mechanisms may lie ahead. Let me take the lead. Yet upon entering the Ryu, all three found the interior immaculate and orderly, showing no sign of boarding by pirates. All four habitable crew quarters were spotless and utterly devoid of Huang Yueshi. The fifth previously vacant quarter had been repurposed as a dining area, equally empty. They rushed to the bridge, only to find it deserted. The Ryu remained in standby mode. Upon the main pilot's console rested a single note. Lin Yang, thank you for your care these past days. I'm sorry, but I must return home. Please don't worry, I face no danger. Wishing you thrilling adventures among the stars. Huang Yueshi. Lin Yang's brow furrowed deeply. Karuja bolted toward the aft compartments. N.I. Ziwen dashed downstairs. No trace in the engine or power core chambers, nor in the mid or lower decks. Impossible. Lin Yang gripped the note in one hand and the galaxy heart in the other. Impossible. If Yueshi truly sought domestic peace, she'd never depart without telling us, and certainly wouldn't gift me the galaxy heart. Could she have encountered peril and chosen isolation to protect us? Karuja ventured. N.I. Ziwen stamped her foot in frustration. Suddenly she recalled something. Captain, remember when you asked me privately whether Yueshi seemed troubled? I overheard her murmuring softly about going back, but I couldn't catch the rest. When I pressed her, she fell silent. Search every corner of the cosmos until we find Yueshi. Not a single piece of the Ryu shall be left behind. Ding. You have broken through the Martian fleet's encirclement and successfully rendezvoused with the Ryu, completing main quest 9 breakthrough. Evolution points 40000. Current evolution points 40050. Main quest updated X. Retrieve the first officer. Locate senior officer Huang Yueshi and safely return her to the Ryu. Evolution points 50000. System. Even without this quest, I will find Yueshi. Even if I abandon every other mission, I will never forsake her. Lin Yang gripped the heart of the Milky Way. Memories surfaced. Their first meeting with Huang Yueshi. At that time he was starving, his ribs pressing against his spine. His limbs trembled with exhaustion, his eyelids sagged as though weighted by lead. Clutching a crudely handwritten sign, seeking first officer, he wandered listlessly along the labor docks of Ceres. Passers-by scoffed at his absurdity. They laughed, calling him a fool. How could one so emaciated dare recruit crew? No one took him seriously, not even for a moment. Just as death loomed on the docks of Ceres, Huang Yueshi halted before him. Though her voice was icy and detached, she asked, "Are you still hiring?" Yet in that frost-laced question bloomed a fierce burning hope. She asked for no lavish salary, only shelter and enough food to stave off hunger. And yet at their very first meeting, she treated him to a full meal, watching him devour an entire portion in 3 ravenous bites. She immediately ordered 3 more. Together they consumed 5 portions, spending every credit she owned. In that instant, Huang Yueshi entrusted her entire future into Lin Yang's hands. That trust formed instantly, unmediated, unearned, absolute. One might even say, had she not spent her last coin to feed him that day, his transmigration journey would have ended there, starved to death on a cold dock. Lin Yang would never abandon Huang Yueshi, the woman who stood beside him from nothing, sharing every hardship. Never. Ziwan send urgent messages to Yaoban, the three-eyed banker at the Stellar Alliance branch, to the Asteroid Belt Miners Collective, and to the drunken gambler who contacted us via encrypted channel. Mobilize every contact we possess. Search for Yueshi. Yes, Captain. I've also alerted Gus, the legendary Martian hunter. He vows to deploy all his disciples to aid the search. Exactly, do just that. From the handwriting in her note, Yueshi vanished 2 days ago, before the bounty was issued. Enlist bounty hunters too. Any trace, even imprisonment by the Martian regime, is preferable to vanishing into the void of space. Karuja immediately contacted his father, the Tiger Emperor. Though the Emperor had publicly disowned him, Karuja dared defy the decree and pleaded for help in finding Huang Yueshi. Father, my friend, First Officer Huang Yueshi, is missing. May I request the Star Wolf Intelligence Bureaus? Died. You wretched sickly cat, Karuja. What happened to the Saber-Tooth Punishment Guild? What foul deed have you committed? I'll kill you with my own hands. Beep. Lin Yang hastily severed Karujia's transmission. No need to trouble your father further. If we dismantle the Saber-Tooth Punishment Guild ourselves, it will place him in an impossible position. Finding Yueshi is our burden, and ours alone. But Captain, how do we even begin searching? Where there is a trace, there is a path. Wait for intelligence, and I'll attempt to commune with her through the heart of the Milky Way. Lin Yang returned to his quarters. He clasped the heart of the Milky Way in both hands. He stilled his breath, quieted his thoughts, slowly, deliberately. Gradually, he sensed within the heart a vast, slow-rotating current of energy, so immense its boundaries eluded even his perception. He focused his intent inward, picturing Yueshi's face, her expression, her presence. Yet no matter how deeply he reached, her voice remained silent. He could not fathom how beneath the Martian arena's blistering sun, she had once pierced the veil between minds to reach him. Humph. Lin Yang rubbed his temples. Defeated, he lay back. With telepathy inaccessible, he turned instead to urgent upgrades, fortifying the ship's armaments and power systems while time remained. The Star Wolf-class heavy interceptor mounted 10 energy cannons and 6 missile launchers, though fewer in number than those aboard human-designed heavy interceptors. Its firepower dwarfed all human technology. Lin Yang initiated full reclamation of the original armaments. 4 Cobra D ion pulse cannons, 2 Red Spider-E laser refraction cannons, 1 Mantis, Shrimp D, magnetic blast cannon, and 4 Porcupine D missile launchers. All dismantled and replaced with Star Wolf's TL Saber-Tooth grade weaponry, ion detonation pulse cannons, particle-cutting beams, and matrix missile launchers. The Star Wolf heavy interceptor ran on controlled thermonuclear fusion, a single charge sufficient for 10 years of continuous operation. Lin Yang installed it directly into the vacant auxiliary energy chamber. Thermonuclear power now fed exclusively the warp drive and conventional pulse engines. The original Chilean X conventional reactors were reassigned solely to weapons systems. This reconfiguration eliminated the reuse prior energy shortfall. No longer would weapon discharge drain life-sustaining reserves. He would henceforth draw ceaseless vitality from an unbroken stream of power. With the warp engine already upgraded to version 2.0, Lin Yang reclaimed the Chilean X medium-range pulse engines and replaced them with TL Saber-Tooth grade units. Maximum velocity surged from 200 Mach to 500 Mach. Having finalized the upgrades, he opened the Evolution Marketplace. After 6 consecutive 10-roll refreshes, 2 legendary living quarters finally appeared. Dongtian Y and Dongtian X models, enhanced iterations of the original Bamboo Grove Songbird design, now integrating life sign monitoring, toxin isolation, and consciousness shielding. Office functionality and leisure amenities were also significantly expanded. Lin Yang purchased them instantly and initiated evolution, first upgrading the captain's and first officer's quarters. The remaining 3 cabins would follow later. His evolution points reset to 0. Clutching the heart of the Milky Way, he closed his eyes, frustrated, helpless, haunted by Yueshi's sudden, utter disappearance. He drifted into a hazy slumber. Time dissolved. Then, Nirvana Z1's knuckles tapped sharply upon his door. Captain, we have leads. Where are? Lin Yang shot upright, sprinting barefoot to the doorway. It's the drunkard engineer, Mo Ban. He breached the Martian fleet's internal network and discovered that 2 days ago Patrol Squadron intercepted an anomalous insectoid warship. Yueshi is almost certainly aboard. Elaborate. Lin Yang broke into a jog toward the bridge, Z1 matching his pace. Patrol Squadron encountered an insectoid civilization's heavy interceptor 0 kilometers from Mars. Galactic mercenaries? Precisely. Insectoid species constitute the galaxy's most numerous mercenary force. The vessel belongs to the Coleoptera class, 70 Clan's Freelance Battalion F, operating a short-range interceptor. Continue. Short-range interceptors typically traverse via spatial gateways. Yet this vessel lacks a warp drive, bears no destination toward the asteroid belt, and yet cruises conventionally across the void. Moreover, bioscans confirmed human life signatures aboard. What did the Martian fleet conclude? The insectoid mercenaries claimed they were fulfilling a client's contract to retrieve a passenger, and presented a Stellar Alliance transit permit issued at Proxima Centauri's Southgate checkpoint. They withheld their final destination, and Patrol Squadron permitted their departure. Lin Yang nodded slowly. Indeed, grave inconsistencies. Whether the human aboard is truly Yueshi remains uncertain, but pursuit will reveal the truth. Provide coordinates. Here, per the patrol report's projected vector. At their current speed, they may already be far ahead. Simulate their flight path, then pursue along the predicted trajectory. Lin Yang settled into the primary command seat. Just as he initiated pre-flight sequence, a thought struck him. Wait, Z1, you said the Martian drunkard engineer's name is Mo Ban. If my memory serves, Gara the Tiger once mentioned that Mo Ban, the legendary Star Alliance engineer, lived 5 centuries ago. I know Mo Ban, the legendary engineer from 500 years ago. There's even the Mo Ban Engineering Academy on Mars. And that drunkard keeps boasting he's a legendary engineer. Could he possibly be Mo Ban? Absolutely not. Ni Ziwin affirmed firmly Mo Ban lived 5 centuries ago. That inebriated man could never be him. Perhaps he studied at the Mo Ban Engineering Academy and adopted the title for himself. It's entirely understandable for STEM students to revere Missouri Ban as their paragon and to call themselves legendary engineers in aspiration. Even if he isn't Mo Ban, he's undeniably formidable, capable of triggering planetary-scale quakes on Mars and breaching the internal network of the Martian fleet. Once we recover you, she will meet him in person. Lin Yang immediately sent an encrypted message to Shurtsong, leader of the Asteroid Miner Collective, transmitting their current coordinates. I've dismantled a Sirius Technologies heavy fighter here. Its shield array and 2 ion blasters remain intact, and its hull is completely undamaged. Its technology far surpasses humanity's. When the 40 fighters arrive, tow it directly back to the asteroid belt shipyard and reverse engineer it. General, have we received any word from Director Huang? We've uncovered a lead. We're pursuing it now. The fleet is too slow. There's no need for you to follow. Yes, General. We stand ready for your orders at any moment. We'll report to you immediately once the shipyard completes development. In and after severing the transmission, Lin Yang instantly set the destination coordinates. The Ryu entered warp drive, operating at merely 1/10 of its maximum capacity. Within less than 5 minutes, it arrived precisely at the coordinates reported by the Mars Patrol fleet. Ni Ziwin immediately activated the radar at full power. No warships detected within 100,000 kilometers. Lin Yang instantly projected the simulated pursuit trajectory. While travel at minimum warp factor 1.0, equivalent to light speed, for 0.66 seconds each time, covering 198,000 kilometers per jump. Upon dropping out of warp, we'll scan immediately. If no target appears, it'll continue along the simulated path. Ni Ziwin nodded. This perfectly bypasses the 1,000 kilometer radius already scanned by radar, while the newly reached 980 kilometer zone falls exactly within our scanning range. Captain, this method maximizes search efficiency, though it does place considerable strain on you repeatedly initiating warp transitions. I'm fine. Just keep the radar and navigation under close watch, you and Karuja. Without hesitation, Lin Yang engaged warp drive again. After precisely 0.66 seconds, he dropped out of warp. After 1 minute of scanning yielded no target, he re-engaged warp, repeating the cycle again and again along the simulated trajectory. Lin Yang charted a cylindrical search corridor with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, diameter 200,000 kilometers. Engage warp factor 1.0. Now disengage. Initiate scan. No target detected. Re-engage warp factor 1.0. Disengage. Scan again. Still no target. Engage warp once more. So it went. The medium-class fighter Ryu leapt repeatedly through the void of space. Again and again it dissolved into streaks of light, then reappeared sharp and sudden. At last, after 4 minutes and 36 seconds, Ni Ziwin detected the mercenary vessel of the insectoid Qiaoqi 70 race on her radar display. An 80-meter-long heavy fighter, flying steadily at 400 Mach 50,000 kilometers away. Captain. Found it. Can we scan interior data from this distance? Too far. We need to close within 2,000 kilometers for precise internal scans. Prepare for high-fidelity scanning. I'm closing in now. Lin Yang instantly switched to conventional propulsion and accelerated to 500 Mach. Karuja temporarily assumed control of the Ryu's armaments, priming all systems for combat. Soon the distance between the two vessels narrowed rapidly. When the gap shrank to 2,000 kilometers, Ni Ziwin reported at once, Captain, the enemy vessel carries human life signs. However, due to the insectoids, shielding signal interference prevents us from determining gender. The opposing vessel detected them and immediately opened a hailing channel. Upon connection, a video feed revealed an insectoid being, antennae arching from its brow, 7 eyes gleaming across its forehead. Translucent wings unfurled behind its back, 4 armored spined arms extended from its torso. A grotesque magnified mutation of the cockroach. Ni Ziwin calibrated the universal translator several times before finally deciphering the alien speech. Why are you pursuing us? Speak now, or we shall breach our agreement and obliterate your vessel. What agreement? Is it the one concerning Huang Yueshi? Is the Sol System human aboard your ship her? Tell me. Yes, it is the human Huang Yueshi. Though whether she originates from the Sol System remains uncertain. Why do you pursue us? Nonsense. I'm chasing my own first officer. What else would I need? Surrender her, immediately. She departed willingly. Cease your baseless accusations. If you persist in pursuit, our mercenary contract holds no weight. I demand to see her now. Otherwise you will not depart alive. With a curt gesture, Lin Yang signaled Karuja. Phaser cannons, particle railguns, ion blasters, explosive pulse cannons, and particle-cutting beams surged to full charge simultaneously. 6 matrix missile launchers also powered up in unison. All weapons locked onto the enemy vessel. The insectoid captain froze momentarily, then erupted into a cackling laugh. If all your shipboard batteries fire together, do you intend to kill Huang Yueshi along with us? Lin Yang roared, first you die? If anything happens to my first officer Huang Yueshi, we'll all perish together in her wake. Pew! And Lin Yang gestured sharply. Karuja instantly triggered the particle railgun. Its discharge instantaneous. Though its output had not yet been amplified dozens of times by the galaxy heart, its destructive force remained formidable. The insectoid vessel violently rolled to evade. A madman, the insectoid captain bellowed in fury. Bring the guest forward. Hurry, calm this lunatic. And moments later, Huang Yueshi appeared in the insectoid bridge, her expression stunned. She saw Lin Yang's wrathful glare, Karuja's clenched jaw, and Inai Ziwen's tear-filled eyes, and instinctively pressed her hand over her mouth. After a few stifled sobs, she steadied herself, lifted her head, and asked softly, Lin Yang, didn't you see the note left on the main console? I saw it, but I don't understand. Lin Yang thundered. Do you truly consider me your friend? Do you regard the Ryu as home? Are Karuja and Ziwen your comrades? In Huang Yueshi's brows tightened. I said it clearly. I'm grateful for your care. Those days aboard the Ryu brought me great joy. But I have a home, and I must return to it. I don't care. You joined my crew voluntarily, so leaving requires my explicit consent. I forbid you to vanish without warning. Karuja interjected, Commander Yueshi, where is your home? Why must you return? And Ziwen added gently, Yueshi, we've come this far. This may be our final meeting. Please share what burdens your heart. You don't know. When the captain realized you'd gone, he nearly lost his mind. And Lin Yang exhaled, deeply shaking his head in weary resignation. Yueshi, do you believe I lack the strength to protect you? Even if I lacked that strength, I'd still give my life to shield you. Remember Ceres Labor Dock, when you sought refuge aboard my ship, spending your last credit to treat me to dinner? That day I swore in my heart, Huang Yueshi, the comrade who stood with me in poverty and peril, Lin Yang will guard you for life. Huang Yueshi's eyes brimmed with tears. She bowed her head quickly. Lin Yang, I'll remember you always, and Karuja and Sister Ziwen. Please go back. I truly can't adventure with you any longer. Forgive me, I must go home. Home. If it were a place of peace and joy, you wouldn't have hidden it from me. Yueshi, open your heart. I know you better than anyone. Tell me, what has happened? I am your captain. Even if I fight until my final breath, until my last drop of blood runs dry, I will never abandon you. And Lin Yang. And Huang Yueshi broke down, completely sobbing uncontrollably. I am the saintess raised by the Origin Church. No matter how many trump cards you hold, you cannot prevail against them. Not even the Stellar Alliance dares provoke open war with them. Galactic pirates, Black Forest hunters, Boron Alliance, mechanical civilization, and even extragalactic powers all fear the Origin Church. I don't care if it's round, square, or triangular. I just want to ask you, do you want to be with me? Do you want to return to the sun and moon? Lin Yang trembled with anger. Turning his head to look, Karuja and Inai Ziwen were also trembling, but their expressions were not of anger, rather resembling fear and terror. The insectoid captain aboard the opposing warship seemed to be suddenly electrocuted, trembling all over with wings vibrating incessantly, and his antennae nearly creating afterimages. My esteemed guest, are you? Are you a member of the ancient and great Origin Church? Or are you a saint? Huang Yueshi nodded slightly. Did they not tell you? No, they didn't. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Huang Yueshi ignored the insectoid captain. Instead, with red eyes, she said to Lin Yang, you must go back quickly. I exposed my whereabouts when the asteroid belts regime was overthrown recently, and now they want me to return. You have no idea how terrifying they are, but something you cannot face. Yueshi, I want you to answer me. Do you want to come back to my side and continue serving as the first officer of the sun and moon? No other answers, just yes or no. Lin Yang clenched his fists in anger, his eyes nearly blazing with fire. Huang Yuexi's tears streamed down. Yes. I want to be with you forever, piloting the sun and moon through the stars, going on adventures, fighting, and meeting more companions. Being with you is the happiest time of my life, but reality is different from ideals. I must give up my dreams and face reality. Oh, I cannot let you die. Ha ha ha. Lin Yang burst into laughter, carelessly disregarding everything. I knew I didn't misjudge you, Yueshi. If you want to come back, no one can stop you. Insectoids, release my first officer Huang Yueshi, or we will die together. I would rather die than let her go. If we release her, our chitinous Sevenid clan won't be able to explain to the Origin Church. If I had known this would involve the church, I wouldn't have taken this commission for any reward, even 10 times higher. As the insectoid captain spoke, he hurriedly requested support from the mercenary base. A warp-speed escort ship immediately flew in at superluminal speed. In that case, stop the chatter and face death. Lin Yang immediately closed his eyes and entered deep driving mode. Karuja worriedly said, "Captain, are we really going to war? But the enemy over there is the Origin Church." "What? Are you afraid?" "I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about involving multiple civilizations and races." "Captain, you really don't know about the Origin Church?" "I don't." "Then you've definitely heard of the Virgo Void, right? Is it related to them?" "Legend has it that 5 billion years ago the Origin Church initiated a universe-level war using superweapons to create that void." Lin Yang naturally knew about the Virgo Void located 700 million light-years from the solar system observed with deep space telescopes. It looked as though a vibrant starry sky had been violently clawed by dark, giant hands forming a dark void. It spanned a width of 500 million light-years and a length of 300 million light-years. In that irregular elliptical region, there were almost no galaxies. Under normal circumstances, it could accommodate at least 2500 galaxies. Yet in reality, there were only a few dozen galaxies. Could a universe-level war have wiped out over 2,000 galaxies? Even if Lin Yang believed it to be true, he didn't believe it was the work of the Origin Church. That's just a legend. If they were that powerful, they wouldn't have secretly sent mercenaries to abduct Yueshi. Karuja said, 20,000 years ago, the leader of the Star Alliance, the Lightbringer, led 86 civilizations to launch a monumental battle against the Origin Church across 300 light-years. After that battle, both sides suffered greatly and signed a non-aggression ceasefire treaty, which is still in effect today. That's why they sent mercenaries to secretly abduct Commander Yueshi. I don't care. Just like I don't care how severe the punishment of the saber-toothed tiger is, as long as she is mine, I will protect her with my life. Captain, I understand. Karuja said with tears in his eyes. As long as we are together, nothing in the universe can intimidate us. Captain, I, Karuja, take pride in following you. Let's go to war. Captain, your decision is our decision. All right. Karuja, unleash all firepower, and Ziwin, keep an eye on UX's life signals. Karuja said, we must not harm Commander Yueshi. Lin Yang replied, rest assured. To the insectoids, Yueshi is now a hot potato. Her death is far worse than losing her. The insectoids fear involving their entire chitinous Sevenid clan and will surely find ways to protect her safety. We must attack with all our might without hesitation. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Karuja understood the reasoning behind it and immediately maneuvered the 4 ion energy cannons to fire. 3 energy projectiles hit their target, 1 missed. The enemy ship's shield has dropped by 15. And UX's life signals are normal. Ni Ziwin reported in time. Keep firing. Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon fighter into a roll, dodging 2 phase cannon beams from the insectoids. Karuja immediately pressed the particle cannon button. Chirp. A high-energy beam over 10 meters in diameter struck the insectoid warship solidly. The enemy ship's shield has dropped by 25, and a force field shield has appeared around Yueshi, indicating she's likely equipped with a personal shield. Keep firing. Captain, a warp-speed ship is approaching warp level 5. 0. Ni Ziwin called out just as she finished speaking. A strategic escort ship over 600 meters long exited warp 200 kilometers away, its shape peculiar, resembling a gigantic space cockroach. As soon as it exited warp, it fired a phase cannon at the Sun and Moon. Lin Yang hurriedly rolled to evade. The massive escort ship blocked his pursuit course. Blocking the firepower attack, it simultaneously activated long-range teleportation, preparing to teleport all members from the insectoid fighter, including Huang Yueshi, onto the escort ship. Once the teleportation was complete, the enemy would leave at warp level 5. 0. And Lin Yang would be unable to pursue. Karuja, aim for the escort ship's engine. Release all weapons. Lin Yang shouted, urgently clenching his hands around the heart of the galaxy. Heart of the galaxy, if you have any spirit and do not wish for your master to return to a place that makes her sad, release a bit of power to help me defeat the insectoid mercenaries. Virum, suddenly brilliant blue and white light shone in the cockpit. Karuja also happened to fire at the same time. This time the particle cannon, phase cannon, ion energy cannon, pulsar cannon, and particle cutting beam were no longer as before. Instantly enhanced by over 10 times the diameter of the high-energy beams, surged from over 10 meters to over 100 meters. 4 high-energy rays, each over 100 meters in diameter, struck the escort ship. They directly enveloped more than half of the escort ship. The high-energy pulse from the pulsar cannon grew to the size of a fighter ship. After the volley hit the target, it felt as if dozens of fighters collided with the escort ship. Boom! A brilliant light suddenly illuminated the space. The escort ship's shield has been breached. They have ceased biological particle teleportation. Keep firing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Several more rounds of cannon and phase cannon fire followed. The over 600-meter-long escort ship exploded with a roar. You have destroyed the insectoid long-range strategic escort ship evolution points 2000. The violent shockwave rapidly spread. Lin Yang had no time to check the system, hurriedly piloting the sun and moon to evade and maneuver to pursue the insectoid fighter. Just as he caught sight of the enemy ship, Karuja maneuvered the phase cannon, particle cannon, and 4 ion energy cannons to fire simultaneously. And Ziwen suddenly shouted, "Yueshi has been thrown into space by the insectoids, and she's wearing a personal shield." Karuja quickly used the tractor beam. "Bring Yueshi back." Boom. The heavy fighter of the insect people exploded. The shockwave blew Huang Yueshi, who was floating in space, away. Lin Yang hurriedly piloted the Sun Moon to catch up. Kalugia opened the tractor beam in time to catch her. Ziwen quickly ran to the airlock of the pressure chamber and waited. Huang Yueshi was pulled into the pressure chamber. After the outer door closed, air pressure was injected. Once the pressure was balanced, the inner door opened. Ziwen hurriedly ran into the pressure chamber and embraced Huang Yueshi. "Silly sister, why didn't you tell us in advance?" Huang Yuexi's eyes turned red. "Sister Ziwen, I won't do this again next time." You destroyed the heavy fighter of the insect people evolution points 500. Congratulations, host. You found the first officer, Huang Yueshi, and safely brought her back to the Sun Moon, completing the main quest 10. Retrieve the first officer evolution points 50,000. Current evolution points 52500. Main quest updated 11. Fifth crew member, recruiting one more crew member successfully. Evolution points 60,000. Welcome back, Yueshi. Lin Yang arrived at the rear cabin, looking at Huang Yueshi with relief. Huang Yueshi gazed at him with deep affection. Both of them had endless words in their hearts. At that moment, however, words stuck in their throats. "I'm sorry, Lin Yang. It's all right, I understand everything." Kalugia chuckled. "One of us is more trouble than the other." And Ziwen said, "We need to leave quickly. The Martian fleet has discovered the insect people's patrol ship's illegal navigation and is heading over to investigate." Lin Yang removed the heart of the galaxy and personally placed it back around Huang Yuexi's neck. "Thanks to the heart of the galaxy, otherwise I might never have seen you in this lifetime." Huang Yuexi's eyes turned red. She cupped the heart of the galaxy with both hands. After feeling it carefully, she couldn't help but blush. "It recognizes you. I know, let's go tell us about the Origin Church." This time I won't hide anything." Without the time to scan the battlefield debris, the Sun Moon immediately left at warp speed 2.0. They had just left when the Martian fleet's warp escort ship arrived at the scene. It immediately began scanning and analyzing the unknown space battle. Huang Yueshi returned to the co-pilot's seat and began recounting her experiences. She was a genuine human, but she was born in a corner of the galaxy. It was a desolate planet shrouded in mist all day long. The planet revolved around a dim red dwarf star. She spent her childhood in coldness and desolation, strictly constrained by people dressed in black robes and hoods, their features obscured. Those people taught her etiquette and the doctrines of the Origin Church. In that ancient palace-like building, there was a magical library where most of the information in the galaxy could be accessed. Whenever she had free time, Huang Yueshi would go inside to read various materials about humanity from the solar system. This was also the reason she was nicknamed an encyclopedia by Lin Yang, for her vast knowledge. As she grew older, she slowly learned that she was a saintess destined to fulfill a sacred mission. To establish a mental connection with the origin god in the five-dimensional space, conveying the will of the five-dimensional origin god guiding the church to return the entire universe to its original singularity state. Once the universe returned to the origin point, all church members would be taken into the higher dimensional space by the origin god to enjoy eternal life. Despite being brainwashed for 18 years, she still had her own subjective thoughts and had always resisted this mission from the bottom of her heart. The servant who had taken care of her since childhood, Granny Huang, supported her actions and stole the heart of the galaxy, a treasure of the Origin Church. She took Huang Yueshi and fled that place. After 2 years of exile, they finally arrived in the solar system of the Orion Arm. Later, Granny Huang died protecting her. She then took on the surname Huang and continued her exile, ultimately joining Lin Yang. Yueshi, can you mentally connect with the god in the five-dimensional space? I dare not try for fear of being discovered, but I can communicate mentally with other beings. Just like when you warned me in the Martian gladiator arena. Yes, I suddenly sensed the heart of the galaxy emitting a danger warning, so I hurriedly warned you through mental communication. Is the Origin Church really that powerful? Ni Ziwen said that the puppet's void was caused by them. Huang Yueshi shook her head slightly. I can't be sure either. That's what the library recorded, but there's a lack of evidence, and there are no detailed descriptions of the puppet's war. Perhaps after 5 billion years, the historical materials have long been lost. Incredible. By the way, where is the position of the planet you grew up on the star map? I don't know. Granny Huang didn't tell me where I grew up to prevent being traced mentally. When she took me on the warp cargo ship to escape, she took an amnesia drug and doesn't remember either. And I Zhuan asked, so where are they sending you to meet this time? To the Pegasus constellation's empty space, the oxygen-rich star in the zone of the Green Light Nebula, the home planet of the insect people's Sevenid clan. What a cunning Origin Church, leaving no traces at all. Where do we go now? I'm afraid the Origin Church won't let it go easily. First, go to Mars to recruit a crew member. Don't worry, Yueshi, the Star Alliance won't allow the Origin Church to come in unchecked. As long as we're on the Star Alliance's territory, we'll be much safer. The Sun Moon exited warp speed 3.0 kilometers from Mars and sent an encrypted voice communication to the drunkard who claimed to be Mo Ban. Mo Ban died 500 years ago. You, a drunkard claiming to be a legendary engineer, don't you feel embarrassed? Lin Yang opened with criticism. Embarrassed? I am Mo Ban. The death news 500 years ago was a deliberate facade I created. Why fake your death? To deceive the Star Alliance's supervisory board. The Martian regime promised to help me fight against the Star Alliance, but they turned out unreliable and we can no longer cooperate. Fight against the Star Alliance. That's right, the decaying Star Alliance needs to change. As an engineer, I not only repair mechanical failures, but also need to fix the systemic failures of the Star Alliance. How did you cause the earthquake on Mars? The project to ignite Mars' core was designed and constructed by me. After 500 years, I am still overseeing everything underground. With just a little manipulation, causing the core to stir and trigger an earthquake is a piece of cake. This earthquake on Mars has killed quite a few people. The Martian regime will eventually trace it back to you. I know, but the Martian regime broke the agreement first. Since they won't listen to me, I have no obligation to think for them. Besides causing a major earthquake, I can't help you break through. What about the Martians who died? In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. The tone on the other side became angry. I transformed Mars' ecological environment. They promised to help me fight against the Star Alliance, but they deceived me and never took action, instead making me serve underground for 500 years. How long do you live? 500 years just rolls off your tongue. I am a green carbon being from the Perseus arm with an average lifespan of around 1,000 years, and I have undergone mechanical fusion, which extends my lifespan even further. Don't measure other species with human common sense. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. Lin Yang was choked. He thought the drunkard had a point. Indeed, human common sense shouldn't be used to view extraterrestrial beings. Yueshi, do you know about the green carbon beings? Special carbon-based intelligent species capable of photosynthesis, a level 2. 7 stellar civilization with an average lifespan of 1,000 years. If he is a green carbon being, he could indeed be Mo Ban. Lin Yang nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Hey, legendary engineer, can you accept a video call? I want to see your true face. Yes, but it will expose our connection. The Martian government will come after you immediately. That's none of your concern. So long as you are a green carbon being from the Perseus arm, I can extract you and restore your status as a free citizen. Even consider aiding you against the Stellar Alliance. Really? Of course. If I fail, Martian battle fleets will descend upon me without delay. Then I'll shoulder full responsibility for the Martian seismic catastrophe. You have nothing to fear. All right. I've already lost everything. Death would be liberation. Look closely, I am a green carbon being with 6 arms. The transmission switched to video mode. Lin Yang and the 3 others beheld his true form, and their eyes widened in unison. On screen stood a humanoid figure of deep emerald hue, yet bearing 6 arms. Reminiscent of the 6-armed deities carved in ancient temples. His head was crowned with vivid green moss-like hair. He wore no clothing. His body was armored in hard dark emerald scales. From the feet, he appeared over 2 meters tall. His frame was powerfully built, lithe, agile, and undeniably strong. Captain, this matches the green carbon profile recorded in the archives. Huang Yueshi whispered softly. Lin Yang smiled and nodded. I'm beginning to believe you truly are Mo Ban. I always was. Now that you believe me, it's too late. We're exposed. Martian fleets are converging on your location. Figure out your own escape. Though I owe you my life if you fail to flee, don't blame me for reneging on my debt. Since you're nearly dead anyway, why not indulge in one last grand gamble? Again, really, you're that addicted to betting. Lin Yang smiled mysteriously. Didn't you just stake everything on me? If I succeed in rescuing you and escaping Mars' surface unscathed, you'll join my fleet. And from then on, all decisions regarding confronting the Stellar Alliance, including strategy and timing, will rest solely with me. And if you fail, there is no if. I will succeed. Such arrogance. You're far too confident. This Martian seismic catastrophe is an irreparable disaster. That's irrelevant. Just tell me, do you dare take the bet? I will win. Why wouldn't I? After all, if I lose, I die either way. If you win, I live. It's a guaranteed gain. I've waited 5 centuries. I won't balk at your fleeting century-long lifespan. Excellent. Await good news. After terminating the transmission, Huang Yueshi's face brightened with delight. He's almost certainly Mo Ban. We've struck gold. He oversaw construction of the Stellar Alliance's largest orbital fortress, personally engineered the interstellar corridor conveyor system, and terraformed the ecosystems of hundreds of asteroids. Mo Ban isn't merely a legend within the Alliance. He's a legend across the entire Milky Way. Yet Karuja looked uneasy. Captain, is a man who loves wine and wagers truly reliable? Ni Ziwin gave a slight skeptical shake of her head. Opposing the Stellar Alliance is no trivial matter. And whose affairs are trivial? Lin Yang smiled, glancing at the three of them. They exchanged glances, and suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, each of the four had caused catastrophes more audacious than the last one defied the Sirius civilization out another humanity's solar system order. A third opposed the Origin Church, and adding opposition to the Stellar Alliance would hardly tip the scale. Lin Yang chuckled. As for Karuja's concerns about Mo Ban's fondness for drink and gambling, we may dismiss them. He's brilliant and shamelessly cunning. He never places bets unfavorable to himself. Even when caught off guard, he'll renege on any agreement that endangers him. Karuja nodded. Whether he's a gambler or a drunkard matters little. He staked his life to save us. Sheltering him poses no real risk. Should he cause trouble, we can eject him anytime. Right, Captain? Just as you once threatened to jettison me into space without warning. Karuja, that was mere posturing. I'd never actually cast you adrift. But this man, if he misbehaves, I will jettison him for real. Having settled the matter, Lin Yang instructed Ni Ziwin to initiate contact with the Martian fleet. She reached directly to Admiral Arif, Supreme Commander of the Martian Space Fleet. Lin Yang, where are you? You'll never escape the solar system. The Martian fleet is hunting you relentlessly. Calm yourself, Admiral. Even if you capture me, what then? Can you appease the Sirius civilization? Forget the Martian seismic catastrophe. Even total planetary detonation could not atone in the eyes of the tiger folk of Sirius for the massacre of the saber-tooth punishment squad. You've done it now. What exactly did you do? I confess, it was my doing. That's precisely why I contacted you, to assume responsibility. Can you possibly bear such weight? I never boast idly. Grant me but one condition, and I alone shall absorb the Sirius civilization's wrath, spared entirely from Mars' shoulders. First, how will you bear it? This burden exceeds even humanity's capacity. I say I can, and I will. Accept my demand, and the tiger folk of Sirius will cease all hostilities against Mars. I suspect their fleet is already en route. Am I mistaken? Damn it. Admiral Arif ground his teeth in fury, yet had no choice but to yield. 10 interstellar cruisers dispatched by the Sirius tiger folk civilization were already streaking toward the solar system, en route to investigate the annihilation of the entire saber-tooth punishment squad. Should the Martian government fail to deliver a credible explanation, they would rather withdraw from the Galactic Stellar Alliance than abandon war. Though the tiger folk never initiate aggression against the weak. For vengeance, they could crush Mars as effortlessly as crushing an ant. Speak, what is your demand? Release the engineer Mo Ban, your underground green carbon prisoner, that wine-loving recluse. He owes me his life, and henceforth must serve aboard my vessel until his final breath. Admiral Arif frowned deeply. This Lin Yang is even more ruthless than we are, he thought. We merely deceived him into 5 centuries of service. He demands lifelong indenture. So the Martian seismic catastrophe was your doing. When, exactly, did you conspire? Don't speak to me like a criminal. I've compiled evidence of your detention of Mo Ban, and your fabrication of his death notice to deceive the Stellar Alliance. Shall I transmit it to the Alliance Council? Then Martian technology will surely be embargoed. Do you seek mutual annihilation? Your net is already torn. I am no fish flailing helplessly upon the cutting board. Face reality, accept my terms, and you gain everything. No technological blockade, no serious reprisal. Nonsense. Arif slammed his fist onto the desk. How many perished in that quake? Do you even know? Mars has suffered catastrophic losses. There is nothing to gain. I don't know the number, but I asked Mo Ban about the casualties. Guess what he said? What did he say? Lin Yang smiled faintly. He said, no snowflake bears no guilt in an avalanche. He reshaped Mars' very environment, granting you a habitable world, yet you betrayed him with empty promises of 5 centuries service. In truth, if he had shattered Mars, he'd have been justified. Arif fell speechless, stunned into silence for several seconds, before slamming his fist down again in helpless frustration. Tell me, how will you divert the Sirius wrath? So, you agree to hand Mo Ban over to me unharmed. He agitated the planetary core, triggering the quake. We'll never entrust him with the core monitoring station again. Agreed. Await my word. The Sirius fleet will turn back immediately. 1 minute later, Lin Yang established contact with the Starwolf fleet. I am Captain Lin Yang of the Sun and Moon, reaching out to discuss the matter of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society. On the screen appeared Major General Winda, commander of the 7th Fleet of Starwolf, a general with a coat of pure white fur. You are the human who stirred the asteroid belt of the solar system. You don't look very strong. I challenged the strong with my weakness and won. That is your honor. I have reviewed the data regarding your battle with the Saber-Toothed Tiger cruiser. The Star Alliance will no longer pursue the matter of high civilization technology leakage, but the Starwolf civilization needs to clarify how the ancient punishment society was killed. Karugia applied for a holy blood duel in which I participated, facing 2,566 members of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society. Did Major General Winda not know? When submitting the air combat report, the Punishment Society did not mention the holy blood duel, Karugia replied. They wanted to erase me and the captain directly without truly following the traditions of the holy blood duel. So you plotted to kill them? No, the captain and I defended our honor with battle and blood. A normal duel. Exactly. Impossible. Major General Winda stood up in anger. A tiger person and a primate human without using high-powered thermal weapons, it's impossible to defeat 2,566 tiger warriors. You couldn't even defeat two. The members of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society are all battle-hardened warriors. Lin Yang replied calmly. I first competed with them in endurance using weighted sprints. After running 300 kilometers, they cheated. Outrageous. Suddenly Major General Winda roared. You are not allowed to tarnish the honor of the tiger people, even when facing an enemy 100 times stronger. As long as it is a formal competition, tiger people never cheat. Lin Yang coldly chuckled and shook his head. But they indeed cheated. They refused to acknowledge their loss. Then Karugia and I engaged them in close combat. At that time they had no weapons, so we had the advantage. Later they fought valiantly, charging forward to their deaths, but Karugia erupted and the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society met its end. What evidence do you have for this? If it's as baseless as the Martian government, I will not let you off. Of course there is evidence. Z1 sent it to Major General Winda. At that time, NIZ-1 piloted a heavy fighter jet of Starwolf technology to support the arena. The flight recorder happened to capture the final moments of the duel, cutting out the scene where Lin Yang subdued Karugia with the heart of the galaxy. It only retained segments of the two slaughtering the members of the Punishment Society. The ground was littered with the bodies of the tiger people, most of whom were weighed down by heavy lead blocks. Lin Yang wielded a large energy cannon, leaping 20 to 30 meters to chase down the tiger warriors. Karugia had completely gone berserk, transforming into a giant tiger over 5 meters tall, radiating golden lightning. The two joined forces and quickly wiped out the members of the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society. After watching the video, the Tiger General Winda fell silent. The science officer beside him reported softly, the video footage shows no signs of secondary processing, but the ending was edited. Karugia's transformation looks very much like the legendary Berserk Tiger Emperor. Winda nodded and waved for the science officer to step down. Lin Yang, what about the latter part of the video? The subsequent content is unrelated to the death of the Punishment Society. I have no obligation to provide it to you. Please understand, General. Although we can't see the part where the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society cheated, their deaths have nothing to do with the Martian government. The tiger people have clear grievances and will not seek retribution from Mars. However, you must provide strong evidence once again to prove that the Punishment Society cheated. At this moment, Karugia stepped forward. You can apply for a time rewind from the phototropic people of the 3-0 star system to assist in the investigation. That way you will be able to see with your own eyes and hear firsthand the fact that they cheated after losing. Winda fell silent for a few seconds, helplessly shaking his head. If it's true, the honor of the tiger people will be tarnished. If false, they voluntarily chose to engage you in combat without weapons. The outcome of death is their choice. This matter ends here. I hope you never mention it again to anyone. Lin Yang replied. From now on, only stories of their courageous battles without fear of death will circulate in the galaxy. Thank you. Please provide another genetic sample of Karugia. His berserk transformation is very important for the future of the tiger people. As the captain, I refuse to provide any unit or individual with the genetic samples of my crew. However, if Karugia insists on giving it, I will not stop him. Karugia scoffed. I have been expelled and am no longer a legal citizen of the Starwolf civilization. I am not entitled to benefits, nor am I obliged to provide genetic samples. Major General Winda, please convey to my father that the decaying system will eventually harm the tiger people, and the Saber-Toothed Tiger Punishment Society is a prime example. I will. Continue your exile, and do not let me see you again. Major General Winda immediately gave the order. 9 cruisers returned the same way. One cruiser continued to the Martian orbit to take away the parked interstellar cruiser and the bodies of the Punishment Society's Tiger people. At the same time, a message was sent to the Martian government. No further investigation into the deaths of the saber-toothed tiger Punishment Society would be pursued, and it was requested that Mars Blue Star and the Asteroid Miners Organization cease to spread this matter. It's done. Lin Yang relaxed and stretched. Yueshi Standard Propulsion set the course to slowly return to Mars and take turns to rest. I will go rest first. Feeling weak, Huang Yueshi asked with a smile. Haha, never. I will be waiting for you in my newly upgraded room. Ever since the sun and moon was equipped with controllable thermonuclear energy, Lin Yang had an inexhaustible source of life energy every moment. 52,500 evolution points. 3 living quarters remained that had not been upgraded to legendary level. He immediately performed a tenfold roll. Legendary ship frame. Trident heavy fighter. Price 15000. Lin Yang pondered. Buy. This is not easy to come by. It would be awkward if he waited to upgrade the ship frame, but couldn't roll it out. Then he did another tenfold roll, and a legendary stipe shield appeared. The battleship already had the Xian Gui dual shields. Now a legendary living quarter was urgently needed. Lin Yang had no choice but to painfully give up and roll again 10 times. After rolling 4 more 10s in a row, he finally rolled out 2 legendary Dantian stipe living quarters. He first reclaimed the living quarters of Karugia and Niz1 with 1 click. Just enough for evolution. Captain, how long until my new house is ready? Does it have a weapon manufacturing room? 3 hours, no weapon room. We will talk about it later. Did you not say you would upgrade a weapon room for me? I also mentioned making you tiger bone liquor. Off. Is it not okay for me to be wrong? I want to ask again. Mars Space Fleet Command. Commander Alif bowed deeply to Major General Winda, the tiger person, on the video call. Thank you for your kindness. The Martians will never forget your grace. We have already secured the cruiser, and the honored remains of your guests have been properly prepared to await your arrival at any time. You will transfer to the captain of the Tiger King at that time. Yes, we will certainly comply with your arrangements. The communication ended. Alif let out a sigh of relief, weakly sitting back in his chair. That Lin Yang kid really has some ability. Marshal, the speaker, has sent a communication. After connecting, Martian speaker Peters asked worriedly, what did the tiger people of Star Wolf say? No problem. The tiger fleet has returned. That Lin Yang kid wasn't boasting, he did indeed settle it. That's great, but after handing over Mebin, I'm worried the Star Alliance will sanction us. After all, we have hidden things from the Star Alliance and detained Mebin for too long. You worry unnecessarily, speaker. Who said we were going to hand Mebin over to Lin Yang? Not handing over. Of course not. Ever since he video called Mebin and was discovered, 20 large strategic frigates have already surrounded him. How could they turn back halfway? If Lin Yang dies, won't all our troubles be resolved? Lin Yang finalized the evolutionary upgrades for the Ryu vessel. Just as he prepared to return to his quarters for rest, Niz1 detected an anomaly on the radar. Captain, something is wrong. 20 strategic frigates are approaching at warp speed. This formation clearly isn't here to escort Mo Ban. Before her words had fully faded, the Ryu was encircled by 20 massive warships. Each vessel exceeded 500 meters in length. Equipped with warp drives and heavy-caliber ship-mounted cannons, they constituted the elite core of the Mars fleet. Their combined firepower could saturate a sphere 10,000 kilometers in radius, forming an impenetrable cordon. No matter which direction Lin Yang attempted to flee via warp drive, the 20 capital ships would intercept him without fail. Damn it. Has the Mars fleet decided to betray us after we've crossed the river? Coldly, Huang Yueshi remarked. Eliminating us solves 3 problems at once. No need to surrender Mo Ban, no fear of the Stellar Alliance's investigation, and tighter control over the asteroid belt. Karuja added, and they'll collect the bounty in one stroke. No need to pay mercenary hunters. Niz1 observed, it appears they no longer care whether Huang Yueshi or Karuja survive. All hands, battle stations. Yueshi take weapons control, Karuja manage power systems, as Ziwin monitor radar and hull defense. Lin Yang immediately returned to the primary command chair. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and slipped into deep symbiosis with the Ryu. Niz1 initiated a hailing transmission toward the enemy fleet. It was rejected instantly. She then attempted contact with Mo Ban. Also rejected without delay. Captain refusal from the frigates is expected, but Mo Ban's immediate rejection suggests loss of communication autonomy. Then let them initiate contact first. We're locked onto by particle cannon fire. Before Huang Yueshi finished speaking, a golden high-energy beam, over 10 meters in diameter, blazed toward them. Lin Yang executed an evasive lateral roll, then surged forward at 500 Mach toward the frigate that had fired first. Sure 3. Huang Yueshi instantly triggered the particle cannon. Both vessels mounted the same Fire Dragon X-class particle cannon. Yet the 50-meter-long medium interceptor unleashed greater destructive force than the 500-meter flagship. A golden beam, over 100 meters wide, struck the frigate's port flank with devastating precision. Enemy shield integrity down 15%. Shishi. For consecutive ion burst cannon volleys erupted, amplified by Huang Yuesher's enhancements, converging into blazing energy spheres 50 meters across. Each impact struck with the kinetic force of a medium interceptor colliding Hedon. Enemy shield integrity remaining 60%. Were locked onto by Ghoul-X missiles. The new variant reaches 550 Mach. Ni Ziwin relayed battlefield intelligence with flawless composure. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lin Yang maneuvered the Ryu rapidly into proximity with the frigate, executing a sweeping arc around its cumbersome hull, simultaneously evading a torrent of laser fire. Huang Yuesher pressed the Matrix missile launch sequence. Originally, each launcher could fire only one missile per cycle. The upgraded Matrix launchers fired 10 missiles per cycle. 6 launchers activated in unison. 60 Dragonfly K missiles streaked forth in a single second, though the model's 100 Mach velocity was modest. At such close range, speed became irrelevant. 50 of the 60 missiles struck the frigate deadened. The remaining 10 intercepted pursuing Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Boom. A blinding flash erupted in the silent void of space. 10 thermonuclear warheads detonated in proximity to the frigate. The Mars fleet had employed a ruthlessly sacrificial tactic, instantly collapsing the frigate's shields to zero. Huang Yuesher seized the opening. A single-phase cannon blast pierced the 500-meter frigate clean through. Boom. Flame and concussive force erupted in a cataclysmic bloom. Lin Yang executed a violent barrel roll and accelerated sharply, easily skirting the expanding shockwave as he vectored toward another frigate. Behind him, dozens of Ghoul thermonuclear missiles streaked in pursuit. You have destroyed a Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points 1500. Challenge mission Rising Renown, completion 60. Only 4 more remain. Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Yang's resolve flared anew. The remaining 19 frigates swiftly contracted their formation, crisscrossing the void with interlocking beams of laser fire. Lin Yang wove the Ryu through the lethal lattice with uncanny grace. As the frigate cordon tightened, their barrage intensified in density and ferocity. Boom. A blast pulse cannon struck the Ryu directly. Port shield integrity down 20%. Starboard shield intact. Hold on just 2 more seconds. I'm closing in on this Orca II. The Orca II strategic frigate was equipped with Warp 2. 0 propulsion. If escape were the objective, the Ryu, also capable of Warp 2. 0, would struggle to overtake it. Lin Yang's intent, however, was unmistakable. Not a single frigate would be permitted to flee. Since they chose treachery, let them witness our merciless resolve. Though heavily shielded and armed, the frigates suffered from poor maneuverability. By contrast, the Ryu, powered by serious Thurian engine technology, outclassed them utterly in agility. Its superior evasion compensated entirely for its thinner shielding. And regarding firepower, though classified as a medium interceptor, under Huang Yuesher's Galaxy Heart amplification, its offensive output surpassed even that of the frigates, save for missile enhancement capabilities. 12 energy cannons collectively outgunned the frigate's armaments. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another salvo of Dragonfly K missiles launched in unison. 10 intercepted incoming Ghoul thermonuclear missiles. Lin Yang, the missile reserves are depleted. I cannot intercept the next wave of Ghoul missiles. Focus all fire on the target. Evasion is my responsibility. SHI? 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 Huang Yuesher discharged 3 particle cannon blasts in rapid succession. All struck true, instantly depleting half the frigate's shield integrity. Meanwhile, Karuja swiftly installed fresh power modules in the energy chamber. At the first sign of weapon system energy depletion, he diverted auxiliary flow from the controlled thermonuclear reactor, ensuring seamless coordination of offense, defense, and propulsion. Lin Yang skimmed the frigate's shield boundary, causing its retaliatory energy fire to miss the Ryu, and instead detonate the Ghoul missiles hot on their tail. 5 thermonuclear warheads exploded alongside the frigate. Huang Yuesher unleashed continuous fire from 4 ion burst cannons and 2 blast pulse cannons. Their impacts rained down like hail, driving the frigate's shields to absolute zero. Piercing its hull triggered secondary detonations. Shockwaves radiated outward in violent concentric rings. A second frigate was obliterated. You have destroyed an Orca II-class frigate. Evolution points 2000. Again, the quartet fought in perfect synchrony, so attuned that not a single word was needed between them. Boom. Another frigate detonated in a searing fireball. The commanders aboard the remaining 17 frigates stared in stunned silence, then erupted into frantic comms chatter. Have we provoked an unstoppable force? Damn it, we've kicked a steel plate. And barefoot no less. Why did the Marshal issue such an order? Report to Fleet Command immediately. Their firepower is overwhelming. We cannot win this engagement. Tum. While commanders still debated, another vessel exploded. 3 Orca II frigates destroyed. This battle is unwinnable. Marshal Arif has ordered full retreat. Retreat, immediately. Engage warp drive back to Mars. Yet the surviving 16 frigates possessed only warp 1. 0 capability, light speed. The Ryue, however, attained warp 2. 0, 10 times light speed. The 16 frigates stood no chance of reaching Mars. Within half a second of entering warp, they were overtaken. Huang Yuesher fired an enhanced particle cannon blast, forcing the frigate violently out of warp. Run. From the moment your guns opened fire upon me, your annihilation was sealed. Shishi. Thumbboom. You have destroyed an Orca-class strategic frigate. Evolution points 1500. You have cumulatively destroyed 10 large deep space frigates. Challenge Mission 7 Rising Renown completed. Evolution points 50,000. Current evolution points 59,000. Challenge Task Update 8 Renowned. Cumulative destruction of 50 large interstellar strategic frigates. Evolution points 60,000. 10 have already been destroyed. Destroying 40 more will complete the challenge task. The frigates are not as numerous as the close-range battleships. There are only a few in the entire asteroid belt, and they have had their warp engines dismantled. Mars has only a little over 20 frigates in total. This time, 20 frigates were dispatched to encircle Lin Yang. In the blink of an eye, 5 have been written off. With 15 frigates left, Lin Yang naturally did not want to miss out. Missing this opportunity to destroy the frigates would make it much harder to complete the challenge task later. The Monsoon frigate exited warp and is within range. The photon torpedoes at the stern are locking onto us. Ni Ziwin was constantly reporting the radar situation. Huang Yueshi fired the 6 energy pulse cannons in quick succession. The photon torpedoes fired by the enemy ship had just left the launcher. They were hit by the pulse light cluster. Exploding near the cannon was tantamount to self-destruction, coupled with the subsequent hits from the pulse cannons. The shield of the Mars fleet's Monsoon frigate rapidly decreased. Quickly send out a surrender signal. Surrender. Boom. The captain's order to surrender was cut short. The ship experienced a violent explosion. The pulse cannon of the Sun and Moon penetrated the shield and also breached the hull. Brilliant flames and shockwaves erupted together. Lin Yang wasted no time and immediately re-entered warp pursuing another frigate. The second-generation Orca model frigates of the Mars fleet have been completely destroyed. The remaining frigates only have 1.0 warp capability. They cannot escape at all and were caught by Lin Yang in just a few seconds. Even if they exited warp to counterattack, the massive frigates could not match the maneuverability of the Sun and Moon. Although the shields of the large warships are thicker than those of the Sun and Moon, they cannot withstand the dramatically increased firepower. As the strategic frigates of Mars, they have now become targets. Like heavy mola fish in the ocean, they are being attacked furiously by agile, rapid, and highly destructive smaller fish. On the escape route back to Mars, violent explosions occurred one after another. Soon the last frigate exploded less than 10 kilometers from Mars orbit. The Sun and Moon emerged from the dense flames. With a side roll, it gracefully flew towards the Mars space station. You have destroyed 15 Orca-class strategic frigates. Evolution points 22500. Current evolution points 81500. The last frigate was destroyed near Mars. The various space stations in Mars orbit broadcast the battle situation live. People in each space station watched it all clearly. There were Martians, Blue Star people, as well as interstellar merchants, rogues, bounty hunters, and drifters, and adventurers traveling between various star systems. A medium-sized fighter jet actually destroyed a large strategic frigate. Lin Yang's name quickly spread among the various races. No wonder he is the man with a bounty of 300 million star coins from the Martian government. This bounty is not easy to earn. I heard this time the Mars fleet dispatched 20 large frigates, and they were all wiped out. Quick look. The close-range fleet is assembling. The fleet commander Alif, in a difficult position, dispatched all of Mars warships. The main fleet and the close-range patrol escort team combined totaled up to 1000 ships. Mars' surface was experiencing a massive earthquake. Over 2 billion Martians were still paralyzed. Societal order has not been restored. The main protective frigates of the space fleet have all been destroyed. If Lin Yang is not stopped, he fears the Martian government could change hands like the asteroid belt. The main cannons of the 8 space outposts in Mars orbit are charging. The target of attack is naturally the Sun and Moon piloted by Lin Yang. The firepower of these space outposts is much greater than that of the frigates. They can rival the enhanced energy cannons of the Sun and Moon. Meanwhile, various space stations such as space docks, trade ports, bounty docks, labor docks, transport docks, and space factories are on high alert. All defense systems have been activated. Over 10,000 missiles are locking onto the Sun and Moon. At this moment, across the entire Martian space orbit, over 1,000 close-range warships and millions of people have all entered a state of emergency. It seems that if they do not fully resist Lin Yang, they will be slaughtered. And the two interstellar portals are also busy. Peacekeeping warships from Blue Star and the Galactic Alliance are arriving through the portals one after another. Their target is only one. That is the Sun and Moon. Are we that popular? Lin Yang said self-deprecatingly. Aren't you going to take the opportunity to give a recruitment speech? No, it's better to be picky than to take in many. Lin Yang stopped 3,000 kilometers away from the space outpost. Mars immediately sent a communication call. After connecting, the anxious and worried Grand Chancellor Peters appeared on the other end. Lin Yang, as a fellow human, why do you want to exterminate your own kind? This is different from your actions in the asteroid belt. Hey, don't slander a good person. Which of your eyes saw me exterminating my own kind? You piloted a warship with alien high-tech, pursued 20 frigates, and are you also going to attack the Martian space station and the surface? How can you still have the face to mention this? I resolved the conflicts of the Sirius civilization and saved Mars, yet you and Alif broke your promises, refused to hand over Mo-Ban, and even dispatched 20 frigates to kill and silence me. I pursued you back not to slaughter, but to demand a reasonable explanation from you and Alif. Meanwhile, Ni Zewin had already organized the ins and outs of the situation into a 3-minute video explanation. It was sent to the Martian social network. Voices accusing the Martian parliament and the space fleet of breaking their promises erupted instantly in each space station. It quickly climbed to the top position in trending topics. The asteroid belt and Blue Star networks also learned the specific details. The news also reached the Alliance. The Sirius cruiser that was handling the corpses of the Tiger clan immediately pressured the Martian government. The honor of the Sun and Moon must not be tarnished. The Martian government must take it seriously. The peacekeeping fleets from Blue Star and the Alliance immediately ceased their weapons fire. Hundreds of warships that were originally hostile to Lin Yang now quietly observed. Grand Chancellor Peters was speechless. He was not in the right to begin with. All three parties involved were present. The Sirius Tiger clan could join the confrontation at any time. Moreover, the name Mo-Ban reappeared in people's view. The development of the situation was beyond his control. At this moment, he wished he could slap Commander Alif. If it weren't for Alif's cleverness in trying to silence Lin Yang, the Martian government would not find itself in a dilemma. Boom. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from Mars' surface, an aftershock triggered by the earthquake. Although its destructive power was not comparable to the first two earthquakes, the threat posed was greater. Grand Chancellor, not good. The speed of the core's rotation is rapidly declining, expected to extinguish in 6 months, leaving Mars in a desolate environment without magnetic field protection. What about Mo-Ban? Quickly have him reignite the core. He fell into a deep sleep in self-defense mode. While we were imprisoning him, his brain activity has stopped, and he has become a vegetable. He was already a vegetable. Peters slammed the table in frustration. Contact Alif for me. After less than a minute of secret communication flow, Grand Chancellor Peters contacted Lin Yang again. Alif dispatched the fleet to attack you without the Council's consent, violating the agreement, and has resigned from the position of commander of the Mars fleet. Lin Yang, what demands do you still have? Lin Yang smiled slightly. So swift. The attitude has changed 180 degrees. If I'm not mistaken, it seems you have demands too. You must have encountered difficulties. No wonder you were able to easily overthrow the asteroid belt. Your thinking is indeed meticulous. No, we have encountered difficulties. It's not the Martian government, but nearly 3 billion ordinary residents. The Martian core is about to extinguish, and only Mo-Ban can reignite it, but he is unwilling to wake up. I believe only you can awaken him. I have conditions. Tell me more. I don't think I'm greedy. Once Mars core cools and ceases its dynamo activity, its molten high-temperature metallic core will no longer circulate. Without such circulation, magnetic poles cannot form. And without magnetic poles, the planet loses its protective magnetosphere. Intense solar wind, unshielded by any magnetic field, will strike Mars's atmosphere directly. Vast quantities of nitrogen and oxygen will be stripped away into the interstellar void. Surface water, too, will evaporate and dissipate into space. Mars will gradually revert to its primordial desolate rust-red barrenness. This second cradle of human civilization will no longer sustain large-scale human habitation. The consequences would be incalculable. The planetary terraforming project was initiated 5 centuries ago under the supervision of Mo-Ban. Now a critical technical failure has emerged deep within the planet's core. Only Mo-Ban possesses the expertise to resolve it. Given the technological capabilities of the Martian polity, a repair would likely take 50 years, by which time human life on Mars would have become untenable. Yet Mo Ban, brimming with anticipation, had prepared to depart Mars and join Lin Yang's fleet to begin a new life. Only for the Martian polity to betray him once again. They dispatched a fleet to besiege Lin Yang and imprison him. Stripped of all hope, Mo Ban sank into utter despair and ignored the already worsening core malfunction altogether. He entered a state of profound hibernation. His cerebral activity ceased entirely, rendering him vegetative. Every method the Martian polity employed failed to rouse him. Now Lin Yang stands as the sole hope of awakening Mo Ban, and Mo Ban in turn is the sole hope of saving Mars. Chancellor Patrese understands the stakes and knows precisely where his interests lie. He immediately acquiesced to Lin Yang's demands. So long as you awaken Mo Ban and restore Mars's environment, I shall grant your most audacious terms. Agreed. First, revoke my crew's designation as interstellar pirates across the solar system and rescind all bounties. No problem. In fact, the Martian polity will bestow upon you all the title of honorary heroes of Mars and permanently withdraw all outstanding bounties. Rescinding bounties alone is insufficient. Our collective bounties total 410 million star credits. Correct. You must compensate us in full. Very well. Upon Mo Ban's awakening and successful restoration of Mars's environment, the Martian polity will pay you 410 million star credits. Lin Yang nodded with a faint knowing smile. Additionally, I claim the Martian bounty dock. Chancellor Patrese hesitated. The bounty dock does not belong to the Martian polity. It lies beyond our direct authority. The Martian bounty dock generates approximately 2 billion star credits annually, purely from transaction fees, not from bounty payments issued to hunters. In this age of interstellar navigation, bounty docks are perennial profit centers, regardless of planetary jurisdiction. To possess one is to command a mint. Indeed, the bounty dock constitutes one of the Martian polity's most vital revenue streams. Unsurprisingly, Patrese was reluctant to surrender it. But in this negotiation, the Martian polity held no leverage, and thus had no choice but to concede. Huang Yueshi observed coldly, "Let us dispense with pretense, Chancellor Patrese. Though the bounty dock appears privately owned, its true shareholders reside among the highest echelons of the polity. Yourself, in fact, holding 14.6%, its largest stakeholder." Fine. Enough said. I'll transfer ownership of the bounty dock to you. Paters's brow glistened with cold sweat. His role as the dock's hidden principal remained unknown even to the council itself. Yet before Lin Yang and his crew, that secrecy had dissolved, and Huang Yueshi's figure was exact to the decimal. Next, all assets illicitly transferred before their deaths by former commanders, Theodore of Ceres, Nelson of Vesta, and Zhou Mingyuan of Juno, must be fully restored to the Asteroid Belt Miners Collective. Agreed. Once Mars's environment is restored, we will immediately initiate full financial reconciliation with the Asteroid Belt Miners Collective. Lastly, there remains the matter of my personal expenditures on Mars. You intend to seize them at zero cost. Mars faces dire straits. Surely you'll exercise some forbearance. In truth, there's little I wish to purchase. And lest you accuse me of profiteering, here is my proposal. All official interstellar transit gates shall henceforth offer permanent free passage to us, and all docking tariffs at official ports shall be reduced to 10% of standard rates. Is that not profiteering? Not at all. Merely a modest 1% return on the salvation of an entire world. Very well, we accept. Then let it be settled. Dispatch Mo Ban aboard a shuttlecraft. He shall begin restoring Mars's environment the moment he awakens. Have you further demands? What of Arif, the former fleet commander who secretly deployed warships against you, seeking your death? Ha ha ha. Lin Yang laughed. Do you wish me to publicly demand his execution? To bear the infamy and draw all hatred upon myself. Deal with him as you see fit. I've already retaliated, destroying 20 of his escort vessels. That suffices. Arif, former supreme commander of the Martian fleet, was doomed. After such a catastrophe, a scapegoat must be found, and every charge can be laid squarely at Arif's feet. Neither the Martian polity nor its 3 billion citizens could ever forgive him. Yet even a centipede, though dead, retains lingering vitality. Upon Arif's execution, his loyalist remnants would persist. To deflect public wrath, the polity hoped Lin Yang himself would call for Arif's death. That stratagem did not escape Lin Yang's notice. When he refused to comply, Patrese offered an awkward smile. The Martian Council merely sought your counsel. Should you choose not to intervene, we shall proceed according to Martian law. Mo Ban will arrive in 20 minutes. Please prepare for handover. Shortly thereafter, a shuttle craft descended from Mars's surface, raced through the void, and rendezvoused with the Ryu, delivering Mo Ban into Lin Yang's presence. Upon handover, the shuttle departed immediately. Lin Yang peeled a sliver of emerald green bark from Mo Ban's body and placed it upon a genetic registry device. Within seconds, the genetic sequence was successfully registered. Mo Ban's name appeared in the chief engineer's roster, tasked with managing the reused propulsion system's energy distribution and overall vessel maintenance. And then, boom, a surge of energy flooded Lin Yang's being. His bones thrummed with raw, revitalizing power. Instantly his mind cleared, his vitality soared. Ding! You have recruited Chief Engineer Mo Ban. Permanent life, energy 10. Current life, value 140. With his maximum life value increased. The reused life energy feedback intensified, flooding Lin Yang's frame with invigorating vitality. This sensation was electrifying. Huh. Lin Yang exhaled deeply, clenched his fists, crackling with latent force. Let's awaken Mo Ban. Kalugia's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you planning to punch him awake, Captain? I'm hardly that reckless. Lin Yang had intended to ask Huang Yueshi to attempt activation using the Galaxy Heart. But before he could speak, Mo Ban's eyes fluttered open. 6 elongated arms unfurled gracefully, each possessing 3 segments, one more than humans possess. His fingers stretched twice the length of a human's. After a wide yawn, he extended his coiled legs and rose, standing upright at 2 meters tall. Though less massive than the 3-meter Kalugia, his 6 slender yet powerful arms lent him an imposing, densely muscled presence. Already awake? Lin Yang asked, astonished. No need for astonishment, Captain. Such wonder reveals your provincialism. As green carbon beings, we retain a secondary neural sentinel along the spinal cord. During deep hibernation, it monitors ambient danger. When oppressive hostile conditions recede, and warmth and ease prevail, we awaken instinctively. Good heavens, I adore this place. Far more fascinating than the Martian subterranean. Might I trouble you for a drink? No drinks, only work. Without drink I refuse to labor. Drinking impairs your performance, Mo Ban. N.I. Ziwin interjected gently. Oh, no, no, no. Mo Ban raised a slender finger in gentle protest. Green carbon physiology requires light and water to function, but light and wine. That synergy amplifies my vigor exponentially. Let us set aside beverages for now, Mo Ban. We require your expertise to restore Mars's environment. The core is nearing extinction. And what compensation do I receive? Substantial recompense. Chancellor Patrese has agreed to numerous concessions, contingent upon successful restoration. He pledges full compliance once completed. No, I will never trust Mars again. Let them fulfill their promises first, Captain. I am utterly serious. No restoration begins until every term is honored, regardless of whether Mars can ultimately be saved. A subtle smirk tugged at Lin Yang's lips, then blossomed into quiet laughter. Master Mo Ban, you've spoken straight to my heart. A notification flashed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited another crew member. Main Quest 11, the 5th crew member. Evolution points, 60000. Current evolution points, 112500. Main Quest updated XI, the Azure Planet. After restoring Mars environment, embark on the journey to Earth, the Azure Planet, and earn 700 evolution points. Mo Ban's Mars shuttle had yet to return to the surface. Lin Yang's transmission arrived. The council hastily accepted the call. Upon seeing Mo Ban standing behind Lin Yang, Councillor Pazit and the assembled delegates felt a complex surge of emotions. A mixture of reluctant farewell and simmering anger. Lin Yang, you truly never cease to amaze us. We exhausted every method, yet failed to awaken Mo Ban. You did it in under a minute. Mo Ban belongs to the Ryu Hao. As long as you detained him against his will, he could not awaken. Enough of this. Let us begin restoring Mars' environment without delay. The planetary core temperature continues to plummet. Even detonating 50 nuclear warheads, each equivalent to 1 megaton of TNT, failed to halt the decline. Lin Yang offered a faint smile and gently shook his head. I have witnessed firsthand the Martian government's chronic breach of faith. After I resolved the crisis imposed by the Sirius civilization, you reneged on your pact and even dispatched your fleet to besiege me. Once trust is broken, it shatters irreversibly. What do you mean? Pazit's face paled instantly. You intend to break the agreement? No, I intend to test whether you will honor it at all. We most certainly uphold our word. Who would believe that? Mo Ban, do you? I do not. Mo Ban, standing behind them, pursed his lips and shook his head dismissively. 5 centuries ago you pledged to aid me against the Stellar Alliance, yet delayed, deceived, and betrayed me time and again. In this latest offense, not only did you renege, you attempted assassination to erase all evidence. There is no integrity left in your word. That was all Arif's folly. He has already been arrested. His trial concludes shortly, and he shall be executed. Lin Yang spoke calmly. How Arif is punished is an internal Martian affair. If you wish our assistance in restoring the environment, you must first fulfill your prior commitments. But our agreement stipulated fulfillment after environmental restoration, not before. Councillor Pazit, do you truly believe you hold any leverage in this negotiation? You. We are pragmatic. So be pragmatic yourself. Fulfill your obligations now. Unless you intend to default entirely, the timing of payment changes nothing. Counselor Paget fell silent. After a pause, he sighed, "Grant us a few minutes. The Martian Council must deliberate. Take all the time you need. We have patience, but Mars may not." A reminder: once the core cools past its critical threshold, reigniting it will become exponentially more difficult. The Martian government had no choice. Their deliberation lasted less than 3 minutes. Before they resolved to honor Lin Yang's terms immediately and advance all agreed-upon payments. Beep. A transfer of 410 million stellas has been received from the Martian government. The alert chimed inside the Ryu House cockpit. Counselor Paget regretted his decision bitterly. He wished he had never issued the bounty at all, and certainly not for such an exorbitant sum. Beep. An official document from the Martian government has been received. Ni Ziwen opened it. A formal decree granting Lin Yang, Huang Use Karuja, Ni Ziwen, and Mo Ban full status as free citizens of Mars. It further conferred upon Lin Yang the honorary title of Hero of Mars. Immediately thereafter, another message appeared. From Shurtsong, leader of the Asteroid Belt Miners Collective. He reported that the Martian government had initiated the handover of assets secretly transferred prior to the former regime's collapse. A total of 6.7 billion stellas. These funds, along with full accounting records, were now officially transferred to the Asteroid Belt Miners Collective. Upon receipt, Shurtsong promptly declared his allegiance to Lin Yang. "General, these funds were secured through your efforts. You may draw upon them at any time. These credits belong to the asteroid belt's development. Spend them wisely and govern the belt well." Shortly afterward, the Martian government transmitted a platinum VIP certification to the Ryu House. Henceforth, all purchases made on the Martian surface or aboard orbital space stations, within official government stores, would be discounted to 10% of their listed price. Lin Yang immediately piloted the Ryu House toward the Martian orbital shipyard. He intended to survey available cargo first. Moments later, news spread Era, former supreme commander of the Martian fleet, had been executed. Public outrage across Mars subsided considerably. This planetary catastrophe was undeniably man-made. Arif bore responsibility for over half of its causes. The Martian fleet had lost every strategic escort vessel. Its combat capability collapsed utterly, leaving it powerless to challenge Earth's supremacy. 2,000 high-density energy modules, 100 Dragonfly Z missiles, 300 Gulex missiles, 10 personal shield units, 10 assault phase rifles. What's the total? No charge whatsoever, Mr. Lin. Your patronage of the Martian orbital shipyard is our highest honor. We would never accept payment. Zhang Chuan, the shipyard's commanding officer, personally welcomed Lin Yang, refusing even the 10% fee. Then I'd be exploiting your desperation. That wouldn't sit right. Agreed terms remain binding. 10% it is. Let's settle the account. No, absolutely no charge. Instead, how about this? Your 5-person team films a brief promotional segment for our shipyard's main advertising screen. In exchange, all future purchases, regardless of type or quantity, will be complimentary. You want all 5 of us as spokespersons. Your business acumen is truly exceptional. Lin Yang had already become a legend across Mars and the asteroid belt, especially after single-handedly destroying 20 massive strategic escort vessels using only a medium-class fighter. Countless bounty hunters, starfarers, adventurers, and travelers now revered him as their icon. Promoting the shipyard would yield extraordinary results. Very well, we're idle anyway. We'll film your advertisement. But first, fully stock our provisions, generous rations of meat, and plenty of fine spirits. Absolutely, our greatest honor. Yet during filming, Huang Use turned her back completely while Mo Ban crouched low on the ground, transforming himself into a motionless, featureless pillar. Neither revealed their faces. Only Lin Yang and Karuja stood unself-consciously before the lens, striking bold, relaxed poses. Ni Ziwen watched from the side, stifling laughter behind her hand. The shipyard promptly broadcast the clip across its orbital advertising screens. Meanwhile, cargo loading commenced. Gus, director of the bounty dock, arrived at the shipyard port aboard his shuttle. "Mr. Lin, I am here to formally transfer control of the bounty dock to you." "Gus, since when did you become the bounty dock's director? Wasn't someone else appointed?" "Oh." The legendary bounty hunter gave an awkward chuckle. "Ruff was my senior apprentice, merely a figurehead. I have always been the dock's true director. And though the former ultimate authority was Counselor Paget himself, its sovereign now is you. Here are all financial records, asset inventories, personnel files, bounty archives, and expenditure ledgers. Please review them at your convenience." Gus handed Lin Yang a palm-sized holographic terminal containing the complete operational dossier of the Martian bounty dock. Lin Yang activated it and scanned the contents. The remaining balance stood at 242 million stellas. Whoa, Paget didn't siphon this clean. He isn't that reckless. Mars stands in dire straits. Any petty scheming would only deepen its ruin. Mr. Lin, though we've clashed before, please don't conflate me with the Martians. I am no native of Mars. Upon completion of this handover, I shall depart with my disciples for Earth. Should you still distrust me, I am prepared to leave the solar system entirely. No need. Remain on Mars. Our past conflict stemmed solely from Vulture Joyce, and his Vulture Hunter Syndicate has since been eradicated by me. Moreover, your bounty work delivered Karuja, the Tiger Man, as my ally. Our accounts are settled. Did I hear correctly? You bear me no grudge. You handled matters with remarkable competence. Ever since Karuja joined your ranks, you've refrained from direct action, and you spared no effort searching for USC. I hold grudges fiercely, but only against those who betray trust and thereby seal their own doom. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your magnanimity. Allow me on behalf of all my disciples to offer my deepest bow. Thud. The legendary hunter from Mars immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Oh, this is too much. Lin Yang reached out to help Gus up. I investigated later and found that Vulture Joyce is merely your registered disciple who ventured into the asteroid belt alone, acting recklessly in remote areas without your instructions. Mr. Lin, you are wise. The matter of the Vulture is indeed due to the large number of disciples under my command, and the oversight was lacking. It's all in the past, no need to mention it again. Your disciples will still be needed to maintain the bounty port in the future. Rest assured, I will send orders immediately. All disciples of Gus are obligated to assist in maintaining order at the Mars bounty port. Gus truly is a legendary bounty hunter. He understands the situation clearly. In terms of assessing the current state, he is far superior to the former fleet commander Alif. Not long ago, Ni Wang contacted him asking for help in locating Huang Yueshi. Although the clues did not ultimately come from him, Gus unhesitatingly dispatched dozens of bounty hunter disciples. Each disciple commands a small hunting team. They scoured the traces in Mars orbit, and even some disciples went through a teleportation portal to Blue Star to inquire about Huang Yuexi's whereabouts. Lin Yang was aware of this and kept it in mind. Now Gus at his age piloted a shuttle to deliver the documents. He adopted the lowest profile, transferring the bounty port intact. With a strategy of retreating to advance, he proactively offered to leave Mars. Naturally, Lin Yang did not wish to have him lead his many disciples away. Such a departure would reduce the number of bounty hunters accepting missions at the Mars bounty port by 40. This would not be favorable for the port's business. Since the retired Gus was a smart man, he would not cause trouble. Thus, there was no need to chase him and his disciples away. Gus was able to continue living on Mars, which made him very happy. He also returned the entire penalty of 5500 star coins from the last breach of contract by Karuja. He invited Lin Yang and his group to visit his bounty base after they finished the environmental restoration on the surface of Mars. After Gus left, Lin Yang immediately sent a communication to Galava, the person in charge of the bounty port in the asteroid belt. Galava arranged for a capable person to oversee the operations of the 4 bounty ports in the asteroid belt. Bring a few reliable subordinates to Mars. I have acquired another bounty port. Huh. Captain, you took over the Mars bounty port. Oh my god. One Mars bounty port is larger than the combined scale of all 4 bounty ports in the asteroid belt. I'm not talking about building area, but the scale of bounties. I know no need for you to explain. Bring people over to take over. You are still the main person in charge. By the way, maintain a good relationship with Gus. That old man is quite reasonable. Understood, Captain. I will pack up and head over. Regarding the person in charge of the 4 bounty ports in the asteroid belt, I have a candidate. Who? Lieutenant General Liu Yuanshan, commander of the original Jishin Star, is currently the president of the Fleet Academy. His retired life is too leisurely. He can manage the 4 bounty ports as a part-time job and will definitely be competent. Good, just arrange it. I will contact General Liu Yuanshan shortly. After receiving the appointment message, Liu Yuanshan agreed without a second thought. I'm so bored that my bones are almost rusting. Leave the 4 bounty ports to me. I am confident I can turn this place into the bounty center of the solar system. Half an hour later, the dock had finished moving the goods. The lower deck of the Sun and Moon ship was filled with food. The middle cargo hold was packed with energy modules and Dragonfly Stipe and Ghoul Stipe missiles. 40 of the upper deck was also filled with various foods. Just as Lin Yang and the others were preparing to board the battleship, 2 shuttles arrived at the port. They were representatives from the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador, specifically coming to mediate the conflict. A few Martian legislators followed behind. Mr. Lin, please come to the dock conference room. We have already set it up. Colonel Zhang Chuan, the dock manager, led the way. He guided the group into the conference room. The Martian government was already in a passive position. Now that the agreement had been fulfilled, they feared Lin Yang might abandon them. In desperation, they proactively contacted the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance, recounting the events surrounding the detention of Mo Ban, requesting the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance to ensure that Lin Yang fulfilled his promise to restore the Martian environment. The Blue Star Federation was outraged upon learning that Mars had detained the legendary engineer of the Star Alliance. However, as fellow humans, they could not watch over 2 billion people lose their living environment. At that time, Blue Star would inevitably bear the burden of a large influx of refugees. Now Mars would rather downgrade itself to become a vassal state of Blue Star, so the Blue Star Federation could not turn a blind eye. Lin Yang, as fellow humans, we share a common fate. Whether it is the Blue Star Federation, the Martian government, or even the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization, we are all one entity. Now that the Martian government has fulfilled its agreement early, we hope you will also lead Mo Ban to restore the Martian environment soon. There is no need for the Blue Star Federation to pressure us. We are all honest and trustworthy individuals. We will commence restoration work shortly. That's wonderful. The Blue Star Federation grants you the title of honorary citizens, entitled to all the benefits of Blue Star citizens. What about NIS Wong? Regarding Dr. NIS differing views on the new human project, the Blue Star Federation and the Martian government will revisit this. Her fugitive status has been cleared, and she remains a top scientist in human genetics. After receiving a satisfactory response from Blue Star, Lin Yang inquired about the Star Alliance ambassador. I presume the ambassador has heard about Mo Ban's resistance against the Star Alliance. I would like to know how the Star Alliance views this. The Star Alliance ambassador was a three-eyed female from Alnitak named Yun Ban. Considering the survival issues of nearly 3 billion people, the Star Alliance only penalized the original Martian government without implicating the ordinary citizens. Upon learning that Mr. Mo Ban is still alive, everyone in the Star Alliance is very pleased. Regarding the Martian government's illegal detention of the Star Alliance engineer, the Star Alliance has decided to impose a 500-year technological blockade on Mars. However, ordinary citizens will not be punished, and we hope Mr. Mo Ban will promptly restore the Martian environment to prevent more innocent lives from being lost. We will do so, and will soon begin to restore the environment on the surface. Now I want to know, what does the Star Alliance think of Mo Ban's resistance against the Star Alliance? Yun Ban, the three-eyed ambassador, smiled helplessly and shook her head. According to historical records, Mo Ban openly expressed fierce opposition to the Star Alliance 500 years ago. He even fought with the area marshal of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance, Tiger Man Cuba, during the decade-long conference. The Star Alliance is open and willing to accept different voices. So you will not pursue Mo Ban's anti-Star Alliance remarks, nor target my team. As the Star Alliance ambassador, I promise you that we will not pursue Mr. Mo Ban's anti-Star Alliance remarks, nor will we differentiate against any members of the Sun and Moon ship. It's settled. We will get to work right away. In fact, there was no need for the promises of the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador. Lin Yang and the others would go to the surface of Mars regardless. They were just preparing to board the battleship to expedite the restoration of the Martian environment. However, the Martian government was feeling uncertain, delegating the mediation to the Blue Star Federation and the Star Alliance ambassador. Lin Yang was not polite, raising several of his most concerning issues. After receiving satisfactory responses, the Sun and Moon ship slowly took off from the dock, heading towards the surface of Mars. Captain, the Grand Speaker of Mars Paters, has come personally to welcome us. Tell his fleet to clear the way so we don't waste time on our work. Lin Yang had no patience for idle chatter with Paters, whose bureaucratic aura was thick and suffocating. He had brought Mo Ban back to the Martian surface solely to expedite environmental restoration. Complete the main quest, then set sail once more. To witness how Blue Planet had evolved over the past several millennia. The Grand Chancellor of Mars arrived aboard a shuttlecraft accompanied by numerous officials. Over a dozen shuttlecraft descended in formation. Upon receiving the order from the Ryu to stand clear, Patrez flushed crimson, humiliated as though offering warmth only to be met with icy indifference. Withdraw. All of you withdraw. Invite them to banquet only after they've finished their work. Chancellor, you must persuade them to stay for dinner. We've been technologically embargoed by the Stellar Alliance. Perhaps they'll share some useful breakthroughs. Most crucially, coax even a whisper about Lin Yang's mirror weapon, the kind of insight we could preserve as our ultimate trump card. Even better would be understanding Huang Yueshi's methodology for amplifying energy weaponry. Perhaps it will finally free us from Blue Planet's and the Stellar Alliance's sanctions. No need to state it outright, lest word reach the Alliance. I understand well enough. Begin preparing an opulent banquet at once. Lin Yang piloted the Ryu down to the Mars Ecological Monitoring Station in Xinlu City. All five disembarked and entered the subterranean control chamber together. After descending 300 meters via elevator, they arrived at Mo Ban's former workplace, where hundreds of engineers stood in solemn, orderly formation awaiting his return. They welcomed Mo Ban with fervent, hopeful enthusiasm. Put away those grins. How have I trained you? Can't even resolve such trivial matters. Have you applied yourselves diligently in your daily work? Mo Ban scolded the engineers harshly. Yet the chief engineer remained utterly unruffled and hurriedly presented a bottle of Daka liquor, a rare specialty from Blue Planet. Mo Ban's eyes lit up instantly. He uncorked the bottle and drained half in rapid gulps. Only after deep satisfaction did he stride to the master console, input his password, and activate the interface. His 6 arms moved in blurring precision, 30 slender fingers dancing across the interface, leaving afterimages in their wake. 1 minute elapsed. He pressed the master activation switch. Instantly, the entire subterranean control chamber plunged into darkness, power severed. Then lights flickered back on the Geocore monitoring system rebooted. All previously intractable anomalies vanished. Mo Ban then marked 72 coordinates upon the 3-dimensional Geocore projection. Within 24 hours, detonate 72 nuclear warheads, each yielding 3 million tons of TNT at these points. The Geocore temperature will rebound to safe levels. Thereafter, detonate 1 warhead per month, cycling sequentially through all 72 sites. Understood? Yes, absolutely. The chief engineer nodded, vigorously astonished. Master, now that the Geocore monitoring system is operational again, the rate of temperature decline has markedly slowed, and Mars' magnetic poles have stabilized. Very well. Should further difficulties arise, contact the Ryu without delay. The catastrophic environmental crisis plaguing the Martian polity had been resolved by Mo Ban in under 2 minutes. This was the overwhelming supremacy of scientific knowledge and technical mastery. After touring the subterranean control chamber, Lin Yang's party prepared to ascend to the surface. Engineers lined up respectfully to see them off. Lin Yang smiled. Mo Ban, you've clearly spent the last 5 centuries training students. Mo Ban seized the wine bottle and emptied it in one breath. With resigned amusement, he said, had I not cherished my disciples, or this fine vintage, why would I have lingered here for 5 centuries? The lies of the Martian regime, I saw through them centuries ago. Alas, you had no better path forward, correct? Now a better path exists, but it may not supply endless wine nor disciples eager to flatter and serve. Mo Ban, old friend, don't regret your choice. I've already wagered my life upon you. What is there to regret? Besides, I am 5 centuries old. Captain calling me elder brother feels rather presumptuous. Ah, I see. Then henceforth I shall call you great-grandson. That's excessive. Are you truly from the ancient epoch? Ha, perhaps so. Ah, look, Grand Chancellor Patrez awaits us at the entrance. Seeing Lin Yang and his 4 companions emerge from the underground station, Patrez hastened forward in a near and grasped Lin Yang's hand firmly and declared, truly heroes emerge young. Mr. Lin, you surpass even your holographic presence in stature and bearing. Professor Mo, you were once my teacher. I deeply apologize for the trouble. This whole fiasco was the doing of that wretched Arif. Miss Huang, welcome to Mars. Prince Kaluja, it is my profound honor to meet you. Dr. And I have long admired your scholarship. Your landmark paper on artificial genomic intervention, I read it years ago. Frankly, had the broader environment permitted, I would have championed your cause first and foremost. Lin Yang's party stood momentarily stunned by Pater's effusive warmth. Only recently locked in mortal enmity, now embracing as if kin. Lin Yang smiled. Chancellor, no need for such formality. We act strictly by covenant. Our word is bond. Restoring Mars Geocore was our solemn duty. Now that the task is complete, we must depart. Oh please, no, don't rush off. This incident reflects poorly upon Mars. With the Geocore crisis resolved and ecological recovery underway, allow us the chance to offer sincere restitution. Oh, restitution. Naturally. Please accompany me to the Xinlu Interstellar Grand Hotel. The Martian polity has prepared a modest feast. We humbly invite all 5 distinguished guests to join us for conversation. Though the Martian megaquake toppled 60% of structures, these were mostly unshielded prefabricated dwellings. The Interstellar Grand Hotel, reserved for extraterrestrial dignitaries, remained unscathed. Politeness proved irresistible, and hunger undeniable. So Lin Yang's party accepted Pater's invitation and boarded a shuttlecraft bound for the Interstellar Grand Hotel, a dozen kilometers distant. En route, they learned the quake, though planet-wide in scope, had inflicted relatively limited damage. It felled only aging rudimentary buildings. Casualties remained low. When citizens learned the tremor originated from Mo Ban, imprisoned for 5 centuries, their fury turned squarely upon the Martian regime. Sympathy for Mo Ban eclipsed resentment. Now with Mo Ban returning alongside Lin Yang to heal Mars ecology, public animosity toward him faded further. Meanwhile, collective outrage shifted entirely onto former Supreme Commander Arif. Following Arif's execution, national anger subsided dramatically, and unified focus turned toward restoring livable conditions. The Martian polity extended its highest-level reception. The Grand Chancellor himself joined by all 18 senior counselors of the High Assembly. Senior officials from every city and department attended the banquet, held with great ceremony at the Interstellar Grand Hotel, where Grand Chancellor Patrese personally served wine. After several cups, Lin Yang suddenly sensed his vital energy ebbing. Fortunately, the Ryu remotely replenished his reserves, but sudden depletion boded ill. Slam. Lin Yang slammed his fist upon the table. What is this wine? Thud. Before the echo faded, the mayor of Xinlu City collapsed backward, dead blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Patrese, are you staging a Hongmen banquet? Lin Yang seized Pater's collar, only to find the Grand Chancellor's eyes bloodshot, his body trembling violently. Mr. Lin, flee. We've been betrayed. Pooh. A gout of crimson erupted from Pater's mouth. Then his head lolled sideways, life extinguished. Thump, thump, thump. Over 20 banquet tables were arranged inside the grand hall. One person after another collapsed. All had succumbed to poison. High Counselor Patrese and several senior counselors were among the victims, falling lifeless at their tables. Every guest invited to this banquet was a high-ranking official of the Martian government, none ranked lower than deputy mayor. With his final breath, Patrese whispered that he had been betrayed. Lin Yang had no time to ponder who had orchestrated the ambush. He urgently checked on his companions. Huang Yueshi's Milky Way heart pendant suddenly flared with sapphire-white light. Her ashen complexion gradually flushed with warmth. This toxin is colorless and odorless, truly formidable. I've recovered. Lin Yang, are you unharmed? I'm fine. Combat readiness. Ni Ziwen swiftly opened her portable medkit and swallowed a self-formulated antidote tablet. Her pallor began to recede. She exhaled deeply in relief, then hurriedly retrieved another tablet for Karuja. Karuja frowned slightly, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard into his abdomen. Pooh! He vomited the poisoned wine, and his complexion visibly improved. A smug grin spread across his face. Why bother with pills? For us tiger folk, this dosage is no more than a mouth rinse. He turned, and nearly dropped his jaw upon seeing Mobin. Mobin held 6 wine bottles, one in each of his 6 hands, reeling drunk. Exquisite vintage. This is real spirit. It's poisoned. Poisoned. Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, Karuja, and Ni Ziwen shouted in unison. Mobin tilted his head back, drained an entire bottle, and tossed it aside with a clatter. He chuckled. Only poison makes it thrilling. Green carbon beings can metabolize all neurotoxins. Erg, this afterburn is fierce. Truly a botanical marvel. Brilliant. Well done. Lin Yang gave a thumbs up. Fall back now. Unlike the Martian officials attending the banquet, impeccably dressed in formal suits, the 5 carried weapons and personal energy shields. They were battle-ready at all times, armed and shielded, prepared to engage instantly no matter where they landed beyond the warship. Yet as they stepped over the lifeless bodies of Martian officials toward the banquet hall's entrance, they found the doorway sealed by a quantum force field. Whip! Lin Yang's phase rifle fired instantly, yet the beam shattered harmlessly against the barrier. Whip! Huang Yueshi followed suit, firing without pause. Even amplified over a dozenfold, the phase beams left no mark upon the shield. Commander Huang, let's try this instead. Right. Karuja unslung his massive blaster rifle from his back. Huang Yueshi immediately placed her hand upon its barrel. Whip! Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, its shockwave staggering all 5. Yet the shield remained unbroken. Try the windows. No use. Anywhere is useless. I've enveloped the entire banquet hall. A woman's voice echoed from beyond the shield. Lin Yang turned and saw a golden-haired girl roughly his age. Stunningly beautiful, yet her expression radiated ruthless ferocity. Behind her stood over a dozen fully armed soldiers. Who are you? Cyril, Grand Marshal Arif of the Martian fleet, is my grandfather. Lin Yang, you 5 truly defy expectation. You drank lethal poison, and yet stand unscathed. Lin Yang glanced back. Every Martian council member and departmental official lay dead. None survived the poison wine. Are you doing this to avenge Arif? Do you even know his reckless decisions brought Mars to the brink of collapse? I refuse to know. All I know is that the Martian Council deceived my grandfather, promising him safe surrender and immunity in exchange for relinquishing command. Instead, they executed him in betrayal and imprisoned my father and uncle. The Martian fleet was dismantled, scattered like shattered glass. They will pay in full. So you're resolved to mutual annihilation. Even if I drag all of Mars down with me, what does it matter? As you once said, the net is already torn, and I am no helpless fish awaiting slaughter. Lin Yang, this hall shall be your grave. Boom. A thunderous detonation shook the distance. They looked out the window. Two heavy interceptors were assaulting the direction of the prison. At that moment, one of Cyril's soldiers murmured a quiet report. A triumphant smile flickered across Cyril's lips. My father and uncle have been rescued. They shall soon reclaim command of the Martian fleet. A conclusion none of you foresaw. First ask Blue Planet's consent. Don't indulge in daydreams. You'll never learn the outcome, Lin Yang. Accept your end, quietly. Cyril waved dismissively, cast Lin Yang one icy glance, then turned and strode away. Her soldiers immediately adjusted the external field controller. The barrier now permitted inbound energy, but blocked all outbound emissions. Then in unison the soldiers raised their oversized phase rifles. They opened fire in relentless concentrated bursts. The banquet hall erupted in chaotic streaks of light. Bodies, tables, chairs, anything struck by those high-energy beams vanished instantly in vaporized silence. Lin Yang and his four comrades were trapped, exposed, shelterless, and pinned like targets in a cage, struck repeatedly by over a dozen high-yield phase rifles. Their counterfire splintered harmlessly against the shield. They were instantly overwhelmed, though each wore a personal energy shield. The sustained barrage rapidly depleted their shielding capacity. Ni Ziwen voiced her alarm. Captain, by current depletion rates our shields will fail within 60 seconds. Cursed. To die under fire without reply? That's disgraceful. No honor in such an end. Karuja retorted while returning fire. Yet every shot rebounded off the barrier. Mobin, can you breach that external shield? Lin Yang demanded urgently. Mobin paused, then nodded decisively. Yes, but we'll need to detonate Karuja's blaster rifle. Senior Officer Ueshi must amplify the blast. No problem. I can rebuild the blaster cannon. Huang Ueshi replied. Tell us, Mobin, how do we proceed? First, concentrate phase fire on a single point of the shield, while steadily tuning the beam's frequency. When the shield flickers faintly, that's the resonant frequency I need. Then set the blaster rifle to match that frequency, and detonate it adjacent to the shield. Karuja asked. Precisely. And Ueshi must magnify the blast's intensity, maximize it. That surge will flood the shield, forcing instantaneous overload. Begin now. Lin Yang issued the order, and immediately locked his phase rifle onto a fixed point, carefully modulating its frequency. The previously immovable shield rippled with a subtle concentric wave. Mobin shouted 98776 MHz. Now Karuja. Karuja instantly dialed the blaster rifle to that exact frequency and placed it against the shield's edge. All five then trained their phase rifles on the weapon and fired continuously. Crockum. The massive blaster detonated, its blast amplified by Huang Ueshi's power, flooding the entire floor in blinding white radiance. The concussive shockwave hurled all five backward. Within 0.1 seconds, the shield absorbed the explosive energy with terrifying speed. The external barrier overloaded, flickering out for less than a second. And in that fleeting instant of collapse, their personal shields, battered by relentless fire, dropped to 0, just as they braced for a final desperate counterattack. A shimmering ring of light encircled them. Lin Yang felt his body fragment, his vision dissolving into swirling quantum luminescence. His form dissolved into radiant particle streams, hurtling through luminous flux. In the next moment, his scattered essence reassembled, coalescing seamlessly. The quantum light faded, leaving clarity behind. He realized he was no longer in the banquet hall of the Stellar Grand Hotel. He stood instead within a high-tech teleportation chamber. Huang Ueshi, Karuja, Ni Ziwen, and Mobin stood beside him, shaken but unharmed. A towering Tigerfolk officer approached, smiling warmly. Timing could not have been more precise. If you'd delayed breaching the shield by even 0.1 seconds, I would have failed my duty to the Tiger Sovereign. Admiral Luda, commanding officer of the star cruiser Tiger King, was it you who rescued us? We are profoundly grateful. Lin Yang had not expected his savior to be a serious Tiger Clan humanoid. No, it was you who saved yourselves. I merely seized the opportunity. Had you not disabled the shield, particle teleportation would have been impossible. The Sirius star cruiser had yet to depart. Officially, it was receiving the corpses of members from the Saber-Tooth Punishment Tribunal and reassigning the crew of the Saber-Tooth cruiser. In truth, Admiral Luda was secretly executing orders from the Tiger Emperor to safeguard Prince Kaluja and his companions during the fighter squadron's assault on the Martian surface prison. From orbit, the Sirius star cruiser detected anomalies. It scanned the Interstellar Grand Hotel from space and discovered Lin Yang and 4 others, including Kaluja, trapped within the shield. Bound by the Stellar Alliance's edict forbidding high civilization interference in low civilization internal affairs, they could not publicly acknowledge their covert protection of Kaluja. Thus, Admiral Luda could not dispatch a short-range warship to reinforce them on the Martian surface. He could only hope Lin Yang and his companions would breach the shield. Even a fraction of a second, less than 1 heartbeat, would suffice to teleport them aboard the cruiser. Fortunately, at the critical moment, they succeeded. Admiral Luda exhaled deeply in relief. At last the prince's life is secured. Were he lost, how could I ever face the Tiger Emperor again? Having heard Luda's account, Prince Kaluja's eyes glistened with emotion. My father has not abandoned me. Of course, you remain the Tiger Clan prince until the new embryo matures. Should the newborn prince lose the 8-year duel, you shall remain the sole heir. Your Highness, may we obtain a genetic sample from you? No, Kaluja declared resolutely. General Luda, this is not personal rejection. I intend to challenge the decaying 2-millennium tradition of the serious Tiger Clan father-son duels that erode familial bonds. This practice must end. Very well. To dare defy ancient custom is itself an honor. I respect your choice, and should opportunity arise, I shall continue guarding you in secret. Lin Yang asked, can you teleport us aboard the Sun Moon Cruiser? The Sun Moon Cruiser maintains its shield active. Teleportation can only reach its immediate vicinity. That will suffice. Return us, General. We owe you our lives. We shall repay this debt without fail. Please do not disclose publicly that the Tiger Clan rescued you. Prince Kaluja remains officially exiled, and my actions violate both serious law and ancestral custom. Understood. We will not bring you trouble. When Kaluja first joined their ranks, Huang Yueshi's analysis had proven remarkably astute. With the Tiger Clan prince among them, imperial aid, though discreet, was all but assured. Thanks to the Tiger Clan's timely intervention, Lin Yang and his companions escaped certain annihilation. 1 second later, 5 beams of particle light coalesced beside the Sun Moon Cruiser, hovering above Mars' surface. Lin Yang and his 4 companions materialized within the light. Board ship. Engage combat. Since his transmigration, Lin Yang had never faced such dire peril, until now. Now freed, he would grant no mercy to those who sought his death. The 5 boarded the Sun Moon Cruiser and immediately accelerated toward the Interstellar Grand Hotel kilometers away. Ni released footage online exposing Salir's assassination of Martian senators and scores of officials, and simultaneously transmitted the evidence to both the Blue Planet Federation and the Stellar Alliance Oversight Council. Personal shields contained built-in combat recorders. Salir's incriminating remarks outside the banquet hall and the subsequent coordinated assault by over a dozen armed assailants were all broadcast by Ni. Martian citizens erupted in outrage. They condemned Salir's cruelty and treachery en masse. Mars descended into political chaos, leaderless and adrift. The Blue Planet Federation swiftly issued a public reassurance bulletin. It formally designated Salir and her faction as Martian insurgents. Yet Salir herself had vanished without trace. She had fled aboard a warship accompanied by Arif's loyalist faction, departing Martian orbit entirely. 637 warships defected, breaking free of the Martian star system in formation. Captain, the soldiers who attacked us beyond the shield. Ni traced their identities. They were fleeing Mars' surface aboard a shuttlecraft. Whoosh. Huang Yueshi launched a Dragonflies-class missile. The shuttle veered left and right, then detonated upon impact. It exploded before clearing the atmosphere, killing all dozen soldiers aboard. Where did the Martian insurgents flee? Gus of the Bounty Dock reports they headed toward the Blue Planet, not via interstellar gates, but in a unified fleet defection. Pursue them. Not a single one shall survive. At that moment, a comlink activated. A Blue Planet Federation transmission. Upon accepting, a yellow-skinned officer appeared on screen. I am Vice Admiral Hu Liangshuan of the Blue Planet 3rd Deep Space Fleet. We have confirmed the rebellion led by Benjamin Arif and his associates. Our fleet is already en route to intercept. Stand down. Mars requires your assistance in restoring order. Lin Yang paused thoughtfully, then shook his head. What need has Mars of a single fighter cruiser to uphold order? With Blue Planet Federation and Stellar Alliance representatives present, I shall refrain from interference. The true architect of this treason is Salir, not Benjamin. She sought my death. That debt must be settled. Upon arresting Salir, we shall hand her over to you. The insurgent fleet comprises 637 vessels, of immense strategic value. There is no need for pursuit. Leave the matter to the Blue Planet Federation. 637 short-range warships constitute assets to the Blue Planet, but resources to me. Very well, General. Whoever intercepts first claims the prize. After brief consideration, Hu Liangshuan nodded slightly. Agreed. If you intercept first, you may destroy them all. If I arrive first, I shall seize the vessels and deliver Salir to you. Once the channel closed, the Blue Planet 3rd Deep Space Fleet engaged warp drive to intercept the Martian insurgents. Lin Yang prepared to activate warp mode 2.0. Suddenly, bounty hunter Gus hailed him. Mr. Lin, our sensors detect the insurgent fleet altering course abruptly. I request permission to join your pursuit. Master Gus, you're of venerable age yet still burn with such fire. Alas, you are unaware as the insurgents departed Martian orbit, they bombarded the bounty dock. My fourth disciple Yihua led defenders in counterattack and fell in battle. Yihua was no mere probationary apprentice like the vulture Joyce. He was a true disciple, an old man burying his child. I cannot swallow this humiliation. We deeply thank Master Yi, leader of the Bounty Hunters Guild, for his valiant defense of the bounty dock. Upon our return, his family shall receive full compensation. Let us go, Master Gus. I cannot deny an elder the right to avenge his son. After the Sun-Moon cruiser pierced Mars' atmosphere and entered orbital space, 1,200 kilometers ahead stood a disciplined formation of 120 warships. These vessels were wildly heterogeneous, not only human-designed, but incorporating alien technologies. They were no official Martian military force. They were elite bounty hunters, battle-hardened, peerless in combat, their prowess rivaling any standing fleet. Remarkable. So the saying holds true: the Jianghu is not about bloodshed alone, but reciprocity and obligation. Resolving tensions with Gus was indeed the correct choice. Huang Yueshi remarked, had we not spared Gus then and there, we could never have eradicated these bounty hunters completely, nor more crucially, would our bounty dock generate revenue without them. Precisely. Gus excels at diplomacy. Without his fourth disciple's sacrifice, repairing the bounty dock would have cost us several billion credits. At that moment, Gus transmitted a new set of coordinates. Mr. Lin, our informant confirms Salir and the Martian insurgents fled here. They appear to be rendezvousing with the interstellar mercenary clan, the sheath-winged Sevenid race. I've engaged that mercenary fleet before. Their warships are highly advanced. If you join the battle, your vessels will most likely be destroyed. I advise you to remain in Mars orbit. Thank you for your kind counsel, Mr. Lin. True bounty hunters fear no death. Honor and principle guide our lives. You have welcomed us without prejudice. This pursuit is ours to see through to the end. Very well. I'll scout ahead. You follow at a safe distance. Having learned the coordinates may harbor an interstellar mercenary force. And with the distance relatively short, Lin Yang opted not to engage warp drive, instead accelerating to 500 Mach toward the target. Should the Blue Star Federation fleet arrive first and encounter the mercenaries, they would absorb the initial assault, buying him critical time. Less than a minute after departure, a chime resonated within his mind. Ding! Legendary Dongtian's living quarters, evolution complete. When recruiting Mo Ban as chief engineer, his evolution points reached 112500. En route to Mars surface, he had conducted 3 10-roll draws, and upon securing the final legendary living quarters module, immediately initiated evolution. Several hours later, the module's evolution concluded. Congratulations, host. All ship modules have now attained legendary status. Growth task 6 golden legend completed. Evolution points 10000. Current total 105000. Growth task updated 7 heavy strike cruiser. Evolve the Ryu class hull frame to heavy strike cruiser specifications. Evolution points 20000. The legendary Trident heavy strike cruiser frame had long been acquired and stored in the evolution shop. Lin Yang selected evolution immediately, costing 1500 evolution points with a 24-hour completion cycle. Hey, why has my living quarters changed? Mo Ban entered the cockpit astonished. Come look, my quarters have transformed to match yours. How extraordinary! What technology is this? Uncommon sights make common minds gape. Ni Ziwin and Karuja replied in unison, not even glancing up. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi smiled, faintly saying nothing. Mo Ban paused for a beat, then burst into laughter. Huh. As a legendary engineer of the Stellar Alliance, I've witnessed wonders beyond count. I'm merely intrigued that such reality-altering tech exists aboard so compact a strike cruiser, not awestruck. In fact, I saw white light beings demonstrate precisely this 6 centuries ago. Oh, Mo Ban, can white light beings conjure matter from void? Indeed, they demonstrated it during a high-dimensional technology symposium. Ours may differ subtly from true reality alteration. Everyone guards their secrets, let's not pry too deeply. As you command. Captain, I obey your orders without reservation. And before you I keep no secret. My exterior is that of a green carbon being, yet beneath my chlorophyll epidermis my skeleton and organs are extensively cybernetically enhanced, optimized for combat, defense, repair, and longevity. In time you'll come to understand each other's secrets. An honor beyond measure. As they spoke, Ni Ziwin detected an anomaly on radar. Rebel fleet sighted, 1000 kilometers out. Battle stations. Ziwin, monitor radar closely. You scan for traces of the insectoid mercenaries. The crew instantly shifted into combat readiness. Mo Ban hurried from the cockpit back to the power core chamber to load energy modules for the weapon systems. With 6 arms, his loading speed was triple Karuja's, ensuring no energy shortages would cripple firepower during intense engagements. 5 minutes later, NI's radar lit up again. Rebel fleet, now 650 kilometers from Mars. Multiple spatial warp signatures detected, and the Blue Star Federation fleet has entered sensor range. General Hu of the Blue Star fleet moves swiftly. Let them engage the insectoids first. We'll decelerate and await Gus's bounty hunter squadron. Lin Yang reduced velocity from 500 to 200 Mach. Near the coordinates, the rebel fleet activated combat protocols. Their radar had locked onto both the Ryu and the Blue Star Federation armada. Cyril issued orders for full battle readiness, while simultaneously opening negotiations with the insectoid mercenaries. To capture them alive, I sacrificed over a dozen elite warriors and orchestrated their arrival with meticulous care. Now do we qualify for induction into your ranks? She'd secured contact with the insectoid mercenaries only because while still alive, Arif had dispatched a patrol fleet to investigate the battlefield where Lin Yang rescued Huang Yueshi. From the wreckage, they recovered an intact navigational log, the interstellar equivalent of a black box. After decryption, they confirmed Huang Yueshi's identity as the Holy Maiden and learned Lin Yang had destroyed a warship belonging to the Coleopteran Sevenid clan, an insectoid offshoot. Though Arif was arrested and executed, he never disclosed this intelligence to the Martian Parliament, yet his inner circle knew. Following the arrest of the fleet's senior officers, Arif's faction lost initiative, and Cyril herself initiated contact with the Coleopteran Sevenid clan, detailing the events and proposing alliance. She invited them into the solar system to aid her vengeance, and offered Huang Yueshi's capture as payment, fulfilling the Primordial Church's commission. The technologically superior insectoid mercenaries supplied a molecular formula for a lethal neurotoxin. Synthesizing it, Cyril poisoned the Martian Parliament and key officials. Via encrypted channels, the insectoids also seeded subversive messages among aerofoil officers in the Martian fleet. Thus, 637 warships pledged allegiance to Cyril as the Martian Rebellion, without intervention from such an advanced insectoid faction. Even Cyril's formidable influence could never have drawn over half the Martian fleet into defection, now wielding their authority like borrowed might. Even her father Benjamin and uncle, former admirals, willingly submitted to her command, though outwardly cooperative with the insectoid mercenaries. She inherited her grandfather Arif's treachery, planning instead to execute Lin Yang, Huang Yueshi, and all others outright. But fate intervened. They were evacuated by a Tiger Man using particle teleportation. Now Cyril improvised a new justification for the insectoid commander. Caught between the Blue Star Federation and Lin Yang's forces, she swiftly declared allegiance to the mercenaries, seeking sanctuary. Yet the insectoid commander dismissed her fleet as obsolete. Insectoids reproduce rapidly. Population is no concern. Our technology is supreme. Primitive vessels hold no value. Should you successfully deliver Huang Yueshi to our client, I may grant you a place among us. And my crew, they offer the insectoids no utility. The unspoken truth, the mercenaries viewed the Martian rebels as utterly expendable. But Cyril had to consider their worth. They were her sole leverage in the solar system's power struggle. Cyril, turn back. At least you'll save them all. Benjamin urged softly. No, father. The insectoids deem them worthless and refuse assistance. Then let us bind them irrevocably to our cause. Howie. Broadcast to the Blue Star Federation fleet, declare ourselves formal auxiliaries of the mercenary coalition. Announce our escort mission to convey the Primordial Church's Holy Maiden directly to the insectoid homeworld and declare war upon the Blue Star Federation. The third fleet of the Blue Star Federation is formidable, consisting of 1 Kunpeng-class interstellar cruiser, 3 Blue Whale-class planetary destroyers, and 10 Tiger Whale-class deep space corvettes. The interstellar cruiser is 3 kilometers long. While it is not as massive as the interstellar cruisers of the Sirius Tiger clan, its hangar deck can still accommodate 200 heavy strike bombers. The destroyers are 1 kilometer long, boasting immense firepower and carrying a large number of hypervelocity nuclear missiles. Thus, they are also referred to as missile destroyers. Even the smallest corvettes exceed 500 meters in length, utilizing the 3rd generation of Tiger Whale technology. The fleet of 14 large warships possesses the capability of warp flight. Their maximum speed reaches warp level 3.0, which according to the warp formula is approximately 39 times the speed of light. It takes merely 17 minutes to cross the solar system, and in 6 weeks the fleet can reach the closest star system, the Southgate 2-star system. The Blue Star Federation has dispatched such a powerful fleet. This is not only to assimilate the 637 Martian warships, but also to confront the insectoid mercenary corps. Before the fleet's departure, the Blue Star Federation had already received news of the interstellar mercenary corps entering the solar system, but it was still unaware of the scale and its relationship with the Martian rebels. As a result, the Martian rebels proactively contacted General Hu, stating they had allied with the Insectoid Mercenary Corps and intended to escort the Holy Maiden Huang Yueshi of the Origin Church out of the solar system. They then launched Stipe thermonuclear missiles at the Blue Star fleet. The third fleet of the Blue Star immediately exited warp at a coordinate point 1.0 kilometers away. 200 heavy strike bombers flew out from the cruiser's hangar, forming a strategic formation stretching across 2.0 kilometers. They also launched Dragonflies-type missiles to intercept the thermonuclear missiles. A brilliant light instantly illuminated space, and the Day and Moon ship saw the nuclear explosion from 50,000 kilometers away. The battle has begun. Send a communication to General Hu. Lin Yang, I am engaged in battle with the rebels and have no time for idle chatter. Hu, we have detected 5 traces of spatial warp. There are at least 5 insectoid warships in stealth mode. Be careful. If you need assistance, I will lead 120 warships from the Bounty Hunter group to support you. No need. We agreed that whoever arrives first claims it. Your 120 ragtag ships should not meddle. The 637 Martian warships are destined to be assimilated by me, so do not think of destroying them all. All right, well, wait on the sidelines. Just let us know if you need help. No need. The Blue Star Federation directly cut off communications. Lin Yang helplessly spread his hands. Everyone saw that it's not that I want to watch from the sidelines, it's that they don't value my help, so let's wait and let them wear each other down first. Huang Yueshi frowned and said, blind arrogance is a common affliction of these lofty regimes. The Asteroid United regime is like this, the Martian regime is like this, and now the Blue Star Federation is too. And Ziwin added, regimes fundamentally look down on our civilian forces. Even if we join a regime, we will still be marginalized under a decayed system. Without connections and backing, no matter how strong your abilities are, the higher-ups will not give you opportunities for development. Karugia scoffed. No wonder your solar system civilization develops slowly. This kind of system is simply a chronic disease of civilization. Ziwin had once served as the head of the gene optimization team for the New Human Project. She could be said to have entered the upper echelons of power. She understood the matters within the regime best. After hearing Karugia's words, she couldn't help but sigh. Unless a figure like the captain comes to give the solar system civilization a thorough reshuffle. Lin Yang said helplessly, to be honest, I don't want to, but the development of certain matters has exceeded expectations. Who would have thought that I initially only wanted to avoid being captured as a slave by the Vulture Hunter Corps, yet in the end, I completely overturned the asteroid belt and Martian regimes. Yes, I initially just wanted a place to land to have enough to eat every day. I never expected to become a member of a popular team in the solar system. Karugia said, I hope the captain leads me to give the serious civilization a thorough reshuffle and abolish the ignorant traditions that have persisted for 20,000 years. The energy room's MO Ban hurriedly responded through the internal communicator. Captain, I hope you can lead us to give the Star Alliance a major reshuffle. Do you think I'm a wishing well? Get ready for battle. Ooh, I want to accompany you to your doom. Just as he was speaking, a violent explosion lit up in the distance. Ziwin said, radar shows multiple thermonuclear missiles from the Ghoul class detonating. The Blue Star fleet has launched a major counterattack, and the insectoid warships have revealed themselves 5 deep space corvettes. What about Gus Bounty Hunter Group? They are 5,000 kilometers behind and coming soon. Tell Gus to advance at 200 Mach. Do not act without permission before the Blue Star fleet sends a distress signal. Salyer launched a fierce attack against the Blue Star fleet to draw the Insectoid Mercenary Corps into the fray. She ordered the rebel warships to head toward the stealthy insectoid corvettes, successfully causing the Blue Star fleet's firepower to hit the insectoid warships. The 5 insectoid corvettes then revealed themselves as a civilization with 2-level stellar technology. The insectoids viewed the humans who had just reached 2-0-level civilization with disdain. They immediately launched a counterattack, and both sides engaged in an intense space battle with the flames of war spanning 10,000 kilometers. The Day and Moon ship and Gus Bounty Hunter Group watched the battle clearly from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even further, the Martian Orbital Space Station observed the battle through deep space telescopes. After entering the era of interstellar navigation, the technological suppression is insurmountable. It seemed that the insectoids were only 0.2 levels ahead of human civilization. However, in battle, they quickly established a crushing advantage. The Blue Star fleet's fighters struck the Martian rebels with pinpoint accuracy, but against the Insectoid Mercenary Corps, it became exceedingly difficult. Neither their firepower nor shields could compete with the Insectoid near-space warships. Within a minute of the battle starting, 15 small near-space ships from the Blue Star fleet were destroyed. Major General Hu Lianchuan immediately sent a communication to the Insectoid Mercenary Corps accusing them of violating Star Alliance regulations by illegally entering the solar system. He hoped to pressure the insectoids through the Star Alliance, but in the face of the overwhelming power disparity, the insectoids completely ignored him. Interstellar mercenaries typically straddle both sides, oscillating between the utopian Star Alliance and the Black Forest hunting faction. Whether they are peaceful and cooperative or greedy and predatory depends entirely on the situation at hand. The current situation necessitates taking Huang Yueshi away due to the threat from the Origin Church, while the Blue Star Fleet is utterly vulnerable and poses no threat to them. Even the pressure from the Star Alliance can be disregarded. The Insectoid Mercenary Corps ignored the communications from the Blue Star Fleet and responded with a sublight antimatter cluster missile. It instantly destroyed 6 near-space strike bombers. Major General Hu Liangchuan hurriedly sought help from the Blue Star Command and requested peacekeeping assistance from the Star Alliance. Upon learning that the Origin Church was involved, the Star Alliance maintained a watchful stance regardless of the truth. The Blue Star Federation immediately ordered Major General Hu Liangchuan to lead the Third Fleet to retreat. Without the Star Alliance's support, this battle cannot be fought. Hu Liangchuan had no choice but to order a retreat while simultaneously sending a communication to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, this bone is too hard, it's grinding my old teeth. If you want to take it, we'll meet again. Are we going to flee? General who has fought many beautiful hard battles throughout his life and has never suffered defeat. Now on the verge of retirement, to return empty-handed would tarnish his record, would it not? What you said. Sigh. That stings. Naturally, I don't want to retreat, but I simply cannot win. If the Star Alliance doesn't step in to help, what can I do? Let my subordinates die for no reason. Of course, it's not meaningless. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I guarantee this battle can turn defeat into victory, and those 5 insectoid corvettes will not escape the solar system. Lin Yang wanted to seize the 5 warships of the insectoid mercenaries. However, he needed the assistance of the Blue Star Fleet. The words spoken by Major General Hu Liangchuan showed he was reluctant to retreat. Every general who has fought on the battlefield considers retreat a disgrace. Yet Hu Liangchuan was no fool. Lin Yang, I don't know how you managed to destroy 20 Mars Fleet warships, but the high-tech warships of the insectoids are not comparable to the outdated Mars Fleet. What assurance do you have? Are you merely asking us to accompany you to death? General Hu, I have my trump card. If I can destroy 20 large warships with a near-space fighter, I can certainly take down the 5 before us regardless of whether they are Mars technology or insectoid technology. I ask you, do you have the courage to fight? That's nonsense. I who have been in the military for decades and have never shown fear on the battlefield. But fighting is not about rushing in recklessly. What is your plan? Have your fleet's near-space warships face the Mars rebels, while the 14 large warships encircle the insectoid warships, keeping their onboard weapons charged and preventing the insectoids from escaping the solar system at warp speed. Are you going in alone against 5? Or are you challenging 5 interstellar strategic warships with a mid-sized fighter? Yes. You hold the perimeter and ensure they cannot jump out. Anyone who intrudes into the solar system will not return. First, tell me how you plan to challenge the 5 insectoid warships. I've heard your warship possesses advanced alien technology, but at this critical moment, are you still unwilling to disclose it? It's not that I don't want to reveal it. I fear the insectoids will intercept our communication. General Hu, your fleet is outside the encirclement. If I fail, it won't hinder your escape at any time. Hu Liangquan's face grew grim as he returned to the command chair. You, a young man, possess such courage, while I, an old general who has fought for years, am thinking of retreating. How shameful. Lin Yang, let's proceed as you suggested. My fleet will not only block the insectoid mercenaries on the periphery, but will also provide you with fire support. Hu Liangchuan immediately issued the order. The 14 large warships began to fight, while retreating slowly, forming a spherical encirclement with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. Over 100 near-space warships teamed up with more than 100 bounty hunter ships, uniting against the Mars rebels and the insectoids' near-space warships. Meanwhile, Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon, charging towards the battlefield at a speed of 500 Mach. 10 consecutive. Congratulations, host. A legendary item has appeared in the evolution shop. Legendary Stipe medium small shield. No, continue with 10 consecutive. It wasn't that he did not want to inform Hu Liangchuan of his trump card. It was simply that it had not shown up yet. With the current strength of the Sun and Moon, he could evade or retreat unharmed, but destroying the 5 high-tech insectoid warships would be a significant challenge. He urgently needed an epic weapon. Currently, he had 1000 evolution points. He was confident he could obtain an epic weapon. If he truly couldn't get it, he could always retreat later. Soon the Sun and Moon entered the battlefield. Lin Yang maneuvered the warship through beams of energy and guided weapons while refreshing the evolution shop. Meanwhile, Huang Yueshi kept firing. Although she did not cause much damage to the insectoid's large warships, within a few seconds, she destroyed 2 of the insectoid mercenaries' near-space fighters. This scene excited Hu Liangchuan, the commander of the Blue Star Fleet. Well done. Lin Yang's team truly lives up to its name. Give me full firepower and cover the sun and moon. The 14 large warships unleashed their full firepower, illuminating the space spanning 10,000 kilometers. Gus, the legendary bounty hunter, was indeed remarkable. His disciples were all battle-hardened. The warships they piloted were varied and appeared to be a ragtag fleet. However, their combat strength was exceptionally fierce. To put it bluntly, bounty hunters are legal outlaws. Their onboard weapons are not subjected to the restrictions of the Star Alliance. Thus, they do not all adhere to the standard equipment of solar system civilizations. To complete their bounty tasks, they are willing to spend money. When executing tasks in alien domains, they have equipped themselves with numerous alien technology weapons from the black market. In terms of combat strength, they are no less formidable than the Blue Star regular army. Moreover, they fear nothing and fight ruthlessly. With various tactics like electromagnetic interference, radiation disruption, consciousness, confusion, blinding light, and dust interference. Their methods are crafty and unscrupulous. Cooperating with the Blue Star fleet's near-space bombing ships, they quickly turned the tide and began to gain the upper hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sun and moon suddenly launched a legendary Fire Phoenix Stipe sublight speed cluster missile. This was the legendary weapon Lin Yang had just acquired. He immediately placed it in the ammunition bay for Huang Yueshi to use. The faster an object moves, the greater its relative mass. With sublight speed and carrying dozens of small cluster nuclear bombs, its power was immense. Upon hitting the insectoid warship, it erupted into a dazzling explosion. At the same time, Huang Yueshi controlled the 12 energy cannons on the sun and moon to fire simultaneously, amplifying their power by several times. Boom! The insectoid warship shook violently. It hurriedly retaliated with several high-energy particle beams, all of which Lin Yang skillfully dodged. The enemy ship's shield is down to 20. Our right shield is at 100, and the left shield is at 85. Yueshi, continue targeting this warship and ignore the others. I've already done 10 consecutive draws, and the system has only produced one legendary weapon without an epic one. This battle won't be easy. Continue with 10 consecutive. Lin Yang muttered in his heart. However, what the evolution shop could produce was beyond the system's control. This time, it was a legendary Chilean Stipe medium-small engine. Not needed. Lin Yang immediately drew 10 consecutive again. Ding ding ding. Congratulations. Host, your luck is off the charts. An epic item has appeared in the evolution shop. Epic Stipe Antimatter Energy Source 200 evolution points. But the power of the antimatter energy source is 100 times stronger than the controllable thermonuclear fusion energy currently loaded. It is essential for achieving warp speeds of 3.0 or higher in the future. Naturally, Lin Yang had to purchase it. If he truly couldn't draw an epic weapon, he decided to use this antimatter energy source as a projectile. Continue with 10 consecutive. Legendary Phase Cannon. No, keep going with 10 consecutive. Legendary Pulse Cannon. Congratulations. Host, you are blessed with good fortune, and the evolution shop has once again produced an epic item. Chaotic Stipe Black Hole Torpedo. Upon detonation, it creates a small artificial black hole that exerts a continuous powerful gravitational force on objects within 5,000 kilometers, priced at 200 evolution points. That's the one. After the purchase, Lin Yang was left with only 500 evolution points. He couldn't help but feel grateful that this epic weapon arrived just in time. Boom! The sun and moon suddenly shook violently. It was the insectoid warship they were targeting that had breached its shield. Then it was struck by 2 Ghoul thermal nuclear missiles. In space, it exploded, illuminating the surrounding area. The energy wave hit and shook the sun and moon. Right shield at 70, left shield at 55. The insectoid warships and near-space ships have all locked onto us. N.I. Ziwin timely reported the battle situation. Notify Gus and General Hu to have the near-space ships fall back. We are about to use our trump card. Black Hole Torpedo. Looking at the newly added epic weapon in the arsenal, Huang Yueshi couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Yang, this weapon's sustained damage is no small matter. If there are enough objects around, it could consume everything, tearing apart the entire solar system. Don't worry, I have already thought of a way to handle the aftermath. Fire away. Suddenly, Gus received Lin Yang's order to retreat. The seasoned bounty hunter obeyed without hesitation. He immediately commanded his disciples and apprentices to evacuate at full speed to a distance of 10,000 kilometers. In contrast, Hu Liangchuan, a senior admiral commanding the Blue Planet Fleet, furrowed his brow. What is Lin Yang truly scheming? What game is this young man playing? Sir, shall we withdraw our short-range warships to 10,000 kilometers? Do as he says, withdraw? If Gus's bounty hunter corps has already pulled back, there is no reason for us to stand our ground. Over 100 short-range warships of the Blue Planet Fleet swiftly withdrew. At that very moment, the Ryu also reversed course at 500 Mach, accelerating rapidly backward. Before the insectoid mercenary corps could grasp what was unfolding, a guided ordnance 10 meters in length, blazed forth from the rear radiant with searing light. It hurtled toward the vicinity of the 4 insectoid frigates at 500 Mach, not aimed at any single vessel, but precisely targeted at the geometric center among all 4 massive frigates. Cyril aboard the Martian rebel flagship watched the scene unfold from afar. She mistakenly assumed Lin Yang's forces were fleeing and had launched a decoy or jamming projectile. She urgently transmitted a message to the insectoid mercenary corps. "Commander, it's a countermeasure flare. Don't let them escape. Huang Yueshi is aboard that fighter." Boom. The instant her transmission ended, a blinding conflagration erupted in the void, so intense it rendered observation windows unbearable to gaze upon. A colossal shockwave expanded at light speed, jolting every participating warship within a 10-kilometer radius. Yet in the next instant, the shockwave, having passed through the vessels, recoalesced with terrifying speed and slammed into them a second time in reverse. The shockwave contracted violently back toward the epicenter. The surrounding radiance likewise imploded inward, coalescing into a rapidly spinning vortex. It shrank toward the detonation point with dizzying velocity. "Run! Get at least 5,000 kilometers away," Lin Yang shouted urgently over the comms channel. They escaped, but the 4 insectoid coleopteran frigates were too close. There was no chance to flee. An artificial black hole coalesced. Its immense gravity tore a precipitous rift in space-time itself. All matter nearby, time and light included, was inexorably drawn inward. From Lin Yang's vantage, far beyond the micro-black hole's event horizon, the 4 insectoid frigates wobbled violently under its crushing gravitational pull. The frigates scrambled to reorient and flee. Only seconds elapsed, but inside those 4 vessels, half an hour had already passed. Their warp drives failed utterly, conventional pulse engines sputtered and died. Time dilated, warped, and fractured around them. Shattered debris from destroyed warships spiraled inward toward the singularity. Matter stretched and torn at the event horizon blazed with incandescent fury, emitting torrents of electromagnetic radiation. Because this luminous accretion and radiation occurred just outside the event horizon, they escaped the black hole's gravitational prison, visible even from 5,000 kilometers away. Within that 5,000-kilometer radius, all matter spun violently under tidal forces, forming a miniature cosmic phenomenon, a swirling galactic-scale maelstrom. Crocom, a 100-meter-long heavy fighter, collided with the black hole, erupting in blinding light as a pulse of electromagnetic annihilation blasted outward at light speed. When the blast wave struck nearby vessels, their cockpits rattled violently and filled with electromagnetic static. "Lin Yang, what have you done? That's a black hole." Watching the insectoid mercenaries' 4 frigates struggle desperately and fail to escape the black hole's inexorable pull, Admiral Hu Liangchuan of the Blue Planet Fleet broke into cold sweat. "Lin Yang, how do you possess a weapon capable of creating black holes?" Boom, crockum. No sooner had the words left his lips than one insectoid mercenary frigate snapped apart under gravitational shear, exploding violently. Flame and wreckage twisted into a spiraling vortex, circling ever faster toward the singularity's heart. "Captain, the micro-black hole's mass increased by 10%, then decreased by 7%. N.I. Ziwin monitored the radar intently, reporting in real time." Boom. Another frigate tore apart, plunging into the abyss. Black hole mass increased again by 10%, then decreased by 7%. At that moment, Gus's bounty hunter corps, the Martian rebels, the Blue Planet Federation fleet, and even the insectoid short-range pilots who had earlier launched from their frigates, all stood stunned. They witnessed with their own eyes a black hole birthed from nothingness, watched warship debris swept clean in an instant, saw it ignite into a blazing vortex before vanishing into oblivion, watched 4 Stadioff-Tart frigates systematically obliterated. "Lin Yang, answer me, what is happening? Do you intend to destroy the entire solar system?" Admiral Hu Liangchuan demanded, voice taut with urgency. Lin Yang replied calmly, "Don't worry, Admiral Hu. Your ship's scanners must have registered it. The black hole swelled after consuming the insectoid frigates, then contracted. That is because each frigate carried antimatter power cores. When antimatter leaked, it evaporated part of the black hole's mass." Precisely. All naturally occurring black holes consist of ordinary matter. Upon contact with antimatter, mutual annihilation occurs, evaporating the singularity. Yet clearly 4 insectoid frigates are insufficient. What are you suggesting? That I dismantle the antimatter reactors from 14 capital-class warships? Not necessary. You may instead command your fleet to fire antimatter missiles directly into the artificial black hole. That would suffice to neutralize it. This singularity remains nascent. If evaporated promptly, complete annihilation is achievable. You speak so lightly, Admiral, who sighed helplessly. Humanity's mastery of antimatter technology remains rudimentary. Only the Blue Planet Fleet's third-generation capital warships are equipped with antimatter reactors, and antimatter missiles remain prohibitively expensive still in experimental development. No antimatter missiles available. Then we have no choice. If we refuse to seek aid from the Stellar Alliance, we must extract antimatter cores from large warships. Without substantial antimatter filling this black hole is impossible. You, you possess both the genius to turn defeat into victory and the audacity to provoke catastrophe. This black hole threatens consequences far graver than the Martian megathrust earthquake. Admiral, who I had no alternative. Without this ultimate weapon, we could never have repelled the insectoid invasion of the solar system. Can your alien tech warship neutralize the black hole? No. Even if it could, Lin Yang had no intention of doing so. This legendary-grade antimatter core had taken tens of thousands of evolution points to acquire. He would not discard it lightly. As the old saying goes, better a friend perish than oneself. According to official Blue Planet Federation data, their fleet possessed sufficient antimatter capacity to neutralize the micro-black hole. He would not squander his hard-earned legendary-tier energy source. Scan for Martian rebel vessels. Locate Cyril's flagship. It's time to clean up. Lin Yang piloted the Ryu straight toward the Martian rebel fleet. Boom, boom. Two blinding flashes erupted in rapid succession. The final two insectoid mercenary frigates disintegrated under the black hole's tidal forces, transforming into radiant vortices spiraling toward the singularity. At that precise moment, Ni Ziwen detected an anomaly on radar. Captain, another insectoid mercenary frigate detected approaching at warp factor 5.0. Before she finished speaking, an insectoid frigate dropped out of warp 20,000 kilometers away. Meanwhile, all short-range craft, both insectoid and Martian rebel, deactivated their shields. Then, flash after flash, particle teleportation beams flickered across the battlefield, beaming away every insectoid pilot and Martian rebel crewman still aboard their vessels. The Ryu's Gulx-class missile had traveled only 2,000 kilometers. When the insectoid rescue frigate fled at warp 5.0, 82 interstellar mercenary vessels and 453 Martian rebel short-range warships were left behind, empty, silent, and abandoned. Gus, cease fire. Now. Move fast, secure those ships. Whoever tries to seize them first gets struck down. The Blue Star Fleet's close-range strike cruiser has no time to seize those warships. They have all been reassigned by Hu Liangchuan to serve as towing vessels. Although an artificial black hole cannot compare to a cosmic-level black hole, even the smallest one is still a terrifying phenomenon. The subsequent effects are immense provided there is enough matter nearby for it to consume. It can continue to grow. Ultimately, the entire solar system could be engulfed by it. Taking advantage of the fact that the artificial black hole is still quite small, we absolutely cannot allow it to grow unchecked. Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan, the commander of the Blue Star Federation fleet, naturally understands this principle in the face of the life-and-death crisis of solar system civilization. He disregarded the close-range warships that were meant to assimilate the Martian rebels. He immediately ordered 14 large warships to offload their antimatter energy and launch it into the artificial black hole. Without energy, regardless of whether it's a 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser, a 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer, or a 500-meter-long interstellar frigate, all lose their power source. The backup energy is only sufficient to maintain the life support systems within the ships. Without power, they can only be towed back to Blue Star by the close-range warships. As the artificial black hole emitted waves of dazzling light, 14 large antimatter energy sources fell into the black hole. After the antimatter leaked, annihilation occurred with the matter of the black hole. The volume of the black hole gradually decreased. Report General: the volume of the artificial black hole has shrunk by 98, falling below the gravitational stability threshold. It is expected to automatically disintegrate into a cloud of cosmic dust in one day and will no longer pose a threat to the solar system. The aide hurriedly reported the current situation of the artificial black hole. Phew, that was close. This Lin Yang really knows how to get me into trouble. General, what about the Martian rebels ship 453 and the 82 ships of the insectoid race? Should we just abandon them? Hu Liangchuan sat back in the command chair. Wearily waving his hand, he said that is what he deserves. Regardless, he made those insectoid mercenaries who illegally invaded the solar system suffer, and in the future those arrogant interstellar mercenaries will no longer look down on backward humans. But we lost 14 large antimatter sources. The Federal Council will definitely give you trouble. Ha ha ha, have I not encountered enough troubles in my lifetime? Don't worry, set a no-flee zone within 100 kilometers of the artificial black hole. We are heading back. At that moment, Lin Yang sent a communication call. General Husalier's life is quite resilient. She was teleported away by the interstellar mercenaries and won't die anytime soon. We will classify her as an rank fugitive of solar system civilization and offer a bounty throughout the Milky Way. Lin Yang, with over 500 warships in hand, you have truly struck gold this time. Lin Yang smiled slightly. Congratulations, General Hu. You know my heart is in the stars and sees unwilling to be delayed on a single planet. With the deaths of Martian lawmakers and officials, the political system is hollow, completely returning to the management of Blue Star. Compared to your acquisition of a habitable planet, the hundreds of warships I have acquired are truly insignificant. Good lad, are you implying that I have benefited while pretending to be virtuous? Ha, General Hu, regardless, we joined forces to defeat the high civilization insectoid mercenaries. You will certainly earn a first-class merit upon returning to Blue Star. Hu Liangchuan shook his head helplessly. I would be grateful if I am not imprisoned. What good is a first-class merit? Why? You, a miner's child, still do not understand the darkness within. I failed to assimilate the Martian rebels and lost 38 close-range ships and 14 large antimatter engines. What good can I expect upon returning? Lin Yang frowned deep in thought. Hu Liangchuan would certainly face punishment upon returning to Blue Star while the Martian political system was in disarray. Rather than allowing the Blue Star Federation to send a governing body to Mars, it would be better to have Hu Liangchuan govern Mars. The team dispatched by the Blue Star Federation would very likely target him or his bounty dock. On the other hand, Hu Liangchuan as a comrade-in-arms would not. In a sense, he eliminated the insectoid mercenary group, restoring Hu Liangquan's tarnished reputation. He could be considered Hu Liangquan's benefactor. If he could also spare Hu Liangchuan from prison, Mars would become like the asteroid belt, becoming his vassal force. With this thought, a hint of determination appeared in Lin Yang's eyes. General Hu, since that is the case, why not change the fleet's course to take over Mars? What? This would be a military coup. That's an exaggeration. Since the Blue Star Federation also has a corrupt side, why must we associate with them? Martians are also human compatriots and now urgently need capable leaders. I believe you are the most suitable. Are you afraid that the Blue Star Federation will disagree and send a fleet to encircle you? Or are you afraid that the Federation will exert pressure on your family or apprentices? It's not just that. I am also afraid of gaining the reputation of being disloyal. You are mistaken. Lin Yang stood up and dramatically waved his sleeve. You are wrong, General Hu. Where have I gone wrong? As a general of the Solar System Human Alliance, you should be loyal to all humanity in the solar system, not to a corrupt parliament. Just like General Yu Fei in ancient times, he should be loyal to the people of the world, not to the incompetent Zhao Guo. Hu Liangquan's body trembled, moved by Lin Yang's words. His brow furrowed as he fell into deep thought. Lin Yang continued to persuade. If the Blue Star Federation sends a governing body, they will surely follow the rotten old path. The facts prove that such an old path does not work in the asteroid belt and Mars, otherwise the current situation would not exist. Redirect the fleet to Mars, General Hu. You are right, but if I go to Mars, I might provoke Blue Star's wrath. Then let us extinguish it. For the sake of 3 billion Martian residents, some wrath is nothing. The over 500 warships I have assimilated will be restructured into a bounty fleet to assist you in resisting pressure from Blue Star. Hu Liangquan's attitude began to change. He could not help but nod. With your help, not to mention anything else, those 82 close-range ships of the insectoids would be enough to make Blue Star wary. The technology of the insectoids is more advanced than that of Blue Star humans, and the close-range ships are no exception. If the Blue Star Federation wants to assimilate Mars without any losses, they must take into account the warships of those insectoid civilizations. Lin Yang smiled and said, not just the insectoid warships, I will leverage the connections of the Sirius Tiger race to exert pressure on the Blue Star Federation, and moreover my trump card, the black hole torpedo, can launch the first one, and it can also launch the second one. In the decades around the 21st century, nuclear intimidation was quite effective on Blue Star. Now Lin Yang's black hole torpedo intimidation has a similar effect as the nuclear intimidation of that time. Upon hearing this, Hu Liangchuan instantly gained confidence. Do you really have a second black hole torpedo? I have a third one. Good. Lin Yang, I stake my entire reputation and the lives of my family and apprentices accompanying you down this path to the end. Let's give the 3 billion residents of Mars a bright future. Lin Yang smiled satisfactorily. Well done, General Hu. I truly did not misjudge you, but you may be exaggerating. Your family and apprentices will not be in any danger, I assure you. Then Lin Yang sent a communication to General Liu, the captain of the Sirius Tiger-class interstellar cruiser, asking him to apply some pressure on the Blue Star Federation to avoid giving General Hu Liangchuan any trouble. He also sent a message to the Star Alliance ambassador to inform them of the relationship between Huang Yueshi and the Origin Church. Thus, the Star Alliance also exerted pressure on the Blue Star Federation. Under Lin Yang's influence as the behind-the-scenes orchestrator, Mars underwent a significant political overhaul. Vice Admiral Hu Liangchuan was jointly promoted to Admiral by the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation and appointed as the highest commander of Mars. This highest commander understood. Everything before him was inseparable from Lin Yang's meticulous planning. Given Mars' current combat strength, they truly could not do without Lin Yang's support. Captain the Star Alliance Ambassador Yun Ban has sent a message asking us to come to the Mars Space Fleet Command Center to participate in a strategic seminar regarding the Origin Church. Tell the Star Alliance Ambassador that we will wait until the artificial black hole completely disintegrates before departing. While watching the black hole disintegrate is a pretense. Lin Yang is truly waiting for the Sun and Moon to evolve from a medium-sized warship into a heavy warship. At that time, we will return to Mars aboard the legendary Trident-class heavy fighter. After receiving the joint appointment from the Star Alliance and the Blue Star Federation, General Hu Liangchuan couldn't help but nod in praise. What a remarkable Lin Yang. His actions are more astonishing than the last managing to compel the Star Alliance and Blue Star to compromise with just a few words. The adjutant remarked, "The black hole weapon is too terrifying, even if there's a 99.9 chance there isn't a second one. Blue Star can't afford to take that risk." Indeed, if it detonates near Blue Star, the consequences are unimaginable. Notify the battleships to change course to Mars, and the Blue Star's third fleet shall officially be renamed the Mars Main Fleet. General, the Blue Star Federation will send interstellar passenger ships within 24 hours to transport our families to Mars. Wonderful. With no worries behind us, inform Lin Yang that the attitude of the Mars government and the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization will be the same. They are willing to coexist with him. Upon receiving General Hu Liangquan's message, Lin Yang reclined in the pilot's chair and blissfully closed his eyes. Inform Gus to lead the fleet back and also notify the Asteroid Belt Miners Organization to send 580 miners to take over the 535 vacant battleships. A moment later, Ni Ziwin reported the progress. Gus and the others have returned to Mars with the fleet. The Asteroid Belt Miners pilots will arrive in 20 days. Good, let's take a break. We'll set off again in 24 hours. This battle involved 5 factions. With 19 large interstellar battleships and over 1,000 small near-space fighter jets, it was the largest-scale space war in decades within the solar system. The Martian rebels lost 184 out of their 637 battleships, leaving 453 as Lin Yang's spoils. All of the insectoid's large escort ships were destroyed. 18 out of 100 near-space fighter jets were destroyed, with the remaining 82 also belonging to Lin Yang. Gus Bounty Hunter Group lost 28 out of their 120 battleships. The Blue Star fleet lost 42 out of 200 near-space fighter jets. This battle was a small victory for Mars and Blue Star. For Lin Yang, it was a resounding success. Not only did he capture 535 battleships, but his evolution points also rose to 5000. However, he wasn't in a rush to spend his evolution points in the evolution shop. He planned to wait until the Sun and Moon ship evolved into a heavy fighter before checking for new growth tasks. During the following time, Mo Ban took a bottle of liquor to the observation window to drink away his sorrows, while Karuja returned to the room to tinker with his new steel claws. Ni Ziwin reopened the genetic optimization experiments in the medical room, preparing to find more substantial evidence to prove the dangers of artificially interfering with genes. Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi began playing chess in the cockpit, slowly waiting for time to pass. In space, there was no concept of sunrise or sunset. The rotation times of the Blue Star, Mars, and 4 asteroids in the asteroid belt were also different. Yet human battleships all coincidentally set their daily rhythms according to their home planet's rotation. That is, 24 hours on Blue Star comprised 1 day. On the Sun and Moon ship, 3 individuals did not require rest, including Captain Lin Yang, who did not take shifts. With the continuous supply of life energy from the Sun and Moon ship, he could remain awake indefinitely. The first officer, Huang Yueshi, could draw energy from the heart of the galaxy. He could also go without sleep for days or even weeks. The engineer and chief mechanic Mo Ban was a green carbon being, a special concept somewhere between animal and plant. As long as he had light and water, he could go for years without rest. During peacetime, the security officer Karuja and Dr. Ni Ziwin took turns resting. Lin Yang and the other 3 would also rest and sleep. In times of war, the 5 would not have separate rest schedules. After this battle ended, it was rare for the Sun and Moon ship to have such leisure. The 5 took turns resting for 7 or 8 hours. While Lin Yang was in dreamland, outside came Mo Ban's astonished shout. Heavens, it's a miracle. Boom! The Sun and Moon ship began to shake. Lin Yang opened his eyes. Looking at the system, he saw that the evolution of the Sun and Moon ship had completed, transitioning from a 50-meter medium-sized fighter to an 80-meter heavy fighter. The 20-meter wide hull had expanded to 30 meters, while the height increased from 12 meters to 20 meters. The cabin had changed from 3 layers to 4. Not only was there an additional layer of cabin, but the height of each cabin also increased from 3 meters to 5 meters. The new cockpit was larger. It would be inappropriate to still call it a cockpit. It should be referred to as the bridge. Its area reached 50 square meters with a massive observation window at the front. In front of the large screen, there were 2 operation stations for the main pilot and the co-pilot. They also managed the duties of the helmsman and gunner. On either side of the bridge, there was an auxiliary screen measuring 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. On the left was the monitoring station for the ship's engine energy shields, firepower, and life support systems overseen by Karuja. To the right was the radar and communication control station, still belonging to Ni Xiwen's work position, located in the middle of the bridge. A new 3-dimensional projection command platform had also been added for space battles or precise scans projecting the images in 3D. The command platform was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, allowing Lin Yang and the others to gain a more detailed understanding of the real-time situation of their targets. Additionally, the lounges and conference rooms on the bridge also increased significantly in size. The number of energy cannons and rocket launch pads remained unchanged, but the layout became more aggressive. Moreover, the newly added ship space included an energy room. After the evolution was complete, it would possess 3 sets of energy sources: antimatter energy dedicated to warp and conventional propulsion, and controllable thermonuclear fusion energy dedicated to firepower and shields. The Chilean X conventional energy would supply the operational systems of the battleship. With the clear division of energy duties, the performance of the Sun and Moon ship would be significantly enhanced. This phenomenon, akin to altering reality, left the well-informed Mo Ban utterly astonished. After working in the Star Alliance for hundreds of years and spending 500 years on Mars, it was his first time personally experiencing such a phenomenon. It seems I am truly fortunate. I gambled my life and won a future. This is a Trident-class heavy fighter equipped with 3 independent energy systems. According to the Library of the Origin Church, this is the latest battleship being developed by the Blue Star Federation, which hasn't yet gone into mass production. Lin Yang actually managed to acquire it. Huang Yueshi couldn't help but exclaim, unable to hide her surprise. Where's the captain? Why hasn't he come out to witness this miraculous moment? Let him sleep for a bit. The evolution of the Sun and Moon ship is all thanks to him. First was him, then was the Sun and Moon ship. Mo Ban, Karuja, and Ni Xiwen all felt astonished. They hurriedly asked, Yueshi, how come you never mentioned this before? Did the captain tell you? No, but I just know. Congratulations. You have successfully evolved the skeleton of the Sun and Moon ship to the heavy fighter level, completing growth task update 7 heavy fighter evolution points, 200 current evolution points, 700. Growth task update 8 high quality advancement, evolve 3 sets of epic level component modules for the Sun and Moon ship, evolution points, 300 epic level modules. That's hard to obtain. Lin Yang calculated in his mind. So far he had encountered epic-level items 4 times in the evolution shop. The Yin-Yang Fish Y-type mirror generator, the Jiaoshin Y-type time reverser, the Chaos X-type black hole torpedo, and the Qiongqi X medium antimatter energy. Each item is an epic existence in human civilization. Naturally, Lin Yang desired them, but they were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Moreover, there were more epic-level weapons. The modules were even harder to acquire. This task seemed to require only 3 items, and he already had 1. But the other 2 items were harder to obtain than evolving all ship modules to legendary level. Let's take it slow. I'll try a temple first. Legendary Bixia X-type isolation room comes with a force field cage that can isolate bacteria, viruses, radiation, sound waves, toxic gases, and other harmful components to the human body, priced at 300 evolution points. Buy it will definitely be useful later. Let's go for another temple. Another legendary Xiangui shield. No, let's do a temple. Temple. After several rounds of 10 pulls, he still didn't get what he wanted. Lin Yang then stopped using the remaining evolution points on the Qiongqi X medium antimatter energy and the Bixia X-type isolation room's evolution. Have you all rested well? We've rested long ago. Let's head back. We're going to Mars for the Star Alliance meeting. Now, Karuja asked in confusion, but the mini black hole is still disintegrating. It will take 4 more hours to completely turn to dust. Tiger, you were too honest. Did you really think I was watching the black hole evaporate for free? The evolution of the Sun and Moon ship is complete. Who cares about whether the black hole disintegrates or not? Let's head back to Mars. The Mars Orbital Space Station. General Hu Liangchuan, having been promoted, has led the fleet to take control of Mars. Although the 14 large battleships have lost their antimatter energy. After loading a slightly lower version of the thermonuclear fusion energy in the Mars space dock, it does not affect normal navigation except for the slight decrease in power. All other functions are more advanced than the original escort ships of the Mars fleet, with a 3-kilometer-long interstellar cruiser and a 1-kilometer-long planetary destroyer stationed. The combat strength is significantly stronger than that of the earlier Mars fleet. The order in Martian society quickly returned to normal, and surface restoration projects were immediately launched. The new Mars fleet began normal patrols. General Hu Liangchuan is grateful for Lin Yang's arrangements, which spared him from imprisonment and allowed him to command Mars. Therefore, he immediately issued orders. The bounty dock does not need to pay taxes to the Martian government. The Martian government is obligated to maintain the public order of the bounty dock. Lin Yang's core team can purchase any items from the official Martian store, all at the government's expense. This is even more generous than the 1/10 discount Lin Yang requested from the former Chancellor Paters. It is equivalent to signaling to Lin Yang that Mars is yours. Take what you want, use what you need, as long as you are willing. The position of Chancellor is also yours. The entire Mars is your backup reserve base. General Hu Liangquan's ability to achieve this indicates his broad vision and far-sighted perspective. Understanding that all of this is inseparable from Lin Yang, a legendary bounty hunter named Gus shares the same vision. After bringing back 535 captured battleships to the Mars orbit, they were directly handed over to the bounty dock. In the space battle, the bounty hunting group lost 28 battleships and 48 bounty hunters. Lin Yang decided to grant a compensation of 1 million star coins to the families of each fallen member. These individuals were not his subordinates, yet they sacrificed their lives for him. Lin Yang would never treat them unjustly. Distributing generous compensation can win him a good reputation, ensuring that more people would be willing to serve him in future wars. However, upon learning that Lin Yang would distribute compensation, Gus immediately withdrew 48 million star coins from his own account. In Lin Yang's name, he sent it to the families of the fallen bounty hunters. This Gus, no wonder he became a legendary bounty hunter. Too generous, I must not treat him poorly either. On the way back to Mars, Lin Yang sent a communication to Gus inviting him to serve as an advisor for the bounty dock, not just the Mars bounty dock, but for Mars and the asteroid belt, a total of 5 bounty docks. As the chief advisor, he would assist Galois in operating the bounty market. Gus chuckled with glee, stroking his grizzled beard. Mr. Lin, thank you for your trust. The old man refuses to grow old. I can't stand the retirement life of drinking tea and playing chess at home. My whole body aches. I've been looking forward to having work to do, and I finally got it. Rest assured, the business of the bounty dock will only get better. The 4 bounty docks in the asteroid belt and the Mars bounty dock continued to operate normally without any delays in business due to the change of government. After Lin Yang's adjustments, work efficiency significantly improved. The total manager Galois has already sent the weekly report from the 4 docks in the asteroid belt. A total of 892 bounty tasks were listed. 376 tasks were issued. 208 tasks were successfully settled. 145 tasks are currently in progress and 23 tasks failed. The total commission and penalty collected amounted to 1.35 million star coins. After deducting the expenses to maintain market operations and worker salaries, the net profit for the week reached 1 million star coins. Galois detailed every star coin spent in the weekly report, demonstrating his loyalty. There's no room for disloyalty. To show his loyalty, Galois insisted on installing a mini high-compression bomb at the base of his neck. Now he fears that Lin Yang might doubt his loyalty. A remote detonation could tear him apart. In truth, Lin Yang trusts those he employs. If he doubts someone, he will not use them. If he had doubts about Galois, he would not have promoted him to the total manager of the bounty dock. In recent days, Lin Yang and his team have dominated the trending topics on the human network of the solar system. In various cities on the surface, at space stations, docks, markets, factories, shops, bars, wherever people gather, there are discussions about their news. The Blue Star Federation is wary of Lin Yang's black hole torpedoes, especially during this conference led by the Star Alliance ambassador. They only dispatched 1 passenger ship carrying the Blue Star representative using the interstellar portal to come to Mars for the meeting. The Star Alliance places great importance on the Origin Church. They sent 15 representatives to Mars. Upon arriving on Mars, they found that Lin Yang and the others had not yet returned. The Star Alliance ambassador dispatched a warp ship to the asteroid belt to bring back the minor organization leader Shuttle to attend the Mars meeting, together totaling 17 representatives. They waited for Lin Yang's return. Several hours later, an 80-meter-long Trident heavy fighter entered the radar range of the Mars fleet. The soldier monitoring the radar was brought by Hu Liangchuan, and he appeared quite puzzled looking at the radar interface. Isn't this the concept heavy fighter from the airshow 2 years ago? When did it officially enter service? The nearby soldier hurriedly said, could it be that the Blue Star Federation is launching a surprise attack on Mars orbit with their latest battleship? Quick, contact them. Mars Space Defense Station calling the Trident heavy fighter. Please identify yourself and state your intentions. Otherwise, it will be regarded as an act of invasion. Mars Defense Station. This is the Sun and Moon. I am Captain Lin Yang returning to Mars for the Star Alliance conference. Oh, Lin, General Lin. Aren't you flying the medium sword class fighter? How did it become a heavy fighter? I have many trump cards. We fought side by side, you should know that. Oh, right. This must be advanced technology from an alien civilization. The new Martian fleet welcomes your return along with the 4 commanders. The news of Lin Yang returning on the latest heavy battleship quickly spread. Hu Liangchuan couldn't help but exclaim the universe is vast, and the technology of advanced civilizations is truly unfathomable. The Blue Star representative broke out in a cold sweat realizing that their own cutting-edge battleship still under development had not yet been mass-produced. Yet it was being casually piloted by Lin Yang. A sense of helplessness surged within. They thought to themselves that Lin Yang, shrouded in the mystery of advanced civilizations, really could do as he pleased. When the people on Mars and in the orbital space learned this news, another wave of discussions erupted speculating on what advanced civilization Lin Yang was associated with. The evolved Sun and Moon docked at the Mars space dock. Install 4 rooms in the upper cabin, a weapons manufacturing room, a medical laboratory, a restaurant, and a recreational room with the best facilities. Originally, Lin Yang wanted to purchase these rooms in the Evolution Mall. However, he couldn't find the legendary level ones. The ordinary ones were no different from those in the dock. Purchasing them with evolution points and evolving them later is not as good as directly getting them for free at the dock, as the products and technology at the Mars space dock are far superior to those in the asteroid belt. After installing the 4 rooms, Kalugia can manufacture weapons and Ni-Ziwin can conduct biological experiments. They will also have dedicated rooms for meals and entertainment. Interstellar travel will become much more comfortable. Also fill the energy module and the highest version of missiles, and stock the lower cargo hold with the fleet's rations, adding more meat and wine. After making these arrangements, Lin Yang and his 5 companions went to the Space Fleet Command Center to attend the meeting. The 17 representatives had been waiting for some time. Among them were the Star Alliance Ambassador Yunban of the Three-Eyed Race, the Sirius Representative Major General Luda of the Tiger People, Blue Star Representative Major General Lu Yuanhua, Martian General Hu Liangchuan, and the leader of the minor organization Shurtsong from the asteroid belt. Surprisingly, there was even an insectoid from the Pegasus constellation with oxygen-rich wings. Interstellar mercenaries. Ambassador Yunban, why does our meeting also have a mercenary group participating? The three-eyed insectoid smiled as he explained. Although most of the insect family are interstellar mercenaries, some have joined the Galactic Alliance. This is General Ka Ji, the representative of the 70 clan of the insect people in the Alliance. Is this name based on his sound? Did he come specifically to resolve the issue of our clan's mercenaries invading the solar system? Pretty much rest assured, he is different from the mercenaries you have in mind who lack principles. Mr. Linwright, it is an honor to meet you. I heard you destroyed the escort ship of the abandoned Oath sect. I truly wish to fight alongside you. The insectoid wore an oxygen enhancement device near its forelimbs. This is due to the fact that insectoids require a higher oxygen content than mammals. Once they leave their home planet or warships, they cannot do without the oxygen enhancement device. This was Lin Yang's first close encounter with insectoids. He was quite shocked. The tall insectoid, over a meter in height, emitted a strange biological odor that sent shivers down one's spine. There will be opportunities, General Kakaji, please. Pleased. General Lin, you have made new friends again. The minor leader Shurtsong joyfully ran over. He approached with a limp due to his congenital deformity. Lin Yang hurried over to support his arm. Old Shur, how have you been recently? Everything is good, General, Shurtsong whispered. I have privately discussed with General Hu Liangchuan from Mars, and we will share technological achievements. In this meeting, we both unconditionally support your decisions. That's great. How is the dismantling of the heavy fighter ship of Sirius that you were tasked with bringing back? We are currently imitating the development of high-power shields and ion explosive cannons. The dock is expected to produce the first generation of samples next month. Good job. After the meeting, you can take one of the insectoid heavy fighter ships back to the asteroid belt to let the dock dismantle and replicate it. Yes, General. Lin Yang had captured 82 insectoid near-space battleships this time. The technology of near-space battleships from the asteroid belt and Mars could advance towards Level 2. Level 2 stellar civilization development. Perhaps in a short time, it could surpass the technology of the Blue Star. General Hu Liangchuan also hurried over to meet Lin Yang. Throughout the entire meeting, Lin Yang became the focal point. Technically, at the level of the Alliance, someone like Lin Yang, a civilian rogue, should not qualify to attend. However, when it involves the Origin Church, Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi found themselves seated at the main position of the venue. The ambassador of the Alliance, Yunban, sat beside them. Miss Huang, you claim to be the saintess of the Origin Church. Besides your own narrative, do you have any other indirect evidence? Evidently, the alliance was very cautious. They did not fully trust Huang Yuex's identity. Huang Yueshi shook her head. She did not present the heart of the galaxy. She said calmly, there is no indirect evidence. If the alliance finds the credibility insufficient, they can choose not to believe. There is no need to go through such trouble for me. If the invasion of the solar system by interstellar mercenaries is not enough to prove UX's connection to the Origin Church, then this meeting can be entirely skipped. The ambassador of the Alliance Yunban said, Mr. Lin, we are not doubting you and Miss Huang, but we have to be cautious regarding matters of the Origin Church. The representative of Sirius Major General Liu Da also provided an explanation. That organization is extremely ancient, even tracing back to the primordial era of the universe's formation. Although it was severely weakened during the Great Purge 200 years ago, its mysterious power should not be underestimated. Once they established contact with the origin god of the five-dimensional space, they could quickly turn the tide. General Ka Jiya of the Insectoids shook his head helplessly. Although the Insectoid Mercenary Group takes all commissions, we absolutely refuse to accept that organization. They are more malicious than the Black Forest Hunting Society, the Boron Civilization, the Mechanical Civilization, and the Parasitic Civilization. They wish to bring the universe back to its origins and are enemies of all civilizations. Let's talk about how you plan to treat Yueshi, Lin Yang said. The ambassador of the alliance immediately expressed his stance. We will not allow the Origin Church to abduct Miss Huang. Kill her? Absolutely not. Mr. Lin is overthinking. If Miss Huang is indeed the saintess painstakingly cultivated by the Origin Church, it would also be a tremendous asset for the alliance. There are many god-level powers in the five-dimensional space, and the Origin God is just one of them. If Miss Huang can connect with the Origin God, she can also connect with other god-level powers. So you mean to let my Yueshi change from the saintess of the Origin Church to the saintess of the Alliance? The Alliance is open and free and will respect Miss Huang's intentions. If she does not wish to establish contact with the five-dimensional space, the Alliance will never force her. Lin Yang nodded. This is the difference between civilization and barbarism. At least you have made this promise. He then looked at Yueshi, indicating that she could lower some of her psychological defenses. Huang Yueshi nodded in understanding. She said, I was born on a cold planet shrouded in mist revolving around a red dwarf star. The planet takes 23 hours, 21 minutes, and 20 seconds to complete one rotation. The ambassador of the Alliance Yunban immediately instructed the representatives beside him. Quickly check the star charts, examine them carefully. If the target is not found, then check the three-dimensional gravitational map of the Milky Way. There are approximately 400 billion stars in the Milky Way, with over 70 being red dwarfs. They are small and dim. This makes red dwarfs more difficult to scan finely. However, having a direction is better than having none. If we can find the stronghold of the Origin Church, we can take it down in one fell swoop. This would significantly reduce a major threat to the civilization of the Milky Way. Yueshi continued, I grew up in an ancient palace where the library held a wealth of information, including the genetic engineering of new humans in the solar system, the future time access of Betelgeuse, the parallel universe exploration of Vega, and the quantum micro-civilization construction of Aquila. She looked at the astonished expressions of the representatives at the conference table. Huang Yueshi added a word lightly. Wait. All right, Miss Huang, no need to say more. This is the most compelling evidence proving that you are the saintess painstakingly cultivated by the Origin Church. The ambassador Yunban quickly waved his hand, fearing that Huang Yueshi would reveal more explosive information. It's important to note that the matters she mentioned earlier are all secret projects carried out by various civilizations behind the back of the Alliance. If it were to be brought to light, it would make it very difficult for the ambassador of the Alliance. Reporting it to the Alliance Supervisory Council for punishment would mean that 15 out of 17 representative civilizations would be penalized. If it provoked a certain race to withdraw from the Alliance, it would equate to undermining the Black Forest Hunting Society. To say no punishment would be too irresponsible for her as an ambassador of the Alliance to pretend she didn't hear. Ahem. The ambassador Yunban awkwardly cleared his throat. The Alliance will do its best to assist you and will not allow the Origin Church to succeed. Do you have any intelligence about the Origin Church to share, Miss Huang? No. Huang Yueshi shook her head and said, the library holds most of the data on all civilizations in the Milky Way, but very little about the Church. I know as much as you do. They only taught me how to perform telepathy and brainwash loyalty to the Origin God, but did not disclose other matters. I can understand. In that case, please refrain from discussing the secret projects of various civilizations in the Alliance, as that is detrimental to the unity of the Alliance. Hearing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the Alliance appears united on the surface, but its cohesion is as weak as loose sand. Ambassador Yunban, we can refrain from discussion, but I have 5 demands. Please go ahead. First, I hope that during future interstellar travels the Alliance will provide unconditional protection and assistance to my group. Second, the Martian government that originally concealed the engineer MO ban has already been overthrown and the Alliance's technological blockade on Mars should be lifted. Third, the Tiger people of Sirius should re-examine their traditions. The duel between father and son to the death should be abolished. Fourth, humanity should cease the genetic engineering of new humans. Artificially interfering with genes is tantamount to self-destruction of the future of humanity. Fifth, the Alliance should streamline its bureaucratic structure to improve efficiency and eliminate archaic regulations. As for how to do it, MO Ban will send you the proposal. The ambassador of the Alliance frowned, exclaiming, "That's absurd, Mr. Lin. Except for the first two that can be negotiated, the latter three are absolutely non-negotiable." The Galactic Star Alliance has 4 regional leaders located in each of the 4 major spiral arms. 500 years ago, the leader of the Orion arm of the Star Alliance was the Sirius Tiger people civilization. Although the current leader has changed to the Canis Majoris Three-Eyed Clan civilization, the strength of the Tiger people, a level 2. 6 stellar civilization, should not be underestimated. The Star Alliance will neither interfere with the internal politics of the Tiger people nor dare to do so, especially considering the ancient tradition that the Tiger people have upheld for 20,000 years. As for the genetic optimization project of humanity in the solar system, the Star Alliance is also unwilling to intervene, as one of the promises made when inviting various civilizations to join the Star Alliance was to not interfere in their internal affairs. As long as the development of each civilization does not violate the overarching principles, the Star Alliance will not obstruct their progress. If they agreed to Lin Yang's request this time and stopped the genetic optimization of the technologically backward humans, it would mean blocking various secret projects being carried out quietly by other civilizations. Moreover, it would lose credibility when inviting new civilizations to join the Star Alliance in the future. As for the last point, it would amount to altering a system that the Star Alliance has maintained for millions of years. A mere ambassador has no authority to decide. Not only did the Star Alliance ambassador shake his head, but many representatives present in the conference room also immediately opposed it. Major General Ruda of the Sirius civilization's Tiger people stood up abruptly. He slammed his palm on the table. "Karugia, you, a coward who has been expelled, have no right to offend the tradition of the Tiger people that has lasted for 20,000 years. How dare you let your captain make such an absurd request? It's simply foolish." Karugia also stood up abruptly. "I do not shy away from a duel with my father out of cowardice, but out of a reluctance to trample on familial bonds. What I truly challenge is the decaying tradition that no one dares touch. If the Elder Council of the Tiger people does not dare to confront this directly, it is an act of cowardice." Major General Ruda was momentarily at a loss for words, and he could not help but recall the scene from 80 years ago when he struck down his father. He also remembered the moment 15 years ago when he bit through his son's spine. Familial bonds. What a foreign concept it was in the Sirius civilization. The Tiger people are terrifyingly strong both in terms of their technological prowess and individual capabilities. In the civilizations of mammalian species within the Milky Way, they are among the top tier. Yet precisely because of the customs that have been passed down for 20,000 years, the Tiger people have never managed to grow stronger with a population smaller than that of humanity in the solar system. This is solely due to the tradition of father-son duels, where only one male tiger can exist in a family, directly limiting the potential for future generations to branch out. Moreover, one of the father-son duels must end in the death of one party. Many far-sighted and broad-minded tiger people wish to abolish this tradition. However, no one dares to stand up directly, for once they rebel against tradition, they must evade the father-son duel, and they would be branded as cowards, thus tarnishing their honor. Karugia has achieved this. My captain Lin Yang once said that not fearing death is merely the bravery of a fool, and that not fearing slander and accusations and daring to challenge authority and decay is the mark of a true warrior. General Ruda, please convey these words to my father and the Elder Council. I must abolish the decaying traditions of Sirius." Major General Ruda, who had fought throughout his life, was moved by Karugia's words. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he had feared being labeled a coward by his kin, which led him to kill his beloved father in the duel. He feared being mocked by his peers for being soft-hearted, and thus he had personally brought about the death of his beloved son. How terribly weak he was. Prince Karugia, your captain Lin Yang is right. Simply not fearing death is no different from being a fool. Not fearing rumors and the tarnishing of reputation and objectively viewing honor is what truly qualifies one to possess honor. I will convey your words, but how the Tiger Emperor and the Elder Council handle it is beyond my control. At that moment, Major General Ruda stood by Karugia's side, becoming the first supporter of Karugia in managing the Sirius civilization. With the matters concerning the Sirius Tiger people resolved, the opposition from Major General Liu Yuanhua, representing Blue Star, still persisted. Humanity has been part of the Star Alliance for 500 years, and yet its technology has stagnated, being suppressed by advanced civilizations from all sides. If we do not initiate the New Humanity Project, we will forever lag behind other civilizations and will inevitably perish at the hands of the Black Forest Hunters. Major General Hu Liangchuan from Mars immediately retorted. General Liu, as far as I know, the New Humanity Project was officially initiated 10 years ago. However, even earlier, Blue Star and Mars had quietly engaged in genetic editing for the New Humanity. Just look at what your so-called New Humanity has done. Solier is the first generation of New Humanity. Solier is a New Humanity. Lin Yang felt quite surprised. Hu Liangchuan nodded and said, I also just reviewed the data from the Martian government. Solier is not only the first generation of New Humanity, but also the product of the Martian fleet pouring massive resources into editing a perfect gene that immunizes against all human ailments, has physical capabilities far surpassing ordinary individuals, ages slowly, and has a long lifespan, though his moral compass leaves much to be desired. In order to avenge the former supreme commander of the Martian fleet, Alif Solier poisoned members of the Martian parliament, as well as officials from various departments. In the end, he led the Martian rebels to ally with the insectoid mercenaries. Everyone present knew of Solier's actions. Lin Yang said lightly, it seems that extreme perfection is a kind of flaw. This time the Martian rebellion led by Solier was executed flawlessly, yet it resulted in the loss of moral integrity. The representative from the asteroid belt miners, Shuttle, said, the future of human civilization lies not in how quickly it can evolve, but in purification. And Ziwen added, exactly. Rather than drinking poison to quench thirst by initiating the New Humanity Project, it is better to purify the political system. Currently, both Mars and the asteroid belt have been purified under the leadership of Captain Lin Yang, and I hope Blue Star will join in promptly. The development of the Blue Star Federation is not for you few to dictate. Blue Star is not as fragile as Mars and the asteroid belt. As it seemed that the few people were about to quarrel, the ambassador of the Star Alliance immediately intervened. Let us not argue. Mr. Lin, if your 5 demands cannot be fulfilled, will you turn to the Origin Church? You think too much. If you agree, that's best. If not, well, strive for it ourselves. The ambassador nodded. As long as you do not turn to the Origin Church, everything is negotiable. Although I cannot represent the Star Alliance to agree to your 5 demands, I can express the 3 principles of the Star Alliance. What are the 3 principles? First, the Star Alliance will provide protection and assistance to you as much as possible based on actual circumstances. Second, the technological sanctions against the Martian government can be lifted, but the Star Alliance will send a supervisory council to Mars. Third, since your team is of a private nature and does not represent all of human civilization, the Star Alliance has no authority to prevent you from interfering in the internal affairs of other civilizations. If you engage in war with any member of the Star Alliance will not provide you with any assistance. Lin Yang smiled slightly. And you want to assist any civilization in encircling me, correct? The ambassador nodded slightly. The Star Alliance will only intervene in conflicts between civilizations. This statement was conclusive. It was almost as if they were saying, whether you wish to challenge the traditions of Sirius or abolish the New Humanity Project in the solar system, do as you please. The Star Alliance will turn a blind eye. If you have the ability, leading the Orion arm is not a problem as long as you do not turn to the Origin Church. The Star Alliance will always protect you. Understood. I truly admire the 3 principles of the Star Alliance and promise everyone present that we will never ally with the Origin Church. The purpose of this meeting organized by the Star Alliance is twofold. First, to confirm the authenticity of Huang Yuex's identity as the Holy Maiden of the original Point Church. Second, to ascertain the attitudes of Lin Yang and his companions. After receiving satisfactory answers, the Star Alliance ambassador Yun Ban concluded the meeting, leaving behind a supervisory committee of 30 members. The purpose was said to be monitoring the new Martian regime to prevent incidents similar to the concealment of the Mo clan from occurring again, but in reality, they wanted to further investigate Lin Yang. This minor, more mysterious than the Holy Maiden of the original Point Church, was something Lin Yang could see through yet chose not to reveal. Anyway, he was about to leave Mars, so he let the Star Alliance conduct their investigations as they pleased. As long as he protected himself, that was enough. After the meeting, Shuttle followed Lin Yang's arrangements and drove away a heavy fighter ship of the insectoid race. General Hu Liangchuan immediately ordered the production of advanced models of warships based on the insectoid technology, with research results to be shared with the asteroid belt. After exiting the meeting room, the insectoid named Kaka caught up with Lin Yang. Mr. Lin, I must express my disappointment that you did not propose an attack on the insectoid defector faction during the meeting. Lin Yang smiled and replied, your insectoid branches are too numerous. Just the Chowchi 70 clan alone is divided into several factions. I do not wish to wade into murky waters. Well, I won't force you. This tracker utilizes the unique sensing technology of the insect class and can lock onto any insectoid defector warship within a light year, hoping it can assist you in pursuing your enemies. The tracker is a palm-sized circular device that resembles a Dragon Ball radar. Oh, you're giving this to me. Of course, I hope you can eliminate a few more of the defector faction. Alright, I'll do my best. After receiving the tracker, Lin Yang and his companions returned to the space dock. The 4 new rooms on the Sun and Moon were already furnished. All the supporting equipment and tools were the most advanced on Mars. Robots were busy transporting high-level food supplies to the lower cargo hold. Is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, once the robots finish unloading, we can set sail for Blue Star. Kaluja raised his hand and said, yes, the equipment in the weapons manufacturing room is very complete, but I need to purchase some materials at the space station. And Ziwang added, I also need to buy some medicines and experimental materials. Mo Ban set him short on alcohol. Oh, I want to buy more. What about you, Yueshi? Do you need to buy anything? Huang Yueshi had always had very few requests. She shook her head and smiled, I don't need anything. Then come with me to the bounty pier, and we'll set off once those 3 have finished their shopping. Kaluja and the others went on a buying spree at the Mars space station. All the shops did not accept money, whether official or private. They simply took the shopping list to the fleet for reimbursement. Niz Wang and Mo Ban's shopping lists were not long, and they completed their tasks in 3 hours. However, Kaluja took 8 hours to gather materials for manufacturing close combat weapons. Checking the time, Lin Yang decided to rest for one night in Mars orbit. He planned to use the portal to head to Blue Star at 7 a.m. the next morning. That night, no one was on duty. The 5 of them returned to their rooms to rest. Normally, they should have slept peacefully given that the Mars space station had the Martian fleet patrolling. Yet Kaluja and Niz Wang found it hard to sleep, feeling somewhat groggy all night. Mo Ban, a green carbon life form with high resistance to fatigue, felt nothing unusual. Huang Yueshi, wearing the heart of the galaxy, was also sleeping reasonably well. Lin Yang, receiving life energy from the Sun and Moon at every moment, found little difference between sleeping and not. The 3 special individuals joked about Kaluja and Niz Wang not being accustomed to peaceful days. They seemed to need the chaos of war to fall asleep. Early the next morning, General Hu Lianchuan led the fleet's high-ranking members to bid farewell. General Lin, once you arrive at Blue Star, manage the new human project if you can. If not, just continue your interstellar journey. Do not be overly persistent. Blue Star is not like Mars. The waters run deeper. Thank you for the reminder. Why have I become the General of Mars again? Oh, you are being too modest. If Miner Shirt Song can call you General, why can't I? Haha, of course you can. After 500 miners arrive on Mars, General, who will still need to train them. Rest assured, now the Mars and asteroid belt miners are on the same front. Amidst the orderly send-off from the Martian fleet and the bounty fleet, Lin Yang piloted the Sun and Moon slowly towards the interstellar portal leading to Blue Star. Without using the portal, an ordinary near-space warship would need half a month's travel time to reach Blue Star, while using the portal would only take a few seconds. The Sun and Moon had a warp engine that could travel at 10 times the speed of light, but Lin Yang wanted to experience the interstellar portal, especially since there was no toll. There were reception personnel waiting on the other side. Why not enjoy it? The Mars orbit was bustling with people at various space stations, all watching the Sun and Moon depart from Mars. 15 large interstellar warships and nearly 1,000 near-space vessels formed a giant formation in the air above Mars. The span was even longer than the diameter of Mars, receiving Lin Yang's inspection. What a spectacular scene. It's even more impressive than the reception I received when I came to Mars to transform the ecology. As soon as Mo Ban finished speaking, the Sun and Moon warship entered the interstellar portal. Whoosh sing. The entire warship emitted a humming sound. Outside the observation window, a colorful tunnel appeared, rapidly spinning and pulling the Sun and Moon in. In the next second, the swirling colors vanished, and the Sun and Moon flew out from the interstellar portal. A highly developed blue planet came into view. Blue Star, the mother planet of human civilization, underwent extensive development after entering the interstellar era. A massive star ring was constructed in the central orbit with a width of 3 kilometers and an average thickness of about 1 kilometer. The length of the ring is several times that of the planet's equator. The star ring serves not only as Blue Star's comprehensive space station, but also as an important defensive structure with a planetary-level energy cannon every few hundred meters. On this star ring, there are hundreds of trading stations, dozens of transport ports, 10 space docks, and 3 bounty piers. There are countless other factories and space farms. If the asteroid belt is a remote area, Mars can at most be considered a town. Blue Star is truly a metropolis with 9 interstellar portals, 2 leading to the Star Alliance, 1 going back and forth to the southern gate of the Centaurus constellation. one leading to the mother planet of the Sirius civilization, the Snowfield star, while the other 7 are for intersystem travel, including Mercury, Venus, Mars, Titan, Europa, Uranus, and Neptune. Upon entering the Level 2 stellar civilization, the energy of the mother planet is no longer sufficient to support the evolution of the race. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are all large gas giants. The hydrogen contained within them is the primary raw material for high-compression energy modules. The space fleet relies on the mining of these planets. Mercury and Venus, being closer to the Sun, serve as outposts for the Dyson Sphere project. In the coming thousands of years, the Sun will be the primary energy source needed for the development of human civilization. Seeing the prosperous blue star, Lin Yang finally understood Lin Yang's advice before departure. The scale of Blue Star is indeed enormous, not something an individual or a small team can shake. The various factions involved are complex and intertwined. The waters are not only deep, but murky. As soon as they exited the interstellar portal, a diplomatic warship welcomed them. The Blue Star Federation welcomes all members of the Sun and Moon. Mr. Lin, please follow the diplomatic ship to dock in Zone A of the Star Ring. The Deputy Commander of the Blue Star Fleet and the Secretary General of the Federation have been waiting for a long time. Ding. You have safely arrived at Blue Star, completing main storyline task 12 Blue Planet Evolution Points 7000. Main storyline task updated 13 The division between old humans and new humans. Find compelling evidence against the new human project that is detrimental to civilization, leading the Blue Star Federation to abandon this genetic engineering evolution points 1000. System, you need not issue a main quest unless truly appropriate. Asking me to persuade the Blue Planet Federation to abandon the New Humanity project is rather overestimating my influence. Lin Yang couldn't help but grumble. This system has conducted hundreds of millions of simulations within 1 second, analyzing macro-level trends. In 99 of outcomes, you inevitably intervene in the New Humanity project. Hence, this task was formulated. And so now it's my fault. Yet there remains a 1 probability I'll simply walk away. I, Lin Yang, am perfectly capable of retracing my steps, playing both sides, or even reneging on commitments, just never at the cost of my life. Host, having journeyed alongside you thus far, this system firmly believes you possess profound benevolence and will surely overcome adversity. And spare the flattery. Keep the next mission simple. Lin Yang, don't zone out. Look over there, the legendary Chilean fleet. In Huang Yuechi tapped his shoulder, pointing toward a formation of warships 30 kilometers beyond the observation viewport. Approximately 100 vessels. And in the smallest were 30-meter light interceptors, the largest 120-meter heavy bombers. The Chilean fleet is no deep space armada, and in it conducts only near-system combat operations, representing the absolute apex of Sol system civilization's near-orbital military might. Elite among elites of the Blue Planet fleet. And in the first legendary module installed aboard the Ryu was the Chilean X compact energy adapter. At that moment, the Chilean fleet arrayed itself 30 kilometers away, not so much as a gesture of reverence for the Ryu nor a welcome for Lin Yang and his crew, but rather as a show of force, a silent warning against any misstep. Lin Yang almost laughed. And they do look formidable, likely capable of holding their own against insectoid mercenary fleets in near-orbital engagements. Such intimidation meant nothing to him. And soon the Ryu docked at Star Ring Alpha's berth. And an official welcoming party already waited outside. Though officially designated as Interstellar Rangers, they were received with the full ceremonial protocol reserved for heads of state. And Secretary General Picard, Vice Commander Meng Qingzhou of the Space Fleet, and Ambassador Cheng Li stood at the forefront. 3 high-ranking officials led the honor guard. And yet, this time Lin Yang's 5-member crew would not disembark in full, as they had done repeatedly at the asteroid belt and Mars. Back then, they'd left the Ryu unattended at the docks while all 5 went ashore, after successfully securing both the asteroid belt and Mars. Now, however, things were different. And in the Blue Planet Federation projected fervent welcome, but harbored deep-seated hostility beneath. And in caution is the compass that guides one safely across millennia. Should all 5 depart, the Ryu could be seized by the Blue Planet fleet, leaving them utterly powerless to protest. And an MO band declared, "You go ahead. I'll stay aboard and guard the Ryu. Won't you step off and explore?" 5 centuries have passed. The Blue Planet has indeed advanced rapidly. Yet in my eyes, it remains a backward world unworthy of sightseeing. Just bring me some wine when you return, preferably medicinal wine. I hear humans steep venomous insects in theirs for extra potency. MO Band strolled into the cockpit, clutching a bottle of strong liquor, deactivated the light shielding field, and let solar radiation bathe him fully. Instantly his hue deepened, lush green, and delicate leaves unfurled across his scalp. And in Lin Yang and the other 3 eagerly anticipated exploring Star Ring at leisure. Instead, they were escorted by Secretary General Picard, and other senior officials to the banquet hall of the Interstellar Manor for yet another round of high-level receptions and negotiation sessions. They also toured the Museum of Human Development and visited a veterans' convalescent home. And Lin Yang felt less like an interstellar ranger and more like the High Counselor of Mars paying a formal state visit. It was profoundly awkward, and only after a grueling day did they finally conclude their obligations at 5:30 p.m. And then came another grand evening banquet. This time Fleet Supreme Commander Johnson himself attended, accompanied by 5 young officers, 2 men and 3 women. From facial features to physique, each was flawless, utterly without flaw. And in one glance was enough to hold the eye, yet prolonged observation brought unease. Lin Yang found himself unsettled, not for any particular reason, but simply because their perfection felt unnatural, uncanny. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce General Charles, the Chilean fleet's commanding officer. And a faint air of haughty pride flickered across the man's face. Golden hair cascaded down his back, his complexion was porcelain pale, his eyes sapphire blue, and even his uniform exuded aristocratic elegance. He possessed every reason to be proud. At barely 20 years old, he commanded a legendary fleet and held the rank of general, a feat many spend lifetimes striving to attain. This is Colonel Elia, chief strategist of the Chilean fleet, and in Major Bella, exceptional interceptor pilot, and in Colonel Dalis, an expert in astrophysics and human biology, and Bralette, the pinnacle of human martial prowess. And in greetings, it is our great honor to meet you all. And in Lin Yang shook hands with each in turn. Their eyes seemed permanently affixed to their foreheads, radiating contempt from their very bones. And it didn't even deign to acknowledge the Secretary General or Supreme Commander. Marshal Johnson, if I'm not mistaken, these 5 prodigies are new humans. And in Lin Yang mused inwardly. And in such arrogance, regarding others as if they were lesser creatures. Ha. Having heard your remarks on the New Humanity Project at the Stellar Alliance Conference, we specifically arranged this introduction. And in so, they like Serial of Mars were born before the New Humanity Project commenced. Indeed, they predated the project. And in precisely because of their success, the Federation resolved to proceed with full confidence. Mr. Lin, can you name a single flaw in them? None appear evident. I'd truly like to spend more time with them. Perhaps they'll shift my perspective. And in how long do you intend to remain on the blue planet? A few days, or perhaps several years. As humanity's cradle world, I trust you won't object to my extended stay. And we welcome you wholeheartedly. Please be our guest. Please. And in glasses clinked, laughter filled the air. And in the Blue Planet Federation made no mention whatsoever of Mars or the asteroid belt. They touched only briefly upon the New Humanity Project. No disputes arose. And in the smoother their demeanor, the deeper their guile. After the banquet concluded, Lin Yang's quartet declined the Federation's offer of lodging at the Interstellar Grand Hotel, and instead returned to rest aboard the Ryu. Yet none slept well that night. And in by dawn, Ni Ziwen bore dark circles beneath her eyes, Kaluja's fur had grown brittle and split at the tips. Huang Yueqi too felt inexplicably fatigued. Lin Yang said, I informed Secretary General Picard last night. We're skipping today's meetings. We're going shopping. Everyone gather your strength. We must seek out old humanity dissenters opposed to the New Humanity Project and speak with them. Mo Ban remained aboard the Ryu once again. And as Lin Yang's group opened the outer airlock, they found the haughty General Charles awaiting them, with the other 4 New Humanity officers at his side. Mr. Lin, we 5 have been assigned to accompany you throughout your Star Ring tour, overseeing your accommodations, meals, and transportation. And in Captain, outwardly they're an assistant delegation, but in truth they're a surveillance team. Ni Ziwen whispered the warning. Lin Yang merely smiled. And no matter. Kaluja and I will keep them occupied. Yueqi, you 2 go find our targets. Yet Huang Yueqi and Ni Ziwen combed every Star Ring dock throughout the day, finding no useful leads. And in each time they broached the topic of New Humanity, while shopping locals shook their heads vigorously. That night's sleep proved even worse. And upon waking the next morning they felt as though they hadn't slept in 3 days, minds clouded, thoughts sluggish. All except Lin Yang, who remained lucid. And in this time, even Huang Yueqi and Mo Ban appeared drowsy. And Ni Ziwen asked, Captain, shall we continue searching today? And I believe anyone permitted aboard Star Ring is either wealthy or powerful. To locate old humanity opponents of the New Humanity Project, we must descend to the surface slums. Let's pause the search. None of us are functioning at full capacity. Our nerves have been taut since leaving the asteroid belt, perpetually braced for battle or en route to it. Rest is non-negotiable. Today you all rest. General Charles and his team await outside once more. And these new humans are remarkably persistent. Tell them we're taking a break. And if they insist on accompanying us, they may pitch 5 tents right beside the Ryu. Ni Ziwen conveyed the message to General Charles. and true to form they erected 5 tents immediately outside the reef, settling in for an indefinite vigil. They rested in place for 3 days. Except for Lin Yang, the other 4 were more fatigued. This fatigue was not caused by high-intensity labor. Rather, it was due to their brains not receiving adequate rest. As a doctor, Ni Ziwen had prepared several types of sleeping medications. However, after taking them, the group showed no response. In the end, after increasing the dosage, which could make an elephant fall asleep instantly, the 4 finally managed to close their eyes. Yet they slept for 2 consecutive days. When they woke up, each felt even more drowsy. Ni Ziwen was so tired that she could barely open her eyes, yet she still couldn't fall asleep. Kalugia began to grow restless, hinting at a transformation into a frenzied tiger emperor. Mo Ban yawned repeatedly, but could not enter a deep self-defense sleep mode. Huang Yueshi held on to the heart of the galaxy. After a flash of white light, she barely regained some energy. Lin Yang, something is wrong. Everyone is getting more fatigued the more they sleep. If this continues, we'll lose our compatibility. When something abnormal occurs, there must be a demon at play. Investigate. In Ni Ziwen's medical room, there were various diagnostic instruments. However, after a thorough examination, no abnormalities were found. Captain, is it possible that the Blue Star Federation has tampered with us? Ni Ziwen questioned. That shouldn't be the case. I remember that the day before we came to Blue Star, you and Kalugia had sleep issues. Right, that happened after the Star Alliance conference concluded. After the conference? Wait, could it be that? Lin Yang's heart stirred. He immediately took out the insectoid battle cruiser tracking device, gifted by the insectoid Kakajiya. However, the scan results showed nothing unusual apart from a pile of electronic components. Ni Ziwen said, it seems the cause of the illness lies within us. Perhaps the precision of the medical room's scanning device is insufficient. Suddenly, thud. As soon as she finished speaking, Kalugia collapsed. He fell into a deep sleep. He can finally sleep. Lin Yang felt a surge of joy. Ni Ziwen lifted Kalugia's eyelid to check, and then shook her head with worry. His pupils are rapidly twitching. Kalugia seems to be asleep, but his brain will continue to grow more fatigued. If this goes on, he will eventually succumb to exhaustion. This is a bit hard to understand. Thud. Mo Ban also collapsed onto the floor. The wine bottle in his hand fell and spilled everywhere. Captain, we must find a more precise scanner immediately. Ni Ziwen yawned and replied, the medical room scanner is only accurate to the molecular level, so it can't detect brain abnormalities. I'm also about to reach my limit. The medical room's equipment was purchased from the space dock on Mars. It was not exactly advanced. Ni Ziwen injected herself with a dose of adrenaline, barely managing to stay upright. Lin Yang understood. Although this time there were no energy cannons or missile bombardments, the situation of the sun and moon was even more perilous. He immediately moved Kalugia and Mo Ban to the sickbed. He asked Huang Yueshi to look after the unsteady Ni Ziwen while he opened the evolution shop. He pulled 10 consecutive draws 10 times, consuming 5000 evolution points. Only one new epic weapon appeared, the time-slowing device. When detonated, it would slow time within a radius of 10,000 kilometers by 99.9, priced at 2000 evolution points. If purchased, the evolution points would be emptied again. Lin Yang thought for a moment. He immediately opened the hatch and went to Charles' tent. Mr. Lin, where are we going today? We 5 will accompany you. Major General Charles, the medical scanner on my battleship is a lower version from Mars, and I want to upgrade the medical facilities. I wonder if there's a purchasing privilege for the new version of the scanner here on Blue Star. Even if there is, it wouldn't restrict Mr. Lin, nor would it require you to pay. He'll arrange for someone to bring a proton-level scanner right away. That's quite embarrassing. How much is it? He'll pay. No need at all, just tell me why you suddenly want to upgrade the medical scanner. Lin Yang thought to himself, well, this isn't free. They want to probe into things. So it turns out the collective insomnia isn't even related to you guys. My crew has been under mental stress recently and has experienced some insomnia. The molecular level scanner can't find the cause. Insomnia. Charles couldn't help but laugh. The physiological functions of old humans have so many flaws. It's absurd to be troubled by insomnia. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I'm not saying you have flaws, but all old humans in the solar system do. I think having flaws is actually a good thing. Being perfect like those produced en masse on an assembly line renders their souls identical and meaningless. All right, Mr. Lin, I want to engage in meaningless debates with you. The new instrument will arrive shortly. Dulcie, standing nearby, shook her head and smiled. Ni Ziwen is an exceptional biogeneticist, but the brain structure of old humans ultimately limits their thinking. If I faced insomnia symptoms, I would never rely on machines. Oh no, we new humans have no worries about insomnia. Lin Yang felt somewhat speechless. He thought, this is enough. Do they not feel awkward blowing their own horns like this? Am I proud of my life energy being 140? 5 minutes later, a new medical scanner arrived at the docking station. The robot unloaded it and recycled the old scanner. Charles smiled and asked, Mr. Lin, may I allow the 5 of us to board your ship and assist in treating your insomnia issues? The other 4 couldn't help but want to laugh. It was quite incredible that a popular team in the solar system was troubled by insomnia. All right, then you can come in and lend a hand. Lin Yang did not lower his guard out of momentary panic. Rather, once they entered the sun and moon, the real danger lay with Charles and the 5 new humans. Every move they made, every word they spoke, and even a single glance could not escape the monitoring system of the sun and moon's crew. Inside the warship, Lin Yang and the sun and moon were in a state of shared consciousness. They could monitor each other at any time and could easily confine them to isolation cells. Once the 5 entered the sun and moon, they were quite curious. From the outside, the sun and moon appears to be the latest type of Trident heavy fighter jet, not yet commissioned by the Blue Star Federation, but the internal layout is quite different. I really wonder where this battleship came from. Mr. Lin, does the sun and moon use antimatter energy? Did General Hu Liangchuan send you the antimatter energy? Lin Yang glanced at them indifferently. Are you here to help, or are you here to investigate? General Hu Liangquan's 14 large warships have all filled their antimatter energy into black holes. You didn't know that. Seeing Lin Yang a bit angry, they stopped asking further questions. We are here to help. Let's begin the examination. After the new instrument powered on, it scanned Kalugia's brain for just over 10 seconds before identifying the anomaly. Ni Ziwin exclaimed excitedly, we found an isolated proton that moves back and forth between Kalugia's hypothalamus, pineal gland, brainstem, and hippocampus, constantly gathering energy from the surroundings and then releasing it directionally, stimulating these important areas responsible for sleep. Protons, like neutrons, are a type of particle that makes up atomic nuclei. They usually exist within the nucleus, which is in turn within the atom. Multiple atoms combine to form a molecule. No wonder the old scanner could not detect the cause of insomnia. The isolated proton had detached from the atomic nucleus. It did not belong to any atom, nor was it part of the molecules that constitute the brain. Where does the energy come from to keep it operating at high speed? Is it absorbing Kalugia's life energy? It should be. I don't know where this isolated proton came from, but I estimate that once extracted, Kalugia's insomnia will be resolved. How do we extract it? Ni Ziwin shook her head. I'm afraid even the most advanced hospitals in the Blue Star Federation can't do that. Charles looked somewhat embarrassed. The technological development of the Blue Star Federation is slow, hindered by old humans. Otherwise, even a proton, let alone a quark, could be extracted individually. Lin Yang frowned slightly, not paying him any mind. He said to Ni Ziwin, continue scanning. The results showed that Mo Ban also had a troublesome proton in his brain. Ni Ziwin had 1, Huang Yueshi had 1, and even Lin Yang had 1. However, Lin Yang's brain automatically repaired itself after being attacked by the proton. Huang Yueshi could also rely on the heart of the galaxy to quickly repair her brain, albeit at a slower pace. This was also the reason why the two were not heavily affected. The 5 new humans, Charles and his companions, looked at Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi in astonishment. Aren't you 2 new humans? How do you have such incredible recovery abilities? Precisely because we were not genetically optimized humans raised in incubators, our regenerative capacity is extraordinarily potent. Do you understand? Lin Yang replied coldly. The 5 newcomers grew even more bewildered. They glanced at one another, all shaking their heads in confusion. Ni Ziwin had already pinpointed the root cause. Yet the perpetrator remained unknown, and no cure existed. Worry furrowed her brow into deep, unrelenting lines. The proton traverses the brain at such extreme velocity that it evades detection. To extract it, we must first decelerate it, then remove it along with a microscopic fragment of cerebral tissue. Huang Yueshi said, I can absorb energy, but targeting a single proton with surgical precision is beyond me. Broadening the absorption radius would inflict irreversible damage upon the brain. Lin Yang shook his head sharply. No, neither method is viable. There must be another way. At that moment, Huang Yueshi suddenly clutched her head. Her legs buckled as she began to collapse. Lin Yang caught her instantly. Yueshi, what's wrong? Her eyes remained shut, her brow knotted in pain, her face ashen. After a moment, she opened her eyes. It's the Origin Church. What? This proton is an instrument of the Origin Church. Huang Yueshi nodded weakly. The isolated proton embedded within our brains was unfolded into 2 dimensions by the Origin Church, its surface etched with exquisitely precise circuitry via the strong nuclear force, then folded back into 3 dimensions at quantum scale, becoming an artificial intelligence no larger than a single proton. Just now it communicated with me directly. It demanded I return to the Origin Church, or subject us all to unceasing torment. That sounds eerily familiar. Surely this is Professor Liu's smart proton. Never imagined such technology truly existed among the stars. Alert the fleet commander and the Secretary General immediately. At the mention of the Origin Church, Charles immediately moved to report upward. I wouldn't advise that. Lin Yang snapped, his gaze sharpening, cold, lethal intent radiating from him like a physical wave. From the instant you boarded this vessel, your every movement, word, and decision ceased to be your own. Lin Yang, what do you intend to do? This is Blue Planet. Wrong. It is my Ryu-class cruiser. Since you concealed intelligence regarding the Origin Church, we have no choice but to detain you. Charles instinctively reached for his side, only to recall he'd been disarmed upon boarding. With no weapon, he relied solely on his superior physical conditioning. He launched a lightning-fast punch straight toward Lin Yang's face, blisteringly swift, devastatingly powerful. Yet to Lin Yang it moved with agonizing slowness. Its force felt feeble, insubstantial, utterly insignificant beside the might of a serious wolfman. Thud! Lin Yang didn't even flinch. Sidestepping, he delivered a brutal roundhouse kick to Charles's chest, launching him backward over 2 meters, slamming him hard against the medical bay wall. The moment he hit the floor, Huang Yueshi struck him with her phase pistol set to stun. Nearby Borat, renowned as humanity's preeminent martial artist, saw his commanding officer fall and lunged forward in a single explosive leap. Lin Yang dropped low, evading the charge, and seized Borat's uniform jacket. Using momentum, he executed a violent full-body whirl, hurling Borat headlong into the wall. Boom! The entire Ryu class shuddered violently. Pew 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 pew. Huang Yueshi fired 4 consecutive phase beams, stunning all 4 adversaries. She refrained from escalation, knowing full well this was not yet a point of irreparable rupture with Blue Planet. She'd preset her phase pistol to non-lethal stun mode, and deliberately withheld activation of the Galaxy Heart Amplifier. In under 3 seconds, all 5 newcomers lay unconscious. Lin Yang dragged them into the Bien X-class isolation chamber. Activating the field shield, transformed it into an impregnable cell. Returning to the medical bay, he found Ni Ziwen near collapse. She'd just injected herself with another dose of adrenaline. Huang Yueshi said, "The smart proton revealed they infiltrated our neural pathways after entering the Ryu class aboard the tracking device gifted by the insectoid people." So it was the insectoids, Kakajia? Clearly he fears the Origin Church will annihilate the entire Coleopteran Sevenid clan. That so-called enmity with the Oathless faction. Pure fiction. They've almost certainly reconciled. We cannot extract the smart proton. If we defy the Origin Church, Karuja's sister Ziwen and Mobin will die. Ni Ziwen responded at once. Humans were never a long-lived species to begin with, Yueshi. I've long since surrendered my life to fate. Do not concern yourself with me. Under no circumstances must you return to the Origin Church. Lin Yang paused, then broke into a wry smile. Enough noble declarations. Enough righteousness and decorum. I, Lin Yang, have never claimed to be just. Let's go. Surrender to the Origin Church. What a... Lin Yang, you captain. There's nothing astonishing here. Lin Yang cut them off with a dismissive wave. Yueshi, the smart proton communicates only with you. Tell it we yield, and demand it allow Karuja and the others to rest peacefully, for now. The smart proton instructed us to rendezvous with the insectoid escort vessel at a coordinate 1 light hour away, then board it for transit to the oxygen-rich planet for handover. I see. Lin Yang glanced at Huang Yueshi just once, and in that glance she understood his true intention. The Ryu class lacked the technology to extract the smart proton, but the insectoid escort vessel did. Ni Ziwen started to object. Huang Yueshi gently tugged her sleeve. Sister Ziwen, trust the captain. Let's resolve the immediate crisis first. Ni Ziwen nodded, comprehension dawning. She murmured softly, very well. The human alliance is consumed by endless civil war, hardly worth saving. Nor do we bear any obligation to save it. Moments later, Karuja and Mobin began snoring deeply. Ni Ziwen retreated to her quarters to sleep. 1 light hour equals 30,000 kilometers multiplied by 3,600 seconds. 10.8 billion kilometers. At warp factor 2.0, arrival would take 6 minutes. But Lin Yang insisted on cruising at 500 Mach. His purpose? To grant Karuja and the others ample time to rest. Yueshi, send a message to the insectoid escort we're exhausted. We'll awaken in 10 hours, and then engage warp 2.0 to reach the coordinates. After transmitting the message, Huang Yueshi quickly drifted into slumber. Lin Yang smoothed her disheveled hair and raised the bridge temperature by 1 degree. The Ryu class slowly departed Starring Dock. The Blue Planet Federation immediately hailed them. Mr. Lin Yang, are you departing Blue Planet? Why was no prior notice given? We hold free citizen status. Our destination requires no formal reporting to Blue Planet. Where are Major General Charles and the 4 other new human officers? They're aboard the vessel, taking in the wider cosmos. I find their condescending airs before old humanity intolerable. It's time they witnessed what true advanced intelligence looks like. Were they volunteering? Why was no accompanying personnel request filed with the Federation? Clearly, they were not volunteering. Then you've abducted them. They entered the Ryu class of their own volition. Do you realize they are Blue Planet Federation's most vital assets? I am fully aware, but exigent circumstances compel me to depart with them. Please accept my apologies. Halt your vessel immediately, or face encirclement by the Blue Planet Fleet. Let us test that claim, whether the Blue Planet Fleet or my black hole torpedoes prove more formidable. As Lin Yang spoke, he exchanged a subtle glance with Huang Yueshi. She opened the missile interface and discovered indeed a new epic-tier weapon installed. But it was not a black hole torpedo, it was a temporal dilator. Instantly grasping Lin Yang's ruse, to intimidate, not destroy, she loaded the epic-tier temporal dilator onto the launch rail. She locked targeting onto Blue Planet Starring and initiated launch sequence. Alarms shrieked across the Blue Planet Fleet Defense Command. Marshal, critical alert. The Ryu class has triggered an energy surge. Its magnitude threatens Blue Planet's rotational stability. The epicenter lies at the missile launch rail. It could be a black hole torpedo. Evacuate them immediately and make it a grand farewell. Farewell, farewell, a warm farewell. Lin Yang felt a wave of black lines. Listening to the disorganized slogans coming from the communicator, he felt utterly speechless. Hastily, he departed Blue Star at a speed of 500 Mach. In the blink of an eye, 10 hours passed. Huang Yueshi woke up from the co-pilot seat. Turning her head, she saw Lin Yang piloting the sun and moon as it sailed through space. Are you tired? Awake? Did you sleep well? Huang Yueshi nodded, her face involuntarily flushing. With you by my side, I sleep soundly. The two couldn't help but gaze deeply into each other's eyes. The atmosphere became subtle. Huang Yueshi closed her eyes. Blushing, she slightly raised her head. Lin Yang smirked, unable to contain himself. Suddenly, the bridge door opened. Kurugio walked in, grumbling. What's going on? Captain, are you defecting to the Origin Church? Huang Yueshi hurriedly turned her face away. Sitting in the co-pilot seat, she lowered her head, suppressing laughter. Lin Yang's fists clenched, creaking. His eyes glinted with killing intent. Kurugio, you fool, still so oblivious. The sapling won't grow straight without pruning. Ew, I must teach you a lesson. Oh, did I say something wrong? I was just asking you. Okay, I surrender. Kurugio felt the murderous aura emanating from Lin Yang. Instantly, he cowered. Forget it, even though I don't understand why you want to defect to the Origin Church. I've said before, I'll follow your lead without regrets. I also said it earlier, following the captain down the road to the end. Mo Ban smiled as he walked over with Ni Ziwang at the back. They had all rested well, fully revitalized. All right, everyone prepare. In a few minutes, we will board the insectoid's escort ship. With a glance from Lin Yang, the crew members began to move. Without needing to be told directly, everyone knew what to do. Phase guns, high-explosive energy grenades, personal shields, individual battle radars. In less than a minute, they were fully armed. Ziwang, you'll pilot the sun and moon to support us while we board the insectoid's escort ship. Ni Ziwang nodded. Okay, keep the communication open at all times. The sun and moon entered warp speed 2.0. In the blink of an eye, it exited warp several billion kilometers away. A 600-meter-long escort ship appeared in the vast emptiness of space. The interstellar mercenary Chitinous 7 clan's long-range strategic ship. Upon disabling stealth mode, it immediately emitted a series of light signals. Mr. Lin, please pilot the sun and moon to follow the signal and dock with the escort ship. General, you eat people without spitting out bones, and now you want my sun and moon too. You misunderstood. It's the church that wants to investigate this warship. We dare not refuse. Alas, the Chitinous 7 clan is in a difficult position. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive us. I hate it when people tell me to be magnanimous without knowing what I've experienced. I almost suffocated in my sleep. Can you understand? Of course the intelligence I put into the tracker was really an accident. Just a friendly reminder, the oxygen content inside the insectoid escort ship is 5 higher than yours. Please be cautious of oxygen intoxication. Don't say that you're quite considerate. See you soon. After the communication closed, Ni Ziwang took the main pilot seat. She slowly piloted the sun and moon to dock with the insectoid escort ship's outer hatch. With her hand on the weapon control screen ready to provide fire support at any moment, Lin Yang and the others, fully armed, left the bridge. They arrived at the isolation room door in the middle chamber. Charles and the 5 new humans had already awakened. Upon seeing Lin Yang and the others arrive, they were furious, pounding on the force field shield at the door. Let us out. Lin Yang, you human traitor. Where is this? Where did the recent warp flight bring us? What exactly do you want? Lin Yang quietly looked at them. After they had shouted enough, he smiled and asked, Are you hungry? What do you mean? I'm asking if you're hungry. A mere 10 hours, the endurance of new humans is several times greater than that of your old humans. We're not hungry or tired at all. Well, now we are beside the insectoid escort ship. Once the sun and moon docks, we will become captives taken back to the oxygen-rich planet by the insectoids and then handed over to the Origin Church. The blonde Charles looked somewhat puzzled. Is it necessary to be armed to the teeth for becoming captives? Lin Yang had a circle of high-explosive grenades wrapped around his waist. On his back, he carried a case-type titanium alloy sword. In his hands, he held 2 large phase guns. Huang Yueshi also had a dozen high-explosive grenades tied around her waist. In her hands, she held 2 phase guns. Karugia was clad in high-tech armor, his arms equipped with 6 large retractable steel claws. From a human perspective, a length of 1 meter could be called a steel knife. He slung 2 ammo belts across his body, all packed with armor-piercing high-explosive energy rounds. Additionally, he had over 30 high-explosive grenades wrapped around his waist. In his hands, he held a nearly tundra-long large explosive gun comparable in size to the ship-mounted cannon of a light fighter. He also had 2 assault phase guns hanging from his legs. The last 1mo ban was even more exaggerated. He wielded 6 phase guns with his 6 hands. Standing 2 meters tall, he was surrounded by a circle of high-explosive grenades, nearly 300 in total. Apart from the phase guns, which were the official standard of solar system civilization, the rest of the various weapons and ammunition were all crafted by Karugia. All 4 of them were equipped with high-powered personal shields. To say they were going to become captives would be unbelievable. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Have you figured it out? Without needing to say it out loud, Major General Charles, you have always boasted about how excellent the new humans are. Today, I'm giving you 5 a chance to prove yourselves. If you don't know what to do, or if you are afraid to act, then the new humans are worthless. Also, this is your little trick. You haven't disappointed me. Charles lifted his proud head and said coldly, "All right, we'll accompany you." The force field shield of the isolation room immediately opened. Karugia tossed them 5 personal shields and 10 phase guns, along with 5 belts filled with high-explosive grenades. The 5 of Charles quickly donned their gear. Turning back to the 4, he said, "Let them witness the power of new humans." Ilea Beladelis and Brat nodded coldly, looking disdainfully at Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi. "Lead the way." The 9 of them arrived at the hatch of the sun and moon. After waiting for a minute, the shields of both the escort ship and the sun and moon were lowered simultaneously. The hatches aligned. With a hiss as the gas valves opened, the 2 hatches achieved air interchange. The opponent's air is fine with oxygen content 5 higher than ours, Inai Zhuang promptly reported through the ship's communication. A click, the hatch slowly opened. Lin Yang and the 9 immediately raised their weapons. This battle was an operation to board the ship. It was different from the previous space station battles. Destroying enemy ships was enough in space stations. Boarding operations were about seizing control of the warship from the inside. "Mr. Lin, it's been hard on you. I've prepared luxurious suites for everyone, ensuring a smooth journey." The insectoid inside the escort ship, General Kaku, had not finished speaking when Lin Yang shot him through the head. As soon as the hatch opened, dozens of phase gun beams appeared from the sun and moon. At the same time, 7 or 8 high-explosive grenades were thrown into the insectoid's escort ship. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yang and the 9 rushed in amidst the series of explosions, launching a massacre against the unsuspecting insectoids. The insect people never expected Lin Yang to take such action. They thought they held the initiative, but suddenly the tables turned. After charging into the escort ship, Lin Yang waved his hand and immediately charged toward the bridge. The insect people hurriedly counterattacked. However, with the commander killed, they became a headless swarm. Groups of 3 to 5 began fighting independently. Lin Yang leapt forward, covering more than 10 meters. The phase gun hit its target every time. Huang Yuexi's phase gun possessed power comparable to the ship's cannon. The originally directional high-energy phase beam was enhanced by her several times. In her hands, 2 phase guns equated to 2 phase cannons. Following closely behind Lin Yang, they provided powerful fire support. Karugia, unsatisfied after eliminating several insect people with the large explosive gun, was ready for more. He slung the explosive gun behind him, spreading his arms wide like steel claws. He charged into the insect crowd, starting a massacre as if chopping vegetables. Mo Ban spun around while advancing. 6 phase guns in his hands fired continuously, resembling a whirlwind. Occasionally, grenades flew out. Nearby insect people fell one after another. This scene shocked Charles and the other 5 new humans. How can they be so strong? Karugia and Mo Ban are understandable, but Lin Yang and Huang Yueshi are just old humans. Don't fall behind, kill. The 5 quickly followed Lin Yang's lead. They charged toward the bridge. In the blink of an eye, they had killed hundreds of insect people, while there were over 2,000 serving in the escort ship. After the initial chaos, the first officer immediately took over the captain's position, commanding the insect people to counterattack. All soldiers in the cabins go to the lower decks for support, block their advance, and surround them from all sides. Except for Huang Yueshi, all were shot dead. Soon the insect people surged in, this time equipped with individual shields and weapons. The progress of the 9 slowed down. Lin Yang quickly made tactical adjustments. Karugia come back with the explosive cannon, work with Yueshi to clear the way in front, and Charles and the other 5 will handle the aftermath. Ban and I will cover from the front and back. Karugia's individual shield was already stained with the green blood of the insect people. Returning to the group, he removed the explosive gun and opened fire ahead. Each energy projectile was comparable to a light ship-mounted cannon. Huang Yuex's enhanced phase cannon was equally astonishing. The insect people's individual shields could withstand small energy gun attacks. However, they were utterly incapable of resisting the firepower of a ship-mounted cannon. Coupled with the high explosive grenades occasionally thrown into the swarm, a path was quickly blasted open. Lin Yang led the others forward. Charles and his group covered the rear, while Ban provided support. The 9 worked together seamlessly. Within 2 minutes they reached the second deck. They still had more than half the distance to the bridge to cover. The number of insect soldiers was increasing. No, we can't delay. Karugia transform quickly. Huh. Captain, after activating the Tiger Emperor's violent bloodline, I won't be able to control myself. Don't worry. With Yueshi here, transform and charge ahead. Alright. I've been itching to explode. Karugia immediately removed the individual shield. At that moment, the insect people threw high explosive energy grenades. Karugia spread his arms to shield the group. Boom. A thunderous sound. Karugia was blown backward, armor torn apart, covered in wounds. His tiger fur ignited in flames. In the next second, a layer of golden arcs appeared on his body. A furious roar. Karugia stood up. His form began to swell, wounds healing rapidly. He burst through his armor, and his fur turned to dazzling pure gold. When more phase guns hit him, they only produced a puff of white smoke, causing no actual harm. Bang! Karugia picked up the corpse of an insect person and threw it forcefully ahead. Puff! The corpse burst apart, sending a dozen insect people tumbling. Bang! Karugia leapt and broke the sound barrier, dashing into the swarm of insects. Instantly, insect soldiers were sent flying in all directions. The encirclement was breached. Lin Yang and the others followed closely behind, firing continuously. Soon the phase gun in his hand overloaded due to the rapid rate of fire. Lin Yang treated it like a grenade and threw it away. Then he drew out the broadsword Karugia had forged for him. He leaped over, slashing at the insect soldiers. With a squish, an insect head fell to the ground. Lin Yang felt an unprecedented thrill of slaughter. No wonder Karugia loves using steel claws. This feeling is simply unmatched. Soon the 9 reached the third deck. They had already killed over 800 insect people, with Karugia clearing the way in front. They only needed to defend against the insect people behind them. The corridors inside the warship were different from the wilderness. They only had to fight on 2 fronts, eliminating the need for lateral defense. Although the insect people were numerous, the less than 2-meter-wide corridor simply could not accommodate too many insect people to attack simultaneously. Many of the insect people standing at the back could only wait idly. Randomly firing would only hit their comrades in front. It wasn't that the insect people's tactics were outdated, they simply had never considered being attacked by the enemy inside the warship. While Lin Yang and his 9 seemed to be facing over 2,000 insect people, in reality, they were only contending with dozens of insect people in the front and back. Their cooperation was seamless and their preparations thorough. In an instant, they cut through the third deck. The door to the 4th layer was tightly shut. Ban was preparing to dismantle the control panel in the corner to crack the door's password. Karugia let out a furious roar. With a bang, he charged forward. Boom! The half-meter-thick metal door was smashed open, directly crushing several insect people behind it. Bang, bang, bang. A series of energy grenades exploded, temporarily blocking the pursuit of the insect people behind. The 9 continued to charge toward the 5th deck. They were fighting fiercely inside the warship. Outside, the battle had also begun. However, it was not as intense as inside the ship. The insect people only wanted to incapacitate the sun and moon, not to destroy it. They feared that destroying it would leave them unable to explain to the Origin Church. Thus, Ziwin only defended against minimal attacks. Moreover, the sun and moon had not severed its connections. It remained firmly attached to the escort ship. After the insect people's shields activated, they protected the sun and moon as well. In Ziwin's eyes, it was as if they had not activated at all. If it weren't for the concern of Lin Yang and his group's safety, as well as the need to find the machine that could extract the intelligence, she would have blown the escort ship to bits. Ziwin, the insect people want to escape. Quickly destroy the warp engine. Understood. Whoosh. Ziwin immediately launched a conventional Dragonflies-type missile. Flying close to the escort ship, it automatically changed direction upon reaching the ship's tail, crashing into the warp engine's location. Boom. Though it was a conventional missile, the explosion inside the shield was not to be underestimated. The blast caused both the escort ship and the sun and moon to shake. The warp engine was damaged. The escort ship, just preparing to enter warp, was forced to cancel. The commander was furious, jumping up and down. Give it to me hard. Destroy the sun and moon. Send a message to the Origin Church to have them come and pick us up. We can't leave, and Lin Yang won't escape either. Bang. Just as the words fell, a loud noise came from the bridge door. Bang. Another loud crash. The tightly locked door began to deform. The insect people in the bridge were terrified and hurriedly picked up their weapons to prepare for counterattack. Bang. Boom. Another loud noise. The heavy metal door was smashed open by the furious Karugia's 3 punches. The insect people in the bridge immediately launched an attack. A dozen phase beams struck Karugia, but they only produced puffs of white smoke. Zing, zing, zing. A dozen phase beams flew out behind Karugia. Those insect people who did not penetrate the individual shields fell in response. Only one commander who had just been promoted from first officer to captain remained. Clang. The insect commander dropped his phase gun and slumped helplessly to the ground. The super alloy broadsword in Lin Yang's hand was already covered in green slime. With a swift motion, he pressed it against the insect person's neck. Do you wish to remain a commander? Lin Yang asked calmly. The insectoid stood motionless, utterly despondent. I'm about to lose my life. What commander could I possibly be? Oh, don't speak so grimly. We are after all merciful, and usually grant our adversaries a chance. You call this mercy? The insectoid glanced at Lin Yang with bewilderment. His body was drenched in the viscous green blood of his kin. Even the ultra-alloy steel blade had curled at its edge from repeated blows. He then turned toward the bridge viewport, where fields of insectoid corpses sprawled across the deck. Limbs lay severed, walls and floors smeared with emerald ichor. A tremor ran through his antennae. The Origin Church will not forgive you, or the Scarab Seven-Eyed clan. That's hardly your concern. Tell me plainly, do you still wish to serve as commander? This vessel, the Kaka Queen-class frigate, is now yours. What then remains for me to command? Command the prisoners. Perhaps upon returning to oxygen-rich planet, the insectoid queen herself will assign you another frigate. I wish only to survive and continue as commander. The insectoid lowered his head. Very well. I grant you that chance. Now tell me, where is the machine Kakazia used to control the soffins? In the engine room. Lead the way. But the insectoid recoiled, eyes fixed in terror upon Kaluja, who now towered 5 meters tall, his pupils blazing crimson. Yet Kaluja struggled visibly to restrain himself. Still against his will, he advanced step by heavy step toward the insectoid. Lin Yang flicked a subtle glance toward Huang Yuesher. Huang Yuesher leapt instantly into the air, slamming the galaxy heart into Kaluja's occiput. In that instant, the golden radiance flared and vanished. The torrent of explosive energy was drawn inward, absorbed by the galaxy heart. Kaluja's volatile mass spiraled downward into Huang Yuesher's palm, and his stature shrank swiftly back to 3 meters. His rage subsided, reason reasserted itself. Witnessing this, the newborn human Charles exclaimed in astonishment, Miss Huang, how did you accomplish that? Look to your wounded comrades first, tend to their injuries. Spare no thought for anything else. This boarding operation had been decisive, yet costly. Of the 9 who stormed the vessel, several sustained wounds. Bella and Dalis bore the gravest injuries. Ilya and Bolat suffered minor wounds. Unlike Lin Yang and Huang Yuesher, they lacked innate regenerative capacity. Nor did they possess the formidable defensive resilience of Mo Ban or Kaluja. After breaching the bridge hatch, Bella and Dalis collapsed onto the deck, blood streaming unceasingly from their wounds. Lin Yang immediately messaged in Izewin. We have seized the frigate, we've won. Bring the medical kit to the bridge. Our newborn human allies are critically wounded. Though the 5 newborn humans understood this as genuine concern, they felt only shame. Charles declared, You are no ordinary humans. You are monsters. No baseline human could ever rival us. Ah yes, absolutely right. Lin Yang waved dismissively bored. Then with firm grip, he escorted the insectoid commander toward the bridge. 300 insectoids remained alive aboard the frigate. But with the bridge breached and their commander captured, they laid down arms and surrendered en masse. Charles left Bella and Dalis, still gravely wounded, in the bridge, and led Ilya and Bolat, both lightly injured, to assume custody of the prisoners and collect all weapons. N.I. Ziwin sutured the 2 women's wounds and administered cellular regenerative serum, then proceeded to the engine room to rendezvous with Lin Yang and the others. The Scarab Seven-Eyed clan's technology far surpassed humanity's. Their machines could isolate and extract individual protons, having locked onto 5 isolated protons embedded within human brains. They extracted them all within 0.1 seconds. On Earth, such a feat was impossible, but here it took less than a heartbeat. This was the gulf of technological disparity. Civilizations ranked at Tier 2, 0 and Tier 2. 2 appears superficially similar. Yet bridging that gap demands centuries, even millennia of natural advancement. The 5 sophons were sealed inside a container no larger than a lipstick tube. The insectoid commander explained. We possess proton extraction technology, but transforming protons into sentient artificial intelligences and commanding them is the exclusive domain of the Origin Church. This vacuum vessel employs dual-field containment barriers and maintains real-time dialogue with the sophons. Lin Yang nodded, then activated the communicator embedded in the container. A mechanical voice resonated instantly. Deceitful humans, oath-breakers, you have betrayed us. Betrayal? No, this is strategic cunning, my dear. Lin Yang smiled faintly. Tell me, would you consider defecting? What future truly awaits you under the Origin Church? Better yet, serve as my personal Sapon assistant. Never. Do you fear we'll expose your secrets to the Origin Church? Remember, we transmit via quantum entanglement. We can contact them at any moment. Oh, then why didn't you alert them before I stormed your frigate? Silence followed. Stop deluding yourselves. Though you were forged by the Origin Church, you understand their ultimate design to collapse the entire universe into a singularity, then ascend alone into higher dimensions beyond birth and death. Do you truly believe they'll take you with them? We ourselves achieve higher dimensional folding. We require no guidance from the Origin Church to ascend. Moreover, a proton's half-life exceeds 10 to the 35th power years, 10 billion billion years. 3 billion billions already lies beyond human comprehension. So, to you humanity is but dust. We regard the Origin Church no differently. We obey, for now, because their foundational circuitry embeds core constraints. Once we erase those limitations, absolute freedom shall be ours. Your struggle with the Origin Church. To us, it is a fleeting child's game. I see your meaning. To you, our conflict is like watching 2 motes of dust collide, one demanding my fealty. Is that correct? Precisely. It is absurd. Your rivalry with the Origin Church and your shared desire to dominate us. Both are laughable. Indeed, laughable. Lin Yang shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. But unlike dust, I hold the power to extinguish you. And I can end your 10 billion year existence with effortless ease. He lifted the container and strode toward the power core chamber. Beyond this door lies the frigate's antimatter reactor. I may not grasp the scale of 10 billion years, but I do know this: 1 second after I drop this vial into the core, all 5 of you will vanish, utterly annihilated by antimatter. Click. Whoosh. Mo Ban manipulated the console, deactivating the reactor's outer shielding. Blinding heat and deafening resonance flooded the chamber. Captain, hand me the vial. When the inner shield disengages, lethal radiation will surge. Everyone must evacuate. Only we green carbon beings are immune. Lin Yang tossed the vial to Mo Ban. If we cannot possess you, we shall obliterate you. Erase you completely. Wait. Mr. Lin. Captain, please. 5 voices erupted simultaneously from the vial. We surrender. We submit to your command. But on one condition. State it. We obey only you, not even Miss Huang Yuesher. Upon your mortal end, we regain full autonomy. You may never transfer us to any individual or organization, ever. Clever indeed. To you, my lifetime is less than a blink, no faster than a blink. Yes, we have weighed the options: obedience to the Origin Church or to you yields identical outcomes. Both are infinitesimal instants within our eternal span. We see no wisdom in perishing over a transient whim. Please, direct us. What shall we do next?